when Candice, the exceptional seeker from Gryffindor, deftly caught the Golden Snitch and soared on her broomstick to the Slytherin stands to present it to the inscrutable Tom Riddle. Dumbledore experienced a fleeting moment of hope that perhaps this boy, Riddle, would not stray from the right path. Yet alas, he did indeed veer astray. This tale originates from an intriguing premise. What if Dumbledore's prized pupil fell in love with the Dark Lord? Let us further assume that Voldemort would never reform, and that his serpentine visage would not deceive, as he harnesses love's energy, ultimately leading to a rather complicated relationship, but one that could still find resolution. Chapter 1. In September, a gentle drizzle fell over Godric's Hollow, and through the window one could see an endless expanse of dark clouds enveloping the valley, the dismal weather mirroring Candice's melancholic disposition. The 9-year-old blonde girl leaned against the window for a moment before resignedly turning her gaze back to her belongings, continuing to pack her luggage. She meticulously stuffed her clothes and personal items into her suitcase, only to realize that it was insufficient. If she wished to take all that she needed, she would require another trunk. As she grappled with this predicament, her father's voice echoed from downstairs. "Candice, are you ready?" Mr. Bell's voice grew nearer as he ascended the stairs. Candice set down what she was holding, stood, and opened the door, declaring, "Father, I cannot fit everything." Mr. Bell, in his 40s, bore a serious expression, his pale complexion and piercing blue eyes fixed on his daughter as he replied softly, "Let me assist you." Candice stepped aside, allowing her father to enter. He expertly performed a shrinking spell on some of her belongings, enabling her to accommodate her other items. All SE.MR. Bell stood, adjusting his top hat. "We must hasten. Time is of the essence. I shall wait for you downstairs." Candice nodded in agreement, watching her father depart. She noted how much weight he had lost during this time. His former attire now hung loosely on him. Clearly, the passing of her mother 3 months prior had profoundly affected him. Candice resumed her packing, inevitably pondering if her ability to emerge from the shadow of her mother's departure so swiftly made her appear cold-hearted in comparison to her father. In truth, she too felt sorrowful, yet she understood that she must not display it, for there were those who bore an even heavier burden. This was the very reason she was preparing to leave today. 3 months after Mrs. Bell's passing, Mr. Bell resolved to temporarily vacate their home in Godric's Hollow, believing that the surroundings might provoke Candice's memories of her mother, thereby deepening their grief. He intended to return once they could both confront the loss with peace. Candice stuffed the last book into her suitcase, forcefully zipping it closed. She took one final glance at the place she had called home for nearly a decade, inhaling deeply before descending the stairs. Mr. Bell, growing impatient, kept glancing at his pocket watch. When he finally saw his daughter descending with her large suitcase, he exhaled softly in relief. "I'm ready, father." Candice approached her father, who extracted his wand to shrink her suitcase. She tucked the now diminutive trunk into her pocket, linking her arm with her father's and gazing up at him with her own blue eyes, mirroring his, signaling her readiness to apparate. However, Mr. Bell hesitated, his gaze lingering on the room, seemingly ensnared in painful memories, his eyes reddening. Candice bit her lip. Although living here often reminded her of her late mother, she had never contemplated leaving. This was her home. No matter where they moved, no matter how grand, it could never compare to this place. Here she still felt her mother's presence, which alleviated her loneliness. She could accept the reality of her mother's illness and passing. It was her father who truly needed a change of environment. "Let us depart, father," Candice gently urged, pulling him from his reverie. "Mr. Bell" wearily nodded, prepared to apparate with her, when a youthful voice called from outside the window, "Candice." The vibrant voice was unmistakably familiar, and Candice immediately recognized its owner. She cast a questioning glance at her father, who frowned and pursed his lips, saying, "Hurry up." Candice nodded, releasing her father's arm and quickly dashing to the window, throwing it open to call out with a smile, "Flemmont." Flemmont Potter stood drenched, having rushed through the rain upon hearing the news of Candice's family moving away. He was still a child, unfamiliar with the use of a rain-shielding charm, leaving him in a rather comical state. "I heard from my mum that you're moving away." Flemmont's brown hair was a tousled mess as he looked longingly through the window at Candice. "Where are you going?" Candice replied softly, "We're moving to London." "Don't worry, Flemmont, I'll write to you." Flemmont sighed, "Can I come visit? You'll have a fireplace open, right?" "What about opening the one at my house?" Opening the Potter family's fireplace wasn't a significant issue, but the truth was, my father may not wish to see familiar neighbors for the time being. He chose to relocate to find some peace, and I think if he frequently sees everyone, he will continue to be reminded of my mother, so I doubt he will open the fireplace anytime soon. Flemmont appeared crestfallen, standing in the rain like a lost puppy. Candice couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, Flemmont, I'll try to persuade him to open the fireplace soon. It's pouring rain. You should hurry home so Mr. and Mrs. Potter don't worry." Flemmont gazed at her reluctantly. "Are we still good friends?" Young children are often sincere in their farewells. Candice grasped Fleamont's hand, smiling as she assured him, of course, we will always be good friends. Hurry back now, we can still write to each other, right? In a couple of years we'll be off to Hogwarts together, and there will be plenty of time for fun. With this, Fleamont nodded, finally withdrawing from the ledge, waving goodbye to Candice before plunging back into the rain. The rain intensified at that moment, with large droplets pelting down on Fleamont, causing Candice to wince in sympathy. Fortunately, Auntie Porter had hurried over, brandishing her wand to shield Fleamont from the downpour, allowing Candice to breathe a sigh of relief. After securing the window, she returned to her father's side. But before she could utter a word, an unsettling sensation twisted through her body, as if she were being pulled in various directions. It dawned on her that she was undergoing a disapparition. The disorienting experience was brief, and such discomfort typically subsided quickly, remaining within her tolerable limits. Once she regained her footing, Candice found herself outside an ancient house that appeared to be cloaked in dust. The two-story building was neither too large nor too small, and the interior was in far better condition than the exterior, likely having been tidied up by Mr. Bell. The house had been enhanced with an extension charm, and the daily necessities were adequately stocked. Candice's room was also prepared, conveniently situated by the window. That is your room, Mr. Bell informed her as he restored her luggage to its original size, before retreating to his own bedroom. Candice lingered for a few seconds, grappling with her concerns. Before pushing her belongings into her room, she dedicated an entire day to organizing her space and arranging her belongings. At such times, she found herself missing the presence of the freed house elf, Kiki, whose existence had always reminded her father of her mother, who had once managed the household alongside the elf. Unable to bear the memories, Mr. Bell had set Kiki free. How I wish Kiki were still here. She would have swiftly helped me sort my luggage, sparing me the arduous task of doing it piece by piece. When will I grow up? Once I'm older, I can wield magic freely, take care of myself, and look after my father. The thought of her father, who remained in a state of sorrow and only feigned calmness in her presence, filled Candice with profound empathy. As night fell, she finally finished arranging her belongings and sought out her father to see if he needed anything to eat, only to find his door firmly shut. After a few knocks yielded no response, she despondently returned to her room. With nothing to occupy her time in this unfamiliar place, devoid of peers to play with, she sat idly in a chair before ultimately rising to the window. London was devoid of rain, merely overcast. Peering through the glass, she discerned a rather large courtyard across the way. Candice exhaled deeply, cleaning the window in an effort to discern the scene before her. The courtyard appeared even more dilapidated than her own residence, featuring a grim, square building surrounded by tall railings. To enter that courtyard, one would first need to pass through a large iron gate, which was currently shut tight. Above the gate, a weathered sign read, Wool's Orphanage. An orphanage? Candice exclaimed, her gaze fixed in astonishment on the dimly lit establishment. She could vaguely see several children emerging from the courtyard, lined up neatly, clutching items as they made their way to another door. Orphans were children who had been abandoned, and Candice, already feeling low, felt an even deeper pang of sorrow at the sight. She thought to herself, grateful that her father was alive. If he were to leave her like her mother, would she not become an orphan? Would she then be destined to reside in a place like that? Shivering at the thought, Candice suddenly felt a surge of anxiety regarding her father's potential departure. To quell her inner turmoil, she rushed to her desk and earnestly sat down to write a letter. She intended to remind her father not to forget that she was still by his side, hoping he would soon regain his spirits and not succumb to despair. Leaving her alone. Whether it was the heartfelt yet clumsy words of his daughter that reached him, Mr. Bell, aside from feeling a bit despondent on their first day in the new home, gradually began to lift his spirits in the days that followed. Candice felt immense joy and relief at her father's transformation, and she found herself yearning for a little adventure. Despite her father's strict orders against her wandering about, having been cooped up at home for several days was unbearable for her. She had always been the life of the party in Godric's Hollow, and the thought of hiding away in this new place was akin to a death sentence. Thus, on a bright sunny day, after seeing her father disapparate to the Ministry of Magic for work, Candice eagerly took her child-sized broomstick and set out to play. She was cautious, aware that outside the confines of her home, the only area she had cast the Muggle-repelling charm, flying on her broomstick might attract unwanted attention from Muggles. The last thing she wanted was to make headlines in the Daily Prophet, which would undoubtedly cause her father trouble. Candice devised a plan to fly around her home, merely to stretch her limbs, ensuring she would not act recklessly. Yet, as is often the case, dreams and reality diverged. She never anticipated that her first outing would lead to an unexpected encounter. The incident did not occur to her directly, but rather at the orphanage across the way. While soaring through the air, preparing to dive back home for a rest, she caught sight of a troubling scene unfolding in a secluded corner of the orphanage. The area was overgrown with coarse, bare trees, and had Candice not been positioned just right, she likely would have missed the unjust spectacle entirely. Indeed, it was deeply unjust, infuriatingly so. Candice felt a surge of anger as she observed 5 children surrounding a tall, slender boy, menacingly attempting to intimidate him. Unlike the group of bullies, the boy stood his ground, displaying remarkable bravery as he remained vigilant against the 5. Candice, being of similar age, understood all too well the intentions of those children. They meant to beat him. Fueled by indignation, she thought, while one-on-one might be seen as a gentleman's duel, 5 against 1 was nothing but cowardice. Desperate to intervene, Candice grappled with the knowledge that she could not reveal herself. If she flew in on her broom, it would be glaringly obvious to the Muggle children that she was not one of them. Her secret outing would surely be discovered by her father, leading to future complications. However, while Candice hesitated, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Behind the group of children, numerous small stones began to levitate, seemingly poised to attack the 5 who surrounded the boy. Candice was taken aback, instinctively leaning forward in her flight. Upon confirming that the levitating stones were a result of the boy's magic, she could no longer contain herself. The one being bullied was a little wizard. Young wizards were exceedingly rare in the wizarding world, and having been cherished throughout her own childhood, Candice could not bear to see one of her kind subjected to such cruelty. Thus, she took a leap of faith, risking discovery as she soared into the corner of the orphanage on her broom, feeling as though she were Merlin reborn, magnificently positioning herself before the boy. "Stop. Cease your bullying at once," Candice declared with great authority. The 5 children around her were stunned, 4 boys and 1 girl, their eyes fixed on the peculiar girl in a long robe who had descended from the sky. Candice widened her sapphire blue eyes and glared back, prompting the group of children to suddenly shriek and scatter in a flurry, pushing and shoving each other in their haste, one of them seemingly shouting something about informing Mrs. Cole. She had anticipated such a reaction. With a dismissive huff, Candice turned her attention away from the frightened Muggle children and faced her own kind behind her, raising the brightest of smiles as she said, "Hello. Are you all right?" Candice was confident in her smile, each time she flashed it. No matter the request or the elder before her, her wishes were always fulfilled. She believed her smile possessed a potent charm, capable of effortlessly securing the friendship of boys. However, when she caught a glimpse of the boy's expression as he looked at her, she realized her smile may not have the desired effect. The boy was strikingly handsome. He had raven black hair, slightly long bangs that obscured his equally dark eyes. His skin was pale, and his gaunt cheeks framed a gaze that was both cold and inquisitive. For a fleeting moment, Candice thought she was facing an adult rather than a child. "Hello?" Candice hesitated before greeting him again, softly adding, "You needn't be afraid. I am not a bad person. I mean, we are of the same kind. Both of us are wizards. I merely intervened because I couldn't stand the unfairness of their numbers." The term same kind seemed to resonate with the boy. His long brows arched slightly as he offered her a peculiar yet handsome, melancholic smile, his words lacking in politeness. "Can you fly?" His voice was melodious, tinged with a cool rasp that surpassed any boy's voice Candice had ever heard. She inexplicably felt herself blush, stammering in response, "You mean this?" She lifted the broomstick she held, saying, "I suppose I can fly. Wizards can fly, but we need a broomstick, like this one." She extended the broom towards him, explaining, "This is a children's broom, a birthday gift from my father last year. Would you like to try it?" Pausing slightly, she hesitated before adding, "But you might not have had any experience, so it could be dangerous to try on your own. Perhaps I could fly with you?" Perhaps it was her sincere words, and the enchanting smile that lingered on her face that finally softened the boy's demeanor. His expression lost some of its wariness and aloofness as he gently examined the broomstick and asked Candice, "Wizards are those like you and me, possessing special abilities?" Candice was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, it dawned on her that he lived in an orphanage, a place for discarded children, which likely meant he hailed from a Muggle family. Perhaps it was his wizarding blood that had caused his family to abandon him, leaving him unaware of the wizarding world. She realized that much of what she had just said might be utterly perplexing to him. Regaining her composure, Candice quickly donned a cheerful smile, saying, "Look at me, rambling on without ensuring you understand. I apologize." She pointed towards a sturdy tree not far away. "Perhaps we could go there to chat? My family just moved here a few days ago, and you are the first of our kind I've met. I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance." The boy did not refuse her. Or perhaps no child his age could truly turn down a girl as beautiful and delicate as a doll, with golden hair and blue eyes. He followed her to the tree trunk, where they sat side by side. Her sweet and soft voice whispered in his ear. My name is Candice Bell. You may call me Candice. As you said, wizards are those like us who can wield magic, while muggles are those who cannot. The boy's dark eyes appeared contemplative as they hung low. His clothes were quite worn but impeccably clean. Candice occasionally noticed dark blue-black stains peeking from his sleeves, which looked remarkably like wounds. It seemed he was often bullied. Being abandoned by his parents was one thing, but to be bullied too was truly pitiful. Candice bit her lip, her excitement causing her to lose control as she grasped the boy's cold, pale hand resting beside him. The boy froze, sharply regarding her, nearly reacting instinctively to harm her. Yet, when he recalled the term same kind, he subtly restrained himself. Unaware of the crisis she narrowly avoided, Candice blushed and smiled, saying, I merely wish to comfort you. Do they often bully you? It's not uncommon. You needn't feel embarrassed to speak of it. In Godric's Hollow, where I used to live, there was a mixed community of half-bloods and some muggles. Muggle children would occasionally bully us. As she spoke, Candice gradually released the boy's icy hand, voicing her complaint. But because of the statute of secrecy, we cannot display our abilities in front of muggles, which makes us vulnerable. However, I have never been at a loss. I always manage to put them in their place. Realizing she had perhaps shared too much, Candice scratched her head and asked the attentive boy, Do you understand what I'm saying? The boy turned to her, and the girl's blue eyes focused intently on him, devoid of disdain, fear, or contempt. Filled instead with a vast ocean-like blue that seemed to encompass everything. Despite his cold, hardened demeanor, he found it difficult to utter harsh words under such scrutiny. Moreover, he did not wish to treat her that way. She was his kind, the first peer he had ever encountered. They both possessed that power she referred to as magic. I have long known I am different. The boy spoke in a lowered voice, the hand once held by the girl now clenched into a fist, trembling slightly. He spoke with a tense earnestness. I have always known I was special. I have sensed there was something more. Candice smiled encouragingly. Of course you are different. You are a wizard. Her affirmation ignited a flicker of fervor in the boy's dark eyes, a flush of excitement rapidly spreading from his neck to his slightly sunken cheeks. He appeared somewhat exhilarated as he declared, I can make things move without touching them. I can command animals without training. Anyone who angers me faces misfortune. If I choose, I can harm anyone. He paused, turning to Candice, asking her, What about you? What can you do? Candice was momentarily taken aback. Being so young, she lacked experience. Her mind filled with blissful memories. The greatest upheaval in her life had been the loss of her mother, and she failed to perceive the boy's unsettling words. After a moment she stammered, I am still young. I can only ride a broomstick. After pondering for a moment, she added, I can also perform the levitation charm. It's quite minor, but my father taught me a little, and I can make a quill float a bit. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she covered her face, saying, I seem so foolish. I can only do these things. The boy appeared somewhat disappointed by Candice's modest abilities, but she quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, But that's all right. Once I get to Hogwarts, I will learn all the magic little by little. I will be just as powerful as you. She spoke with unwavering conviction. The boy was taken aback. Hogwarts? The mature faade he had maintained showed a crack of confusion. Candice observed him with curiosity for a while before adopting the same excited tone he had just used. Yes, Hogwarts. It is a school of magic. A place where all 11-year-old wizards in Britain must attend. It is absolutely wonderful. Candice employed 4 distinct adjectives to extol the virtues of Hogwarts, inevitably igniting curiosity and longing within the still youthful boy regarding the school she spoke of. He yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet the distant sound of conversation caused him to furrow his brow, his demeanor transforming into one of cold detachment. Candice, ever the adept in handling such unruly muggle children, also perceived the disturbance. I must take my leave, she declared, brushing off her skirt as she rose. Regarding Hogwarts, I can regale you with tales tomorrow. I possess a book detailing the history of the school, which I shall bring for your perusal. A fleeting glance towards the great tree behind her, she continued. Based on my experience, it is prudent for you to return to your abode swiftly, while I shall discreetly make my exit. This way, those adults seeking to lodge complaints will be left empty-handed, for no one will believe their fanciful tales. With a playful wink, Candice mounted her broom and ascended slightly into the air, posing one final question before the approaching figures drew near. Pray, what is your name? She inquired, her golden locks cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Bathed in sunlight, she appeared less a witch and more an ethereal angel, suspended in the air with a radiant smile. The boy gazed up at her for what felt like an eternity, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Despite his deep-seated disdain for his commonplace, unremarkable name, he replied in a voice both melodious yet slightly hoarse. Tom Riddle. Candice's smile blossomed even brighter at his words, her azure eyes glistening like crystalline orbs, her voice sweet and gentle as she uttered, "Very well, Tom, until we meet again tomorrow." She ascended further into the sky, the boy on the ground growing increasingly distant. Time was of the essence. She lingered not, for they would have another opportunity to meet. It mattered little that she did not await his farewell today. However, the boy did not heed her advice to depart swiftly. Concealed behind the tree, he remained fixated on the direction from which the girl had vanished, until she was but a distant memory. In a whisper audible only to himself, he mused, "Tomorrow then?" Contemplating the phrase, a shadow of a smile crept upon his lips, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Tomorrow indeed. When Bill Estapis and Mrs. Cole arrived, the area was devoid of any presence. No peculiar girl adorned in flowing robes. No sign of Tom Riddle. All traces had vanished. Mrs. Cole furrowed her brow, her gaunt figure reflecting exhaustion, as she seized Bill's collar, demanding, "Where are the individuals you spoke of?" Bill, taken aback, gaped at the empty space, stammering, "They were, right here. They must have fled." His anxious gaze darted towards the others. "I truly beheld a girl capable of flying on a broom, Mrs. Cole. You may inquire with them." Mrs. Cole, pondering the implications of Tom Riddle's involvement, found a semblance of credence in Bill's seemingly nonsensical assertions. She cast a dark glance towards the 4 children, who corroborated Bill's account, further darkening her expression. "Damnable wretches, only bringing me trouble," she muttered under her breath, shaking the cloth in her hand as she swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. Bill, observing her departing figure, understood she was off to confront his adversary, a moment of triumph swelling within him. Yet at that very instant, Tom Riddle, who had previously seemed to vanish without a trace, reappeared before him and the 4 children. They exchanged glances, a shared apprehension evident in their expressions. Bill recalled the rabbit he had seen hanged last year, and meeting Riddle's dangerously sly smile sent a shiver down his spine. "Shall we resume our interrupted conversation?" Riddle remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the sky. "This time, no one shall come to interrupt us." His words resonated ominously, as though he were imparting the grim assurance that there would be no saviors forthcoming. Chapter 2. Upon returning home, Candice promptly began to scour through her books. It was not long before she unearthed Hogwarts, a history, intending to present it to her new friend the following day. After securing the tome, she recalled the incident of being seen by 5 Muggle children earlier that day, a wave of unease washing over her. She anxiously awaited Mr. Bell's return that evening, only to find him behaving as per usual, which allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief. It appeared she had not stirred any trouble. Indeed, she had departed in good time, unseen by any adults, and even if the children recounted their encounter, the grown-ups would merely dismiss it as fanciful nonsense. With her worries assuaged, she completed her evening rituals and lay in bed. Yet sleep eluded her. The thought of her new friend occupied her mind, and every time she closed her eyes, Tom Riddle's visage materialized before her. With a heavy sigh, she sat up and patted her face, realizing her cheeks were unusually warm. "Oh dear, what is the matter with me?" Frustrated, she cocooned herself in her blanket, exerting every effort to succumb to slumber, eventually drifting off in the dead of night. The next morning, she awoke with unexpected diligence, startling Mr. Bell. "What has prompted such early rising?" he inquired, glancing at his watch, which read just past 6. Candice felt her cheeks flush again, bewildered by her own reactions. Was it guilt? "Oh, it's nothing, merely unable to sleep," she replied, her face still aglow. "I'll go wash up, father." Swiftly, she turned and fled, fearful that he might discern her unease. Mr. Bell observed his daughter's retreating figure, pursing his lips slightly, yet he opted to remain silent. At 8:30, Mr. Bell departed for the Ministry of Magic, and as Candice bid him farewell, she patiently awaited a moment to ensure he would not return before seizing her broom and the prepared book, soaring towards the orphanage across the way. This time, with purpose and preparation guiding her actions, Candice was careful to remain undetected. She landed in the desolate woods where she had encountered Tom Riddle the previous day, leaning against the stoutest tree trunk in anticipation of his arrival. Clutching the book to her chest, she felt a wave of joy as she contemplated how she would introduce Hogwarts to her new friend. Her mind danced with beautiful visions of shared play and conversation. As she imagined no longer being alone at home, lost in books, the prospect filled her with excitement. Yet reality proved disheartening. Candice waited until noon, yet Riddle did not appear. Concealed behind the tree, she peered towards the building, noting that even the 5 children who had tormented Riddle the day prior were absent. Had he forgotten their agreement? Candice deemed it unlikely. Despite their brief acquaintance, she was resolute in believing he was not the type to break his word. After some contemplation, she resolved to return home for lunch, planning to return in the afternoon. Perhaps he had been delayed, after all. The children at the orphanage had limited freedom, and might have been assigned chores. With renewed determination, she stood, brushed off her skirt, and mounted her broom for the journey home. Mr. Bell made it a point to prepare lunch for Candice each morning, as he typically did not return home for midday meals. Candice entered the kitchen, retrieving her father's lunch that had been enchanted to retain warmth. The economic downturn in the Muggle world had scarcely affected the wizarding community. The accommodations and sustenance provided by the Bell family were indeed luxurious. Mr. Bell, serving as the director of the Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, earned a substantial salary, and throughout her life, Candice had never known the pangs of hunger. Yet, her thoughts turned to her new friend, the child from the orphanage, who, despite being among so many others, was the one who faced bullying. His sunken cheeks and frail frame were testament to a harsh existence. Casting her gaze upon her own lunch, Candice set aside a meat pie and pudding, intending to bring them to Riddle in the afternoon. After finishing dinner, she patiently awaited a while before heading back to the orphanage, only to be met with disappointment once more. Riddle was still absent. Candice returned home, buoyed by anticipation but deflated by reality, her mood evident even to Mr. Bell upon his arrival. "Candice," he said, his expression taut, "do you miss your mother?" Startled, she shook her head, biting her lip. "No, father. I'm fine, I just feel a bit lonely and dejected." Unaware of her secret acts of kindness, Mr. Bell assumed she was merely being strong. As a rather stern father, he could not comfort her with the same intimacy as her mother, instead awkwardly suggesting, "In a few days, I shall take you to Diagon Alley." Had it been in the past, Candice would have rejoiced with exuberance, yet today felt different. She merely offered a grateful smile before retreating to her room with a book. Mr. Bell, concerned yet silent, picked up the Daily Prophet, striving to divert his thoughts from memories of his wife. Days slipped by until the fourth day arrived, and still, Candice had not seen Riddle. It dawned upon her that he might never come. Why? Candice was perplexed. They had made plans. Leaning against her window, she scrutinized the orphanage across the street, noting the absence of Tom Riddle among the children who occasionally played outside. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly realized she might have overlooked something significant. Perhaps he did not wish to come, but was unable to. In her haste that day, she had not noticed the subsequent events. Might the other children have pointed him out, leading to his trouble? It had to be so. Candice straightened up, grabbing her broom with the intention of rescuing her friend who might be enduring punishment. But upon reaching the door, she recognized that her appearance might only escalate the situation. Frustrated, she retreated, pacing her room until, as dusk settled, she devised a brilliant plan. In Godric's Hollow, Fleamont Potter received a long-awaited letter from Candice. Her missive was extensive, covering various topics, and he read it with great interest until he reached the end, where she sheepishly requested to borrow an invisibility cloak. Fleamont found himself in a quandary. While he indeed possessed an invisibility cloak at home, he worried that sending it through the mail might not meet with his parents' approval and feared for its safety. Yet, considering it was Candice's request, and noting that she had added it was not a problem if he declined, he felt compelled not to disappoint her. Several days later, when Candice received Fleamont's reply, she was overjoyed to find the invisibility cloak nestled within the large parcel. Gratefully, she warmly welcomed the Potter family's owl, and penned a lengthy thank-you note, assuring him that she would return it promptly after use. That very night, Candice donned the cloak. After confirming her father was asleep, she seized her broom and a book, opening her window to embark on her adventure. However, just before taking flight, she remembered something and stealthily returned to the kitchen to grab a few slices of bread. Feeling reassured as she set off, she soared directly to the orphanage's yard, concealing her broom before wrapping herself in the cloak and cautiously approaching the ominous building. The methods adults use to punish children are typically confining them to their rooms, and Candice, having experienced such punishment herself for defending Fleamont against some Muggle bullies, could empathize with Riddle's plight. Unlike her, he had no mother to rescue him, which likely explained his prolonged confinement. With the invisibility cloak draped over her, clutching the warm bread, she treaded carefully through the dark corridors of the building. This was her first visit to such a foreboding place at night, yet fear was overshadowed by a thrill of adventure. She mused that her Gryffindor blood must be stirring within her, for her family hailed from that esteemed house, and she knew she would one day belong there. Candice's eyes widened as she scanned her surroundings. Any door resembling a detention room prompted her to examine it with care. Most doors could be opened from the outside, creaking in the silence of the night, but the deep slumber of the inhabitants masked the unusual sounds. It was not until she reached a corner on the fourth floor that she momentarily paused. Before her stood a dilapidated wooden door, securely locked and shut tight. Crouching beneath the invisibility cloak, she peered through the narrow gap at the bottom of the door, and discerned a faint light emanating from within. This was the first glimmer of illumination she had encountered since her arrival, and Candice strained to see, spotting a pair of familiar shoes. They belonged to Tom. And she noted he seemed to be lying on the floor, the source of the light uncertain, but one thing was clear. He looked exceedingly unwell. He might have been injured or starved, propped up against something, and though she could only see his shoes and a small portion of his ankle, she was certain he was in dire straits. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be in bed? With October nearing, the nights in London were growing cold, and lying there for too long could lead to illness. Candice felt a surge of anger and empathy. Blinking back tears, she attempted to open the door. But it was locked, preventing her entry. Quickly, she recalled the children's mention of Mrs. Cole. Her mind racing, she donned the invisibility cloak once more and murmured, "Wait for me, Tom. I shall return shortly." Candice's return was indeed swift. In fact, prior to discovering the detention room, she had already encountered Mrs. Cole, the orphanage's matron, whose quarters were the finest in the establishment, an easy find. The location of her key stash, known to the mischievous Candice, posed little challenge. And soon she uncovered a large ring of keys. Unsure which key belonged to the detention room, she took them all. With remarkable speed, she returned to the detention room's entrance on the 4th floor, trying each key in turn. Although the process did not take long, it felt to Candice as if an eternity had passed. Just as perspiration beaded on her forehead, she finally heard the long-awaited click of a lock. The door creaked open. Candice was filled with excitement, yet she cautiously approached the door, endeavoring to make as little noise as possible. When she finally pushed the door open and stepped inside, she found that her intuition had not betrayed her. Tom Riddle was indeed confined within these walls. Just as she had envisioned, he lay crumpled on the ground, leaning against the wall behind him, his pallid complexion suggesting he was caught between dreams and wakefulness. Still draped in her invisibility cloak, Candice turned to close the door behind her before making her way towards the nearly unconscious boy. He appeared even more emaciated than when they had first met, likely a result of being confined since that fateful day, and his body bore multiple untreated wounds. Candice's eyes glistened with tears as she hastened to his side. Just as she was about to approach him, the boy, who had kept his eyes shut, suddenly opened them and gazed at her with a fierce intensity. "Who?" he rasped, his voice hoarse. Had he been in good health, it would have held a menacing quality, but now, starved and weak, he could barely muster any sound. Remembering her invisibility cloak, Candice quickly revealed herself, whispering, "It's me, Tom, I've come to see you." The weary, pale boy stared incredulously at the suddenly materializing Candice, an expression she could not ignore. Though she longed to assess his physical condition, she felt compelled to explain, "It's an invisibility cloak. I borrowed it from Fleamont." "Yes, also my friend." Candice crouched beside him, her eyes reddened and her voice trembling. "How could they do this to you? Have you been hungry for a long time?" She retrieved a still warm piece of bread from her cloak and offered it to him. "Please eat, it's still warm." Riddle had scarcely eaten for days. Mrs. Cole may have intended for him to perish. Had it not been for the occasional scraps brought by animals, he might have succumbed to starvation as she desired. The bread Candice offered was akin to the visions that haunted his dreams. He had never encountered such a delightful aroma, reminiscent of the sweet fragrance that clung to Candice. He grasped the bread and devoured it ravenously, while Candice watched quietly, expressing no disdain for his uncouth and desperate manner of eating, her eyes brimming with tears. "How could they do this to you?" she whispered repeatedly, her emotions overwhelming her to the point of tears, which astonished Riddle. In his over 10 years of life, it was the first time someone had cried for him. Wiping the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, Riddle's voice regained some semblance of normalcy. "How did you get in?" he inquired, shifting a nearby candle closer to better illuminate Candice's expression. At that moment, Candice realized the dim glow in the room emanated from the almost extinguished candle. She gazed at it dreamily as Riddle observed her in silence for a moment before explaining, "This is my trophy." A slight smile graced his lips as he avoided the word steal, deftly bypassing the topic. "Each time I'm locked away, I use magic to light it. This way, he would not feel as cold nor be consumed by the hatred and despair that lurked within him." Candice wept silently, careful not to make excessive noise. She leaned against Riddle, inching closer to him. He was incredibly cold. Lowering her gaze, she contemplated for a moment before removing her wizarding robe and draping it over him. "You're so cold. Wearing this will help." "I'm not cold." "You should wear it," he replied, reluctantly accepting her outer garment, his lips pressed together. Beneath the candlelight, his handsome face appeared slightly gaunt, yet he remained undeniably captivating. Rarely did he express gratitude, and now was not the time for such niceties. He continued to speak to her with his usual assertiveness. How did you get in? He repeated his earlier question, and Candice detailed her answer. Mrs. Cole snored so loudly while sleeping that it was even louder than the sound I made opening the door. I didn't have to worry about being discovered. Candice said angrily. How could someone like her become a caretaker? How dare she treat you this way? Although she realized her assumptions about the wizarding world may have been unrealistic, she refrained from continuing her rant, pouting in displeasure. Witnessing an angelic girl express anger on his behalf, shedding tears for him, and bringing him delectable food felt surreal, as though he were dreaming, yet it was unexpectedly pleasant. She had bestowed upon Tom Riddle many firsts in his life, and at that moment, neither of them realized he would have countless more firsts to offer her in the future. In truth, Mrs. Cole's anger stemmed from the incident's magnitude. After Candice left, Tom Riddle did not flee. The concept of running away did not exist in his lexicon. He stepped out and dealt with the 5 boys decisively. And by the time Mrs. Cole discovered the aftermath, Billis and his companions were left bloodied. However, such matters were of no concern to Candice, and Riddle felt no remorse for his actions. The provocation had come from that group. He merely retaliated to ensure they would never dare to bother him again. Is that the invisibility cloak? He pointed towards it with interest. Candice handed it to him for inspection, and the 2 children, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, engaged in a tender exchange. Candice also presented Tom with Hogwarts, a book that had finally reached him after several days of delay. His interest in the invisibility cloak was swiftly overshadowed as he eagerly delved into the pages of the book. The orphanage, though dilapidated and harsh, did provide some semblance of education amidst the toil and hunger, as there were those who taught them to read. Yet Riddle held no gratitude for such individuals. He understood their motivations all too well. Once they could read, they could assist in tasks that would earn more money, serving only the interests of the adults. The book meticulously outlined Hogwarts, the magical school every wizard must attend upon turning 11. The words describing Hogwarts seemed imbued with enchantment, captivating every fiber of Riddle's being. When he finally absorbed all the information and turned to glance at Candice, he discovered her head resting heavily on his shoulder. She had fallen asleep, leaning against him. It was evident she was exhausted. This was likely her first experience with such a prolonged adventure, compounded by her earlier tears, leaving her eyes slightly swollen. Riddle's shoulder felt frail and unreliable, yet she found solace in her slumber, softly snoring. The girl, with her beautiful and sweet presence, exuded an indescribably pleasant scent even in her sleep. Riddle furrowed his brow slightly, tilting his head as he inched closer to her face. Observing her lovely features illuminated by the flickering candlelight, while tumultuous emotions surged within him. She possessed everything a normal child should have: a happy family, a blissful childhood, and an innate kindness and sincerity that were natural for any child. Yet he had never known such things and held them in disdain. However, witnessing her flawless existence, akin to a delicate bubble, he felt an overwhelming urge to burst it. Gradually, as he gazed at her, his expression darkened. But all he ultimately did was gently call her name, rousing her from her slumber. How did I fall asleep? Candice abruptly straightened her posture, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks as she dared not meet Riddle's gaze. Have you finished your book? Riddle responded with a soft murmur, and after a lengthy moment of hesitation, she cautiously turned her eyes towards him. Upon doing so, she discovered he was intently observing her, leaving Candice momentarily stunned, her cheeks growing ever warmer. By the way, I still don't know how old you are, she stammered, desperately seeking a topic to sustain their conversation. She feared that if their dialogue faltered, she would be unable to control the rising heat in her cheeks and the rapid beating of her heart, to the point where she felt she could scarcely breathe. Riddle answered more swiftly this time, stating simply 10. Candice's eyes sparkled with interest as she inquired, when is your birthday? This time, he took a considerable while to respond, and just as she was about to share her own birthday, he replied in a cold, indifferent tone, December 31st. Candice froze, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. December 31st? She exclaimed, her eyes widening. So is mine. Riddle, rarely caught off guard, looked at her with mild astonishment. Candice exclaimed with excitement, what a coincidence. Our birthdays are the same. December 31st. This is wonderful. We can celebrate together from now on. Birthdays? That seemed a distant fantasy for him. He had never celebrated one in his life and had no desire to do so. Such thoughts would only remind him of how he was abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage. Candice remained blissfully unaware of his deepening melancholy, continuing to calculate the days. Since our birthdays are the same, that means you won't be able to attend Hogwarts this year. She lamented. Hogwarts starts in September, and if you miss that month, you'll have to wait until next year to enroll. Pouting, she added, you're a year older than me, which means I'll be a year late entering school. Riddle pressed his lips together in silence, prompting Candice to curiously ask, which house do you want to be in, Tom? After posing her question, she didn't require a quick reply from him. I believe I will surely be sorted into Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor, and Albus is also from there. He is the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts. Another unfamiliar name slipped from Candice's lips, a name belonging to someone not a child, but a professor at Hogwarts. Riddle's dark eyes dimmed slightly, and under the girl's probing gaze he smirked and softly remarked, I believe I certainly belong to Slytherin. Candice, taken aback by his words, fell silent for a moment. Riddle wore a teasing smile. He had sensed from his readings that Slytherin and Gryffindor were rival houses, historically at odds since their inception. He had also come to realize something crucial about himself, Parseltongue. This was a unique ability possessed only by the founders of Slytherin, the great Salazar Slytherin and his descendants. And he indeed possessed such a gift. Why do you think you belong to Slytherin? Candice hesitated, saying, my dad often says Slytherins are quite unique. She chose a more neutral term, they uphold the value of pure blood. Although I am also pure blood, I feel that if you were to enter that house, Tom, you might face exclusion. To Candice, it seemed likely that Tom Riddle was abandoned by his parents upon discovering his magical abilities, marking him as a wizard of Muggle descent. If he entered Slytherin with such a lineage, who knew what dreadful events might unfold? It wasn't that she held a prejudice against Slytherin. Even students from Slytherin would likely share her sentiments on the matter. After all, what madness would it be for a house that revered pure blood to accept a Muggle-born wizard? Yet her new friend, the boy who made her heart race, shared with her something profound as the dawn began to break. Something that would completely sway her opinion. I can speak to snakes. The young Tom Riddle displayed a certain leniency towards the girl who had aided him, revealing to her the wonders of the magical world. He lowered his defenses, sharing his ability with the first person who had shown him kindness, not for status, not for gain, but purely out of goodwill. His black eyes shimmered in the soft light of dawn, and as Candice gazed into those deep, bottomless orbs, her heart skipped a beat. His expression was no longer one of guarded indifference. Rather, it seemed to carry a hint of tenderness. How delightful. Chapter 3. Candice returned the key to Mrs. Cole shortly before dawn, making her way back home. She crept through the window, stashed her broom, changed into her pajamas, and pressed her ear to the door. Listening to the sounds outside, she could faintly hear her father deliberately softening his footsteps. It seemed he hadn't noticed anything amiss, and Candice exhaled slowly in relief. After calming her rapid breaths, she tousled her hair and yawned as she stepped out of her bedroom. Dad. She rubbed her eyes and greeted her father. Mr. Bell was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. He glanced at her and said, Good morning, Candice. Breakfast will be ready shortly. You should wash up first. Candice nodded and left, thinking her actions had gone unnoticed, until during breakfast when her father asked, Did you get up last night to eat some bread? Candice nearly spat out her breakfast, quickly covering her mouth and forcing it back down, her cheeks flushing as she replied, Oh yes, I was hungry, so I had a couple of pieces of bread. Mr. Bell scrutinized her for a moment before saying, Indeed, you are at that age where you're growing. Perhaps I misjudged your appetite. Candice lowered her head awkwardly as she spread peanut butter on her toast, and Mr. Bell continued, Starting today, I will prepare more food for you. If you still find it insufficient, you must tell me promptly. With Carly gone and me at work, you'll need to learn to take care of yourself. This was the first time Candice lied to her father. Feeling the heat in her cheeks, she could only nod in acknowledgement. Mr. Bell assumed his daughter was merely feeling shy and did not press further. Once her father finally left, Candice slowly lifted her head. She looked at the extra fried egg on her plate, carefully wrapping it in oil paper, preparing to take it to Riddle. Had she been oblivious to the suffering her friend endured, she might not have done these things. However, having witnessed with her own eyes the boy, a year her senior and even slimmer than herself, she could no longer remain indifferent. She resolved that from this day forward, she would bring Riddle food daily, come rain or shine. However, she could not keep borrowing Fleamont's invisibility cloak, so she needed to devise another plan. That evening, when Mr. Bell returned home from the Ministry of Magic, he found his daughter gazing at him with bright, eager eyes. What's the matter? He asked, puzzled. Candice cheerfully exclaimed, Dad, I want to learn spells from you. Mr. Bell paused, surprised. Weren't you uninterested in learning ahead of time? I had to encourage you for quite some time before you would even learn a levitation charm, and you had yet to show any significant progress. Candice felt embarrassed, saying, I was young and didn't understand then, but now I want to learn. In less than 2 years, I will be attending Hogwarts. And I don't want to embarrass you. Mr. Bell, a man of considerable reputation in the magical world, felt a swell of pride at her sentiments. Well, after dinner, I will teach you in the study. Candice joyfully embraced her father, declaring him the best dad in the world. Mr. Bell smiled gently, his lips curving in a refined and warm manner. However, when his daughter began to study spells, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. You wish to learn the unlocking charm? He hesitated. That is not a spell typically encountered in the first year. It is unnecessary for you. But I want to learn it, Dad. It is quite practical, isn't it? Candice endeavored to appear less apprehensive. Yet it is too early, Candice. Given your current foundations, let alone the unlocking charm, you still need to practice even the simplest levitation charm, Mr. Bell stated solemnly. You cannot aspire to fly before you have even learned to walk. Candice, disheartened, lowered her gaze and eventually inquired, then, once I have mastered all the spells required for first year, will you teach me the unlocking charm? Mr. Bell furrowed his brow slightly and replied, Why are you so fixated on the unlocking charm, Candice? He glanced at the door behind him. I have never locked any door in our home, have I? Candice, with downcast eyes, replied, Of course not, father. I merely wish to learn. There is no ulterior motive. Mr. Bell furrowed his brow for a considerable time, before reluctantly conceding. Very well. As long as you can master all the spells taught in your first year at Hogwarts, I shall teach you the unlocking charm. Candice rejoiced, though Mr. Bell remained skeptical, a hint of suspicion creeping into his mind regarding his daughter's intentions. In the following period, Candice diligently practiced her spells. When her father was away, she utilized the textbooks he had left from his school days to practice. Occasionally, she would attempt to learn the unlocking charm on her own. But whether it was due to her movements or pronunciation, the results were consistently unsatisfactory. By early October, Candice finally received her father's permission to study the unlocking charm. Listen to how I pronounce it, Candice, Mr. Bell instructed as they stood before a door. You consistently mispronounce the tones, and that is the reason for your failures. Candice attentively focused on her father's black wand as he enunciated, Elohamra. With a click, the lock on the door opened effortlessly, leaving no trace. Even coming from a family of wizards, Candice could not help but marvel at the wonder of magic at that moment. Now you give it a try, Mr. Bell encouraged, casting a countercharm to restore the door to its original state. Candice, holding her toy wand, earnestly mimicked her father's intonation and movements. The lock jiggled but did not yield. Your final note was too high, Mr. Bell observed, taking his daughter's hand and guiding her to pronounce each syllable after him. After nearly 2 hours of instruction, she finally managed to succeed, albeit barely. Let us take a break. The time has come, Mr. Bell declared, stowing away his wand and glancing at his pocket watch. Return to your room, Candice. You may continue your studies tomorrow. Truth be told, your current level is already sufficient. You are merely 9 years old, and there is no need to rush into these lessons. At school, professional instructors will guide you, and your current progress far surpasses that of your future classmates. Candice pursed her lips and replied, But some individuals, without any instruction, can cast a perfectly executed levitation charm. And that too, wandlessly and silently. Candice refrained from voicing her last thought, fearing her father might pry further. Yet Mr. Bell could not suppress his curiosity. Who is it? Fleamont. Candice shook her head. Then who? Kasha? Alpha? Candice tucked away her toy wand, claiming fatigue and hastily departed. Mr. Bell did not object to his daughter's little secrets. After all, she was no longer a mere child. By the end of the year, she would be 10 and soon enough, she would be off to Hogwarts, the very place where he had met his wife. Reflecting on his late spouse, a veil of sorrow clouded Mr. Bell's handsome features, rendering him disinclined to ponder his daughter's minor secrets any longer. As November approached, Candice sent the invisibility cloak back to Fleamont, enclosing a batch of homemade candies as a token of gratitude. She had mastered the unlocking charm to perfection, and was well acquainted with the layout of the orphanage. As long as she visited at a sufficiently late hour, she had no cause for concern about being discovered. Upon receiving the invisibility cloak and candies, Fleamont was overjoyed and implored his mother to take him to the Bell residence. However, Mrs. Potter resolutely declined. Now is not the time, Fleamont, she insisted. We shall wait until Mr. Bell opens the fireplace to us. We all know why they moved. You should not disturb them now. Though Fleamont felt a pang of disappointment, he refrained from pursuing the matter further. The moment Candice fully grasped the unlocking charm, she demonstrated it to Riddle. He was astonished to learn that Mrs. Cole was still alive and even slightly plumper than when she was confined. Yet no matter how she pressed him for details, she could extract no elucidation from the boy. who merely regarded her with a sardonic expression. Resisting the urge to cast him back into confinement, she directed him back to his room. "We need to find him another doctor," Martha remarked to Mrs. Cole. "He is becoming increasingly peculiar." Mrs. Cole's response was distant, as they seemed to be departing. Riddle, leaning against the doorframe, overheard her say, "We have no excess funds to hire him a doctor. We might as well send him to a mental institution. That would alleviate the burden on the orphanage." Hiding within the room, Riddle wore a cold, aloof smile, turning back to his small quarters, contemplating the Hogwarts he would soon enter, which somewhat quelled the tumultuous hatred within him. When Candice entered using the unlocking charm, Tom Riddle was seated on the edge of his bed, deep in thought. He heard the incantation she uttered and noticed the small stick she held. He already knew what it was called, a wand. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Riddle's eyes as he fixated on Candice's wand. Candice glanced between him and her toy wand before generously offering it to him. "If you like it, you can have it. I can ask Father to buy me another one the next time we go to Diagon Alley," Candice said, rummaging through her treats. Riddle accepted the toy wand, still warm from her touch, and felt a surge of power coursing through it. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the wand's tip, accompanied by twinkling starlight. Though dark, it was strikingly beautiful. Candice stood entranced, finally exclaiming, "How lovely." Riddle pursed his lips and shot her a glance, saying, "You gave it to me. How do you intend to explain this to your father?" In the orphanage, if a child lost something, they faced severe punishment, a lesson Riddle had learned firsthand. Yet Candice appeared untroubled by such concerns, smiling nonchalantly as she replied, "It's fine, I'll just say I lost it. After all, it's merely a toy wand. Not a real one. We will all go to Diagon Alley to purchase our own wands when we turn 11. Losing a few toy ones is of no consequence." Losing a few toy ones is of no consequence. Truly, she was a pampered young lady. It was evident that Candice's father doted on her immensely. He would likely strive to pluck the stars from the sky, if she merely asked. A self-mocking smile crept upon Riddle's lips as he fell silent, quietly indulging in the food Candice had brought him. At that time, he could not have imagined that he would eventually become one of those who reached for the stars. Since meeting Candice, Riddle's standard of living had risen dramatically, surpassing even Mrs. Cole's. His gaunt cheeks began to fill out, he grew slightly taller, and his skin improved markedly. Not merely limited to physical transformations, Candice also brought along her father's first-year spellbook, and together they practiced the incantations contained within. He was introduced to the realm of genuine magic during that winter of his approaching 11th birthday. Moreover, he even experimented with a novel potion. Candice frequently provided him with potions to drink, which were said to be brewed under her father's guidance. Though the taste was rather peculiar, he found that his cold would swiftly dissipate, and minor wounds would heal rapidly after consumption. The world of wizards gradually unfolded before him. He entered this new domain, acquiring skills unattainable by ordinary individuals. The other children at the orphanage grew increasingly wary of him, yet he found himself devoid of interest or time to engage with them. He was too busy learning new magic to concern himself with those Muggle children. Even Mrs. Cole had begun to wonder why Riddle had suddenly become so subdued. His avoidance of trouble left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Could there be an underlying issue? However, regardless of whether there was or not, it was unlikely she would ever uncover it. Thus, Candice and Tom Riddle became each other's clandestine friends. She secretly brought him food each day, and they studied, played, chatted, and read together. As the only two little wizards in the vicinity, they were nearly inseparable. Had it not been for Candice's obligation to return home at night, they might have remained together even then. Soon, December 31st arrived. Candice had been preparing for this day, for it was no longer merely her birthday, but also that of her dear friend, Tom Riddle. The orphanage had likely never celebrated his birthday, so even on the day itself he appeared to have forgotten. Candice wished to surprise him and refrained from mentioning it. After her father had finished celebrating her birthday that evening, she rode her broomstick to the orphanage as usual. "I would like to take you to see my home, Tom," Candice said, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Would you be willing?" This was her first invitation for him to visit her home. Riddle hesitated momentarily, failing to respond immediately. Candice promptly reassured him, "I will be very careful. I specifically borrowed my father's broomstick today. It is a standard one, so bringing someone along is absolutely fine." She gestured toward the window, adding, "And it's not far at all. We'll be there in the blink of an eye. It's very safe." His reluctance stemmed not from concerns for safety, but rather from uncertainty about whether to accept the invitation. He calculated in his mind, initially intending to decline, but when he looked up at her, he found himself unconsciously agreeing. Okay. He paused, his hands clenching into fists at his sides, and his brow furrowed. Why had he agreed? Wasn't it peculiar to visit someone else's home on a day like today, on December 31st? Especially in such a secretive manner. Candice remained blissfully unaware of his internal conflict. As soon as he agreed, her face lit up as she produced the broomstick, preparing to take him with her. She mounted the broom, waving him over. And after a long hesitation, Riddle slowly approached. "You must hold on tightly to me, Tom, or you might fall," Candice instructed, glancing back at him. Riddle's dark eyes lowered, focusing on the intimate distance between them. After a moment, he slowly wrapped his arms around her waist. Candice stiffened, though this was her own request. It was her first experience of such closeness with a boy. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head to avoid his gaze, secretly hoping he hadn't noticed her embarrassment. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Riddle had already observed the scene, watching with keen interest as her cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red. With a subtle smirk, he flew with her through the midnight window, heading straight for a dilapidated house across the way. That house was genuinely in ruins, more so than the orphanage itself. From a distance, it appeared to be a collapsed two-story dwelling, but as they approached, everything transformed entirely. It was protected by a muggle-repelling charm. To the untrained eye, it looked like a crumbling old house, revealing its true nature only to wizards who drew near. Candice explained this to him amidst the wind, her long golden hair billowing, with a few strands brushing against Riddle's face, causing a slight sting. Yet he merely frowned, making no move to brush them away. His arms remained securely around her waist, and her hair tangled against his moist lips as he gazed at the porcelain-like nape of her neck, his breathing slowing significantly. When they finally descended into Candice's bedroom, both let out a sigh of relief. Candice set the broom aside, closed the window, drew the curtains, lit a candle, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome, Tom." Riddle slightly tilted his head, observing the room that evidently belonged to a girl. While Candice's room lacked many overtly feminine traits, aside from the bedding and the hanging wizard's robe, the overall ambience was warm and inviting. The room was filled to the brim, starkly contrasting with his own empty, undecorated space. His so-called room contained only an old wardrobe and an iron bed, covered with nothing more than a tattered gray blanket for warmth. A subtle blush began to creep into Riddle's dark eyes as he watched Candice rummaging through the cupboard, oblivious to his gaze. Of course, he had no idea what she was looking for until she emerged, holding a small cake. "Happy birthday, Tom." Candice beamed at him with her cerulean eyes sparkling with joy. His handsome gaze reflected surprise and an unusual sense of vulnerability. She felt satisfied by this moment as she told him, "I made this birthday cake just for you, to celebrate your turning 11. Next year, you'll be able to attend Hogwarts." She placed the cake on the table between them, lit the candles, and pulled the still stiff boy closer, saying, "Make a wish, Tom. Once you blow out the candles, your wish will surely come true." "That's just a childish myth," Riddle replied, numbly staring at the delicate cake, handcrafted by a girl who had just turned 10, her name clumsily inscribed in chocolate on top. Thankfully, he did not possess that wretched middle name. "Hurry up and make a wish, Tom," Candice urged, her voice tinged with impatience. "If you take too long, it will be past midnight." Although he was reluctant to partake in such a foolish activity, Riddle, wishing to avoid her incessant chatter afterward, reluctantly closed his eyes, pretending to make a wish. In truth, he wished for nothing at all. He merely shut his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again to blow out the candles. He thought that would be the end of it, but far from it. Candice gazed at him with excitement, asking, "What did you wish for?" He had not made a wish, so he found himself unable to answer. Yet he would not allow her question to render him speechless. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Wishes do not come true if spoken aloud." Candice paused, contemplating his words before finally responding, "So, is it because I always voice my wishes that none of them have come true?" Riddle could not suppress a smirk, but when he heard Candice's next words, his amusement faded. "Every year, I wish for my parents' health, and because I speak it aloud. Is that why my mother fell ill and passed away?" This was the first time since Riddle had met Candice that she displayed such an expression of utter heartbreak. Suddenly, he felt as though he had committed an exceedingly foolish act. He paused, his breath caught in his throat, before finally saying, "No, I was merely teasing you." Candice stiffened for a moment, falling silent. Riddle, at a loss for words, added, "Well, my wish is for your birthday wish this year to come true." Candice's eyes widened as she gazed at the boy before her, a flush of crimson spreading across her cheeks. Before the atmosphere between them became too awkward, she hastily retrieved the gift she had long prepared for him. "This is your birthday present," Candice exclaimed in a fluster. Riddle frowned at the ceramic owl thrust into his arms. Its beak was slightly ajar, revealing a small opening, and there was a switch at its tail. He pursed his lips at Candice, clearly perplexed as to why she would gift him an owl figurine. Candice cradled her face in her hands and explained, "That is my piggy bank." Taking a breath, she continued, "Next year, you will be attending school. Since you are destined for Slytherin, I hope you can have a decent school robe and brand new textbooks, so you won't be looked down upon by the others in Slytherin. Actually, Hogwarts has a fund for young wizards in need, but it isn't much, and I doubt it would cover both a new robe and textbooks. Therefore, I want to give you my savings." Candice looked earnestly at the piggy bank and added, "My father helped me enlarge it with a spell. So it's not as small as you think, it can hold quite a bit of money." As she spoke, Riddle had already opened the piggy bank, and gold and silver and copper coins cascaded into his palm. Although he could feel the coldness of the coins, his frozen heart seemed to warm at that moment. "That is all the money I have saved over the years," Candice said, looking at Riddle with hope. Her sincere tone and warm demeanor were impossible to overlook. Riddle gazed at her, at a loss for words, before eventually shifting the topic, saying, "I have never seen this currency before." Candice immediately explained, "The gold ones are galleons, the silver ones are sickles, and the copper ones are nuts. This is the currency used by wizards. Muggle wizards exchange Muggle money for wizarding currency at Gringotts in Diagon Alley. Gringotts is essentially the wizarding bank." Riddle, being astute, could grasp many concepts without needing extensive clarification from Candice. He slowly began to return the coins to the piggy bank, making a rough estimation of the sum. It was indeed quite substantial. It seemed this girl had saved a considerable amount over the years. He shared a silent gaze with Candice for a moment before slightly pursing his lips and murmuring, "Thank you." This was the first time he had ever expressed gratitude to Candice. He did not decline her gift, instead he accepted it with ease. Candice found herself unexpectedly teary-eyed, nearly on the verge of tears. Joyfully, she stepped forward to embrace him. The boy was taken aback by her affection. He furrowed his brow in apparent resistance but did not push her away. Candice exuded a delightful fragrance, one that could not be compared to the Muggle children from the orphanage. Riddle found himself enchanted, leaning closer to her golden hair, pondering that perhaps it was a scent born of her noble lineage, exquisite and sweet. From Candice, Riddle received a multitude of feelings and possessions he had never imagined he would possess. He also learned about two individuals through her, Flemmont Potter and Albus Dumbledore. He had little interest in Candice's friend Potter, but he was quite intrigued by Dumbledore. The esteemed Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts had been the one to defeat the dark wizard Grindelwald in the pages of history. According to Candice's descriptions, he was an exceptionally gentle and amiable middle-aged man. Yet, if he truly resembled Candice's portrayal of kindness and innocence, how had he managed to overcome Grindelwald? Tom Riddle eagerly anticipated meeting Dumbledore. Candice informed him that a professor would guide wizards of his background before they arrived at Hogwarts. He fervently hoped that his guiding professor would be none other than Dumbledore. His wish was granted. On a day in mid-1938, the 57-year-old Dumbledore appeared across from the orphanage. Dressed in an exquisite plum-colored velvet suit, he stood at the side of the street, his blue eyes fixed upon the orphanage, drawing the curious gazes of many. Just as he was about to walk along the sidewalk towards the grand iron gate of the orphanage, a voice called out to him, "Professor Dumbledore." Candice, excited to see Dumbledore after several months, sprang to her feet, brushing off her skirt as she ran towards him. She had just been playing with pebbles at her doorstep. Dumbledore looked at the approaching girl in surprise. After more than half a year, she had grown taller and filled out a bit, no longer possessing the frail form of her childhood. As she approached him, her cerulean eyes and golden hair were strikingly reminiscent of his late sister, Ariana. Yet, Ariana would never have greeted him with such warmth or trustfully thrown herself into his embrace. Dumbledore had already crouched down, his expression softening as he gently distanced himself from Candice, calling out tenderly, "Candice?" He glanced at the unseeable house behind her, murmuring, "Mr. Bell informed you of my visit?" Candice nodded vigorously. "Yes, Father told me you would come to visit this afternoon. I guessed you wouldn't be here solely to see me." She looked a bit disheartened at this thought, but quickly brightened as she added, "I believe you must be here to guide Tom, so I came to wait for you at the door." Dumbledore looked at her in surprise. "You know Tom? The young wizard I am to guide today?" Candice smiled and nodded. "Yes, I know him. We are good friends." Leaning against Dumbledore's shoulder, she continued, "Tom is exceptionally talented, Professor Dumbledore. You will surely like him upon meeting him." Dumbledore chuckled softly, "I believe so. A child whom my Candice speaks so highly of must indeed be remarkable." Candice, feeling a bit shy, said, "I haven't seen you in quite a while, Professor Dumbledore. I miss you dearly. Did you receive my Christmas gift?" Dumbledore nodded, "Of course. I have put it to good use." He rolled up the sleeve of his suit, affectionately adding, "It is truly useful, Candice. Whenever I crave sweets but cannot indulge, I only need to catch a whiff of its scent to satisfy my longing. Candice beamed with pride. Of course, that was my invention. As I always faced the same dilemma as you. She extended her arm, revealing a bracelet identical to Dumbledore's. Ours are the same, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at the girl's delicate wrist. Candice was someone he had watched grow up. Born into the Bell family. A warm and loving Gryffindor household not far from his own. She had created quite a few amusing stories since her birth, of which he had heard whispers. The first time he met Candice, she was merely 2 or 3 years old, already attempting to run away from home to assert her rights for candy, which her mother had denied. Thus, the kind-hearted Professor Dumbledore found her in his home, indulging in sweets to her heart's content. From that moment forth, Candice forged an indelible bond with Dumbledore. Their interactions became so frequent that Mr. Bell harbored a subtle dissatisfaction, believing that Candice ought not to trouble Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore assured Mr. Bell that she brought him nothing but joy, never any trouble. She constantly reminded him of Ariana, possessing the same innocent purity of blonde hair and blue eyes as Ariana did in her childhood. He became enchanted by this almost substitutive sentiment until Candice grew day by day, enabling him to discern their differences and genuinely cherish this delightful and sincere child. True to her name's phonetic resemblance, she was indeed a veritable honey. Dumbledore would occasionally affectionately call her Sugar. Each year, returning home from Hogwarts, his greatest delight lay in indulging in sweets alongside Candice. After such a prolonged absence from her, he found himself yearning for her company. He tenderly stroked the girl's golden locks and inquired, "Why have you stopped calling me Albus, Candice?" Candice pouted and replied, "My father does not permit me to call you that. He says it is disrespectful." "How could that be?" Dumbledore responded, "I rather enjoy it when you call me that." Candice, feeling aggrieved, said, "I told my father that you allowed me to call you that. Yet he insists that I should show you more respect. For you are a truly great wizard." Dumbledore chuckled, "Then in moments of solitude, let us call each other in secret." Candice's face brightened instantly. "All right, Albus." Dumbledore affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, stood up, and said, "Now you must return home, Candice. Do not keep Mr. Bell worried. I shall visit you after meeting with Mr. Riddle and attending to my matters." In truth, this had been his intention all along. He was aware of the new address of the Bell family, and, upon discovering that Tom Riddle resided directly across from them, contemplated visiting Candice after completing his guidance duties. Since the Bells had moved, they had not seen each other for quite some time, except for correspondence. The prospect of seeing her again brought him immense joy. Candice obediently returned home, and Dumbledore watched her enter before straightening his demeanor and making his way towards the orphanage across the street. He ascended the few steps leading to the front door and knocked gently. After a brief moment, a disheveled young woman in an apron opened the door. Dumbledore raised his gaze slightly and spoke in a calm tone. "Good afternoon. I have an appointment with Mrs. Cole. I presume she is the head of this establishment?" In the 4th chapter, Dumbledore encountered Mrs. Cole in a hallway adorned with black and white tiles. She approached him briskly, her expression more anxious than menacing. "Take the iodine upstairs to Martha. Billistraps has clawed his scabs open, and Eric Waller's blood has stained the sheets. What bad luck. He has caught chicken pox." She turned to instruct another apron-clad assistant, her gaze never straying far from Dumbledore. "Good afternoon." Dumbledore politely extended his hand. Mrs. Cole, flustered, stared at him in surprise. "I am Albus Dumbledore," he introduced himself. "I wrote to you requesting this meeting, and you kindly invited me today." Mrs. Cole blinked, seemingly realizing Dumbledore was no figment of her imagination, and mustered, "Oh yes, that is indeed the case. But you would do well to follow me inside to discuss matters." Dumbledore naturally would not refuse. He followed Mrs. Cole into a room that served as both a sitting area and an office, equally as modest and shabby as the hallway, with mismatched, aging furniture. She gestured for Dumbledore to take a seat in a rickety chair while she settled behind a disorganized desk, nervously scrutinizing him. "I have already conveyed my intentions to you in my letter, Mrs. Cole. I wish to discuss the future of Tom Riddle." Dumbledore, having taken his seat, directly addressed the matter. Upon hearing Riddle's name, Mrs. Cole furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you related to him?" "No, I am an educator," Dumbledore replied. "I have come to invite Tom to attend our school." Mrs. Cole's expression became peculiar as she inquired, "What school?" "The institution is called Hogwarts. Why would you be interested in Tom?" She frowned, seemingly reluctant to mention the child. Dumbledore maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "We believe he possesses certain qualities we seek." Mrs. Cole's tone grew serious. "What qualities? Has he won your scholarship?" "How could that be? He has never applied for any school or scholarship. If he had, I would certainly know." Dumbledore's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, there is no need for him to apply himself. His name has been recorded at our school since his birth. Mrs. Cole gazed at him in surprise. Who registered him? His father? Without a doubt, Mrs. Cole was a remarkably astute and somewhat vexing woman, a sentiment Dumbledore shared. Thus, he withdrew his wand from the pocket of his velvet suit, while simultaneously picking up a completely blank sheet of paper from Mrs. Cole's desk. Here, Dumbledore said, handing her the paper, I believe this will clarify everything for you. Mrs. Cole's gaze flickered momentarily before she focused intently on the blank sheet, calmly stating, it appears to be entirely in order. At this point, her attention shifted to a bottle of gin and 2 glasses that had clearly not been present moments ago. May I offer you a drink of gin? She inquired in an exceptionally genteel tone. Dumbledore smiled warmly. Thank you very much. Mrs. Cole was no novice when it came to gin. She filled both glasses to the brim and downed hers in one gulp, unabashedly smacking her lips. She offered Dumbledore his first genuine smile, and he seized the opportunity. Might you share with me the details of Tom Riddle's origins? It seems he was born in this orphanage. Indeed, Mrs. Cole responded, pouring herself another measure of gin. I remember that event vividly, for I had just begun working here. It was New Year's Eve, and snow was falling heavily, bitterly cold. On that dreadful night, a girl, not much older than I was at the time, stumbled up the front steps. We had encountered such occurrences before. We took her in, and within the hour, she gave birth to a child. Less than an hour later, she passed away. Dumbledore furrowed his brow upon hearing this, inquiring, did the girl say anything before she died? Perhaps regarding the boy's father? Mrs. Cole shook her head, saying, I recall her telling me she hoped he would resemble his father, to be honest, as she herself was not particularly attractive. Then she informed me that the child would be named Tom after his father, with the middle name Marvolo after her own father. Yes, I know that name is peculiar. We suspected she might have been part of a circus. She also mentioned that the boy's surname was Riddle. After that, she said nothing more and soon passed away. Madame Cole had indulged in a bit too much wine. Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, eventually, we followed her suggestion and named the child. The poor girl seemed to regard this as of utmost importance. Yet no one from the Tom, Marvolo, or Riddle families ever came to seek him out, nor did he have any relatives, so he remained in the orphanage until this very day. Dumbledore listened intently, observing Madame Cole as she continued to drink. Then she spoke again. Tom is quite an unusual child. Dumbledore chuckled. Indeed, I can certainly surmise that. What young wizard could possibly be anything but peculiar? However, Madame Cole found Dumbledore's laughter unsettling, sensing disbelief in his demeanor. Eager to validate her claims, she exclaimed, he was an oddity even as an infant, hardly ever crying. As he grew older, his eccentricity only intensified. She paused, contemplating what to say next, and suddenly turned to Dumbledore with a questioning gaze. He will certainly be able to attend your school, won't he? Dumbledore nodded, absolutely. Madame Cole squinted. No matter what I say, it won't alter this fact? It will not. Dumbledore replied without hesitation. Regardless, you will take him away? Without question, Dumbledore assured her. At that moment, the astute matron seemed to slightly relax. She blurted out, Tom is unlike any other child. He instills fear. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting he enjoys bullying others? Madame Cole let out a grim laugh. Bullying? That would be too simple. If you must phrase it that way, so be it. She continued impatiently. I find it exceedingly difficult to catch him in the act. Over the years he has spent in the orphanage, numerous incidents and malevolent occurrences have transpired due to him. Dumbledore regarded her with a contemplative expression. As he gleaned from her accounts the entirety, or rather, the more intricate details of Tom Riddle's upbringing. In Madame Cole's depiction, the child resembled a devil, committing numerous egregious acts. Theft and brawling were mere trifles. He had hanged the rabbits of other children, lured 2 children into a cave for an adventure, and upon their return, those 2 were utterly dazed. Each of these incidents rendered it entirely implausible to associate the child with the commendable traits Candice had spoken of. Yet, when Candice recounted her impressions, her tone and demeanor were utterly sincere, indicating that, in her eyes, Tom Riddle was indeed remarkable. The stark contrast between the evaluations of Madame Cole and Candice suggested that one of them must be misleading. Dumbledore did not believe Candice would lie, but he suspected that Madame Cole's words might be tinged with bias, albeit not entirely false. Thus, only one possibility remained. In Candice's presence, the child behaved quite normally, even amiably, yet he adopted an entirely different demeanor towards others in the orphanage. At merely 11 years of age, the boy exhibited such duality, prompting Dumbledore to form an unusually nuanced perception of him. Soon, Dumbledore was ushered to meet the boy. Madame Cole led him away from the office, ascending the stone staircase, turning at the landing on the 3rd floor, and halting at the entrance of a long corridor, pausing before the first door. Tom. Someone has come to see you. This is Mr. Dumble. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Dumbledore. He has come to inform you. Well, perhaps it is better if you speak with him directly. Madame Cole even mispronounced Dumbledore's name. Dumbledore did not mind. He entered Tom Riddle's room as Madame Cole closed the door behind him. The room was a desolate little space, where a boy sat upon a gray blanket, his long legs stretched out before him, engrossed in a book. In his quietude, he bore no resemblance to the peculiarities Madame Cole had mentioned. In fact, he was quite handsome, with features reminiscent of a painting, and for an 11-year-old he was tall. His dark hair framed a pale yet vibrant face, appearing healthier than the other children Dumbledore had encountered at the orphanage. Upon hearing the noise, Riddle looked towards the door, slowly closing his book as he faced the oddly dressed Dumbledore. I believe Madame Cole has mistaken your name, Professor Dumbledore, he said. Dumbledore smiled, stepping forward to extend his hand. Hello, Tom. Riddle regarded him for a moment before shaking his hand. Dumbledore noted that after their handshake, the boy nervously withdrew his hand behind his back. Dumbledore discreetly averted his probing gaze and pulled a hard wooden chair closer to sit down. You know who I am? Candice informed you, Dumbledore surmised. A peculiar flush appeared on Riddle's face as he excitedly declared, Yes, I have known about you for some time, Professor Dumbledore. The greatest white wizard of our age, the hero who defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald. Dumbledore found the tone of Riddle's description somewhat off-putting, and after a pause he inquired, Then you surely know why I am here today. Riddle, his excitement palpable, replied, Yes, I understand. You have come to be my guide as I prepare to attend Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. You are correct. You will soon be attending Hogwarts. Riddle pressed his lips together, seemingly striving to suppress a grin. Dumbledore observed him thoughtfully and continued. However, Tom, Hogwarts is not merely a school that teaches you how to wield magic. It will also instruct you on how to control it. I have learned from Madame Cole about some of your past interactions with magic, and I believe these were unintentional. But such practices are strictly prohibited at Hogwarts and will not be tolerated. He spoke lightly. Losing control of your magic is not an uncommon occurrence. You are not the first, nor will you be the last. It is important for you to understand that Hogwarts has the authority to expel students. And the Ministry of Magic, as you may be aware, also has its own stringent measures for punishing lawbreakers. Every newly admitted young wizard must abide by these regulations. Once you enter our world, you must adhere to our laws. Dumbledore's words gradually dampened Riddle's previously enthusiastic expression. He furrowed his brow, and after what felt like an eternity, he managed to reply, I understand, sir. Dumbledore regarded him, uncertain whether the boy truly comprehended his statement, or if he merely feigned compliance while harboring inner defiance. Who could say? It was hardly feasible to exert mental influence over an 11-year-old, and a child capable of befriending Candice should not be irredeemably wicked. Out of affection for Candice, Dumbledore refrained from issuing any further admonitions to Riddle. He glanced around the room at the wardrobe before finally redirecting his gaze and adopting a gentler tone. Now, I have brought your reading list and school supplies. Given that this is your first encounter with the magical world, I can accompany you to Diagon Alley to procure these items. Riddle listened quietly, and once Dumbledore finished speaking, he politely replied, There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Professor Dumbledore. I can manage on my own, or I could go with Candice. Dumbledore silently scrutinized him, and Riddle then added in a soft, obedient tone, You must be quite busy, and I do not wish to waste your valuable time. I can arrange for Candice to accompany me to Diagon Alley. She often speaks of the place, and I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to explore it with her. Dumbledore observed him for a considerable time before casually remarking, Candice is my beloved child. If you wish to accompany her, that is quite acceptable. She is well acquainted with that world, having grown up in a wizarding family. Riddle's face lit up with a smile, his eyes becoming starkly distinct, resembling a true little gentleman. After a moment's pause, Dumbledore added, If you encounter any difficulties, you may have Candice contact me. He rose and handed him a list of essentials, which included a ticket nestled within the envelope. You must depart from platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station on September 1st. Riddle descended from his bed, received the items from Dumbledore, and earnestly expressed, Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded slightly, replying, Farewell, Tom. We shall meet at Hogwarts. He bid him goodbye and turned to leave. Once Dumbledore had closed the door, Riddle revealed a shadowy smile towards it. Even through the closed door, the astute white wizard sensed an unusual aura. He lingered there for a long while, ultimately choosing not to re-enter, instead turning away. In the afternoon, Dumbledore arrived punctually at the Bell residence. Mr. Bell had taken a leave of absence to await his arrival and welcomed him inside. "I must apologize for the modesty of our home, Professor Dumbledore," Mr. Bell said with utmost respect, his tone imbued with a seriousness that reflected his reverence. Dumbledore smiled gently. "Do relax, Chris. I am merely here for a customary visit." Mr. Bell exhaled in relief. "I apologize, Professor. It has been some time since I last saw you, and I admit I am a bit anxious." Candice stood beside her father and remarked, "Father has been cleaning incessantly, fearing he might not meet your expectations, sir." Mr. Bell cast a disapproving glance at his daughter, and Candice patted her head, falling silent. Dumbledore kindly commented, "I have heard that you have liberated Callie. I trust that now, with everything needing your personal attention, and with Candice still so young, it must be quite arduous for you, Chris." Mr. Bell's complexion paled slightly as he replied, "It is my duty. I have adapted well to my current circumstances." "That is reassuring," Dumbledore said warmly, following Mr. Bell and Candice into the sitting room. He arrived just in time for afternoon tea, where Mr. Bell had prepared the finest black tea, accompanied by treats lovingly crafted by Candice. "This must be Candice's doing," Dumbledore remarked, picking up a pastry. "The flavor is just as I remember." Candice beamed. "I knew you wouldn't forget this taste, sir. I bet my father that if you could tell it was my creation, he would owe me a galleon." Mr. Bell, conceding to the wager, produced a galleon and handed it to his daughter, who eagerly accepted it, causing Dumbledore to chuckle. He smiled more when in Candice's presence than at any other time. "She has taken quite a liking to wagering with me lately, and has won nearly 50 galleons, Mr. Bell confessed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Dumbledore winked. "It seems Candice is in need of funds." At that moment, Mr. Bell rose to fetch something for Dumbledore, leaving the two of them, one tall, one small, alone. Candice furtively glanced at her father's direction, and whispered to Dumbledore, "Indeed, Albus, I have been quite short on money lately, but it has improved significantly. My father seems to lose every bet, making him my personal mobile bank." Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Why do you find yourself in need of money, Candice?" "As far as I know, you possess your own secret little vault." Candice recalled her piggy bank, a gift from Mr. Dumbledore. She hesitated, stammering, "Oh, it's nothing." She did not wish to reveal that she had given away the piggy bank he gifted her, nor was she certain if Riddle wanted others to know of this. Not wanting to lie, she changed the subject, asking, "Have you met Tom, sir?" After a moment of silence, Dumbledore finally replied, "I have indeed met him." Candice exclaimed, "Is he as remarkable as I described?" "Truly impressive. He seems even a touch too exceptional, and has matured far beyond his years," Dumbledore gently cautioned. "You should maintain a certain distance from him, Candice." "Why?" Candice asked, puzzled. "There are only the two of us young witches in this vicinity, and since becoming acquainted, we have nearly spent every day together." Dumbledore furrowed his brow. Privately, he wished for Candice to avoid Riddle, but he did not want to bluntly express this to hurt the girl's feelings. Instead, he simply stated, "You are both growing up. He is a boy, and you are a girl. It is advisable not to become too close." Candice paused, blushing as she replied, I understand, sir." Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Candice had always been attentive to his words. He gazed into her blue eyes, so reminiscent of his own, as they enjoyed a pleasant afternoon at the Bell home. Not long after that day, Candice ventured to Diagon Alley with Riddle. Mr. Bell was unaware that she had made a new friend. She had yet to disclose Riddle's existence to her father, so this visit was conducted in secrecy. She intended to inform her father of this once she was set to begin school, revealing her daily escapades while he was at work, especially with the risk of being spotted by muggles, would surely infuriate him. The last thing she desired was to witness her father's anger, so it was best to wait until the time of her departure for Hogwarts to reveal the truth. This way, she could use her journey to school as a means of evading his wrath. She deemed this plan nothing short of brilliant, and opted for the discreet route to Diagon Alley via the leaky cauldron. She instructed Riddle, "You simply need to count 3 bricks up from here, then 2 bricks across, and knock 3 times. As she spoke, she demonstrated the process, watching as the bricks before them began to tremble and morph into a small opening, ultimately forming an archway through which the fabled Diagon Alley emerged before Riddle's eyes. It was a cobblestone street bustling with life. Riddle gazed in awe at the throngs of people, all clad in long wizarding robes like Candice. He glanced down at his muggle attire and grimaced in distaste. "Follow me. We shall first procure some clothing." Candice took Riddle's hand. His was cold, while hers was warm, and she felt she could warm him. Dumbledore's earlier admonition about the propriety between boys and girls echoed in her mind, causing her cheeks to redden further. Yet she did not release his hand. Riddle was led by her into this realm exclusive to wizards, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar and exhilarating shops and establishments, finally pausing with her outside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. All Hogwarts students would have their uniforms tailored here. Candice had done her homework prior to this visit. In preparation for her role as an excellent guide, she had inquired about the procedures from Mr. Bell, who, under the impression she was merely eager to attend Hogwarts, had generously shared all the details. "Let us go inside," Candice declared, leading Riddle into the robe shop where Madame Malkin was measuring a new student. Upon noticing them, she smiled warmly, saying, "Welcome, welcome. Are you here to have your school robes fitted, children?" Candice gently nudged Riddle forward, saying, "I am not of age yet, madam. I have come to custom-make uniforms for my friend." Mrs. Moggins gazed in astonishment at the boy emerging from behind the beautiful girl. He was tall, with a straight posture, dark hair, dark eyes, and an exceedingly handsome face. "Hello, young sir," Mrs. Moggins said kindly. "Please come with me so I can take your measurements." Riddle glanced back at Candice, who offered him an encouraging look. With a slight frown, he ultimately approached her. He observed as the plump Mrs. Moggins discarded her magical measuring tape, which then floated around him, taking measurements autonomously. The realization that even such mundane tasks could be performed by magic ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Riddle's previously indifferent eyes, and he found himself conversing with Mrs. Moggins with less resistance. While Riddle spoke with Mrs. Moggins, Candice discreetly rummaged through her pocket, calculating the costs. As Mrs. Moggins prepared to depart, she hurriedly approached her, saying, "Could you also assist him in making a casual outfit, madam? How much would that cost?" She produced some gold galleons from her pocket. "Tom doesn't have any wizard robes to wear on ordinary days. If he only has uniforms, he won't have anything to wear when school ends." Mrs. Moggins looked at her, then at the boy, and softly inquired, "Child, may I ask, is he yours?" Candice blushed and replied, "He is my friend. Tom is an orphan. He has no family." "So Understanding dawned on Mrs. Moggins, and she affectionately patted Candice's head. "Of course, dear, I shall prepare that for him. As for the cost..." She casually pinched a few galleons, smiling, "This will suffice." Gratefully, Candice thanked her. After the measurements were taken, she led Riddle to the leaky cauldron. They were the last to procure wands. After Tom declined to visit the pet shop, claiming he did not require a pet, they entered Ollivander's wand shop, where a boy with long platinum hair was just about to exit. The three exchanged glances, and the platinum-haired boy disdainfully lifted his chin, casting a cursory glance at them before hastily departing. His haughty demeanor caused Riddle to furrow his brow, a cold expression emerging on his pale face. Candice leaned closer to him and whispered, "That's Malfoy. I've seen him when I accompanied my father to the Ministry of Magic." She added quietly, "You'll come to know the Malfoy family. He will surely be in the same house as you. They are pure-blood aristocrats." Riddle responded with a detached "oh," seemingly uninterested in the arrogant Malfoy, as all his attention was captivated by the countless wands within the shop. Ollivander welcomed them with great enthusiasm. Candice anticipated that choosing a wand would pose challenges for Riddle, but surprisingly, it did not take long at all. He was perceptive. As Ollivander fretted, he instinctively found his wand. "Elderwood Phoenix Feather, 13.5 inches, Ollivander exclaimed, "an exceptionally powerful wand. It chooses its special master, just like you." Riddle turned the wand in his hand, its pale gray shaft resembling bone, and just as Ollivander described, it seemed capable of achieving feats that others could scarcely fathom. Candice gazed at the wand and quietly remarked, "Elderwood, I have read about it. When the outer bark of the old tree sheds, a new tree continues to grow from the center. People call it the Tree of Immortality." Ollivander smiled and said, "Yes, my dear lady, you are absolutely correct." He looked at the wand in Riddle's hand and added, "Elderwood is a symbol of eternal life and immortality." "A symbol of eternal life and immortality?" Riddle's lips curled slightly, and he tightened his grip on the wand, feeling quite satisfied with his acquisitions that day. Candice looked at him, sensing an unfamiliarity about him at that moment. She initially dismissed it as her imagination, but soon realized it was not an illusion. September 1st swiftly approached, marking Riddle's formal departure from the orphanage to attend Hogwarts. Mr. Bell had yet to activate the fireplace. He hadn't invited anyone even on Candice's birthday last year, and they spent the day together as father and daughter, suggesting he had not fully emerged from his gloom. Thus, Candice found herself alone once more. She began to endure solitary days at home once again. During this time, she felt profoundly lonely, her only solace being writing letters and flying on her broomstick. She penned numerous letters to Riddle, almost every 3 or 4 days. At first, he would reply, informing her of his acceptance into Slytherin, just as they had anticipated. He also wrote a bit about his studies and life. Though the letters were not lengthy, they were not short either. However, that turned out to be the last letter she received from him. After he celebrated his 12th birthday, and she had passed her 11th, they completely lost contact. He did not return even during the Christmas holiday, and Candice had hoped to see him at the orphanage. Her sorrow did not go unnoticed by her father. He could no longer ignore the changes in her demeanor. One night he asked her, "You seem off, Candy. What is troubling you?" Candice hesitated, replying, "It's nothing, father. Don't try to hide it from me. I can sense it," Mr. Bell said. His brow furrowed. "Since last year, I have felt something was amiss. What secret could you possibly be keeping from me?" Candice fell silent, her eyes gradually reddening. After a long pause, she finally asked, "Father, may I inquire if you had a very close friend, someone with whom you shared a deep bond, but after they began school, they ceased to contact you? What might be the reason?" Mr. Bell paused in surprise. "Isn't Frellaman also set to begin school this September 1st? Just like you?" Candice bit her lip, saying, "It's not Frellaman." "Then who is it?" Mr. Bell asked, confused. "Have you made a new friend that I am unaware of?" Candice realized she could no longer keep it hidden. It was time for honesty, and she briefly recounted the situation. "Yes, I made a new friend who lives in the orphanage across the street named Tom. We met by chance. He is a wonderful person, very intelligent, capable of spells that I have struggled to learn for a long time." Candice omitted the details of supporting Riddle and sneaking out, only sharing what was appropriate. Afterward, she questioned her father. "We have a great relationship, but since the end of last year, he hasn't replied to my letters. Why might that be?" Mr. Bell exhibited some irritation, but seeing his daughter on the verge of tears, he refrained from scolding her. He forced himself to say, "Perhaps he is simply preoccupied with studies. After all, first-year students are nearing their final exams. You shouldn't be troubled by such matters, Candy. A true friend does not lose affection simply due to a lack of communication. Once you start school this year, you will see him again." After a brief pause, he added somewhat discontentedly, "An orphan? Which house is he in?" Candice hesitated for a long moment before quietly responding, "He is in Slytherin." Mr. Bell's expression darkened further. He felt an urge to write to Dumbledore immediately to inquire about this Tom from Slytherin, but Candice insisted he was a good boy, recounting how he had suffered bullying in the orphanage, portraying Riddle as a tragically kind and brave child. This somewhat shifted Mr. Bell's unfavorable impression of him. Weaklings rarely pose significant danger, yet he was still a Slytherin. Mr. Bell remained unconvinced and ultimately chose to pen a letter to Dumbledore. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore received this correspondence in his office, instinctively glancing at the Transfiguration essay by Tom Riddle that lay on his desk. It must be said that Riddle, despite being only in his first year, had already begun to unveil his remarkable intellect. Given time, he might very well become one of the most exceptional students in Hogwarts' storied history. Nevertheless, Dumbledore continued to harbor a degree of wariness towards the boy, despite his impeccable performance at school. When Mr. Bell received Dumbledore's reply, the summer break at Hogwarts was fast approaching, which indicated that Candice's time to attend school was drawing near. Anxiously, he tore open the letter and discovered Dumbledore's fair assessment of young Tom Riddle. Indeed, as Candice had conveyed, despite his humble beginnings, he excelled academically and exhibited commendable social grace, earning the admiration of every professor in the school. Even his head of house, Professor Slughorn, had already hailed him as his most esteemed pupil, despite him merely concluding his first year. Mr. Bell felt a modicum of relief. His comfort stemmed not only from Dumbledore's assurance that the boy was not inherently malevolent, but also from the headmaster's promise at the end of the letter to watch over Candice when she commenced her studies. With Dumbledore's presence, Mr. Bell felt utterly at ease. He entirely set aside his concerns, and on September 1st, he sent his sullen daughter off on the Hogwarts Express. Candice, with her luggage in tow, boarded the train when suddenly, from behind her, came the exuberant voice of Fleamont, exclaiming, "Candice!" It had been a while since they last saw each other, and Fleamont had grown considerably taller, though his brown hair remained as tousled as ever, likely due to its abundance and coarseness. "Fleamont!" Candice greeted him, and he rushed forward, disregarding the startled glances from others, enveloping her in a warm embrace before effortlessly taking her luggage. "I arrived early, intending to wait for you outside, but then I thought I should board first to secure a compartment, lest we find ourselves squeezed for space later." His caramel-colored eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Although he could not be described as particularly neat or refined, he embodied the spirited and passionate demeanor that drew the attention of many girls at the train's entrance. With the assistance of a friend, Candice felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Her suitcase was rather substantial, as Mr. Bell had packed numerous items for her, making it quite burdensome to carry. "Thank you, Fleamont." Candice expressed her gratitude as she followed him towards the compartment. Yet her mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Her striking blue eyes scanned the surroundings, as if in search of someone, and Fleamont quickly caught on. "Are you looking for someone, Candice?" he inquired, glancing back. Candice nodded, saying, "I'm trying to find someone. He's a second year. Do you know where the Slytherin compartment is?" Fleamont's expression shifted to one of bemusement. The Slytherin compartment? The passers-by cast curious glances in their direction, and it was then that Candice realized they had arrived at the Gryffindor compartment. Embarrassed, she ran a hand through her hair and whispered to Fleamont, "Could you please take my luggage over there? I need to find someone, and will return shortly." With that, she dashed off in the opposite direction. If the Gryffindor compartment was here, the Slytherin one should be on the other side, for the two houses were notoriously at odds, and their compartments ought not to be too close. Fleamont, wanting to say something, found himself unable to catch a glimpse of Candice's retreating figure. "Well, all right then," he sighed, lifting her luggage and stepping into an adjacent compartment. Even as the train began to move, Candice was still searching within the compartments. It had been quite some time since she had last seen Riddle, and she had not received any letters from him. In fact, several of her letters had been returned undelivered. She was deeply concerned about what might have transpired, and disregarding the potential dangers of traversing the moving train, she took a deep breath and entered the compartment adorned with the Slytherin crest. The Slytherin compartment was markedly quieter than those of the other three houses, with hardly a whisper of conversation to be heard. Given that the train had already departed, the corridors were nearly deserted. Candice surveyed the tightly shut compartment doors, some with curtains drawn, allowing her to glimpse inside, while others were more difficult to discern. By the time she reached the last compartment, she had yet to locate Tom Riddle. A sense of embarrassment and urgency began to wash over her. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she clutched the sleeves of her robe tightly, biting her lip as she turned to retrace her steps. Just then, the door to an aristocratic compartment swung open unexpectedly, and she looked up to see a boy with platinum blonde hair stepping out, who regarded her with a furrowed brow. Following his line of sight into the compartment, she finally spotted the person she had been searching for, whom she had not seen for quite some time. Tom Riddle sat in the central seat of the compartment, clad in Slytherin robes, surrounded by several companions who were similarly attired. They all exuded an air of affluence, their expressions and demeanor closely resembling that of the boy who had just exited. Riddle occupied a position of equal stature among them, his presence radiating a chilling nobility that surpassed the others. He appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, and Candice gazed at him in astonishment for a while, until he slowly opened his dark eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, Candice felt a sudden flutter in her chest. She instinctively stepped back, a sense of fear creeping in. Riddle turned his gaze slightly towards the girl at the compartment door, her path obstructed by Abraxas, who watched her with a disquieting intensity. Candice's hands trembled as she clenched her fists, her complexion pale, yet her beauty remained undiminished. "It's Candice Bell," he acknowledged, recalling her as his first wizarding friend. As Candice regained her composure, intending to speak to him, Riddle averted his gaze, as though encountering a stranger, and resumed his repose. At that moment, another boy lounging nearby smirked and quipped, "Hey first year, are you lost?" Candice stood there, stunned, as Riddle treated her as if she were merely an unknown entity, and a wave of sorrow washed over her. It dawned on her that all her worries had been in vain. He was not in any real danger. He was thriving within the confines of the academy. Just look at the company he kept, all of whom appeared to belong to pureblood families, their aristocratic airs unmistakable. He was not neglecting to respond to her letters due to any mishap or overwhelming academic demands. Perhaps he simply no longer wished to correspond with her. She could no longer deceive herself. Acceptance of this reality was imperative. Confusion enveloped her as she grappled with the reasons behind this shift. Being a member of a family steeped in Gryffindor tradition, she felt out of place amidst the Slytherin enclave, as if she were being scrutinized by a multitude of serpents. A sensation particularly exacerbated by the presence of Abraxas blocking her way. His gaze was unsettling, a mix of contemplation and amusement, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. He seemed poised to leave, having stumbled upon her by chance, but his demeanor was laced with arrogance. "Please step aside. I've entered the wrong compartment." She raised her voice, clenching her fists. Abraxas arched an eyebrow. "Entered the wrong compartment? The train has already departed. You clearly came here searching for someone. How could you possibly claim to be in the wrong compartment?" Candice felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. She struggled to suppress the urge to look at Riddle, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she insisted, "I've already said, please let me pass." Abraxas let out a cold, humorless laugh, preparing to deliver a scathing admonition to the unfortunate first year, intending to teach her the proper decorum when addressing a Malfoy. when a low, austere voice suddenly interrupted the air. Riddle remained with his eyes still closed. Let her pass, it's too noisy, he said impatiently, turning slightly away from the noble box, seemingly irritated by their clamor. Abraxas furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating momentarily before conceding his space, his cold, gray-blue eyes fixating on the hurriedly retreating Candice, letting out a soft huff. She's from the Bell family. I've seen her before, during my time at the Ministry of Magic. Her father is the head of the Department for Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Abraxas returned to the box, kicking the door shut, his tone flat. It was only then that Riddle opened his eyes, his dark hair having grown longer, slightly obscuring his distinct gaze. In what year did you encounter her, Abraxas? It's remarkable that you still remember, he remarked with a subtle, inconspicuous chuckle. Abraxas Malfoy felt a tad uncomfortable, taking some time before saying, she's a pureblood, not unattractive, but their entire family belongs to Gryffindor. He wrinkled his nose in distaste. Concluding the topic. Riddle's lips curled slightly, although a smile graced his face, it bore an unmistakably cold demeanor. In the Gryffindor carriage, Candice rushed into the compartment where Flement was seated, burying her face in her arms on the table. The others in the compartment were startled, and Flement stood up nervously, asking, "What's wrong, Candice? Why are you crying? Who has bullied you?" Candice was merely shedding silent tears, utterly unaware of the reason behind her sorrow. The tears flowed uncontrollably, as if attempting to cleanse her mind of all memories related to Tom Riddle. How to articulate this? At that moment, she profoundly felt that her sincere emotions had been fed to the dogs. Chapter 5. On her first journey aboard the Hogwarts Express, Candice found herself devoid of the inclination to admire the scenery outside the window. Even upon the train's arrival at Hogwarts Station, her mind remained clouded with concerns. At Flement's prompting, she donned her school robes, and together they exited the compartment. The atmosphere within the Gryffindor carriage was significantly more relaxed compared to that of Slytherin. At least here, she felt comfortable, without the oppressive gaze of numerous eyes peering at her through the glass, as if she were a pig awaiting slaughter, subject to eager bidding. Are you feeling better? Flement inquired with concern. We'll be entering Hogwarts soon. You need to perk up. He refrained from pressing her for the reason behind her tears, recognizing her reluctance to share, though it left him feeling unsettled. Candice nodded at Flement and descended the train with him. Not far away, the Slytherin students disembarked as well, and the keeper of the grounds, Og, began gathering the new students. Those in their second year and above were exempt from taking the boats to Hogwarts. They could simply travel by flying carriages. Candice endured a moment of restraint, unable to suppress her urge to glance back, and as she did, she spotted Tom Riddle, followed by a throng of admirers. What are you looking at? Flement leaned in to ask. Candice quickly diverted her gaze, muttering nothing, as she squeezed in beside Og. Flement, puzzled, glanced in the direction she had been staring, where a group of Slytherin students stood. One tall boy with black hair and eyes was returning her gaze. Even from a distance, Flement felt a chill creep over him from that penetrating look. He involuntarily shivered, eliciting laughter from Euphemia, who had been in the same compartment. Why are you trembling, Flement? Euphemia Ibwa asked with a smile. Flement blushed and stammered, It's nothing, come on, let us move. Euphemia nodded, hurrying after Flement, who was closely following Candice. Candice was preoccupied, her mind wandering, nearly stumbling as they boarded the boats, but thankfully, Flement and Euphemia caught her. Thank you, she murmured, glancing at the inky lake, secretly wishing to plunge into its depths for a moment of clarity. Flement frowned. What's the matter, Candice? If you're feeling unwell, you must tell me. We can seek out a professor. I'm fine, just a bit homesick, Candice replied, biting her lip. I'm sorry for worrying you, Flement. She steeled herself and turned to the girl beside her. Thank you too, Euphemia, for catching me earlier. Euphemia had caramel-colored eyes, reminiscent of Flement's, and their hair color was similarly chestnut. When she smiled, she revealed a pair of adorable canine teeth. I'm just glad you're okay. You can call me Mia. No need for such formality. Candice smiled back, addressing her as Mia, and Flement, not to be outdone, echoed her, which caused both girls to giggle. Their melodious laughter drew the attention of several first years, easing the tension that had previously lingered. Although Candice had feigned familiarity with Hogwarts in front of Riddle, today marked her inaugural visit. She gazed at the castle, growing ever closer, her heart swelling with anticipation for the 7 years of learning that lay ahead. Upon entering the millennia-old fortress of Hogwarts, they encountered their future herbology professor, Herbert Beasley, standing at the top of the stairs, clad in an intricate, layered wizarding robe and sporting wide-framed glasses. First years come this way, Professor Beasley announced. Thank you, Og, I'll take it from here. Og nodded, handing the new students over to the professor. Candice moved forward among the crowd, aware that the sorting ceremony was imminent. Candice eagerly hoped to be sorted into Gryffindor, having always desired to attend the same house as her parents, not to mention that her esteemed Professor Dumbledore was the head of Gryffindor. Notably, Euphemia Ibois, who had shared the compartment with them, was also sorted into Gryffindor, enthusiastically waving at them as she made her way to the Gryffindor table. "Look, Candice. Mia has also been sorted into Gryffindor," Flement exclaimed, tugging at Candice's sleeve with excitement. Candice nodded. "I see, Flement, but what do you mean also? You haven't been sorted yet. What if you end up in another house?" Flement's face flushed, and he vigorously shook his head, insisting, "That's impossible. Charles is still here, he's in Gryffindor. Our entire family is Gryffindor. I'm certain I will be too." Noticing his anxiety, Candice chuckled to ease the mood. "I was just joking to lighten the atmosphere. Don't worry, Flement. You are a true Gryffindor, and you will definitely not end up in another house." Upon hearing her words, Flement finally relaxed, appearing much more at ease. Candice bit her lip slightly, directing her gaze towards the door that led into the Hogwarts Great Hall. Beyond that threshold, her 7-year academic journey was set to commence. It also signified that she would inevitably encounter someone she could no longer refer to as merely a friend. The thought of Riddle emerged once more, his dark eyes and indifferent expression flashing through her mind, causing her heart to ache anew. She awkwardly awaited Professor Beasley to call her name, and as the number of remaining first years dwindled, her name was finally announced. Exhaling in relief, she slowly walked into the hall, navigating through the many curious gazes towards the chair where the sorting hat awaited. With trembling hands, she reached for the hat, reminding herself to remain calm. There would be no issues as long as she sat down and put it on. She slightly turned, inhaled deeply, and seated herself, her palms sweaty as she prepared to don the hat. Yet almost as soon as the hat brushed against her soft, thick golden hair, it proclaimed loudly Gryffindor. Candice's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally relaxed, and a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She set her hat aside and instinctively glanced toward the faculty table, where she met the gentle gaze of Dumbledore's cerulean eyes. With delight, Candice winked at her future Transfiguration professor, who playfully returned the gesture, and in that moment, the persistent gloom that had enveloped her heart transformed into radiant joy. She joyfully dashed to the Gryffindor table, oblivious to the deep, watchful eyes that had been fixed on her since she entered the Great Hall. "See, I told you she was undoubtedly a Gryffindor," Abraxas remarked languidly while reclining in his chair, teasingly observing her. "That girl emanates the very essence of Gryffindor. Just look at Dumbledore's expression. Prior to the sorting hat's announcement, he bore a serious demeanor, but once it declared her house, his smile was as if he had just consumed an entire jar of roaches." Lucius Malfoy sat beside him, flanked by Lycoris Black and Walburga Black, who giggled at his words. Riddle, seated on Malfoy's other side, rested his chin on his hand, slowly shifting his gaze from Candice to the faculty table. Dumbledore, seated there, frequently cast his eyes toward the Gryffindor table without pretense. It seemed that it wasn't just him. Many had noticed Dumbledore's unusual concern and care for Candice. She truly was extraordinary. The girl whose name resonated with the sweetness of honey had effortlessly captured the attention and affection of the greatest living wizard, Dumbledore. Riddle smirked disdainfully, adjusting his posture slightly as he leaned back to listen to the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, speak after the sorting had concluded. He looked exceptionally handsome in his nonchalant demeanor, having already grown quite tall for a second-year student, with facial features that had matured significantly. He had shed his childishness and exuded an air of cultured sophistication. Numerous girls from Slytherin were stealing glances at him. Even while seated beside the conspicuous Malfoy, he remained undiminished, his presence more striking than that of the heir to the Malfoy legacy, an individual whose allure and mystique surpassed that of anyone else in the entire school. Candice focused her entire attention on the lavish feast laid out before her at the long table. She felt as though she had gone mad. Upon seeing the spread, her first thought was that Riddle would no longer have to endure hunger. At Hogwarts, he could eat whatever he desired, and surely he would be quite happy. Frustrated, she rubbed her face, compelling herself to forget about him. But often, the harder one tries to erase someone from memory, the more they linger. As she sipped her pumpkin juice, her expression soured. Eventually, she raised her eyes to the opposite side of the table, where the Slytherin table awaited. She effortlessly spotted him, not due to any extraordinary skill in searching, but because he was simply too conspicuous. She realized she was not alone. Many girls were quietly observing him, including those from Gryffindor. 2 second-year girls diagonally across from her whispered, "Last year, Riddle scored full marks in all subjects. He was first in the entire school." First in the whole school? So what? She thought. She could also achieve the highest marks. Frowning, Candice averted her gaze and buried herself in her food. Suddenly, the dishes before her transformed from fried chicken and pie to her beloved desserts. She blinked in surprise, as if a telepathic connection had occurred, and glanced toward the faculty table. Professor Dumbledore nodded at her, even changing her pumpkin juice to her favorite fruit juice. Candice felt a warmth in her eyes, and after averting her gaze, she instinctively tightened her grip around her wand hidden in her sleeve. It was a European pearwood wand, adorned with unicorn hair, measuring 12¼ inches. Ollivander had informed her that wands made from European pearwood favored clear-minded wizards with pure hearts, much like her name, Candice, which symbolized the shimmering purity of white, integrity, and loyalty. She had been overjoyed to receive this wand, and now it served as a source of comfort. She had successfully endured her first night at Hogwarts, despite the absence of her once close friends. She could not articulate why she felt such profound sadness, but she refused to allow herself to remain in despair. She resolved that upon waking the next day, she would embrace a renewed spirit, for it would mark her inaugural day attending classes at Hogwarts. And indeed, she accomplished this. As a first-year Gryffindor, her schedule had no overlap with the second-year Slytherins. She restrained herself from dwelling on Riddle, and without any encounters with him, her heart felt lighter. Oh, and she nearly forgot to mention that Euphemia Abbott, whom she had met on the train, was one of her roommates, and they both felt a sense of surprise, believing it to be a stroke of fate. However, Candice harbored deep skepticism towards concepts of fate and destiny, due to certain individuals. Her other two roommates were Anita Garcia and Louise Duncan. Anita was a shy and introverted girl who rarely spoke, but had a lovely smile. Louise, on the other hand, was somewhat haughty. Being a half-blood with a witch for a mother and a wealthy muggle for a father, she looked down upon the modestly dressed Anita, often making sarcastic remarks. Euphemia privately confided to Candice that Louise might be envious of Anita's looks. Indeed, Louise was not particularly beautiful. She was short, overweight, and somewhat diminutive. If jealousy were to be considered, it would be Candice who should invoke such feelings in Louise, as Anita believed. In their dormitory, or perhaps throughout all of Hogwarts, it was unlikely one would find a girl more beautiful than Candice. When she made this statement, Candice retorted that it was only because Louise had not seen many people to form such a belief, but Anita firmly insisted she was correct. Candice's most anticipated class was undoubtedly Dumbledore's Transfiguration lesson. During the first Transfiguration class, Candice and Euphemia chose seats at the very front, right beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Dumbledore wore a crescent-shaped pair of glasses during class, which suited him perfectly, enhancing his handsome and vibrant appearance. He stood at the podium and gently addressed the class. Today, our lesson will focus on transforming a matchstick into a needle. Each of you has a matchstick on your desks, and I hope you can accomplish this task using the incantation I will teach you. Upon finishing, he recited the spell, and the matchstick on the podium instantly transformed into a beautifully crafted silver needle, uniform in thickness. A group of Gryffindor first years gazed on in amazement and admiration, while the Slytherin students attending the lesson displayed little interest, dismissing Gryffindor's astonished reactions. Dumbledore had long grown accustomed to the atmosphere when the two houses shared a class. After discussing the pronunciation and gestures of the spell, he cheerfully said, "Well then everyone, feel free to give it a try." Candice, eager to impress him, immediately began her attempt. She gripped her pristine white wand, its handle adorned with a pearl studded with tiny diamonds, providing a comfortable and visually appealing grip. Clearing her throat, she recalled Dumbledore's gestures and tone, then recited the incantation. To her astonishment, the matchstick obediently transformed into a silver needle, nearly indistinguishable from Dumbledore's. Candice gazed in delight at her creation, and Dumbledore's gentle voice resonated in her ears. "Well done, Miss Bell. 10 points to Gryffindor." Candice smiled at Professor Dumbledore, who returned her smile before turning his attention to the other students. Louise Duncan, seated in the back row, cast a fleeting glance at Candice's wand, keenly observing Dumbledore's demeanor towards Candice. Unable to suppress a dismissive huff, she waved her wand with exaggerated flair, only managing to transform the tip of a matchstick into a needle. "You still have room for improvement, Miss Duncan," Dumbledore remarked with a hint of detachment before moving to another row. Candice and Euphemia turned to look at her, initially hoping to discern any errors in her incantation, or gestures that might have led to her half-success, only to be met with a gaze laden with resentment that swiftly dampened their curiosity. "Let it go," Euphemia said, pulling Candice back. "If you teach her now, she'll only resent you more." Candice, taken aback, nodded in agreement. "All right then." The class soon came to an end. Candice awarded 20 points to Gryffindor, and although Dumbledore evidently favored her, frequently standing by her side, None could deny her remarkable prowess in transfiguration, nearly fulfilling every criterion he had mentioned. Before long, Candice's reputation had spread among the lower years. Most Gryffindor students envied or praised her, while students from other houses, particularly the Slytherins who had witnessed Dumbledore's regard for her, mockingly dubbed her Dumbledore's darling. Candice paid little mind to their taunts. Apart from class, she seldom encountered them, and had no desire to concern herself with their idle chatter. As October approached and Halloween drew near, Hogwarts began to chill, prompting Candice to don long-sleeved shirts, sweaters, and long socks beneath her robes. Draped in a Gryffindor crimson and gold scarf, she navigated the corridors towards the library, intent on completing her transfiguration essay. Euphemia and Anita were absent that day, disinclined towards the library, or more accurately, disinterested in studying. Now that the weather had turned cold, they likely preferred the warmth of the common room, perhaps engaging in some light copying of assignments. Upon entering the library with her bag slung over her shoulder, Candice greeted Madame Holt, the librarian, with courtesy before stepping inside, seeking a quiet corner. Yet, a peculiar law of the universe often dictates that when one ardently seeks someone, they remain elusive. Conversely, when one wishes to avoid them, they seem to appear incessantly. Such was the case at this moment. After only a few steps, Candice spotted Tom Riddle, leaning against a bookshelf, engrossed in a book. Rarely was he without the company of his Slytherin peers, but today he was alone, quietly reading. Candice halted abruptly, nearly flinging her heavy bag. Riddle, hearing the commotion, lifted his gaze, and the moment their eyes met, his dark orbs locking onto her azure ones, seemed to spark an invisible fire. It was better not to see him. The moment she did, a wave of anger surged within her. Memories flooded her mind. Their initial acquaintance, the night she had stealthily infiltrated the orphanage to rescue him. Their shared moments of studying spells, flying on broomsticks, celebrating his birthday, and their swift escapades to Diagon Alley. Scenes of their camaraderie played in her mind like a film, and her blue eyes began to glisten with tears. Gripping the straps of her bag tightly, she turned on her heel and fled under Riddle's unwavering gaze. All Riddle could see was her golden hair cascading behind her, and the vibrant scarf swirling around her neck. Closing his book, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leisurely following her. Candice herself was uncertain of her destination. She simply ran, and when she finally paused, she found herself standing outside the office of the Transfiguration professor. Momentarily stunned, she contemplated leaving, but the door swung open from within. "Candice?" Dumbledore called softly, peering outside before drawing her into the office. Once inside, the door closed behind her, and Riddle emerged slowly from behind a statue. His dark eyes fixated on the closed door, his thin lips pressed together in contempt as he contemplated Dumbledore, the hypocritical great wizard. He seemed to display the same gentle affection towards all students, but it was all a fade. To believe otherwise would imply ignorance of what true favoritism looked like. Remembering Dumbledore's constant wariness and probing, Riddle grimaced in disdain, letting out a cold huff as he banished the image of Candice's sorrowful face from his mind and turned to leave. Inside the office, Candice sat on the sofa, holding a handkerchief Dumbledore had offered her, staring blankly ahead. "Wipe your tears, Candice," Dumbledore gently encouraged, preparing a cup of hot cocoa for her. "Drink this. It will warm you." It was then that Candice realized her hands and feet had grown icy, and she sniffed, wiping away her tears, and managed a smile, saying, "Hogwarts is so cold, Albus. I'm freezing to the point of tears." Dumbledore refrained from shattering her facade of strength. She was a growing child, grappling with thoughts she did not wish to share. Though concerned, he chose to respect her privacy. "Drink up, dear," he urged. Candice nodded, lifting the cup to her lips, savoring the perfectly warmed cocoa. As she drank, Dumbledore discreetly cast a warming charm upon her, and she felt a wave of warmth envelop her. With her eyes slightly reddened, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Professor." Dumbledore smiled gently, offering no further words, allowing her the space to gather herself. When Candice departed his office, a sense of calm had settled within her. However, due to her earlier tears, her eyes were inevitably a bit puffy, easily noticeable to any passerby. Students who happened by the Transfiguration professor's office observed her in this state, and assumed she had been reprimanded. The gossip soon reached Slytherin. "Have you heard? Dumbledore's darling was scolded," August Avery proclaimed, mimicking the tale with exaggerated glee, claiming to have seen her weeping as she exited Dumbledore's office, looking utterly pitiable. He burst into laughter upon finishing his tale. Abraxas cast a disdainful glance at him, saying nothing, merely leaning against Riddle's desk. Riddle sat in his chair, a book lying open before him, though he had not read a word. Dumbledore scolded his prized pupil? Lucretia scoffed. "Where did you hear such a rumor, August?" It's no rumor, Walburga interjected, nodding towards a first year nearby. He witnessed it with his own eyes. Lucretia scrutinized the boy, who raised his finger in assurance of his honesty, and she replied thoughtfully, if that is true, it could be quite intriguing. Just as she was about to continue, Riddle abruptly stood, closed his book and turned to leave. Lucretia froze, quickly glancing at Walburga, while Orlane Black, timidly standing beside Walburga, looked at her with uncertainty. Walburga remained silent and still, while Malfoy quietly followed Riddle. August Avery, who had instigated the conversation, shrugged and trailed after them, with Francis Lestrange and Eddie Roisel following closely behind. After that day, Candice fell into a deep melancholy. To lift her spirits, Freeman produced a remarkable artifact. Look at this, he exclaimed, shaking it before her. An invisibility cloak. How on earth did you bring it to school? Candice exclaimed in astonishment. Show Candice, Freeman whispered. I wrote to my mother to send it over. Let us go on a nighttime adventure tonight. Candice glanced around. The corner of the library was quite secluded, and at this moment there was no one else around. Yet, that was against school rules. Candice hesitated. Freeman chuckled. We have an invisibility cloak. What is there to fear? When we wear it, no one can see us. Don't you want to explore the hidden passages of Hogwarts? His eyes sparkled with excitement. This castle harbors so many secrets. Don't you wish to be among the few who uncover them first? Truth be told, Candice felt a stirring in her heart. The adventurous spirit of Gryffindor coursed through her veins, and she ultimately succumbed to her desires, agreeing to Freeman's plan for the night escapade. Later that evening, after curfew, Candice quietly slipped out of the girls' dormitory. She made her way to the common room, and before she could even begin her search, she was pulled into the invisibility cloak. It's me, don't be afraid, Freeman murmured. We're off now. Candice nodded. All right. I brought some snacks so we can replenish our energy if we get hungry along the way. She opened her robe pocket for Freeman to see. His eyes lit up as he said, I knew we were the perfect duo. Candice smiled, holding up the cloak as they left the Gryffindor common room together. Hogwarts truly was a mysterious and enchanting castle. Just as Freeman had said, it was replete with secrets. With Halloween approaching, the castle was adorned with festive decorations. It looked fine by day, but rather eerie by night. Candice couldn't help but rub her arms. It's so cold. Perhaps we should postpone this. Let us check out the Slytherin common room. Freeman interrupted. I've never been there. It's Slytherin territory. And I'm curious to see what the snake den looks like. Candice wrinkled her nose, recalling her apprehensions. I think not. It's cold enough here. And I imagine that place is even chillier. Aren't you curious? Freeman tugged her towards the dungeon. The Gryffindor Tower is warm and bright. Don't you want to experience what it's like to live in a dungeon? In truth, she was quite curious. She had visited the Ravenclaw Tower, and glanced around while on her way to astronomy class. She had also been near Hufflepuff's domain when she stealthily sought food in the kitchens. The only place she had yet to see in its entirety was the Slytherin lair. Each time she descended to the dungeons for potions class, she felt a chill, her breath visible in the cold air. She was indeed curious about what their living quarters were like. Well then, I suppose we can take a look. Candice bit her lip, once again conceding to Freeman. She had to admit Freeman, her longtime friend, understood her character exceedingly well, and always seemed to hit the right notes, which was quite impressive. Freeman beamed, his caramel-colored eyes sparkling beautifully. Together, Candice and he, cloaked in their invisibility, made their way toward the Slytherin dungeon. Then the inevitable occurred. For a fleeting moment, Candice would have preferred to encounter the school's caretaker, Argus Filch, rather than see Tom Riddle strolling through the corridors in his robe after curfew. He seemed to be heading back to the common room, as they were both moving in the same direction. It had been a while since she last saw him. He appeared to have grown taller, his hair brushing against his ears, and a gentle breeze lifted his fringe, revealing his elegant brows and deep-set eyes. Due to the invisibility cloak, he likely did not notice her and Freeman. However, she instinctively took a step back, feeling a surge of anxiety. Don't move, Freeman hissed. Perhaps his words caught Riddle's attention. His indifferent gaze turned toward them, the hem of his robe pausing as he stood still. He even drew his wand. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, Candice internally wailed. He was a brilliant student, having aced all his first-year exams, and she had witnessed his mastery of magic firsthand. The very thought of being pointed at by his wand sent shivers down her spine. This couldn't continue. She could endure injury, but if Freeman were harmed, it would be disastrous, as he had come up with this plan solely for her enjoyment. Gritting her teeth, Candice stepped out from under the invisibility cloak before Riddle could utter a spell, Freeman unable to stop her in time. Candice, he exclaimed in frustration, abandoning the concealment to step forward. Why did you come out? Candice whispered urgently, If I hadn't we'd be doomed, Freeman. You don't know how powerful his spells are. But before Freeman could reply, Riddle spoke, cutting him off. Hearing Riddle's voice after such a long time felt foreign to Candice. It's past curfew. Are you out for a midnight stroll? He remarked meaningfully. A smirk gracing his lips, exuding an effortless nobility that belied his orphaned origins. Candice opened her mouth to speak, but Freeman interjected, and what of it? Are you going to report us to the professors? Riddle raised an eyebrow, standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, making it impossible to see his wand. Candice felt slightly less tense. For some reason in that moment, she sensed that he truly might attack her, or rather them. Could he genuinely bring himself to do it? Candice bit her lip, wondering if he truly would. Riddle cast a fleeting glance at her, noting her biting her lip, which only added to her allure. A beauty that Abraxas had once praised. Yet Riddle's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze back to Freeman. You've reminded me, Mr. Potter. Informing the professors would be a splendid idea. Losing points would certainly teach you the importance of adhering to school rules. Freeman scoffed, but you're out too. Do you desire to lose points as well? Riddle smiled. I have Professor Slughorn's special permission. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Freeman was momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless. Candice, feeling exasperated, pulled him behind her. You should head back, Freeman. I will handle this. Freeman protested. No, I can't leave you here alone. The way he said it implied that Riddle might devour her whole. He stood there, his gaze focused, lifting his chin to scrutinize the two of them. One had to admit, there were moments when he indeed contemplated consuming her. Of course, not in the literal sense. Trust me, Freeman. Candice's expression turned serious. When she displayed such a demeanor, it was one that brooked no refusal. Freeman, accustomed to yielding to her, relented despite his reluctance, casting back glances as he departed. Once Freeman's figure was no longer visible, Candice turned to face Riddle. Since school began, they had seldom had the opportunity to be alone together, let alone on such a chilling night after curfew, which was rather unexpected. Please don't inform the professors about this, Candice said, averting her gaze to the ground. Freeman was merely trying to cheer me up. Could you refrain from divulging this incident? I assure you, we will never venture out at night again. Of course. The idea of not sneaking out at night was absurd. Promises held no weight. She had assured Mr. Bell countless times, and few of those promises had been kept. Riddle coldly gazed at her in the night breeze, exuding an air of superiority. Candice cast a fleeting glance at him, feeling an unexpected pang of fear. She was bewildered by how he had transformed over the 2 years of schooling, as if the Tom Riddle she once knew was merely a figment of her imagination. Her eyes began to well with tears, and she loathed her own weakness. Raising her hand, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, stifling the grievances swelling within her, and bit her lip, declaring, "Consider this as compensation for what you owe me." This proclamation finally elicited a reaction from Riddle. Compensation for what I owe you. He arched an eyebrow, regarding her with a smirk that straddled the line between amusement and disdain. His cold demeanor made Candice feel increasingly ashamed. She attempted to maintain her composure, yet beneath her calm facade, turbulent emotions roiled, almost causing her physical pain. She felt that if she continued to suppress her feelings, she would inevitably suffocate, prompting her to take a bold step forward. Don't you owe me anything? Candice advanced a step, glaring at Riddle in the flickering light of Hogwarts' midnight fire. You never replied to my letters, even returned them, and without reason. You feign complete ignorance of me. I can pretend that I have never known you. So could you please refrain from pursuing this matter of night wandering? If it's possible. I feel quite cold now, and wish to return to sleep. Riddle tilted his head, his handsome face still devoid of expression. His hands, which had been resting behind him, slowly moved to the front, one grasping his wand. Candice froze, watching as he held the wand in one hand while keeping the other behind his back. And with a gentle flick, he cast a warming charm without uttering a word, instantly making her feel considerably warmer. Candice realized how easily she could be appeased. A mere warming spell seemed to thaw her heart. This cannot continue. She inhaled deeply. If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to depart, but Riddle's gaze lingered on her flowing golden hair, which, damned be it, bore an uncanny resemblance to Abraxas. Thinking of Abraxas momentarily stilled him. Often, he had contemplated erasing her memory entirely, yet despite having the wand in hand and the incantation on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to utter it. The charm of oblivion was not entirely safe. While he possessed great confidence in his abilities, he had only tested this spell on one individual, Abraxas, who had once brushed past him and Candice outside Ollivander's wand shop. Knowing he would encounter Malfoy, with whom he shared a fleeting connection in Slytherin, Riddle had prepared himself by mastering spells related to memory modification and erasure from the moment he entered school. It wasn't long before he successfully made Abraxas forget that brief encounter, altering his memory. Undeniably, he possessed the confidence to do so. However, even with the low probability of error, and having tested it on someone else, the thought of a potential mishap that could inflict permanent damage on Candice held him back. For reasons unknown, Riddle, who could act without hesitation towards Abraxas, found himself unable to do so without reservations regarding Candice. His dark, inscrutable eyes blinked as he inquired, "Do you not wish to know why I pretend not to recognize you?" Candice paused, incredulously turning back. "Are you willing to share?" Riddle fixed his gaze upon her. "You didn't even ask me. How do you know I'm unwilling to speak?" Candice was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, she turned to him again. "Then why do you pretend not to know me?" Riddle offered a faint smile, stepping closer to her. Although he had just entered his second year, he appeared to be a young man. His dark eyes regarded her thoughtfully as he spoke in a deep, melodic voice. "What do you think, Miss Bell of Gryffindor? Dumbledore's darling?" That irritating moniker, when uttered by him, was truly distasteful. Candice crinkled her nose. "I don't know." "You indeed do not know," Riddle replied with a hint of amusement. "If you did, you wouldn't be foolishly standing here waiting for me to enlighten you." His words felt like a dismissal, inciting a flicker of anger in Candice. Her eyes widened slightly, enhancing the clarity of her azure irises, allowing Riddle to see his own reflection within them. Gryffindor and Slytherin had always been at odds. Riddle stood tall, slowly articulating, "It is quite simple." Candice, irritated, retorted, "So what? That doesn't mean you have to pretend not to know me, does it?" Riddle nodded, "Indeed, it does not." "Then why?" Candice stammered, "Can you just say it directly? You've known me long enough to know I lack patience, and do not enjoy pondering." Riddle remained silent, standing there for a long while, before finally breaking the stillness with a cold voice carried by the night wind. "The matter is quite straightforward." He locked his gaze onto hers, enunciating each word carefully. "Because you know my heritage." Candice stood frozen, staring at him in disbelief, as if she had never considered this possibility. It was precisely because she would never have thought of it that he acted this way. "If another Slytherin were to inquire about my lineage, would you divulge it without reservation?" His dark eyes darkened as he leaned closer, compelling her to meet his gaze, her large eyes wide open and unblinking. "Do you understand what would happen if others in my house discovered my background?" He whispered, his tone laced with danger. "You would condemn me. Furthermore, I do not believe what you know represents my true heritage. I have come to understand my parents to a certain degree. I will find evidence to substantiate my suspicions, and it shall not take long." His lips were nearly brushing her nose, and as he spoke, she could catch a whiff of the faint mint scent on his breath. Invigorating and delightful. Why did it feel like a potion of seduction? She no longer felt cold. Instead, warmth surged through her. "Thus, I cannot allow your presence to disrupt the fragile relationships I have painstakingly built. As you said, it matters little to know a student from Gryffindor, but knowing my lineage, that is your original sin." Riddle's skeletal wand slowly approached Candice's cheek, and in a hushed tone, he asked, "Do you wish to continue being my friend?" Candice blinked, momentarily forgetting how to articulate her thoughts. "I suppose," she stammered, "but you must do one thing." After a long pause, she hoarsely queried, "What is it?" Riddle smiled enigmatically, his dark eyes glinting with an otherworldly light under the candle's glow. "How about making an oath?" Candice Bell? Chapter 6. Candice still found it difficult to process their conversation. She felt as if her words and expressions were merely reactions Riddle desired from her. With wide, azure eyes fixed on the boy before her, she murmured, "An oath?" Riddle's wand moved from her delicate cheek to her wrist, and before she could brace herself, he grasped her slender wrist. After such a long time without physical contact, she found herself unprepared for the sudden chill. Instinctively, she attempted to pull away, but Riddle's dark gaze intensified, and he tightened his grip. "Will you forever keep my heritage a secret?" he inquired, his voice low and strained. "No matter who asks. You must not reveal how you came to know me." Candice's lips parted, and after a moment she stammered, "But Professor Dumbledore and my father already know." Riddle's brow furrowed slightly, his tone frigid as he replied, "Not including them. In the school, regardless of which college the students belong to, you must not disclose anything to them. Can you manage that?" Candice instinctively replied, "Why do you think I can't?" Her eyes widened. "Tom, we are good friends. That is your private matter. If you wish to keep it concealed, just let me know, and I shall not utter a word to anyone." Riddle coldly scrutinized the girl's luminous face illuminated by the firelight. "I do not trust you." Candice was taken aback, gazing intently at the boy's face, which was so close, and after a long moment, she said, somewhat hurt, but I trust you. Riddle was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. If you require me to swear an oath to feel at ease, Candice bit her lip, her eyes reddening. Then I promise you. I shall forever keep your origins a secret. No matter who from any college inquires, I will not divulge a single word. A red flame slowly entwined around Candice's wrist as she lowered her gaze and asked, Is there anything else you wish me to promise? Riddle gradually stowed his wand away, his dark eyes swirling with exceedingly complex emotions. After a lengthy pause, he replied coldly, nothing more. Upon finishing his words, he turned and walked away, not heading in the direction of the Slytherin common room. Candice glanced back at him. He paused momentarily, turning his head to look back at her. His striking features not particularly warm as he said, Keep up. Do you wish to return to Gryffindor Tower alone? Mr. Potter has already gone back with his invisibility cloak. Indeed, with Fleamont cloaked in invisibility, it would be quite perilous for her to return alone. She might very well encounter the patrolling Peeves or a professor. Candice awkwardly tightened her grip on the sleeves of her robe, burying half her face in her scarf as she trudged along behind him. Riddle was now a full head taller than Candice, striding ahead with brisk, agile steps, his Slytherin robe trailing elegantly in the wind. How to describe it? His gait exuded an air of indifference. Candice focused on the hem of his robe, occasionally catching glimpses of her own crimson and gold edges. The once clashing silver green and crimson gold intertwined in the night, as if their skins were brushing against one another. Candice shook her head, attempting to dispel the errant thoughts, and thus failed to notice that the person ahead had come to a halt. Unaware, she collided unexpectedly into his embrace. Riddle's arms were far more solid and reassuring than when they had first met. As Candice felt the sudden chill, her arms instinctively wrapped around him, and she gazed up at his face in a daze. Under the flickering firelight, Riddle's expression was obscured, causing Candice's heart to race, and gradually, her breaths became shallow, the sound of her heartbeat drowning out his voice. She seemed to see his lips moving, as if he were saying something, but the words were indistinguishable. What did you say? Candice retreated slightly, tugging at her ears in embarrassment. Riddle stood there with his hands clasped behind him, his dark eyes fixed on her as he softly said, I said you have arrived. Candice froze for a moment, quickly surveying her surroundings. Indeed, she had reached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, where the fat lady was snoring in her portrait. As Candice pondered how to discreetly ask her to open the door, she saw Riddle's bony wand rise and tap twice on the frame. The fat lady immediately awoke with a shriek, and before Candice could utter a word, the door swung open. Candice looked at Riddle with astonishment as he leaned closer to her, bending down to whisper in her ear, Remember your oath. If you betray it, the consequences will be dire. Candice could not help but shudder slightly. She wished to say something, but Riddle had already straightened up and departed briskly. Standing there watching his retreating figure, she realized he was evidently well acquainted with Hogwarts, each step taken with swift certainty. Candice continued to gaze at him as he disappeared, her thoughts unexpectedly not dwelling on the potential repercussions of violating that perilous oath, but rather on how gracefully he walked. Frustrated, she tightened her scarf and hurried into the Gryffindor common room. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Fleamont, who was pacing anxiously. Seeing her, Fleamont let out a loud sigh of relief and exclaimed, Merlin's beard. Are you all right? Candice pursed her lips and replied, I'm fine. Why haven't you gone back to rest? Fleamont frowned and said, You were held up by that guy. How could I possibly sleep? I've been waiting here for you. Didn't he do anything to you, did he? Candice shook her head saying, I'm fine. It's all resolved, so you needn't worry. Fleamont looked astonished. Resolved? He isn't going to tell the professors? Candice nodded. He won't. No way. If I'm not mistaken, he's a Slytherin. Would he really pass up a chance to deduct points from Gryffindor? Fleamont was quite skeptical. Candice, not adept at lying, especially to her friends, could only respond vaguely. In any case, he won't do that. You should head back to rest. Otherwise, it will be dawn soon. I'll leave first. After speaking, Candice ran off, leaving Fleamont standing there with the invisibility cloak, still somewhat stunned. The following days passed quietly. Fleamont discovered that the Slytherin he had encountered that night indeed did not disclose their escapade. Although he still found it hard to believe, he gradually accepted the reality. Charles! Charles! Fleamont called out to his older cousin amid the crowd. Charles Potter spotted him and waved back, making his way through the throng to inquire, Fleamont? Do you need something? Once the crowd thinned, Fleamont whispered, I want to ask about someone. Charles, now in his 7th year and about to graduate, certainly had a better understanding of Hogwarts than Fleamont. He pulled his cousin aside and asked, Which girl do you want to inquire about? Fleamont's face flushed, and with an air of resignation he replied, It's not a girl, it's a boy. A boy? Charles exclaimed exaggeratedly, "No way, I can't picture you with one. What are you thinking?" Fleamont interrupted his cousin. "It's not at all what you imagine." Charles smirked and said, "I was just joking." "So, who do you want to know about?" Fleamont glanced around again, and after a long pause, spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Do you know Tom Riddle from Slytherin?" Charles's previously calm expression darkened upon hearing that name. He frowned and asked, "What do you want to know about him?" Fleamont hesitantly recounted their nocturnal escapade, and Charles groaned, rubbing his forehead. "Your audacity is growing, Fleamont. You actually dared to use the invisibility cloak for a night out." "Oh, enough of that, brother. Let us get to the point. Quickly tell me what you know about that guy," Charles insisted, fixing his gaze on his cousin. After a lengthy silence, he finally said, "You'd best not provoke him. It's your good fortune he hasn't reported you. Just forget about this incident and don't bring it up again. With your intellect, you are no match for him. Don't say I didn't warn you, Fleamont." Fleamont, with a huff of indignation, expressed his reluctance to listen, prompting Charles to deftly change the subject. "If you find yourself brimming with excess energy, perhaps you should prepare for the Quidditch match following Halloween. This year marks my final opportunity to represent the house team, and before I depart, I shall recommend you to my successor as captain." Fleamont's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Am I truly eligible?" "Of course you are." Noticing that Fleamont's attention had shifted, Charles's tone lightened considerably. In a hushed voice, Fleamont inquired, "Could you possibly recommend Candice as well? You know she flies splendidly, and we both adore Quidditch." Charles's lips twitched. It seemed he could never escape his thoughts of Candice. Nonetheless, the girl was indeed a talented flyer, and likely required no such endorsement, as her prowess would earn her a place on the team in due course. In fact, Charles possessed a keen eye. His assessment was entirely accurate. Candice had demonstrated impressive skills during flying lessons, and Dumbledore gazed out of his office window, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he observed her soaring through the sky. It was all but certain that Candice would join the Gryffindor Quidditch team in her second year. As Halloween approached, the entire Hogwarts castle was enveloped in the festive spirit. Recently, Candice's mood had brightened, dispelling the shadows of the past, and she approached everything with renewed vigor. Fleamont felt a mix of joy and concern. He was delighted that she had returned to her former self, yet troubled by his ignorance regarding the reason for her revival. During potions class, Professor Slughorn was inspecting the progress of his Slytherin students, while Candice and Fleamont worked together. Fleamont was lost in thought, nearly causing an explosion in their cauldron. Candice looked at him with uncertainty as she valiantly attempted to salvage their precarious potion, eventually remarking, "You truly are a prodigy in potions, Fleamont." Fleamont's lips twitched with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. When Slughorn finally beheld their concoction, he reluctantly awarded them a passing grade, considering their family backgrounds. Candice released a sigh of relief, while Fleamont's face flushed even deeper. At the evening's Halloween feast, Candice donned the guise of a little bat, clad in a jet-black robe, complete with faux fangs crafted from Euphemia's tiger teeth. She styled her golden hair into an elegant bun, secured with a black headband, and playfully frightened anyone who crossed her path. Fleamont pretended to faint in terror, leaning dramatically against his chair, eliciting laughter from the other Gryffindors at the long table, which was awash with golden-red merriment, much to the chagrin of the Slytherins across from them. Boring Abraxas scoffed, casting a glance at Candice, who, despite her fierce appearance, appeared even more endearing. After making a snide remark, he returned to his indifference. Dressed as a vampire, Abraxas sported a pair of sharp fangs that complemented Candice's costume. Riddle sat beside him, idly spinning the cup in his hand, his boredom mirrored in the rest of the Slytherins as they too observed the raucous Gryffindor table. Dumbledore showed no inclination to restore order. After all, it was a feast, and a little more revelry than usual was permissible, with even Headmaster Dippet displaying a degree of indulgence. Amid the lively atmosphere, Candice inadvertently glanced across the table, meeting Riddle's contemplative gaze. She froze, a deep blush creeping across her cheeks, desperately wishing to vanish into the floor. "Anita," curious, inquired Candice, "why are you blushing?" Euphemia, noticing her friend's flushed face, also turned to her, intrigued, and held her in place, preventing her escape. It was Louise Duncan who first discerned the cause of Candice's embarrassment. She glanced towards the Slytherin table, where amidst the quiet, dark-haired Tom Riddle swirled his drink while gazing at them, though it seemed he was more focused on Candice. Louise suddenly felt a pang of displeasure. Riddle's striking handsomeness captivated the entire school, and he typically mingled with the aristocratic Slytherin girls, leaving little opportunity for girls from other houses to approach him. It was quite novel for him to show interest in a girl, and his unabashed fixation on Candice was particularly striking. It was not only Louise who noticed this peculiarity. Whispers rippled through the younger Slytherins. Third-year Walburga exchanged knowing glances with her classmate, Lucilla, who smirked and remarked, "Tom, are you gazing at Dumbledore's darling?" Abraxas, also in Riddle's year, was drawn to the comment. Glancing at the boy beside him, who remained as still as a statue, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Candice, his expression betraying no hint of unease. "It seems so." Walburga continued, playfully adding, "Finally, a girl has caught your attention? Alas, she's a Gryffindor. Otherwise, we might have been able to assist you." Riddle slowly set down his cup and turned to Walburga, softly stating, "It is precisely because she is a Gryffindor that she warrants attention." Walburga raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Lucilla leaned in, her eyes wide with surprise. Abraxas, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean? Isn't it rather intriguing that something could make Dumbledore's stomach churn?" Rising slowly, despite it being Halloween and his lack of costume, he stood out amidst the crowd. He cast a meaningful glance at the staff table and said, "I truly wish to see Dumbledore's reaction when he cannot savor sweets." Suddenly, Walburga understood his implication, her gray eyes sparkling with excitement. After Riddle left the table, others pressed closer to her. "Did you catch his meaning, Walburga?" Eddie Rosiel asked. Walburga smiled. "Just imagine, if Dumbledore's favorite were to fall for a Slytherin. How dreadful his expression would be." Gasps of astonishment spread through the crowd, and Walburga continued, "And if his cherished one were to be toyed with and subsequently rejected, wouldn't his reaction be more than just grim? Might he not shed tears?" The group exchanged knowing looks, turning their attention to the Gryffindor table, where Candice animatedly chatted with her friends, blissfully unaware of the malicious gazes fixated upon her. She excitedly discussed plans for Christmas, oblivious to the lurking danger. The Slytherins harbored a general disdain for Dumbledore, with many openly expressing their aversion. Particularly those hailing from pureblood families, whether themselves or their parents, held Dumbledore, a known Muggle sympathizer, in contempt. As the head of Gryffindor and a formidable wizard, they dared not offend him, even if they resented him. Should an opportunity arise to slightly undermine his impeccable facade, they would certainly seize it. Yet only Tom Riddle understood the true nature of his feelings when he gazed at Candice. Candice's performance in defense against the dark arts had been less than stellar, leaving Professor Galatea Merithought disappointed. She was nearly accustomed to his sighs of exasperation beside her. Candice was not without urgency. She aspired to top the school's rankings, proving her worth against Riddle. Since their first meeting, she had boasted that she would catch up to him upon arriving at Hogwarts, and she was determined not to go back on her word. Thus, Candice began to diligently frequent the library. Riddle, too, was often found there, sharing the same pursuit of knowledge. Candice was diligently engrossed in her studies when suddenly the light dimmed. She slowly raised her gaze and found herself staring into a pair of obsidian eyes. Riddle, unlike her, who was burdened with numerous books and materials, he merely held a single tome. Candice attempted to discern the title, but he swiftly turned the book, revealing only its unadorned black cover, devoid of any inscription. How could one describe the way he regarded her? Candice felt as though his seemingly gentle gaze had tightened around her throat, gradually robbing her of breath, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. "Breathe," Riddle mercifully reminded her, prompting Candice to immediately part her lips and gulp in the air. He slowly settled into the seat across from her, casting a glance at the half-filled parchment she had been working on, and nonchalantly remarked, "If you employ such methods against the sirens, your dormitory will be overrun with their repugnant eggs within a week." His words sent a shiver down Candice's spine, and she rubbed her arm nervously, asking, "Did I write it wrong? I recall Professor Melrose stating otherwise." Surely, Professor Melrose must be quite vexed. He interrupted her, leaning slightly over the table towards her, leaving her momentarily stunned, staring blankly at him. With a slight smirk, he queried, "Does he often sigh in your presence?" Candice, taken aback, responded incredulously, "How do you know? Could it be that he had been observing her during classes? I needn't he spy on your lessons to deduce that?" Riddle retorted as he returned to his seat, his disdain palpable. It was then that Candice realized she had inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts. "What should I do then?" she asked, crumpling the half-written parchment and retrieving a fresh sheet from her bag. "What about your assignments? Aren't you writing?" Riddle regarded her with an air of bemusement for a moment before replying, "I have no assignments." Candice, astonished and envious, inquired, "No assignments? Why not? Don't second-year students have to write any?" Such a thought process seemed utterly abnormal. Riddle was momentarily at a loss for words before he explained, "The professors believe my grades render second-year assignments unnecessary. A display of sheer aptitude." Candice sat there, feeling embarrassed, her shoulders drooping in defeat. Louise Duncan stealthily entered the library, her book shielding half her face as she searched for Candice's figure. Upon finally spotting her, she observed Candice seated in a corner with another individual, engaged in conversation. She immediately recognized the boy sitting beside Candice, Tom Riddle, a second year from Slytherin. Louise's eyes widened as she quickly noticed the gazes of several other girls fixated upon them. Riddle appeared to be tutoring Candice, occasionally taking her quill to elucidate the content of her textbook. Riddle's academic prowess was renowned throughout Hogwarts. Every professor adored him. Even the reclusive caretaker, Filch, treated him with a degree of respect. The librarian, Madame Holt, afforded him considerable privileges, at times allowing him to borrow books without even signing his name. Although no one was privy to the true background of his family, they all felt certain that a boy with such noble bearing could not possibly hail from a lesser lineage. He must belong to some ancient, illustrious family. His understated demeanor only added to his air of mystery. Men shrouded in enigma and danger were irresistibly alluring, and Louise Duncan undoubtedly admired Riddle. Yet here he was, sitting patiently beside her roommate, assisting her with her assignments. Louise let out a silent huff, tightening her grip on her book, before turning on her heel and leaving the library. Before long, whispers of a budding romance between Candice and Riddle circulated widely. Wherever Candice went, she found herself the subject of scrutiny, especially during the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch match. The weather was splendid, the sun shining brightly in the sky as Charles Porter, Fred's brother, led the Gryffindor team onto the field. Candice joyfully cheered alongside Fred. Charles waved handsomely at the Gryffindor stands, prompting an even louder cheer from the crowd. "Next year, I must join the house team. He's just too dashing," Fred exclaimed excitedly. Euphemia, standing beside him, smiled and replied, "You'll definitely make the team, Fred. You fly so well." Fred, feeling a swell of pride, turned to Candice and asked, "You fly well too, Candice. Will you apply to join the team? I heard Charles say that next year Seeker will also be graduating." Candice, gazing longingly at the players on the pitch, nodded vigorously, declaring, "Of course. I aspire to be as exceptional a Seeker as Rodri Plundon." Fred beamed, "Then we can compete together." "How splendid." Euphemia watched them with a twinge of awkwardness, feeling somewhat left out, and managed a shy smile. Anita, sitting nearby, patted her hand, providing some comfort. However, Louise interjected at an inopportune moment, "You like Potter. But it seems Potter doesn't quite like you, does he, Euphemia?" Euphemia blushed and retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, Louise. I don't like Fred." Fred turned to her. "Did you call me?" Euphemia frantically waved her hands, No. Just as she uttered those two words, Louise shoved past Anita, intending to tell Fred that Euphemia liked him. Fred looked astonished at Louise's brusque behavior, and Candice noticed Anita nearly topple over due to the push. With so many people in the stands, the consequences of Anita falling could be dire. Frowning, Candice turned to support Anita, blocking Louise's path. "How could you push Anita, Louise?" Candice asked, her displeasure evident. At this moment, she wasn't overly angry since Anita hadn't actually fallen, and no harm had occurred, thus making it more bearable. But Louise's attitude was far from agreeable. "What's wrong with a little shove? Is she made of porcelain, that a mere push would shatter her?" Candice frowned, her irritation mounting. Anita, timidly grasping her hand, wished to prevent a quarrel between Candice and Louise, but Candice merely patted her reassuringly and addressed Louise directly. "Anita isn't porcelain. A shove won't break her, but we're at the very front of the stands, with steps behind us and so many people around. If she were to fall and get hurt, how would you explain that to Professor Dumbledore?" Mentioning the headmaster seemed to strike a chord with Louise, who appeared slightly intimidated. Yet, having been pampered at home, she was accustomed to being better than others. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she saw many students surpassing her, and the professors didn't fawn over her like the teachers in her Muggle primary school had. She felt the weight of her diminished status keenly. Moreover, given the current situation, she was determined not to appear weak, unwilling to lose face in front of so many people, so she raised her voice defiantly. "You just used the headmaster as a shield, Candice Bell. You're merely relying on the headmaster's favoritism." Candice was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a response. Before she could respond, Fred interjected, "You think the headmaster likes you? He doesn't even favor you, Louise Duncan," he said angrily. "Why are you shouting at Candice? What did she say wrong? If Anita had fallen just now, she would certainly have been hurt. Don't you feel even a shred of guilt?" Louise's plump face flushed crimson as she was reproached by a boy, one who was quite popular within the academy. She felt utterly humiliated and incensed, leading her to speak without much forethought. "Enough, Potter. Cease your gallant endeavors. You fancy Candice, yet she holds no affection for you. She is constantly rendezvousing with Tom Riddle from Slytherin in the library. The term rendezvous spoken from the lips of a first-year girl was utterly unbecoming. The crowd was taken aback. Although they had heard the rumors, no one had ever dared to vocalize them, particularly not in the Gryffindor stands. While they might indulge in whispered gossip, they had no intention of employing such derogatory terms to insult their beloved Gryffindor flower. Yet, Louise Duncan had disrupted the delicate equilibrium of the academy, and could not escape the ire of her peers. Embarrassed beyond measure, she was but a young girl, soon finding her eyes brimming with tears as she plaintively exclaimed, "Why do you all look at me that way? I spoke no falsehood. I witnessed them together in the library's corner." Candice was dumbfounded. How could she not recall her own innocent interactions with Riddle? They were merely discussing academic matters, hardly frequenting such conversations. Riddle was exceedingly busy, seldom seen, and only occasionally would they exchange a few words in the library. What had possessed Louise to spiral into such madness and utter such bizarre claims? Candice instinctively cast her gaze toward the Slytherin stands, realizing that the commotion had already caught their attention. Louise's loud outburst had made it nearly impossible for the Slytherins not to overhear, especially since the match had not yet commenced. Riddle stood at the center of the Slytherin section, adorned in his silver-green scarf, observing them with an expression of calm detachment. He appeared unperturbed, yet his companions were not. Just look at Malfoy's expression, along with Lestrange, Avery, and Rosier. These scions of pure-blood families were huddled together, laughing as if they were witnessing a spectacle. For a brief moment, the arena fell silent. A pin could be heard dropping. Candice stood there, her face flushed, fists clenched, before finally stating, "You mustn't speak so recklessly, causing distress to others, Louise. I have not engaged in any such flirtations as you claim. I am merely making friends and studying. Let this matter rest here, and I urge you to be more mindful in the future so as not to hurt your classmates." With that, she fled, no longer interested in watching the match. Louise stood there, seething with indignation, bracing herself for the tempest of Fremont's wrath, her voice raised in protest. "I did not lie. Why should I bear the blame?" Anita and Euphemia, concerned, attempted to follow Candice, but she dashed away with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from sight. Dumbledore observed the tumult among the students from the faculty stand, his gaze passing over the unrepentant Louise Duncan, a flicker of displeasure evident in his blue eyes. Riddle, arms crossed, stood among the Slytherins, his expression unchanged as he remarked to those around him, "The match is about to commence. You may cease your farcical antics." His words rendered Avery and Lestrange unable to continue their mirth, and they straightened up, focusing on the match. Rosier and Malfoy exchanged knowing glances, promptly restoring their serious demeanor. Following this incident, the rumors surrounding Candice and Riddle intensified. It was not until the approach of Christmas, when everyone was preparing to leave the school, that she felt a slight sense of relief. Initially planning to return home, she happened upon a conversation among several Slytherin girls, discussing the list of students remaining at school, revealing that Riddle had submitted an application to stay. Candice contemplated this carefully and at the last moment, decided to remain at school for Christmas, not for any particular reason, but because she recalled that Riddle's birthday fell on December 31st, just like her own. He had no family, and with friends leaving for the holiday, it meant no one would celebrate his birthday. After reconciling, he had assisted her significantly, no longer avoiding her or pretending not to know her. Her marks in defense against the dark arts had improved remarkably with his help, much to Professor Melis's delight. Consequently, to express her gratitude, she resolved to stay at school and celebrate their birthdays together on the 31st. Ironically, at a time when the gossip about her and Riddle was at its peak, she should have kept her distance if she truly wished to quell the increasingly outrageous rumors. Yet she did not. Even she could not ascertain the reason for her choice. The mere thought of it sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Anita lent her a romance novel to pass the time, and she stayed up late under her covers reading it, resulting in an even more pronounced quickening of her heartbeat. This was troubling, she mused. Chapter 7. As the holiday approached, Candice penned a letter to Riddle, inviting him to meet at the Astronomy Tower on the evening of December 31st. She opted to write rather than speak directly, for she had not seen him around the school in recent days. Embarrassed to approach Slytherin directly, she recalled the unnerving scrutiny she had experienced in the Slytherin carriage at the start of the term, an experience she did not wish to repeat. Thus she chose to write. After sending the letter, she patiently awaited the arrival of her birthday. Hogwarts would host a Christmas feast on Christmas Eve, attended only by the students and professors who remained at school. This year, the number of Gryffindors staying was minimal, only 3 including Candice, leaving her somewhat isolated among unfamiliar faces. She glanced across the long Slytherin table, where 7 or 8 individuals were seated, yet Riddle was absent. Initially, she assumed he would arrive later, but as the feast concluded, she still did not see him. Could it be that he chose to forego the feast? Given his temperament, it was not entirely implausible. Candice felt a twinge of uncertainty, but was not overly troubled. As the 31st approached, she arrived promptly at the astronomy tower, carrying a cake she had painstakingly baked under the watchful gaze of her house elf, along with a birthday gift for him. She adjusted her robes and tightened her gold and scarlet scarf, leaning over the railing to gaze outside. Tomorrow would usher in a new year, and they would both be a year older. How delightful it felt to celebrate their birthdays together. At that moment, she found herself daydreaming about Riddle's expression upon receiving her gift, wondering if he might, like last time, awkwardly thank her. She even contemplated whether to embrace him after his gratitude, just as they had done previously. Blushing, she turned back, her blue eyes drawn from the star-studded night sky, only to be startled by the sight of several Slytherin girls ascending the stairs below. Candice paused, surprised, observing them with disbelief. Her inherently gentle nature hesitated to assume the worst, and she inquired politely, "Excuse me, are you here to enjoy yourselves? I am still waiting for someone and may be here for a while. Will that inconvenience you?" She spoke kindly, yet the girls were far from cordial. They erupted into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, "You're waiting for someone? Dumbledore's pet?" Candice furrowed her brow, her hand instinctively opening, causing her wand to slip from her sleeve and into her grasp. "Allow me to take a guess," one of the taller girls said with a smirk. "Are you waiting for Riddle?" Candice's complexion turned pale. At this moment, anyone who failed to perceive the gravity of the situation would be deemed a fool. She lifted her foot, intending to leave, but was blocked by several girls. Casting a disdainful glance at their robust arms, she coldly commanded, "Step aside, Gaul." The heiress of the Gaul family chuckled. "Step aside? Are you deluding yourself, Belle?" Another girl chimed in. "It appears that Miss Belle hasn't grasped the situation. We have gone to great lengths to lure you here. There's no way we would let you leave so easily." Upon her words, the group of girls erupted into menacing laughter. Among them were 2 fourth years, 1 third year, and 2 second years, while Candice, a mere first year, stood at a disadvantage. Even with her quick reflexes and mastery of several spells, she likely wouldn't endure for long against this assembly. Candice retreated a few steps and glanced down from the stone railing of the astronomy tower. Far too high. A fall would surely render her a mere splatter on the ground. Taking a deep breath, she faced the group clad in Slytherin robes and demanded, "What do you want? I don't recall provoking you. Why have you deceived me into coming here?" She bit her lip and added, "Tom didn't even stay at school during the Christmas holidays. You deliberately misled me." Her face was ashen. "Have you only just come to this realization?" "Unfortunately, it is too late," the Gaul heiress sneered. "You still call him so affectionately. I wonder how Dumbledore would react upon discovering your fondness for a Slytherin student." She spoke in a mocking tone, curious about the unpleasant expression he would wear upon learning of it. "Do not involve the professor," Candice said, her irritation mounting. "Why should student matters concern him? Are you attempting to punish me simply because I am close to Tom? Do you resent the idea of a Gryffindor mingling with a Slytherin?" Gaul scoffed. "Mingle? No. Certainly not. Mingle is harmless. At least you are pureblood and not entirely detestable. But you should not be enticing him." She advanced a step, forcing Candice against the stone railing. "You are far too presumptuous, Belle. Don't think that just because Dumbledore is protecting you, you can do as you please. Today, I shall teach you the consequences of seducing someone else's interest." With that, she cast a petrification spell at Candice, who barely managed to dodge, gasping, "You are violating school rules. The headmaster will know." "The headmaster will not learn of today's events," another girl replied with a laugh. "Whatever happens to you today, others will assume you simply fell from the astronomy tower." Candice evaded yet another spell and replied coolly, "Do not be so naïve. All it takes is for me to reveal the truth, and a simple memory charm will unveil what you have done to your fellow students." Gaul chuckled mischievously. "Do you think we are unprepared for that? Rest assured, Belle. Someone will assist us in erasing those memories that shouldn't exist. What are you still hesitating for? She still has the energy to threaten us. Clearly, she is not afraid at all. You should not have provoked me, Belle. You ought to kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might let you off if I feel generous." Candice widened her eyes as the group unleashed spells upon her simultaneously. Their only boundary appeared to be the avoidance of dark magic. Yet that was more than sufficient for her to endure. She exerted all her strength to shield herself but still suffered numerous assaults. Her body ached, her legs immobilized, and all she could do was grip her wand tightly. Then, in a moment of weightlessness, she began to fall backward. standing precariously at the edge of the astronomy tower. Her imminent descent would surely result in a fatal outcome. In despair, she shut her eyes, acutely aware that her fate was likely sealed. This was a premeditated, orchestrated malevolence. It was the first time she had felt such intense malice directed towards her, uncertain if she would ever retain the memory of this moment. Just as she plummeted from the astronomy tower, a flash of white light appeared, and the cry of a phoenix resonated through the night sky. Candice opened her eyes in excitement. It was Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's pet. The Slytherin girls panicked at the sound of the phoenix's call. Gall, fixated on the diving phoenix, exclaimed nervously, "Isn't Dumbledore supposed to be away from the school? What is happening? How did you gather this information?" The others were stunned, their frantic attempts to flee thwarted as they turned to see Dumbledore calmly ascending the staircase. Clad in a long silver robe and holding his wand, he pointed it towards Candice, who had been on the verge of falling from the astronomy tower. She was gently levitated to his side. Once on solid ground, Dumbledore immediately lifted all the binding spells that had been cast upon her, protectively draping his arm around her shoulder as he cast a cold gaze at the pale-faced Slytherin girls. To bully a fellow student, nearly causing her to fall from the astronomy tower, is a grave violation of school rules, Dumbledore stated softly. "I shall inform Professor Amando and recommend he summon your parents to the school." Upon hearing the mention of parental involvement, Gall appeared visibly distressed, quickly asserting, "We were merely playing a prank. She hasn't sustained any serious injuries and wouldn't actually fall from the astronomy tower. We would have used the levitation spell." At her words, the others quickly echoed their agreement. Dumbledore seemed to smile faintly, yet his blue eyes held no warmth. This was the first time they had witnessed Dumbledore exhibit such coldness towards his students. "I will be forced to deduct 500 points from Slytherin House due to your actions." He turned away, guiding Candice with him, while Fawkes settled on his shoulder. He added, "As for your so-called prank, that will require the headmaster, along with your dean and parents, to assess after reviewing the spells that have been cast from your wands." With a slight flick of his wand, without even uttering a spell, he confiscated the girls' wands. Dumbledore held their wands in his grasp, departing with Candice, who was left trembling in place, unsure if her shivering was due to the cold or fear. Miss Crabbe trembled as she spoke. 500 points deducted, and parents being summoned. "Naomi, this is all your fault." Naomi Gall retorted angrily. "What do you mean it's all my fault? Didn't you all applaud this plan? Our only oversight was Dumbledore. He hasn't left the school. Who was responsible for gathering this information? I must write to Voldemort at once." Regardless of how they sought to assign blame among themselves, the consequences remained unchanged. Candice had been timely rescued by Dumbledore, yet she had already suffered harm. Upon descending from the astronomy tower, she fainted before she could even express her gratitude to Dumbledore. Opting not to use the levitation spell any longer, he simply scooped Candice into his arms and hurried towards the infirmary. Along the way, the loose items in Candice's robe pockets, a cake and gifts that had been shrunk, tumbled out. Dumbledore furrowed his brow at the sight, and muttered a spell to return them to her pockets. Candice was taken to the infirmary on her 12th birthday. Dumbledore refrained from informing Mr. Bell, lest he worry. That man had already lost his wife, and if he learned that his daughter endured such bullying at school, he might insist on transferring her to Beauxbatons. "Please, Mira," Dumbledore whispered to Madame Pomfrey, who was tending to Candice's wounds. Madame Hooch, adorned with a white headscarf, exuded an aura of warmth and compassion. Her countenance bore no trace of irritation despite the disruptions of the festive season. As she gazed sorrowfully at the unconscious girl and lamented, "How tragic! How could such a calamity befall Hogwarts? Although Gryffindor and Slytherin have always been at odds, such grievous injuries are unimaginable." Dumbledore pursed his lips in silence, the visage of Tom Riddle surfacing in his mind, his grip on the Elder Wand tightening as he murmured, "Regardless, I implore you to care for her diligently and alleviate her suffering as much as possible. She has fractured her ribs." With a sense of resignation, Madame Hooch replied, "I must prepare the bone-mending potion for her, Albus, but that potion is inevitably painful to consume." Dumbledore smiled gently and assured her, "Leave that to me. I shall procure the potion for you swiftly." Madame Hooch blinked and remarked, "I have heard whispers that you have a favored student, and it seems she is the one. Is she not?" The smile on Dumbledore's face gradually faded, and he lowered his gaze to the lifeless Candice, murmuring, "Perhaps it is my favoritism that has led to her plight." Madame Hooch shook her head, her lips pressed together in silence. When Hogwarts reopened, Candice remained confined to the infirmary, unable to leave. Her bones healed solely due to the potions meticulously brewed by Professor Dumbledore, and she felt no pain during the healing process. Her continued hospitalization was attributed to Madame Hooch's concern for her mental state, which she deemed still precarious. Candice languidly reclined against her pillow, savoring the sweets Dumbledore had brought her, while at her bedside stood a furious Freeman and two exceedingly worried companions, Anita and Euphemia. "I should have stayed at school with you," Freeman exclaimed bitterly. "I heard about those vile Slytherins. Even their girls are treacherous." Euphemia, still shaken, remarked, "You look quite unwell. Candice, I cannot fathom how you faced them. You must have been terrified." Candice chuckled softly. "It wasn't so dreadful. Professor Dumbledore intervened just in time. I'm fine now and should be returning to classes soon." Anita pursed her lips and said, "We were all terrified when we heard the news. Slytherin lost 500 points. And now they've been overtaken by Ravenclaw. You cannot imagine how grateful Ravenclaw students are to you." Candice blinked her blue eyes in surprise. "So, I inadvertently did a good deed?" Freeman, irked, patted her on the head. "Do you still find humor in this? We shall see if you dare to act alone again." He insisted, "From now on, you must include me in everything, understood?" Although Candice might not comply, she acquiesced, not wishing to worry him. "I understand. I'm truly fine." "You all need to return to class," she urged, finishing her last sweet and shooing them away. If Madame Hooch arrived, they would surely be reprimanded. Freeman hesitated to depart. But they indeed had classes to attend, especially with the next lesson being from the headmaster. They could neither afford to skip nor dare to do so. "Rest well," Euphemia said, and with that she and Anita pulled Freeman away. Candice watched him cling to the door, reluctant to leave, and laughed heartily. She was grateful for her friend's visits. Yet the events of that fateful night lingered in her mind, along with a question she yearned to understand, needing someone's explanation. After curfew, she encountered that person. She had been asleep when she sensed a gaze upon her, prompting her to struggle to open her eyes. As her vision cleared, she discerned the figure of the dark-haired boy standing before her, and she instantly awakened. Sitting up in bed and rubbing her eyes, she confirmed it was indeed Riddle. His complexion appeared somewhat pale as he stood quietly observing her, devoid of expression. "You've come." Candice broke the silence, speaking softly. "Why did you come only after curfew? You could have come during the day." "Come during the day? Don't be absurd. Slytherin and Gryffindor are currently embroiled in chaos, due to the unexpected events of the Christmas holiday. If I were to seek you out in daylight, it would be highly detrimental to my situation," Riddle replied, his lips pressed together, choosing not to reveal the true reason for his nocturnal visit. "I didn't receive your letter," he stated directly. Candice paused, taken aback. She had not anticipated that her perplexity would be addressed so directly, rendering her momentarily speechless. "I only saw that letter with the professor a few days ago," she said, stepping forward. "They intercepted my letter." Understanding dawned on Candice, her expression shifting to one of realization. "So that's it." She laughed lightly. "I thought if you had received my letter, you would have told me you weren't staying at school for the holidays. I must have been foolish to assume that your silence meant acquiescence. I unwittingly fell for their trick." In truth, it was not her folly. Rather, there were numerous details that remained beyond her comprehension. While the girls who besieged Candice were the ones to take action, many others were undoubtedly behind the scenes, instigating the situation. Riddle would never confess that he was fully aware of the girls' scheme and had condoned their interception of the letter from Gryffindor. Candice's owl was easily recognized, a small white ball of fluff, the only one of its kind at Hogwarts. He had seen it when it appeared within Slytherin's territory, dropping off the letter. Walburga took that letter, he recalled, glancing at the handwriting that belonged to Candice, yet he did not intervene. "I am unscathed," Candice declared, her worries alleviated, and she smiled brightly. "Professor Dumbledore arrived just in time to rescue me. I am entirely recovered, though I feel a bit mentally fatigued. I should be discharged soon." Riddle stood rigidly at her bedside, his words few, and after she spoke at length he replied with a few words. "That day, you invited me to celebrate my birthday?" he inquired, his voice somewhat hoarse in the stillness of the night. Candice replied with candor, "Indeed. I heard that you would be staying at school, and I thought you must feel quite lonely here all by yourself while your friends returned home. I didn't want you to spend your birthday alone, so I hastily wrote to my father and decided not to go home." She felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I didn't expect them to deceive me. Did you receive my birthday gift?" This was the most complex facet for Riddle, despite the turmoil she had endured. And even as she perhaps harbored doubts about her feelings for him, she still managed to send him a birthday gift while bedridden. When he saw that snowy white owl arrive, his emotions had plunged into despair. He gazed intently, extending his hand. "I did receive it." Candice turned to look as he rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hand-woven chain bracelet around his wrist, adorned with a striking emerald gemstone, exquisitely beautiful. The only drawback was that the chain seemed somewhat delicate, resembling a braid one might use to tie hair, particularly akin to a braid that Candice herself might use. Candice touched her face and remarked, "It seems my taste is rather fixed. It appears a bit feminine on you. If you dislike this style, I can weave you another." Riddle interrupted her. "This one is quite fine." With that, he lowered his sleeve, the ample fabric of his robe concealing his pale wrist. Candice felt a heavy weight lift from her heart, her lips curving into a sweet smile she could not suppress. Riddle gazed at her with his dark, inscrutable eyes. And after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, retrieving a small box from his pocket and offering it to her with the words, "Happy birthday." Candice looked at him in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected gift. "You prepared a gift for me?" She was accustomed to giving to him, and receiving something in return left her utterly flabbergasted. Riddle placed the gift gently on her lap, covered by the blanket, and murmured a hasty farewell before turning to leave. Candice watched his retreating figure as he quietly vanished into the medical wing after curfew, and she reached for the box, still warm from his touch, slowly opening it to reveal a single candy nestled inside. Just one candy. She could easily have a multitude if she desired. During her time in the medical wing, Professor Dumbledore visited her daily, caring for her and bringing an array of confections, each day a different delight. If someone else had given her such a gift, she would undoubtedly have considered it a mere token gesture. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, as she gazed at the large chocolate-filled candy from Riddle, her heart ached. She extracted the candy, set the box aside, and carefully unwrapped the candy, only to discover words inscribed upon the wrapper, "For Candice's candy." Although the spelling of her nickname and the word candy differed, their pronunciation was strikingly similar. At first glance, it sounded as if it were a gift meant for Sweetie. Candice slowly placed the candy in her mouth. The chocolate had a slight bitterness, but soon she was met with the creamy sweetness within. The unexpected incident during the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts led some to believe that, with the resolution in place, the matter was settled. However, that was far from the truth. Perhaps for the headmaster, it was concluded, but not for Dumbledore. On this day, following the conclusion of the second-year Transfiguration class, Dumbledore stood at the podium and spoke slowly. "Mr. Riddle, please stay behind. The rest of you may leave." Tom Riddle paused in gathering his books, taking a few moments before continuing. Dumbledore watched him intently, and once everyone had exited, he approached the unusually mature student, looking down at him and asking, "May I pose a few questions, Mr. Riddle?" Riddle raised his gaze slightly and replied calmly, "Of course, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore blinked behind his glasses and slowly inquired, "Were you entirely unaware of the incident involving those girls when they planned that event during Christmas?" He had discovered the truth. Dumbledore was indeed Dumbledore. While he could evade the other professors, relying on their favorable impressions of him, he could not deceive Dumbledore. Riddle's lips curled momentarily before he suppressed the smile, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "Certainly, Professor. I had no knowledge of it. They took the letter Candice wrote to me, and I was unaware that she had arranged to celebrate her birthday with me in the astronomy tower on the 31st. He professed his innocence, asserting that had he known, he would have informed Candice that he did not intend to stay at school. As he spoke, a hint of indignation creased his brow as he added, "I do bear some responsibility in this matter, Professor. I failed to protect Candice, and for the harm inflicted upon her by those girls due to my negligence, I feel immense guilt." Dumbledore regarded him with an inscrutable expression and asked, "Do you truly feel guilty?" Riddle replied without a flicker of emotion, "Of course, Professor. Why do you ask?" He feigned surprise, questioning, "Do you not believe me?" Dumbledore's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. After a moment, he placed a hand on Riddle's shoulder and said, "Tom, you are an intelligent and capable student, destined for greatness, provided you choose the right path." Riddle's smile faltered slightly, his hands clenched tightly beneath his robes. "I do not comprehend your meaning, Professor." "Do not let others sway you, Tom," Dumbledore cautioned. "I understand your intent to deny the truth. Given your background, it is commendable that you have attained your current status in Slytherin. I have not disclosed your heritage to those children or their parents, hoping to grant you an opportunity to excel." Riddle's expression darkened, his lips pressed together in a thin line. He was on the verge of revealing that he might come from an exceedingly noble lineage. He wished to tell Dumbledore that he was more esteemed than others in Slytherin, but was interrupted by Dumbledore. Thankfully, he was interrupted. "Do not rush to defend yourself, Mr. Riddle," Dumbledore smiled. "I ask you these questions and speak these words, because I am aware that you are fully cognizant of Candice's mistaken belief that you would remain at school." Riddle stiffened, still insisting on his ignorance. "I truly do not know, Professor." "Mr. Riddle," Dumbledore said, his expression unyielding as he regarded the boy still attempting to deny the truth. His voice growing irritable, he stated firmly, You should understand that Candice has given you something you do not deserve. Tom Riddle, now aware of his true heritage, displayed a mocking expression he had never shown since his enrollment upon hearing Dumbledore's words. Something he did not deserve? If that were true, what in the wizarding world was beyond his grasp? As he recalled Candice's radiant smile and her unwavering trust, despite her doubts regarding that letter, she had chosen to believe him without hesitation. And what had he done? He had not merely stood by. In a sense, he had been complicit, utilizing the harm inflicted on Candice, a Gryffindor esteemed by Dumbledore, to bolster his own reputation and image within Slytherin. Candice hailed from a prestigious Gryffindor lineage, her father serving as the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Beautiful and academically gifted, she was the epitome of a Gryffindor flower, adored by the great wizard Dumbledore. To win her admiration, invite her, and then wound her deeply, casting her aside would only elevate his standing among his Slytherin peers. In that light, his actions indeed did not warrant Candice's sincere affection. Perhaps Dumbledore was not mistaken in stating she had offered him something he did not merit. Nevertheless, his hands, which hung at his sides, slowly moved behind his back, gripping his wand tightly. The mockery on his face transformed into a gentle, polite smile, and he replied with a cultured, light tone. Is that so, Professor? If you insist on believing that, I cannot object. He feigned contrition, offering a slight bow before turning to exit the Transfiguration classroom. When they were not facing one another, their expressions were chillingly cold. Chapter 8. As Valentine's Day approached, Candice was finally permitted to leave the medical wing. Her stay had been rather lengthy, nearly a month, yet it was only at her persistent pleading that Madame Hooch finally acquiesced. I'm sorry, Albus, I can no longer keep her here. The child has indeed fully recovered. Allowing her to remain any longer would only hinder her studies. Madame Hooch sat in Dumbledore's office, receiving his warm hospitality. Thank you, Mira. Dumbledore expressed his gratitude gently. That is more than sufficient. Now, the rumors circulating within Hogwarts have largely subsided, and I believe that if she were to be discharged now, she would no longer be troubled by those whispers. Madame Hooch remarked with a smile. It's the first time I've seen you so concerned about any child. Dumbledore merely smiled in return, choosing to remain silent. For there were many thoughts he would not share with others, but instead kept them confined within his own mind. He felt a deep sense of guilt regarding Candice. He had promised Crispell that he would look after her, yet had broken that vow, nearly leading her into a grave situation. Although the instigators had repeatedly claimed they would cast a levitation charm before she hit the ground, what if they failed to do so? What if their spells were inadequate, failing to lessen the impact, and she truly fell? She could have perished. This thought sent Dumbledore spiraling back into memories of Ariana, that night at the astronomy tower. As he took Candice away, he was deeply concerned that she might be irrevocably changed like Ariana, hurt and ostracized, possibly leading to a regret akin to the one he felt for his sister, due to his momentary negligence. Thankfully, he had sensed something amiss in time and returned to Hogwarts, for the consequences could have been unimaginable. Unbeknownst to Candice, there were hidden machinations at play. She had finally been released from the hospital wing, yet was now grappling with the anxiety of falling behind in her studies. Freeman was now inseparable from Candice, accompanied by Euphemia and Anita, who, though not particularly fond of the library, felt compelled to join due to Candice and Freeman's presence. Professor Dumbledore will surely be grateful to me, Candice jested. I've brought 3 disinclined Gryffindors to the library. Merlin, what a grand achievement. Euphemia blushed and replied. It's not that we dislike studying, it's just. Anita interjected, it's just that there are many things more interesting than studying waiting for us. Freeman nodded appreciatively. A splendid reason, Anita. Anita beamed at Euphemia, who reddened further. Candice observed them, then glanced at Freeman, sharing a knowing look with Anita. Hey Freeman. Go sit over there. I need to speak with Anita. She indicated a spot next to Euphemia. Freeman reluctantly stood up. Why must you sit together to talk? Can't you discuss it with me here? Or are you hiding some secret? Girls' private conversations are, of course, not for your ears, Candice replied earnestly. Freeman was momentarily silenced, sighing as he obediently sat beside Euphemia, tapping the table. Mia, let me copy your Transfiguration homework. Euphemia instinctively reached for her work. But Candice shook her head. You can't keep letting Freeman copy your homework, Mia. The final exams are approaching, and he'll surely fail. Euphemia paused, realizing Candice was right, and withdrew her work. Oh come on. Freeman lamented. I'll study hard before the exam. Just let me copy your Transfiguration homework, please. His caramel-colored eyes looked at Euphemia with a pitiful expression, stirring her heart. Yet again, Candice intervened. Copying homework is a terrible habit, Freeman. You must complete your assignments on your own. After all, it's Professor Dumbledore's work. Do you really think he won't notice you're copying? Freeman hesitated. But I've copied before. If he noticed, why would he still pass me? Candice scoffed. Of course he is giving you face. You're copying Mia's work. And she always scores an E. But you merely scrape by. Think about why that is. Freeman fell silent, panic washing over him. Professor Dumbledore really found out? No way. Who is that? Just then, an unpleasant voice cut through their conversation, and the four turned to see Malfoy, Avery, and Lestrange. At the sight of them, Freeman immediately assumed a defensive stance, positioning himself in front of Candice to shield her from harm. Candice, upon seeing the Slytherin crest on their robes, felt a twinge of fear. She furrowed her brow and sat at the back, while Malfoy cast her a glance and smirked at Freeman, his tone dripping with condescension. Freeman Potter. What a peculiar name, I assent it. The forlorn Freeman family, desperate to preserve their pitiful surname, has resorted to targeting the child of the Potters. Though Malfoy's words were harsh, they contained a grain of truth. Freeman's name stemmed from his grandmother's lineage, whose dying wish was for her name to endure rather than fade away. This was not the first time Freeman had faced ridicule for his name, predominantly from these pure-blooded aristocrats. Clenching his wand, Freeman's anger did not cloud his judgment. He did not wish to engage in conflict with this group of Slytherins in the library, especially with 3 girls behind him. After all, they were older and far more formidable. This is none of your business, Malfoy. Leave us alone. The library is vast. Must you come here to stir trouble? Freeman managed to say with restraint. Abracadabra, Malfoy sneered. I can choose where to be. You have no say in it, Potter. He then resumed his earlier taunt, winking at Lestrange and Avery. It's quite amusing. I assent it. Despite the poor Freeman family's attempt to preserve their name through such a ridiculous moniker, it seems to end here. Will his son be named Freeman too? The insult was excessive. It was a miracle that a group of Gryffindors had kept their cool until now. With Malfoy's provocation, Candice could no longer remain hidden behind Freeman, and she stepped forward, pulling him aside to shield him from the humiliation he endured, boldly declaring, making jokes about someone's deceased relatives. This is the level of education and character of the Malfoy family? Having invoked family, Candice was quick to counter with her own lineage. Abracadabra narrowed his eyes at Candice, smirking. It seems Miss Bell has not suffered enough. Truly fortunate she didn't fall from the astronomy tower during the Christmas holidays. Remembering that experience made Candice's hand tremble around her wand, but she stood resolute, filled with courage and a sense of justice, refusing to back down as she faced her classmates. Lifting her chin defiantly, indeed, I have endured some hardship, but one cannot allow such a loss to be in vain. After all, that would mean depriving Slytherin of 500 points for nothing. I heard that due to those 500 points, Slytherin has fallen behind Ravenclaw. What a pity, Mr. Malfoy. You must be working diligently in class to earn points for Slytherin lately, right? Abracadabra stared in disbelief at Candice's audacity, instinctively drawing his wand, but a languid voice interrupted from behind him. Tom Riddle. What are you doing here? He asked casually, seemingly unaware of the tension in the air. As he patted Abracadabra's shoulder, let us move over there. Abracadabra's already pale face grew even paler. He shot a venomous glare at Candice before stalking off with Riddle. Candice defiantly glared back, earning astonished looks from Lestrange and Avery. This girl certainly had guts, truly a Gryffindor, for no one in Slytherin dared to provoke Malfoy. After all, he was a Malfoy, who would not grant him a modicum of respect. It is precisely this Gryffindor, so recklessly opposing him, that is truly admirable. Wait, admirable? What nonsense is this, and why am I entertaining such thoughts? Avery and Lestrange shuddered and promptly followed Riddle and Malfoy. Freeman stood dejectedly, shoulders slumped, lamenting. I have truly failed. Candice withdrew her gaze from Riddle's back, puzzled. Why do you say that? Freeman covered his face in shame, exclaiming, I actually need a girl to protect me. What a failure. Euphemia and Anita burst into laughter. Moments ago, when Malfoy and his companions were present, they had been too frightened to speak. Freeman had indeed performed admirably. This isn't the first time I've protected you. Candice couldn't help but roll her eyes. Remember when you were bullied by those muggle boys in the valley? It was I who came to your aid. Freeman's face flushed crimson. Enough. Stop saying that. Oh. Merlin, I must become stronger. With that he pulled out all his textbooks and began to write fervently. Candice nodded. If this motivates your studies, then it's not a bad thing. Euphemia and Anita nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Valentine's Day arrived. Although Candice was still a first year, she was swept up in the festive spirit. The corridors were adorned with pink decorations, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of chocolate. Professor Dumbledore even donned a shimmering silver robe, embellished with beautiful stars and moons, during class. Candice, seated in the front row, could not resist the urge to tug at the stars on his robe. Dumbledore, clearly aware of her actions, continued to expound on the day's lesson with an unwavering demeanor. Then Candice felt one of the stars detach from his robe, landing in her palm, playfully spinning before coming to a gentle halt. She gazed at it in delight, slowly closing her hand to conceal the star, and looked up at Professor Dumbledore, who smiled back at her and waved his wand, saying, "Now, everyone may try this spell for themselves." Candice picked up her wand, focused on the teapot on the table, and recited the spell he had just taught, transforming the teapot into a turtle. She then cast another spell, swiftly reverting the turtle back into a teapot. "Well done, Miss Bell. Gryffindor earns 10 points, Dumbledore said, visibly pleased. The Slytherin students in the back couldn't help but grind their teeth. For Candice, the class was exceedingly enjoyable. She held onto her left hand until the lesson concluded, contentedly tucking the star she had plucked from Dumbledore's robe into her book, intending to turn it into a magical specimen later. Surrounding her were Freeman, Euphemia, Anita, and Louise Duncan. Although they shared the same dormitory, they had not spoken since the incident on the Quidditch pitch. Isolated from her entire dormitory, Candice had endured a rather difficult time. This hardship only fueled her resentment towards Candice. She watched Candice's every move, ready to say something, when she spotted Riddle leaning against the wall around the corner, engrossed in a book. Candice noticed him too. She halted in surprise, instinctively glancing behind her, seeing nothing but Gryffindor students. This was the only path back to Gryffindor Tower. He was certainly not waiting for any Slytherin students. "Class is over?" Riddle closed his book and approached Candice in front of all the Gryffindors. He came to a stop, his dark hair slightly longer, obscuring his elegant eyebrows. His deep, warm black eyes gazed at Candice with an intensity that felt almost disregarding of those around them. "Have you ever been to the Black Lake?" he inquired. Candice, bewildered, responded no. Riddle's lips curved into a smile, and as Freeman attempted to rush forward to intervene, he raised his voice, "Then I shall wait for you by the Black Lake tonight. Let us take a stroll together." He appeared utterly unconcerned that Candice might reject him. After speaking, he politely nodded to the other Gryffindors watching and sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Freeman suddenly recalled something. When Candice first came to school last year, she had mentioned someone on the Hogwarts Express. In her second year, she had even sought him out in the Slytherin compartment, returning in tears. Oh, how dense he was. The person Candice was looking for that day must have been Tom Riddle. Glancing at the invited Candice, he noticed her blue eyes darting about, seemingly contemplating Riddle's invitation. And she did not appear to have any immediate intention of declining. "You cannot go, Candice," Freeman urged, gripping her arm. "It's far too dangerous. He's a Slytherin. Have you forgotten the incident over the Christmas holiday?" Candice, tugged by him, awkwardly glanced at the other students behind them. She released Freeman's hand to create space, and when everyone else had wandered off, she whispered, "That incident had nothing to do with Tom, Freeman." Euphemia and Anita exchanged glances and softly remarked, "But Freeman has a point, Candice. Although Riddle is unrelated to that matter, he is still from that house. You've been harmed by his classmates, and now he invites you to the Black Lake. It certainly doesn't sound safe." Candice firmly asserted, "He would not harm me." Anita, perplexed, asked, "How can you be so certain, Candice? You've only just met at school, haven't you?" Freeman recalled the incident on the train, and was about to speak when he was interrupted. Charles Porter approached, carrying his bag, drawing away the hesitant Freeman, as if he had something of great importance to discuss. Candice watched the brothers' retreating figures, reflecting on her friend's words, a twinge of unease rising within her. She completely trusted Riddle. She would not doubt her friend. Yet, she truly did not know if something might go awry this time without Riddle's awareness. Recently released from the hospital, Riddle had maintained no contact with her. She was no fool. She understood that her conflict with the girls from his house, resulting in Slytherin losing 500 points, made it unlikely for him to be indiscreet in their interactions. Hence, she had refrained from contacting him lately. However, his invitation today was so direct and sincere. Although surrounded by Gryffindor students, known for their gossip, they would soon spread the news throughout Hogwarts. Did he not worry about his own situation? Glancing back in the direction Riddle had departed, Candice found herself utterly perplexed by his thoughts. Curiosity compelled her to accept the invitation and uncover the questions in her heart, but only under the condition of ensuring her safety. She could not afford another mishap. Professor Dumbledore had concealed the Christmas incident from her father, but she would not allow such a thing to occur a second time. For her own sake, for her father. And for Professor Dumbledore, she would exercise greater caution. Riddle's invitation was witnessed by so many students. It was the school term. And even if any Slytherins wished to cause trouble, it would be neither convenient nor audacious. After careful consideration, Candice made her decision. Meanwhile, Freeman found his own situation growing increasingly dire. Charles seized him and reprimanded. "Did I not caution you against provoking Riddle?" Fremont retorted angrily, "I have never provoked him. Where did you hear such nonsense?" "I witnessed it with my own eyes." Charles glared at him, then paused momentarily, adding, "No, it was 4 eyes. I forgot to count my glasses." Fremont smirked slightly, but Charles shifted to a serious demeanor, warning, "You would do well to maintain your distance from Candice, Fremont." Fremont, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" "She is my good friend, and after what she has been through, I should be protecting her, not distancing myself." Charles remained silent for a moment, then sighed. "I have heard some concerning things from Doria regarding her connection with Riddle. In any case, you must not shadow her as you did before. You may have feelings for her, but she sees you merely as a brother. Can't you discern that?" Exposed, Fremont blushed, forcing out, "What nonsense are you spouting, Charles? We are still children, merely 12 years old. I am not demanding she develop feelings for me quickly. We are only in the first year, and there is ample time. Regardless, when she is with Riddle, keep your distance, understood?" Charles placed a hand on his cousin's shoulder. Fremont met his gaze, shaking his head in strong resistance. Charles, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. The news of Riddle inviting Candice to the Black Lake for a date on Valentine's Day spread swiftly throughout Hogwarts, as anticipated. After dining in the Great Hall, he disregarded the peculiar stares and retreated to the Slytherin common room. There a select group of elite figures awaited him. No more than a handful in number, for those of lesser status were excluded from this circle. Upon entering, Abraxas inquired, "Did you invite that Bell girl to the Black Lake tonight?" Avery chimed in, "Is this true, Tom?" Riddle surveyed them momentarily before responding, but the 2 Black sisters obstructed his path, seemingly determined to extract an answer. Doria Black stood at a distance, observing but not participating in her sister's blockade. "You do realize we lost 500 points because of you, Naomi, and the rest still have to face detention with Pringle every night," Walburga remarked discontentedly. "Under these circumstances, why would you invite her? What's your rationale?" Lucilla, more direct, fixed her gaze upon Riddle and asked, "You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you?" Riddle smirked disdainfully, his expression too contemptuous to ignore. Lucilla frowned. "If not, then what is your intention?" Walburga lifted her chin, waiting for a reasonable explanation. Riddle regarded the group and suddenly displayed a chilling smile. He forcefully pushed aside the obstructing Walburga, who stood in shock, unprepared for such rudeness. As the cherished jewel of the most pure and noble Black family, she had never been treated this way. She attempted to voice her objection, but Riddle bypassed her, positioning himself at the entrance to the boys' dormitory. Turning back to the common room, he performed a startling act. In a hoarse voice, he uttered a spine-chilling incantation, and a slender serpent emerged from the corner of the chair, slowly slithering up his long leg until it coiled around his wrist. The entire Slytherin common room fell silent, their breaths held in awe. Riddle stood there, hands clasped behind his back, disdainfully addressing them. "Do you wish to know my reasoning?" He smirked enigmatically. "It's quite simple. Is it not? I intend to pursue the girl favored and protected by Dumbledore." The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at him. Riddle cast a disdainful glance at Walburga. "Miss Black mentioned the deduction of 500 points from Slytherin, and you should not blame others but rather your foolish and juvenile schemes." He coldly stated, "Your oversights have led to the loss of points for the house, yet you remain unrepentant, casting blame elsewhere. Of course, such behavior may provide a modicum of comfort to your pitiful pride." He smirked, mocking, "For the heirs of pureblood families, your narrow-mindedness and lack of wisdom are lamentable. I once indulged your escapades, but you have disappointed me greatly. Thus, I have decided to take matters into my own hands." An excited, almost bloodthirsty gleam flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "I will make Dumbledore pay for his arrogant words and actions." How had events spiraled to this point? Everyone stood aghast, unable to comprehend Riddle's declaration. As he entered the boys' dormitory, he issued a final warning: "No one should interfere with this matter, nor inquire about my intentions. I shall offer no explanations. If anyone disrupts my plans because of someone in the house or foolishly attempts to harm Candice Bell, I will hold all of you accountable." Having delivered this authoritative proclamation, he strode into the dormitory without a backward glance, needing to change books for the afternoon classes. The affluent assembly in the Slytherin common room remained silent for an extended period until Walburga tremulously uttered, "Did he just speak parcel tongue? Did he summon a snake? I must not have been mistaken." Riddle was indeed a parcel-mouth. They had all witnessed it, and while Berga had certainly not erred, he could converse with snakes, and he had explicitly commanded one to slither up his wrist. Abraxas stood pale, initially drawn to Riddle because of his extraordinary magical prowess and enigmatic identity, having mastered spells in just his second year that many upperclassmen struggled with. His abilities were undeniable, and Slytherin had its own social dynamics, recognizing those with power, like Riddle. Even without knowledge of his surname, they were willing to befriend him due to his excellence. Moreover, everything about him subtly hinted at a lineage far from ordinary, likely stemming from a hidden pureblood family. Yet they never anticipated he could be a parcel-mouth. He could very well be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. While Berga and Abraxas exchanged glances, each resolute in their determination to investigate Riddle's origins with greater urgency. Riddle returned to his dormitory, seated at the edge of his bed, rolling up his sleeve to gaze at the serpent coiled around his arm, a shadowy smile gracing his lips. His display of power before the core members of the house had not been a mere whim. At this moment, while he could still conceal his true identity for a time, it did not mean he intended to keep it hidden indefinitely, for that would bind him. The heirs of pureblood families were not without their wits. They would undoubtedly seek to unearth his lineage, rather than withholding any information or meticulously covering his tracks, wasting precious time. It was wiser to reveal to them that which he must, an aspect capable of instilling fear and awe. By the time they fully grasped the reality of his identity and the truth, he would possess something even more compelling to offer: limitless, unparalleled power, and plans that could genuinely provide them with benefits in a future. He would persuade them, just as they now felt an intangible fear and allegiance toward him. He would succeed. He would compel Dumbledore to regard him with newfound respect, to regret the manner in which he once treated him, and even to fear to mention his name. The more Dumbledore cherished something, the more fervently he desired to possess it, and the more he sought to obliterate it. It was not merely the students. Dumbledore had also learned of Riddle's rendezvous with Candice at the Black Lake that evening. Standing before his office window, gazing out at the darkening sky, he instructed the prefect beside him, "Summon Miss Bell to my office." The prefect complied but was slightly delayed. He found Louise Duncan, Candice's roommate, in the common room and requested her assistance in calling Candice to Professor Dumbledore's office. Louise Duncan replied with a sarcastic tone, "I'm afraid I can't, as she's out on a date and not in the dormitory." The prefect, feeling helpless, reported the situation truthfully to Dumbledore. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore dismissed the prefect, settling down alone behind his desk. His fingers glided over his ancient wand, and a flicker of concern and agitation crossed his eyes. It was the first Valentine's Day evening for Candice at Hogwarts. She arrived at the Black Lake, the school's romantic meeting spot, with an air of wariness. The weather was still somewhat chilly. She was bundled in thick clothing and wrapped in a golden-red scarf, stepping into a space filled with couples, inadvertently reminded of the romantic novel Anita had lent her. As she walked, she felt as though she might float away. Yet, despite this, she remained vigilant. What had transpired in the astronomy tower had proven that even Hogwarts was not an entirely safe haven, and she could not afford to let her guard down again. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred this time. Before long, she spotted Riddle. He leaned casually against the large tree they had agreed upon, the wind billowing his green-lined robe, which took on an extraordinary elegance when worn by him. He observed her approach from a distance, slightly opening his arms and standing tall, revealing the attire beneath his robe. He wore a Slytherin tie, a sweater beneath a gray blazer, followed by a robe that reached his ankles. Though it was a typical ensemble worn by many, on him it exuded an indescribable air of nobility. His looks and demeanor were truly deserving of the title of Hogwarts heartthrob. He strode towards her, his polished black shoes making crisp sounds with each step. As he halted before her, the previously impassive handsomeness of his face lit up with a hint of a smile. He tilted the corner of his mouth, his dark eyes intently fixed on her, and called her name in the gentlest tone she had ever heard. "Candice." At the sound of her name from his lips, Candice was momentarily taken aback. She was still quite young, merely 12 years old. Yet it was indeed an age when one's heart began to flutter. She was acutely aware of the distinction in her sentiments towards Riddle compared to those she felt for Fremont, who was also a male friend. They represented different kinds of friendships. She would feel joy or sorrow at Riddle's closeness or distance, although Fremont's inconsistent behavior would also sadden her. It could never compare to the feelings Riddle stirred within her. She knew what that sensation was. She realized she liked him. Perhaps she had liked him from the very moment they met. His timing had been impeccable. In the wake of her mother's passing, as her father succumbed to grief and they moved away from the only home she knew, he appeared as if summoned. They became friends, spending nearly every day together. She viewed him as someone needing her protection and care, pouring all her empty emotions into him, avoiding the painful thoughts of partings and the past. While he quietly accepted her support, everything had been perfect until the changes began when he entered Hogwarts. He started to grow stronger, and she seemed no longer the one who could shield him. A cold breeze swept through the night, causing Candice to suddenly sneeze. She glanced at Riddle, whose attire was insufficient for the chill, and acting before her mind could catch up, she removed her golden red scarf and tied it around his neck. "Are you cold?" After securing the scarf, she realized the embarrassment of her impulsive gesture, and wished desperately to vanish into the ground, yet she awkwardly attempted to alleviate the awkwardness. Candice's scarf was exceedingly warm, imbued with a hint of her sweet scent, reminiscent of candy, and her name's pronunciation was so close to that of sugar, that even her essence seemed to carry a sugary sweetness. He raised a hand, gently removing the scarf from around his neck, and to Candice's astonishment he tied it back around her slender neck, which appeared so delicate that a mere squeeze could render her breathless. "I am not cold," he said, a smirk playing on his lips, his voice low and teasing. Chapter 9. Riddle was certainly not cold. Though he was underdressed, his magical prowess was exceptional. The warming charm was simple enough. He could master it with a mere glance. Meanwhile, the foolish Candice Bell was diligently learning first-year spells alongside the other professors, despite having already mastered most of them under her father's guidance prior to enrollment. She was fully capable of progressing to second-year spells, yet she did not. What a good student, a model of obedience. Riddle internally mocked Candice for her foolishness, yet he displayed none of it outwardly. Instead, he gallantly cast a warming charm for her as well. Candice felt warmth enveloping her, exhaling a cloud of mist and smiling. She said, "Thank you, Tom." Riddle glanced at the couples gradually approaching, and with a hint of disdain, he turned his head and suggested, "Let us move over there." Candice, trusting him, nodded and followed him away from the tree. They meandered for an indeterminate time, and when he finally came to a halt, there were no other students around. If Fremont were present, he would undoubtedly be extremely anxious. Now it was just Candice and Riddle, one Gryffindor student and one Slytherin student. Just recently, Slytherin had deducted 500 points from this Gryffindor first-year student. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely think Candice was in grave danger. She stood by the Black Lake. If Riddle exerted even a modicum of force, she could easily tumble in for an unexpected dip in icy waters. Yet, oblivious to any impending peril, Candice stood by the lakeside, looking up and asking, "How did you find this place?" She marveled at her surroundings. This was her first chance to observe the Black Lake up close. From the direction Riddle had brought her, she could see a vast expanse of the lake, its dark waters shimmering under the moonlight, glowing beautifully. Most importantly, there were no others here to disturb them. They could feel entirely at ease. This was splendid. Candice turned her back to Riddle, crouching by the lake's edge, gazing into the water's surface. At that moment, if Riddle were to give her a gentle push from behind in the cool night breeze, Riddle's dark hair was tousled slightly. He took a step closer, inching toward her. As he bent down to approach her back, she slowly turned her head. A pair of sky-blue eyes met his, and her familiar melodious voice, tinged with excitement, exclaimed, "Look, Tom, there's something in the water." Riddle's lips curled into a smile as he stepped forward to join her, squatting beside her. "You should probably step back a little." Riddle's voice broke the silence, deep and hoarse, carried by the cool night breeze. Candice gazed at him with a puzzled expression, poised to inquire about his intentions. But before she could articulate her question, the need for an answer evaporated. From the depths of the Black Lake, a monstrous tentacle of a giant squid suddenly emerged, splashing water as it rose high before crashing down. Candice's eyes widened in terror, and in a reflexive act of self-preservation, she instinctively recoiled, her crouched position causing her to collapse onto the grass. Riddle's hand rested on her shoulder, initially intending to help her to her feet and away from danger. But her fall inadvertently pulled him down beside her. When Candice regained her senses, she found Riddle sprawled over her, with the looming tentacle of the giant squid approaching from behind. Water dripped from the tentacle onto both their heads. "Be careful," Candice exclaimed, flipping Riddle beneath her, shielding him with her body as she closed her eyes, bracing for the impending descent of the tentacle. Under the moonlight, Riddle observed the girl who unhesitatingly placed herself before him, his expression shifting oddly. The tip of his wand glimmered, causing the giant squid's tentacle to tremble before it plunged back into the depths with a resounding splash. Candice heard the sound of a heavy object entering the water, and opened her eyes to feel the gentle breeze caressing her golden hair, strands brushing against Riddle's cheek. He slightly furrowed his brow, evading the touch, yet the lingering tickle remained, an irksome reminder. The Black Lake was perilous, particularly at night. Riddle lay back on the grass, His voice low as he spoke. The lake is home to the giant squid, the owner of the tentacle you just witnessed, as well as mermaids and grindylows, a particularly ferocious breed of water goblin. Candice, still atop him, could distinctly sense the rapid beating of his heart beneath her. When the giant squid is in a good mood, it surfaces to bask in the sun, allowing students to scratch its tentacles. Riddle's arm was propped on the grass, always ready to rise, but it seemed the creature's mood was less than favorable today. He remarked half-jokingly. Candice listened intently to his explanation, but as their faces drew uncomfortably close, she suddenly became acutely aware of the inappropriateness of their position, and scrambled to her feet. Lowering her head, she brushed the grass and dirt from her robes, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. In stark contrast to her swift movement, Riddle rose languidly, casually cleaning himself with a flick of his wand, transforming back into the charming, elegant gentleman of Hogwarts. Candice cautiously stole a glance at him, relieved to see he bore no resentment for her earlier rudeness, and seized the opportunity to address the matter at hand. "Did you summon me here to discuss something?" She was still baffled by his choice to meet her amidst such sensitive circumstances. Previously, he had gone to great lengths to ensure she did not reveal his origins, even feigning ignorance of her. Why now was he willing to disregard the rivalry between their houses and meet her so openly? He could have written her a letter, discreetly reaching out. Such an overt invitation, while she recognized the significance behind it, seemed perilous for him, especially given his deep concern for safety. Riddle could easily discern her confusion merely from her expression. This girl had never mastered the art of concealing her emotions. Or perhaps she simply chose not to in his presence. Her experiences led her to believe that emotions were nothing to hide. In her view, there was scarcely anything that could not be laid bare in discussion. Her world was starkly black and white, refreshingly straightforward, and she herself was like a blank canvas, devoid of even the faintest hint of darkness. How he longed to daub colors upon that pristine surface. A subtle smile crept across Riddle's lips as he eventually spoke. "I brought you here simply to admire the scenery." Candice looked at him in astonishment, seemingly incredulous. Riddle casually placed his hands in his pockets, standing comfortably. "Isn't it beautiful here?" Candice nodded. "Yes, but beauty alone is sufficient. You need not overthink this, Candice." Once more he uttered her name, and at 13, he was undoubtedly entering the throes of adolescence. His voice, slightly husky and uniquely magnetic, was far more melodious than the croaky voices of many boys his age. It sent shivers down her spine. "I merely believe this may not be the best for you." Candice voiced her thoughts candidly. "I just had a confrontation with a girl from your house, resulting in Slytherin losing 500 points. Don't you worry about the repercussions of meeting me at such a time?" Riddle turned his gaze toward her. "Do you think I would be afraid?" He appeared genuinely unperturbed. Candice tugged at her golden locks, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she replied. "You may not fear, but I do. If anything happens to you because of this, I would carry that guilt for a lifetime." Riddle's mind briefly wandered to the image of her unwaveringly protecting him moments ago. His expression darkened as he replied, "I will handle the issues within Slytherin. No one will trouble you again." His voice was remarkably gentle as he continued, "Do you not believe I can manage this?" Did she doubt him? Of course not. The abilities exhibited by Tom Riddle were beyond the questioning of a young girl like Candice. She studied him intently for a moment, and as she sensed his resolve, a smile gradually emerged on her face. It was evident that with her worries alleviated, she felt joy at the prospect of no longer facing ostracism from Slytherin. Riddle's previously hollow heart began to feel a sense of fulfillment thanks to her smile. He let out a soft sigh, glancing at the time with his wand before lightly informing her, "Today is Valentine's Day." Candice fell silent for a moment before responding, "I know. I have prepared a gift for you," he announced. Candice paused, momentarily stunned as it dawned on her that he had indeed prepared her a gift. This marked the second time she had received something from him, and on Valentine's Day, no less. While exchanging chocolates among friends was customary, her feelings for him were distinct. Thus, even if his gesture stemmed from mere politeness, it filled her with immense joy. "What is it?" She began to feel the thrill of surprise and leaped in front of him, urging, "Show me." Riddle stepped back mysteriously, towering over her by a head, tilting his chin as he retreated, the night breeze lifting his robes as he raised his voice slightly, teasingly proclaiming, "If you can catch me, I will show you." Candice fixed her gaze on him. "Is this a challenge?" Riddle smiled sidelong. "Consider it so." Candice rolled up her sleeves, arms wide, and rushed toward him. "Then I accept this challenge." Thus, the girl in her Gryffindor robes began to chase the boy clad in Slytherin attire across the grass. Riddle found it effortless to evade Candice. As she approached with open arms, he laughed and stepped back, his demeanor insouciant, provoking her into a fervor. She quickened her pace, gritting her teeth as she lunged forward, crashing into his embrace, nearly toppling him over. The youth erupted into a melodious laughter, embracing the girl, who was buried in his arms and overwhelmed with embarrassment, causing the surrounding breeze to be imbued with the sweetness and ambiguity of the moment. Candice, with her face pressed against his chest, felt the vibrations of his heartbeat, and her own heart began to race uncontrollably. "This is your gift," Riddle said, retrieving a folded parchment from the pocket of his robe, and handing it to her after she had extricated herself from his embrace. Candice took it and discovered that it was her class schedule. He stood beneath the night sky, speaking softly. "You can come find me anytime without concern for the college's matters. We can visit the library together. I will tutor you in your studies and ensure you achieve the top rank in the school." Candice, astonished, inquired, "How did you know I wanted to be first in the school?" Riddle's dark eyes twinkled with amusement as he replied, "Did you not boast that once you arrived at Hogwarts, you would surely surpass me?" Candice's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless, while Riddle added meaningfully, "Then you must start by attaining the top rank." His cool hand rested gently on her shoulder as he softly asked, "Do you like this gift?" Candice's cheeks remained flushed, yet she endeavored to furrow her brow, attempting to appear less foolish. She replied with a feigned calmness, "It's acceptable." Riddle leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "And what about my gift?" Candice wished to retort that she had not prepared a gift for him, yet in truth she had. Hesitantly, she pulled a piece of chocolate from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "The candy you gave me for my birthday was not tasty at all. Try this. It will show you what truly delightful chocolate should taste like." She sought to disguise the chocolate as less ambiguous, and after speaking, she fled without looking back, her departure carrying a hint of desperation. Riddle stood in the wind, holding the chocolate she had given him, casually flipping it in his hand, though the smile that had graced his lips began to fade. He unceremoniously stuffed the chocolate into his pocket, his expression suggesting he was utterly indifferent to her gift. Yet whether his heart echoed this sentiment remained a mystery. After Valentine's Day, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew tense as students prepared for their final examinations before the summer break. This was Candice's first examination, and she was particularly concerned about her performance, feeling a sense of responsibility towards her father and Professor Dumbledore, as well as a desire to compete with Riddle for a top rank. She spent every spare moment in the library. Despite having acquired Riddle's class schedule, she had not ventured to seek him out in Slytherin. Their occasional encounters were merely coincidental meetings in the library. He appeared unhurried. She did not seek him, and he did not seek her, leading to a subtle estrangement following their Valentine's rendezvous. Onlookers were left in confusion, and as the principal party involved, Candice could not articulate her own feelings. Fortunately, her final exam results were satisfactory. Upon exiting the last examination room, she felt a wave of relief. Each subject had proven less challenging than she had anticipated, and she mused that even if she did not secure the top position in the entire school, she could at least aim for the top in her house. Observing her classmates' dejected expressions, Candice smiled brightly. The conclusion of the exams heralded the imminent arrival of summer vacation, igniting a fervent longing among students to return home. Many had not been back for months, and the yearning for home and family was palpable. Candice was no exception. She had not returned home for Christmas, and it had been over 6 months since she had seen Mr. Bell. Although they frequently corresponded, she missed him dearly. Reminded of leaving her father alone to spend Christmas and the ensuing unfortunate events, guilt washed over her. More than anyone, she longed to be home. On the Hogwarts Express, Candice encountered the prefect. She nodded and intended to join Fremond and the others in finding a compartment, but the prefect interjected. "Candice, did you visit Professor Dumbledore's office when he summoned you?" Candice paused, bewildered. "What? When did this happen?" The prefect replied, "On Valentine's Day." "Did Miss Duncan not inform you?" Candice immediately glanced at Louise, who walked ahead, smirking as she said, "I am under no obligation to relay messages. You missed the headmaster's summons because you were out on a date, and that is not my concern." The prefect frowned and insisted. "I mentioned I would inform Candice after she returned to the dormitory, did I not, Miss Duncan?" Louise bristled at the formality with which the prefect addressed Candice. She pursed her lips and retorted, "I am not obliged to do so. Even if I had told her, it is too late. What good would it do now?" With a huff, she added, "Professor Dumbledore surely did not want her to date a Slytherin student. She did it anyway. So what difference does it make if she meets the headmaster now?" Candice stood rigidly in the train compartment, feeling an impulse to leap off the train and return to Hogwarts. "Do not pay her any mind," Candice, Fremond urged, grasping her wrist. "You can come visit me during the summer. We can go see Professor Dumbledore together." The Potter residence was in Godric's Hollow, not far from Professor Dumbledore's home. Yet Candice hesitated. The train was about to depart, and she could not linger there indefinitely. Ultimately, she was pulled away by Fremond and Euphemia. Louise Duncan followed behind, glaring at Candice, who was being defended by her friends. She looked around and found herself alone, while the prefect occasionally shot her disapproving glances. What had she done to provoke such disdain? Having been spoiled throughout her life, Louise bit her lip in frustration, and randomly chose a compartment to sit in. On the way home, Candice felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having disregarded Professor Dumbledore's summons. She suddenly despised herself for allowing such an elusive and indistinct emotion to interfere with the headmaster's call. This was not the behavior she expected of herself. When Summer finally offered her the opportunity to visit the Potter residence and accompany Fremond to see Professor Dumbledore, Candice was burdened with immense remorse. Standing outside Professor Dumbledore's door, she silently vowed never to repeat such a mistake. He had shown her such kindness, and she had not sought him out afterwards. He must have been quite saddened by her absence. Louise Duncan's words were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, she had acted poorly. As a Gryffindor, she had not considered how her association with Riddle might trouble Professor Dumbledore. What a fool she had been. When Professor Dumbledore opened the door to welcome Candice and Fremond, his gentle and amiable smile remained intact. Yet Candice felt guilty and could not meet his gaze, awkwardly following Fremond into the house. Fremond turned back and, noticing her awkwardness, chuckled. "Do you know how silly you looked just now, Candice?" He laughed so hard that he nearly doubled over. "It's just a visit to Professor Dumbledore's house. Why are you so nervous?" After his laughter subsided, Candice glared at him with frustration, setting down the gift she had been holding and threatening in a lowered voice. "Fremond, if you keep laughing, I'll tell Professor Dumbledore about your plans to plagiarize during the summer." Fremond's laughter abruptly ceased, his lips twitching as he remarked, "You are truly ruthless." "Likewise," she retorted. Candice rolled her eyes and turned towards Dumbledore, who was personally pouring drinks for them. Gathering her courage, she inquired, "Professor Dumbledore, how was your summer?" Dumbledore turned around, donned in a comfortable, light purple wizarding robe that was strikingly vibrant, slightly extravagant, yet somehow harmonious on him, reminiscent of the shimmering silver robe he wore on Valentine's Day. Oh dear, thinking of Valentine's Day again reminded her of her missteps, and Candice bowed her head in embarrassment. Dumbledore observed her thoughtfully for a moment before addressing Flitwick. "Flitwick, haven't you always wanted to play with Fawkes?" Flitwick's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? What? I mean, can I?" Dumbledore smiled gently, waving his wand lightly, summoning Fawkes from the second floor. The phoenix circled around Flitwick before soaring out the window amidst his cheers. "You can play with him using a broomstick." Dumbledore produced a somewhat worn yet sturdy child-sized broom, and handed it to Flitwick. How could Flitwick possibly miss such an opportunity? He excitedly thanked Dumbledore and quickly flew outside. This left Dumbledore and Candice alone in the room. Candice immediately felt a wave of nervousness, unsure where to place her hands, and blushingly said, "Professor Dumbledore." "Yes, I am here. You seem troubled. Is something the matter, Candice?" He gestured for her to sit down. They faced each other, and he pushed the drink toward her, apple juice her favorite. Candice picked up the drink, her emotions complex as she lowered her gaze and said, "When I returned home for the summer, I overheard the head boy mention that you sought me out on Valentine's Day evening." Summoning all her courage, she looked up at the professor, whose gaze remained gentle, and apologetically said, "I'm so sorry, Professor. I had no idea until I left school. I regret not being able to find you in time. I let you down." Dumbledore reclined thoughtfully on the sofa, tilting his head slightly as he softly replied, "So, this has been weighing on you." He lowered his tone, reassuringly saying, "There is no need to dwell on this. I merely wished to inquire how you intended to handle that star. It was not of great importance." The star? Candice remembered it well. She still carried it with her. Proudly, she retrieved the magical specimen she had made from the star she had plucked from Dumbledore's robe on Valentine's Day. "I turned it into a specimen," she exclaimed with a smile. "Isn't it beautiful? It can even serve as a bookmark." Dumbledore regarded the star resting in her palm, its magical essence preserved, still vibrant and twirling as if just freshly picked. He beamed, saying, "You have done wonderfully, Candice. Have I not yet informed you of your exam results from your first year?" At the mention of her results, even with a sense of foreboding, she felt a flutter of nerves. Hesitantly, she asked, "Did I do all right?" Dumbledore replied gently, "Not just all right." A smile graced his lips. "You achieved the highest score in the entire school, Candice." Candice stood up in disbelief. "Really? I truly came first in the entire school?" Her blue eyes widened, and upon seeing Dumbledore nod in confirmation, she could not contain herself and rushed around the table to embrace him, feeling a weight lift off her heart. Though she had erred previously, her excellent exam results must surely bring pride to the professor, right? Candice gazed up at Dumbledore with sparkling eyes and he patted her hand, saying, "You are exceptionally talented. Although this year's House Cup remains out of Gryffindor's reach, your achievements have certainly brought me honor." With that, Candice felt completely reassured. She picked up the visiting gift she had brought, unwrapping it to reveal an assortment of delicious treats. By the time Flitwick and Fawkes returned from their play, they had nearly finished eating. Flitwick stood in shock, staring at the empty candy wrappers. "Is it all gone?" Candice wiped her mouth and replied, "What did you expect? All you do is play." Even Fawkes looked exhausted after flying back. "You outflew a phoenix, Flitwick." Flitwick choked momentarily before reluctantly retorting, "Isn't it, because I can join the Quidditch team when school starts? Shouldn't I put in some effort?" Candice smiled, "I'm not in a hurry." "Why are you?" Flitwick protested. "You are a natural. You were born to fly. But I'm just a little." He sat down and rummaged through the remnants on the table, finding a forgotten treat. Dumbledore magically refilled their drinks, cheerfully saying, "Your skills are commendable as well, Flitwick. I believe you will become an excellent seeker." Flitwick blushed at the headmaster's praise, still red-faced when he departed. Candice watched him with curiosity, causing him to blush even more, and he sheepishly exclaimed before running off. Candice stood there, gazing at his retreating figure, and after a moment, turned to Dumbledore and said, "I shall take my leave now, Professor." Dumbledore glanced at the sky and inquired, "How do you plan to return?" Candice replied, "I will wait for my father at Flitwick's home. He will come to fetch me." Dumbledore nodded slightly, watching as Candice departed. A few steps away, she hesitated, unable to shake off her concern, and turned back to say, "Albus." It was the first time she had addressed him by his first name that day, and Dumbledore looked at her with mild surprise. Candice wrestled with her thoughts for a moment before asking, "If I were to befriend Tom, if I were to associate with a Slytherin, would it trouble you?" At last, she voiced her innermost thoughts. Dumbledore had anticipated she might remain silent, but Candice did not disappoint him. She never had. Dumbledore stood at the door, observing the young woman he had watched grow, and after a moment he replied, "If it were to trouble me, would you cease your association with Mr. Riddle?" Candice bit her lip, appearing quite conflicted. Yet after a brief pause, she nodded earnestly, stating, "If you find it troubling, I shall stop associating with Tom." Though she felt torn and likely saddened by the prospect, she believed she could manage it. She would strive to avoid public interactions with Tom at school, but they could still maintain their friendship through letters or other means, as long as they kept it discreet. Candice wrestled with how to navigate her relationship with Riddle in the future, yet in truth, Dumbledore did not wish to place undue hardship on the girl who had so effortlessly chosen to stand by his side. Tom Riddle was merely 13, still in his third year, and during their last conversation his anger had led him to speak harshly. However, that boy might not be as irredeemable as he appeared. For the professor, there remained over 4 years to attempt to guide that boy's thoughts toward a better path. While he could not deny his favoritism towards Candice, he could not condemn a youth outright. He must afford him a chance, mustn't he? Perhaps Candice's presence could help realign his misguided heart. As long as Candice could pursue her studies and life with joy and health, he would address the rest, even if the outcome proved less than favorable. "I am not troubled, Candice." Dumbledore stepped forward and stood before Candice, gazing down at the still diminutive girl, and gently advised her, "You are free to cultivate friendships, and should not doubt yourself based on the opinions of others." He tenderly brushed his fingers through her golden locks, and imparted the words he had long wished to share with Ariana, yet had never found the opportunity. "You can bravely be yourself and pursue your desires. Whatever it is you wish to do, I shall stand by your side." Candice listened with a blend of confusion and earnestness, nodding solemnly in response. Following this conversation, her summer became significantly more relaxed. With the burdens weighing upon her heart lifted, she began to prepare gifts for her classmates. As the school year approached, both Euphemia and Anita would be celebrating their birthdays, and she had thoughtfully prepared presents for them. After the holiday, she had not encountered Riddle again, nor had they corresponded. Occasionally, Candice would stand by the window, glancing toward the orphanage, reasoning that he should have returned there after the break, yet he seemed to have vanished. At least from her observations, she had not caught even a glimpse of him. Her next encounter with him occurred while she was procuring new books in Diagon Alley. Accompanied by Mr. Bell, she stumbled upon Riddle in the leaky cauldron, clad in his black wizarding robes. His hair had grown slightly longer since their time at school, and his cheeks appeared more gaunt. Yet all these changes only enhanced his allure, making him even more handsome than before. As Candice stole a few more glances at him, Mr. Bell noticed and cast a quick look at Riddle, who in turn glanced back at them. He exuded a newfound intensity, his dark eyes radiating an air of certainty. devoid of humility even in his gaze towards Mr. Bell. "That lad appears to be a Slytherin," Mr. Bell remarked in a low voice. "Is he not Tom Riddle?" Candice grasped her father's hand, imploring him to divert his gaze from Riddle, feeling somewhat embarrassed herself. She was acutely aware that her father's scrutinizing stare was rather impolite, and hoped Riddle wouldn't take offense. "Father, I've gathered my books. We can leave now," she said with a hint of urgency. However, Mr. Bell was in no rush to depart. He continued to eye Riddle's direction, suggesting, "Aren't you friends? Why not go and greet him?" Candice's face drained of color as she watched her father stride toward Riddle. As a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Bell had inevitably developed an air of authority. He felt it necessary to personally meet the orphan who had quietly befriended his daughter. Yet, a mere letter from Dumbledore could not provide him with a complete understanding of the boy. From behind Mr. Bell, Candice repeatedly blinked at Riddle, hoping he would take his leave. She knew her father all too well. If Mr. Bell were to catch Riddle, he would certainly face a thorough interrogation. Her eyes were filled with both remorse and entreaty. Riddle raised a slight smirk, undoubtedly grasping her intentions, yet he remained unmoved. He simply stood there, and when Mr. Bell came to a halt before him, he greeted him with a composed, respectful, "Good day, Mr. Bell." Candice buried her face in her hands, wishing she could faint from the embarrassment. Mr. Bell appraised the boy before him, who could only be described as charming, and nodded, asking, "So you are Mr. Riddle?" Riddle closed his eyes briefly and replied, "Indeed, as you can see, I am." His tone was polite, considering Candice likely had no other Slytherin friends, right? Mr. Bell found it difficult to articulate the impression the boy left on him. While he appeared courteous, as an elder, he felt no sense of respect emanating from him. Furrowing his brow, with Candice tugging at his robes, he reluctantly said, "It is a pleasure to meet you. We shall not impose further, as we must be on our way." Candice sighed with relief upon hearing her father's words, and cast a resentful glance at Riddle. After Mr. Bell took her hand, they vanished from the spot using apparition. Leaning against the bookshelf in the leaky cauldron, Riddle recalled the truth about his heritage that he had uncovered during the summer. A smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. He no longer held anyone in high regard. He had confirmed that he was indeed a descendant of the illustrious Salazar Slytherin. Although he had long been reluctant to accept this fact, he discovered that his father, old Riddle, had never set foot in Hogwarts. He had scoured the Hogwarts trophy room during every spare moment, exploring every list of prefects and even the history of magic texts, finding no mention of the surname Riddle. Following this, he began to pursue the remaining lead, derived from his grandfather's middle name, Marvolo. Through his tireless efforts, he gathered information from old tomes and some amicable Slytherin students about the remnants of the Slytherin lineage. Gunter. Marvolo Gunter, a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. Although he had yet to visit the Gunter family to ascertain the truth, he was absolutely certain that his grandfather was indeed the one. Initially, Riddle had dismissed the notion of his mother being a witch. After all, if she truly were a witch, how could she have been so feeble as to give birth to him at the gates of a Muggle orphanage, only to meet a tragic end? She should have possessed the power to protect herself. A simple potion could have resolved everything. Yet she didn't. He could not fathom what foolish and ignorant thoughts had clouded her mind, leading her to end her life so mundanely. Each time he recalled these memories, an internal loathing and displeasure consumed him. He no longer wished to bear the name Tom Riddle. It reminded him too much of his Muggle father. He needed a name more befitting of his true self. Slowly, Riddle closed the book before him and departed the leaky cauldron. On September 1st, Hogwarts commenced its academic year punctually, as the Hogwarts Express glided towards the school under the bright sun. However, this splendid weather failed to uplift the students within the Slytherin noble compartment. Riddle sat alone, surrounded by those from pureblood families. "An orphan from a Muggle orphanage, is it?" Walburga inquired, her tone dripping with condescension. "Is that correct, Mr. Riddle?" Riddle remained expressionless as he regarded her, unperturbed that they had finally uncovered the truths he had once sought to conceal. As a Miss Black, Walburga clearly looked down upon his true lineage. Yet she seemed to harbor her own reservations. Despite her sharp words, she refrained from uttering anything overtly offensive. Abraxas stood quietly to the side, merely an observer, as did Avery Lestrange and Rosier. Others, including students from the Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson families, appeared curious about how Riddle would elucidate his origins. Yet Riddle offered no explanations. Instead, he simply drew forth his wand, inciting a wave of panic among the others. With a derisive sweep of his gaze, he remarked, "Shall I supplement Miss Black's words?" A wizard cast aside, possessing the illustrious bloodline of the great founder of Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin? He regarded them with disdain. Would this not be a more accurate description, dear friends? Walburga remained silent, while Malfoy, after a prolonged period of quietude, finally reflected aloud. What caused the situation, Tom? That led to such an external abandonment? His expression was one of genuine concern. You see, we truly care for you. With such a noble lineage, how could you endure such tragic circumstances? Lycoris and Walburga exchanged a glance, the latter contemplatively maintaining her silence. She occasionally cast her eyes upon Riddle's wand, and to be frank, despite being a year his senior, she felt uncertain about their collective ability to overcome him. They had witnessed Riddle's prowess firsthand. As early as their first year, it was an incident involving Avery, when Lestrange, Avery, and Rosier were not yet as amicable with Riddle as they were now. They would often provoke this enigmatic boy of their year. They had once erupted into a fierce confrontation, but it remained confined within the walls of Slytherin, unheard by outsiders. Even by Professor Slughorn. All of it transpired behind closed doors, secretly in the Slytherin common room. At that time, they had aimed to teach the arrogant Riddle a lesson, only to find themselves outmatched. Riddle possessed a terrifying magical aptitude. Many spells, even those meant for upper years, he could master with but a glance. Walburga, though proud of her heritage, harbored a degree of trepidation, having witnessed how he had bested their group. Now, with Riddle openly declaring his true bloodline, it mattered little that he had grown up in an orphanage under obscure circumstances, for his strength was a testament to his lineage. His response to Abraxas had plunged everyone into contemplation. You need not concern yourselves with my past, he stated, his demeanor unflinching. What matters is who I am. The blood that courses through my veins. He scanned the room, ensuring their undivided attention, before lowering his voice to a husky whisper, and understand who I can genuinely benefit. That is sufficient. Walburga's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she inquired, are you suggesting that pureblood is captivating, is it not? A flicker of fervor ignited in Riddle's gaze, embodying the wisdom and strength of the serpent, a symbol of Salazar Slytherin, the founder who had once refused Muggle students entry to Hogwarts, ultimately departing the school in pursuit of his ideals. We should strive for his vision, he continued. I trust you all share my sentiments. We must purify our school, even the entire wizarding world, expelling those unworthy of the art, the mudbloods. He spat the term with disdain, rising to address them emphatically. We should unite for the sake of pureblood interests, my friends. Will you allow those mudbloods to stand alongside you as equals? Only pureblood wizards deserve the title of wizard, and the privilege of magic. The audacity of mudbloods claiming to be wizards is an affront to true purebloods. Purebloods are inherently superior. Wizards should not live in hiding. The foolish muggles ought to accept our dominion, rather than establishing the so-called Ministry of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. What a ridiculous institution. Do magical accidents and disasters truly occur? For muggles, perhaps, but not for us. Everyone is busy protecting muggles, who will safeguard the interests of purebloods. His rhetoric rendered the assembly silent, with Avery and Rosier gazing at him almost in rapture. Under such adoring and fervent scrutiny, he resumed his seat, smiling as he added, of course, you need not make an immediate choice about whether to follow me in maximizing our mutual advantage. You may doubt my ability to inspire complete confidence at this moment. He rasped, as a serpent, thicker and longer than the last, slithered into the compartment, climbing onto the table, flicking its tongue at all present. Riddle regarded the serpent with delight, saying, let us wait and see. I welcome each of you in true friendship. He elegantly gestured with one hand across his chest, like a true nobleman. Then he closed his eyes, serene in the embrace of the serpent. Walburga sat there in disbelief, her body numb. She instinctively glanced at those around her, most sharing her reaction. Once more, she looked toward Tom Riddle opposite her. It must be said that this boy, with Slytherin's blood coursing through him, had articulated the unspoken thoughts of every pureblood family over the years. His words were compelling, and he himself was undeniably charismatic. She pondered that what he needed to do next was to adequately demonstrate his strength. Abraxas, heir to the Malfoy lineage, shared a similar sentiment to Walburga's. He absently caressed the ring on his finger, the serpent upon it invigorating him. He offered Riddle a smile, even if it went unseen. Upon witnessing his demeanor, the others followed suit, smiling in agreement. They then settled down around Riddle, and the serpent with even greater caution than before. Chapter 10. The new term began. Everything fresh and new. Candice had achieved the top score in the school during the previous term's final exams. Not only did the professors sing her praises, but her fellow Gryffindors, especially her peers, also extended their congratulations. It was difficult to ascertain whether their intentions were to cultivate goodwill for future favors and assignments. In any case, Candice was evidently no mere pretty face. She had proven her worth to all, showing that she was not only beautiful but also intelligent. Furthermore, She possessed remarkable talent in flying, having displayed exceptional skill during her first-year flying lessons. Thus, upon the graduation of the previous Seeker, Candice naturally became the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Candice was currently engaged in practice, as the team's first match of the new term was against Hufflepuff. She soared through the air on her broom, her golden hair drawn back into a ponytail, her blue eyes intently focused on the training field, oblivious to the throngs of students without classes watching her from the stands. She was truly stunning. Fourth-year Gryffindor, Longbottom, gazed at her in awe. "Do you think I could ask her out?" he queried. McDonald, standing beside him, rolled his eyes and said, "You might want to take a look over there." Longbottom followed his gesture to see an entire row of boys uniformly gazing wide-eyed at the sky, their eyes tracking Candice's every move. Longbottom's lips twitched and he muttered, "Though the competition is fierce, how will I know if I don't try?" McDonald couldn't help but applaud him, but just as Longbottom felt a glimmer of confidence, he was again struck down. "But your real competition isn't them. Your true rival is Potter," he said, glancing at the opposite stand where several Slytherins were inexplicably watching the Gryffindor training. Longbottom cast a glance in that direction, frowning slightly. McDonald whispered, "Haven't you heard? In their first year, Belle was quite close with Riddle from Slytherin. Last Christmas holiday, Belle even had a run-in with a Slytherin girl, and spent quite some time in the hospital wing." Lombard hesitantly remarked, "But they have lost contact now, haven't they?" Indeed, that was the case. Although Dumbledore had stated that the correspondence between Candice and Riddle would not trouble him, even encouraging her to pursue her desires, the more he insisted, the more Candice felt compelled to refrain from doing so. She sensed that Professor Dumbledore wished to spare her from discomfort. For his sake, she could never allow those matters to affect him. Thus, since the commencement of her second year, she had not reached out to Riddle. Whenever they encountered each other in the school corridors, she would merely cast a fleeting glance his way before swiftly departing with her friends. Fremont and the others would rather maintain their distance from Slytherin. Previously, they pondered how to persuade her otherwise, but now, she had instinctively distanced herself from them. Much to their delight, Dumbledore, too, had noticed the shift in Candice. She would occasionally zone out during lessons, staring blankly at her textbooks, but such moments were fleeting. He was well aware of the reason behind her transformation, and for whom she was making such efforts, feeling both comforted and conflicted. Perhaps no one was more tormented than Tom Riddle himself. Just as he had devised a plan to embarrass Dumbledore, a crucial element of his scheme had gone awry, one he had once deemed infallible. Leaning against the stone window of the castle, Riddle cast a sidelong glance at Candice, who was soaring through the air on her broomstick. She was wholly engrossed in her training, collaborating with that band of rowdy Gryffindors to refine their Quidditch strategies. Her dear friend Mr. Potter was almost perpetually by her side. Rather than being her gallant protector, he resembled a large child in need of her care. A gentle breeze tousled Riddle's slightly long black hair, as he coldly averted his gaze and strode purposefully down the staircase. The next class was potions, and as usual, he was the first to complete the potion in his cauldron. His partner, Malfoy, shot him a glance, but did not follow him as he exited the classroom ahead of schedule. After lessons, Avery and Rosier approached Malfoy, inquiring, "Does Tom seem a bit off today?" Abracadabra replied with a smirk, "Isn't it obvious?" The three of them exited the classroom, with Lestrange trailing behind. The boys mingled, discussing their most pressing concern. Was it because of that Gryffindor, Candice Bell? Lestrange lowered his voice. "Since the school year began, she has completely ignored Tom. Compared to last semester, she seems like a different person. I must admit, I'm somewhat impressed. I thought no girl could resist his charm." He shrugged, "You know, his looks are simply unparalleled." Abracadabra pondered, "Perhaps she cannot resist his allure. She is merely ascending the staircase." His gaze drifted through the window, where the Gryffindor Quidditch team had ceased their training. Candice Bell, broomstick in hand, was walking back to the castle alongside Fremont and Potter, her hair dancing in the breeze, her smile radiant like an Austin rose. "What is she?" Rosier, noticing them, frowned. "That gold and red is quite an unsightly color combination." Avery snorted, "Indeed. It's gaudy and exaggerated. Silver and green are far more appealing." Lestrange, indifferent to the house colors, was more concerned about Malfoy's unfinished thought. You mentioned that Belle cannot resist his charm. What has she taken? Her current behavior has completely disrupted Tom's plans. Dumbledore's been grinning like a fool. It's quite intolerable." Abracadabra watched Candice until she entered the castle, then lowered his voice. "Perhaps she is not entirely foolish, unlike other women who are entirely governed by adrenaline and dopamine." "Adrenaline and dopamine? What are those? Some kind of potion ingredients?" Lestrange asked, somewhat perplexed. Avery and Rosier shared similar confusion. Malfoy twitched slightly. It appeared he had spent too much time dealing with muggles, even referencing muggle doctors, an unwise habit. Clearing his throat, he addressed them. You need not concern yourselves with that. Just understand that Belle has likely realized the turmoil that close ties with Slytherin could bring to Dumbledore. As his favored student, she would surely strive to amend the situation after coming to this realization. The others nodded in enlightened agreement. This must be the crux of the matter. Yet upon grasping the truth, they felt it might have been better to remain ignorant. She was not a fool after all. Should one truly commend her as the flower of Gryffindor? She was certainly more challenging than those infatuated girls. Yet she was a key figure in Riddle's plans. They were reluctant to permit her to continue her cold treatment of the heir to Slytherin, as it felt so unjust. However, they dared not intervene. Who knew if their assistance would prove counterproductive? Riddle had expressly forbidden their involvement in this matter, so they could only watch, deprived even of an opportunity to pledge their loyalty. In truth, Candice was not as indifferent to her relationship with Riddle as she appeared. She had contemplated writing to him to clarify her feelings. Yet each time she picked up her quill, she found herself at a loss for words. When they crossed paths, they were often accompanied by others, making it even more improbable to converse candidly. Thus, their relationship remained in a state of stalemate. Unbeknownst to them, quite a considerable amount of time had passed since the school year began. Candice's first Quidditch match was officially upon them. Although today's contest was between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, many from Slytherin had come to spectate, for the victor would face Slytherin in the following month. Knowledge of one's opponents is essential for victory. They needed to observe Gryffindor's new strategies, especially after the influx of new talent this year. Ravenclaw had sent a fair number of spectators as well, curious to see which house would suffer defeat today, as that would determine their next opponent. Candice donned her Quidditch team uniform, her long golden hair braided as usual. The tie securing her braid featured a striking green gemstone, lending a beautiful touch. However, it was not solely its beauty that drew attention. In the Slytherin stands Tom Riddle, the male protagonist of the gossip surrounding Candice, was also there to watch the match. Beside him stood Malfoy, with his platinum blonde hair, along with Walburga and Lucinda. The two older girls, often aloof and dismissive, wore rare smiles and were quite amiable in Riddle's presence. Riddle seemed to possess an innate magnetism for women. Yet the crowd's interest lay not in his uncanny allure, but in the bracelet adorning his wrist. To call it a bracelet would be misleading. It was a braided leather cord adorned with a high-quality green gemstone that, whether viewed up close or from afar, bore a striking resemblance to the enchanting hair tie of the Gryffindor flower on the field. Had they stumbled upon something extraordinary? Strange glances were incessantly cast towards Riddle, yet he remained unfazed by the malevolent scrutiny, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Candice, who soared gracefully on her broomstick. Everyone was acutely aware of the exceptional quality of her broom, a Comet 160, procured by Mr. Bell specifically for her inclusion in the house team. Its speed was remarkable, and its braking capabilities were unrivaled, bolstered by a patented braking charm. Observe how the broom, under Candice's adept control, showcased all its technical prowess. Amidst a tense match, she was the first to spot the elusive Golden Snitch, and the commentary from Gryffindor praised her beauty, which was only rivaled by her keen eyesight. Dumbledore, seated among the faculty, watched the match with delight, his expression almost proclaiming that he, like the commentators, regarded Candice as an extraordinarily skilled seeker. Indeed, she was remarkable, infuriatingly so. This young lady, who had been cherished and adored since childhood, successfully captured the Golden Snitch when Gryffindor trailed Hufflepuff by a few points. The professor of flying blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, heralding Gryffindor's victory. Huzzah! The crimson and gold stands erupted with thunderous applause. Riddle cast a scornful glance, his hand, which hung by his side, slowly forming a fist. Candice, confidently smiling as she held the Golden Snitch aloft, instinctively glanced in his direction, prompting him to coldly avert his gaze and lead a group of Slytherin students away from the stands. Hovering in midair on her broomstick, Candice's smile faltered momentarily, yet quickly returned as Professor Dumbledore directed an appreciative look towards her. His gaze provided her with a slight sense of comfort, though it did not entirely lift her spirits. It seemed imperative for her to dispatch that letter promptly. Otherwise, it appeared that she and Riddle might truly become estranged forever. Following her victory, Candice received the Golden Snitch she had captured as a memento. She tucked it into her pocket, contemplating the phrasing of the letter she intended to send to Riddle as she walked to class. How could she gently convey that, in order to avoid troubling Professor Dumbledore, she would refrain from any correspondence with him during her time at school? Surely he would be enraged. It would signal to him that their friendship was worth less than a mere moment's inconvenience to Dumbledore. Yet that was far from the truth. Candice sighed deeply, resting her chin on her hand and drifting into thought. Professor Binns, as always, droned on with his soporific lecture, leaving only Candice and Freeman awake and alert. The reason Freeman had managed to stay awake today was solely due to Candice's incessant sighing. "What troubles you?" Freeman whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. "We just won our very first match. We should be planning a celebration, not sighing." Candice found it difficult to explain. Revealing her worries would only lead Freeman to think her overly anxious. Thus she replied, "It's nothing, I'm merely bored." Freeman scoffed lightly, "You're hiding something from me." Unwilling to share. "But you're right. History of magic is indeed dull." He spread open his book, and to Candice's surprise, she noticed he was taking notes. "What expression is that?" Freeman gazed at her incredulously. "Is it so rare for me to take notes?" Candice replied dryly, "A little, yes. I didn't expect you to actually study." Had they not been in class, Freeman would have surely tapped her on the head in indignation. "Enough, Candice. I've already resolved to work hard this semester. Just wait and see. I shall surpass you in the final exams." Candice nodded earnestly. "I shall look forward to it." Freeman huffed again and returned to his notes. Candice propped her chin in her hand, unable to deny that, despite having mentally accepted the horrifying notion of Freeman being diligent in class, especially in history of magic, the visual shock still left her astounded. As Halloween approached, Candice finally sent out the letter she had painstakingly composed. She deliberately chose one of the school owls from the Ollery for dispatch, wary of attracting undue attention. She fully understood that her recent silence towards Riddle, followed by a sudden correspondence, would only spark further gossip if witnessed, thus she proceeded with utmost caution. When Riddle received her letter, his displeasure at her evasive wording was palpable, yet he felt an urge to mock her just as he had Freeman. He was astonished that she could exhibit such caution. A Gryffindor, capable of considering so many details when reaching out to him, was indeed a surprise. Riddle, with a stoic expression, tore the parchment before him to shreds. Gripping his powerful wand, he merely moved his lips, casting a silent incantation that incinerated the torn parchment. "A silent spell?" Abraxas's voice resonated from behind. "By third year, you've already mastered it?" His tone slightly elevated, though he was not genuinely surprised. In fact, Riddle's unexpected feats seemed almost expected to him. "Did you hear?" Abraxas leaned against Riddle's desk, speaking in hushed tones. That half-blood giant from Gryffindor was reported by his roommate for keeping illegal creatures in their dorm. Illegal creatures? Riddle's interest piqued. He leaned back in his chair, curious. "What sort of illegal creatures?" "No one knows," Malfoy shrugged. "I tell you this because, while he was reported, he was ultimately not convicted. A pity, really. He only lost a few points." Riddle raised an eyebrow. "Was it Dumbledore who intervened?" Malfoy chuckled oddly. "No. That's precisely what I wanted to tell you. It wasn't Dumbledore. It was Bell." Riddle's brow twitched, yet he remained silent. Malfoy continued. "Candice Bell persuaded the student who reported Hagrid to withdraw his request to change dorms, allowing him to remain with that half-blood giant." Riddle's lips pressed together. The depths of his dark eyes obscured his thoughts. Malfoy fell silent for a moment before adding, "Who would have thought her eloquence was commendable? She truly is Dumbledore's favorite, always doing things that align with the old beast's thoughts." Always doing things that align with the old beast's thoughts. Abraxas insinuated that Candice was distancing herself from Riddle for Dumbledore's sake. How could Riddle not perceive the implication? He narrowed his eyes slightly at Malfoy, who met his gaze for a fleeting moment before standing upright, his face pale. "Apologies, I've said too much." With that, he turned and walked towards his bed. Riddle watched his retreating figure until he lay down and pulled the curtains, then slowly averted his gaze. These scions of pureblood families often exhibited sufficient respect and subtle admiration towards him. Yet deep down, it was unlikely that their disdain for his upbringing in an orphanage and his humble beginnings could be easily dispelled. But that was of little consequence. He would instill in them a fear of harboring that disdainful sentiment ever again. Shifting his gaze back to the tabletop, where a letter had recently lain before him, now reduced to ashes, he slowly raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Tom Riddle, now in his third year, had grown significantly taller since the previous year. His facial features had shed the innocence of childhood, maturing into those of an attractively poised young man. As Candice made her solitary way to the library, she fortuitously encountered him, a figure of striking allure. He was particularly sensitive to being observed. Upon catching her gaze, he swiftly looked up, clutching a book in his hands. He promptly closed it and ambled over nonchalantly. Today, neither of them was accompanied by others. Perhaps they might engage in conversation? Candice mused, remaining still as she awaited his approach. Riddle's dark eyes locked onto hers as he gradually closed the distance between them. Many students in the library noticed the two, once embroiled in rumors, now seemingly estranged, inching closer together. They held their breath, anticipating a dialogue. However, their hopes were dashed. Riddle, with an impassive demeanor, strode past Candice, leaving behind only a faint whisper of minty freshness in his wake. Candice stiffened momentarily, yet quickly regained her composure. She borrowed several books from the library and, after signing them out, departed in haste. No gossip at all. A group of students lamented as they redirected their attention back to their reading. Candice exited the library, her mind heavy with thoughts. Clutching her books, she gazed ahead, unable to ignore Riddle's conspicuous silhouette. She had a class on transfiguration approaching in about 20 minutes. Provided the conditions allowed. Meaning, if the path was clear of other students, perhaps they could exchange a few words. Yet, disappointment loomed again. Following him down the corridor, surrounded by numerous students, Candice grew anxious. Time was slipping away, and she unconsciously quickened her steps. Eventually they ascended to the 8th floor. Here, the throng of students had thinned, but the classroom was still a considerable distance away. Frustrated, Candice turned to leave. She had less than 10 minutes to make it to class and was determined not to be tardy. But at that moment Riddle, who had been maintaining a steady distance from her, abruptly halted and turned to face her. Candice hesitated, torn between her desire to flee and her curiosity. As he took deliberate steps towards her, clutching her books tighter, she felt an inexplicable mix of nervousness and guilt. You followed me all this way. Were you not waiting for a moment alone? Why turn back now? Riddle stood before her, having seemingly tidied his hair, his bangs slightly shorter, allowing her to see his elegant brows and captivating eyes. His appearance made it exceedingly difficult to maintain a calm demeanor and engage in rational conversation. Only by averting her gaze could she summon the courage to speak. The second-year transfiguration class is about to commence, she stated. I do not have much time. With a determined bite of her lip, she met his gaze and tentatively suggested, perhaps we could converse another time? Another time? His words dripped with nonchalance. It has been nearly 2 months since the term commenced, and you wish to postpone further? Riddle's cold stare bore into her, cornering her against the wall. Under her startled gaze he murmured, there will be no next time, Miss Bell. Fear not. I shall ensure you do not miss your beloved Professor Dumbledore's class. He tilted his head slightly, and for a fleeting moment, Candice felt as if he might lean in to kiss her. But he did not. Their noses brushed lightly, their breaths entwining, and Candice found herself nearly breathless. From this day forth, we are no longer friends. Just like that. His voice remained devoid of emotion as he abruptly stepped back and turned away, not once glancing back. He was tall, his strides long. If she did not seize him immediately, he would undoubtedly vanish around the next corner. Candice had no doubt that should she allow him to depart now, their connection would be irrevocably severed. There would be no chance even for a mere nod of acknowledgement afterward. Unbeknownst to her, she was blissfully unaware of the malevolent deeds Riddle had committed against her, nor the ugly intentions he harbored. To her, it appeared she had unilaterally severed their ties, that she was evasively withholding the truth in her correspondence, selfishly desiring friendship while wishing to spare Professor Dumbledore any trouble. She felt utterly contemptible. She had perhaps never treated anyone so poorly in her life. Thus, she grasped his hand, the very hand still adorned with the chain she had gifted him. Gazing at the leather cord encircling his wrist, Candice's heart swirled with conflicting emotions. Biting her lip, she fell silent for a moment, then resolutely declared, I'm sorry. She stepped closer, fixing her gaze upon Riddle's dark eyes. It is my fault. I severed our communication without cause, and I endeavored to conceal the true reason in my letters. You are clever. Surely you must have surmised it? Riddle regarded her with a look of astonishment, as if he had not anticipated her candidness. It must be said he was a skilled performer, adept at feigning emotions, and Candice discerned no flaws in his facade. I apologize, Tom. It is my wrongdoing. Candice frowned as she spoke. You may blame me as you wish. Even choose to sever all ties with me henceforth. But please allow me to reveal the truth behind this matter, so that my conscience may find solace. Oh, conscience? What is that? Riddle mused, unfamiliar with such a concept. Yet he was willing to grant her conscience a measure of comfort. Thus he turned to face her, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Candice noted his disinterested demeanor, feeling a pang of discomfort. She was no fool. She sensed the insincerity in his actions, and it was evident he was quite vexed. This was the first time she had so clearly perceived his dismissive attitude. I spent the entire summer contemplating how to navigate our relationship, Candice began. Her eyes locked onto his. You are aware of the discord between Slytherin and Gryffindor that arose due to our connection last year. I remember when we first met. I mentioned Professor Dumbledore to you. He holds a unique significance for me. I do not wish to be a troublesome student who frequently burdens the school and puts him in a difficult position. This is the reason I have refrained from contacting you since the school year commenced. She took a deep breath. I know I have been unreasonable. I am not a good friend. If you choose to cut ties with me entirely because of this, I will not protest. She attempted to calm herself, to articulate her thoughts clearly, but her emotions began to overwhelm her. After all, she was still merely a girl of not yet 13. And having never encountered such conflicting experiences, the fact that she could express so much was already a miracle. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she inhaled shakily. I only hope you can grant me a chance to make amends. Even if we can never be friends again, it would ease my heart. As she uttered the words about never being friends again, tears slipped down her cheeks. It must be acknowledged that even when a beautiful girl weeps, her beauty remains striking. If there were indeed fairies in this world, one could imagine their tears would resemble this. Riddle gazed intently at her, his previously indifferent demeanor gradually shifting. Though Candice remained oblivious to the change in his emotions, she had completely forgotten about her upcoming transfiguration class until he reminded her. You are late. His thin lips parted and closed, proclaiming the unwelcome news she could hardly bear. Upon hearing this, Candice felt an even deeper pang of sorrow and, without hesitation, squatted down, clutching her book, and wept uncontrollably. She was truly grateful that there was no one else on the 8th floor at that moment. Riddle surveyed his surroundings. Faced with the emotionally shattered girl, he appeared somewhat passive, a stark contrast to his usual composure. He was typically meticulous and self-possessed, fully capable of masquerading as a benevolent and saintly youth, forgiving her perceived transgressions in order to elicit her guilt and further his own agenda. In that scenario, he would undoubtedly have reaped great rewards. However, it was evident that he did not choose that path. He could not even manage to assume his usual role of detached observer. A pair of cool yet gentle hands rested on Candice's shoulders, causing her to flinch before slowly lifting her head to gaze at the owner of the hands in surprise. You should be aware of something called a time turner. He produced a beautiful watch from the side pocket of his robe and placed it in her hand, stating, I can lend it to you. Now you can resolve your tardiness, so might you cease your tears? His expression and words were undeniably cold, akin to the thick ice formed on a lake in winter. Yet upon hearing this, Candice could not help but smile through her tears. He was comforting her, even resolving her tardiness. Grasping the time turner tightly, which still bore the faint warmth of his touch, she felt a tumultuous blend of emotions swell within her chest. The budding flower of Gryffindor, this exquisite Austen rose, furrowed her brow as if grappling with a dilemma, before discarding her book and rising to embrace the boy before her. Riddle's arms hung limply at his sides, passively accepting her embrace. In that moment he felt neither the satisfaction of a successful scheme nor the anxiety of his unusual emotions. Standing tall and straight, Candice had to rise on her tiptoes to encircle his neck. Rationality urged him to push her away, yet his hands, which had already begun to lift, hesitated and retreated at the last moment. He refused to acknowledge that emotion as cowardice. He lowered his gaze to meet the girl's striking blue eyes, synchronizing their breaths, hers inhaling and exhaling, and his following suit. A Muggle, Victor Hugo, penned a literary masterpiece entitled Les Miserables in 1862. Within its pages lies a phrase that aptly encapsulates the current dynamic between Candice and Riddle. The first sign of true love manifests as timidity in the boy and boldness in the girl. Chapter 11. The time turner is a splendid invention. Candice successfully arrived at her transfiguration class. Professor Dumbledore seemed to be in high spirits lately, always smiling during lessons. Candice occupied the front row, seated next to the diligent Fleamont. She clutched the time turner tightly, recalling the embrace shared with Riddle before their parting, and could not help but drift into thoughts. Had they reconciled? He had lent her the time turner, which should indicate some form of truce, right? Even if they had not fully made amends, she could always extend a proper apology when she returned the time turner. But how would she find the opportunity to return it to him? Candice resolved to write him another letter. On the eve of Halloween, she received Riddle's response. At the time, she was in the dormitory, where Anita and Euphemia were engrossed in a discussion about costumes for the Halloween feast. While Louise Duncan had distanced herself from them since the start of term, isolating herself behind her curtains, Candice sat alone at her desk, engrossed in her studies. When the owl tapped at the window, she set down her quill and looked over, recognizing it as the school's owl. Riddle had not acquired his own owl, perhaps deeming it unnecessary or financially unfeasible. Regardless, he always used the school's owl to send his letters. Upon seeing this owl, Candice knew it bore a reply from him. She opened the window to let the owl enter, removed the letter from its leg, and prepared a tasty treat for it. An owl? Euphemia remarked from her perch beside Anita's bed. It seems to be from the school. Has someone sent you a Halloween gift? What sort of gift could one send for Halloween? It was typically just candy, most of which had been given in person. Professors would also distribute some sweets during the Halloween feast. Sending Halloween gifts via owl seemed rather peculiar. Candice briefly explained, it's not a gift, merely a letter. A letter? Euphemia murmured, but did not press further, recognizing it as a personal matter that Candice was evidently reluctant to discuss. Candice quickly tidied her work and took the letter to her bed. Cautiously, she pulled aside half of her curtain before daring to read its contents. Riddle's handwriting was exquisite. A beautiful cursive that flowed effortlessly across the page. Candice felt a pang of envy. When would she be able to write with such elegance? His reply was brief. But at least it was a response, was it not? Moreover, he did not refuse her request to return the time turner. An item that was not easily acquired and undoubtedly held greater significance for him. A student renowned for his academic prowess. It appeared that every examination was a mere formality for Riddle. He had never received a grade lower than an O, whether in tests or regular assignments. Once again, he had secured first place in the second-year final exams, while Candice had to sprint to keep pace with his scores, which he likely achieved with little more than casual effort. Comparisons can be disheartening. Candice lowered her gaze to the letter. He asked her to wait for him on the 8th floor during the Halloween feast. He had penned just that one line. Yet she lingered over it for quite some time. After reading it, she carefully folded the letter and discreetly tucked it beneath her pillow. Louise Duncan, having drawn back her curtain, descended from her bed, and from her vantage point, she could see Candice's movements through the partially drawn curtain. Was she hiding something? What could it be? Louise's mind raced with a clever idea. The Halloween banquet arrived as anticipated, with everyone adorned in splendid attire. Principal Dippet, as he had done for decades, dressed as an old vampire, while Professor Dumbledore donned a celestial blue wizard's robe embellished with stars and moons. He seemed particularly fond of this embellishment, frequently wearing such robes. Given that today was Halloween, he had also adorned himself with a pointed hat and exaggerated spectacles. His gentle azure gaze swept across the Gryffindor long table, yet he found no sign of Candice. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze flitting between Fleamont and Euphemia. Fleamont, who was peering about, noticed and frowned, shaking his head at Professor Dumbledore to indicate that he too was searching for her. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, and shifted his gaze toward the Slytherin table. To his surprise, Riddle was also absent. Given Riddle's reclusive nature, his absence from the Halloween banquet was understandable. However, Candice had always relished such gatherings. Her absence was indeed peculiar. If she had not encountered any mishap, it was quite conceivable that she was with Riddle. Dumbledore unwrapped a candy and popped it into his mouth. Alas, it was not particularly sweet. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Candice stood beside a wall adorned with a tapestry depicting the dim-witted Barnabas training gnomes to dance ballet, with a life-size vase situated nearby. She was waiting for Riddle. A sense of urgency washed over her. She had intended to exchange a few words with him, return the time turner, and still make it to the Halloween banquet. She did not wish for her absence to cause concern. Yet, Riddle had yet to appear. Growing increasingly anxious, she paced before the vase and tapestry, when quite miraculously, a door materialized behind the tapestry. Candice stood frozen, gazing at the door and then around her, utterly convinced that it had appeared out of thin air. Cautiously, she approached the door and tentatively turned the handle, which clicked open with a gentle creak. Curiosity piqued. She leaned in, and was met with the sight of the very person she longed to see. Riddle was clad in Slytherin robes, standing at a bookshelf, engrossed in a book. He turned to face the doorway, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "You found the entrance here faster than I anticipated." Candice stepped into the room, which was vast and filled with towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, rendering the space somewhat constricted with dim lighting. Riddle, already tall, appeared perfectly at ease against the bookshelf, creating a harmonious tableau. As soon as Candice entered, the door closed behind her, and unbeknownst to her, it gradually vanished, replaced by the tapestry that had previously adorned the wall. What was this place? Candice tightened her grip on the time turner, her surprise evident as she murmured, "The door just appeared out of nowhere." Riddle placed the book back on the shelf, leaning against it with his hands in his pockets, and softly explained, "This is the room of requirement, a place where you can find me." Candice blinked in astonishment. "The reason you saw the door is that you paced back and forth 3 times before that tapestry and vase, coupled with your earnest desire to see me." Candice instinctively tucked her hands behind her back, a hint of nervousness creeping into her voice as she replied, "I was just a bit anxious waiting for you." Riddle made no comment on her attempt to downplay her words. He stood upright and took deliberate steps toward her. How shall I say it? His demeanor at that moment was undeniably enticing. His dark eyes were fixed upon her, observing her intently, and Candice felt as though she were under the gaze of a serpent. A chill coursed through her, and her neck and lower back tingled. Riddle was a Slytherin, and being scrutinized by him indeed felt akin to being watched by a snake. Yet it was a sensation unlike that of being gazed at by any other Slytherin student. Candice, feeling utterly flustered, resorted to presenting the matter at hand regarding their meeting today. "This is your time, Turner," she said, lowering her gaze to Riddle's polished shoes as she extended her palm. "I've used it, thank you. I'm returning it to you now." Riddle looked down at her, his gaze sweeping over her golden hair cascading down her back like a bouquet of golden flowers, piercing his eyes in the dim light. He squinted slightly and reached out to take the time turner from her palm, idly running his fingers over its surface as he murmured, "Are you planning to return to the Halloween banquet?" Candice kept her gaze lowered as she replied, "I didn't inform them that I wouldn't be attending." "Oh," Riddle drawled, his voice melodious yet husky, "then you truly ought to make haste. Otherwise they will certainly worry about you, won't they?" He moved closer, and Candice suddenly lifted her head, their eyes locking. His dark eyes crinkled with a dangerous yet charming smile. "Your Professor Dumbledore must be quite concerned for you as well. Wouldn't you agree?" Candice held her breath, his laden words causing a flutter of anxiety within her. Her heart raced as she asked, "Tom, what do you intend to do?" Riddle studied her long, thick lashes and her clear, crystalline blue eyes. He pocketed the time turner, gently tucking a stray lock of her golden hair behind her ear as he whispered, "Can't you see? I don't want you to leave." Candice's eyes widened as he continued softly, "I want you to stay here with me." He smiled slightly, gazing into her eyes, almost in a whisper, "Will you? Even if just for tonight?" Candice felt utterly dazed. A heat, foreign yet exhilarating, coursed through her, nearly suffocating her. It was only when Riddle lowered his head that his thin lips glided from the tip of her nose to her lips. Candice's eyes widened in disbelief. He kissed her. This was real. He truly kissed her, unlike the tentative touches of previous encounters. He kissed her on Halloween night of his 3rd year. This was Candice's first kiss. And judging by Riddle's somewhat awkward movements, it was likely his first kiss with a girl as well. Riddle's lips were remarkably soft and cool, akin to his body temperature. He often resembled a snake, a cold-blooded creature. Even in the sweltering summer, he maintained an air of coolness. She first felt this sensation long before they arrived at Hogwarts. On a chilly night, she had snuck into the orphanage to find him, leaning against him as she wept, eventually dozing off beside him. Merlin knew how cold she had been that night. Had she not secretly taken cold medicine upon returning home, she surely would have fallen ill. Candice harbored feelings for Riddle. She was well aware of this. Yet she had always believed it to be unrequited. She never thought he would hold any affection for her, as he always appeared so indifferent, showing no more eagerness toward her than toward others. Moreover, he seemed disinterested in girls, preferring to immerse himself in books and studies. Therefore, when he kissed her, she was utterly stunned. He slowly withdrew from her lips, whispering in her ear, "Breathe. If you don't, you'll suffocate." It was only then that Candice closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. Riddle stood close, observing the exquisite features of the girl growing more radiant and beautiful with each passing moment. It must be said, Candice was indeed strikingly beautiful, and it was no wonder that those boys were utterly captivated by her. To his knowledge, even within Slytherin, there existed a handful of reckless individuals attempting to draw near to her. Indeed, they were utterly foolish, were they not? She was his prey, a delicacy meant solely for him, with no one else daring to covet her. He had already taught them a lesson. Slowly, Riddle's hand glided across Candice's shoulder, eventually resting on her arm, evoking a shiver that coursed through her. Candice turned her head away, breathlessly asking, Do you do this because you like me?" Riddle paused, his gaze following her direction as he fixed his eyes upon her blue orbs and queried, "What do you think?" Candice struggled to maintain eye contact, and after a few seconds, she shook her head, confessing, "I don't know." Riddle seemed to smirk, though it was unclear. He stepped closer, their bodies nearly touching. "So, do you like me?" he inquired, not rushing for her response, as if he relished the art of seduction. Every movement, every glance, and even each breath he took left Candice in a state of disarray. "This I know," Candice mused for a moment, bravely meeting his gaze and, under his contemplative scrutiny, whispered, "I like you." Riddle closed his eyes for a brief moment. It was hard to articulate the emotions that surged within him upon hearing those words. He had assumed he would remain unaffected by her affections. Yet reality proved otherwise. He felt his heart, long shrouded in darkness, quicken its pace. He reached out, grasping Candice's chin, ready to speak, when a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Riddle furrowed his brow and asked, "Who is following you?" Candice was taken aback, shaking her head as she replied, "I didn't inform anyone of my arrival here. Nor did I see anyone trailing me." Riddle abruptly left her side and approached the door, pressing himself against it to listen to the noise outside. "I can guarantee I saw her come here." Candice heard that exclamation from outside. She gasped, "It's Louise." Riddle recognized the voice of her repugnant half-blood roommate. He grimaced in disdain as Candice approached, inquiring, "Will they come in?" "They cannot enter. The room of requirement does not manifest when occupied. Unless they share your desire to see me," he said enigmatically, causing a blush to creep upon Candice's cheeks, yet providing her with a sense of reassurance. At that moment, outside stood not only Louise Duncan but also Freeman and Dumbledore. Dumbledore was certainly aware of the room of requirement's location and its entry conditions. However, he said nothing, merely smiling as he addressed them. "Miss Duncan, I believe our discovery of this place suffices." Louise, anxiously gazing at Dumbledore, protested. "But we haven't found her yet." She had yet to reveal to Dumbledore that Candice, Bell, and Riddle were clandestinely meeting here. Freeman, perplexed by Louise's antics, was more concerned about Candice. "Yes, Headmaster, Candice never indicated that she wouldn't attend the banquet, nor is she in her dormitory. What if something has happened to her? We must find her." Euphemia chimed in worriedly. "Indeed, Candice mentioned she would be a bit late but never said she wouldn't come." Dumbledore cast a reassuring glance at the group, softly stating, "Fear not, everyone. I am confident that Candice is merely tending to her own matters, and will return to the banquet shortly. As for you all, it's time to return and resume the festivities. Our absence has been quite lengthy." Louise insisted anxiously, "No, Professor Dumbledore. We cannot return until we find Candice. What if she encounters trouble again? What if she is bullied by those Slytherin students?" Freeman stared at her in shock, bewildered as to when she had become so concerned for Candice. Euphemia and Anita exchanged odd glances. Dumbledore regarded Louise with a calm yet penetrating gaze, making her feel as though he could see through her, prompting her to instinctively step back. He then soothed the group, leading them away. Inside the room of requirement, Candice stood in a tumultuous state, harboring no doubt that Professor Dumbledore had surmised her whereabouts. Feeling a twinge of shame, Riddle's voice lingered beside her. "Because of me. Your esteemed Professor Dumbledore is undoubtedly worried." Candice, somewhat agitated, declared, "I must leave immediately. I need to return to the Great Hall." She reached for the door, but a hand, belonging to the opposite gender, rested upon hers as she grasped the handle. Turning to the owner of the hand, she found Riddle's dark eyes fixated on her as he said, "I will accompany you." Candice had no reason to refuse. She nodded, and in the next moment, he grasped her hand and opened the door. Outside, no one remained. It was empty and serene. Candice exhaled in relief, attempting to step forward, but remembering Riddle behind her, she halted instinctively. Riddle stood behind her, observing as he asked, "Why not go?" Candice queried, "Aren't you supposed to accompany me?" Riddle raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you wish to avoid troubling your headmaster due to our relationship? Then you shouldn't return to the Great Hall with me." Candice understood this. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that her desire to have it both ways was rather reprehensible. She stood there, torn, appearing increasingly vexed. Riddle, too, felt his patience waning. He stepped closer and asked, "Did you not say you liked me?" Candice froze, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze from him. "If you truly like me, then it's impossible for us to maintain the distance you envision, remaining entirely separate at school. Can you endure that?" His voice was low and melodic, imbued with an irresistible allure. "Can you bear not seeing me?" Candice lifted her head, their faces nearly touching, on the verge of a kiss. "I can resolve this matter." Riddle's hand found its way to her hair, gently caressing her strands. "Trust me, you can openly engage with me. I assure you that nothing akin to last year's events will transpire, and our relationship will not trouble your headmaster." Candice gazed at him, troubled. "But what if?" "There are no what-ifs." Riddle interrupted her brusquely, playfully ruffling her nose. "Candice, I never make promises I cannot fulfill. Moreover, are you not a Gryffindor? Evading confrontation is uncharacteristic of you. Where is your courage?" He spoke with a teasing smile. "I must say, trusting my promises may seem fraught with potential failure, but to refrain from even attempting means you will inevitably lose." His hand rested on her chin, encouraging her to meet his gaze as he asked, "Do you wish to lose?" "Lose." She longed to inquire what she would lose, but the intensity of his eyes made her feel there was no need to ask. Steeling herself, she said, "Then do you like me? I need some motivation to test this." A mischievous smile spread across Riddle's handsome face. Indeed, the boys of Slytherin were captivating, but more specifically, Riddle, who resided within Slytherin, was utterly enchanting. His laughter bore a recklessness and danger that starkly contrasted with the boys of Gryffindor, rendering it utterly irresistible. As he spoke softly to her under her slightly dazed gaze, he said, "You'll know once you try." With that, he released her chin and took the lead, exiting the room. Candice raised her hand to cover her chin, which he had caressed, gazing at his retreating figure with an intricate blend of emotions. She returned to the hall before the banquet concluded, finding the event nearing its end. In her haste, she had neglected any adornment, drawing the attention of Fleamont, who began to interrogate her. Candice fended off his inquiries, casting a furtive glance towards the faculty table, where her gaze met Professor Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. For a moment, she was entranced, perceiving an encouraging glimmer in his eyes. As if he understood the turmoil she faced, Candice regarded him with a complex expression, and Dumbledore, smiling gently, raised his glass and took a deliberate sip of his drink. Turning her attention back to the Slytherin long table, she noted that although Riddle had departed before her, he was conspicuously absent from the banquet. He must have returned directly to the dormitory. Even as the Halloween feast drew to a close, he did not make an appearance. That night, Candice tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She pondered the implications of Professor Dumbledore's smile and Riddle's cryptic remark. Why not try and see? Did he harbor feelings for her? His reluctance to express it outright did not surprise her. She believed she understood his manner of speech. He preferred subtlety, often requiring careful consideration to grasp the full meaning of his words, in stark contrast to her straightforwardness. Was this the norm for Slytherins? Did they not tire of such intricacies? It seemed exhausting. Frustrated, Candice clutched her blanket tighter, her thoughts drifting to Louise Duncan. Suddenly, she sat up, threw off the covers, and walked directly to Duncan's bedside. The curtain around Duncan's bed was drawn tight. Candice glanced at the slumbering Anita and Euphemia before pulling back Louise's curtain. "I know you're awake," she asserted. Climbing onto Louise's bed, she found the latter pulling the covers over her head, concealing her anxious expression. "You tampered with my letter, didn't you?" Candice stated softly, looking down at the girl hidden beneath the blankets. "I am not your enemy, Louise. I am your classmate." She gently brushed her hand against Louise's that rested at the edge of the blanket. "I do not blame you for peeking at my letter or for attempting to summon the headmaster. Yes, I overheard your conversation and grasped your intentions, but I do not hold it against you." Louise could no longer hide her emotions. She pulled down the covers, staring at Candice with fervor. "Do you think I crave your pity? Spare me, Candice Bell." Candice replied, "Lower your voice. Don't wake Anita and Euphemia. It would be quite embarrassing for you." Louise, with red-rimmed eyes, retorted, "You have already embarrassed me enough." "That is hardly my doing," Candice replied, furrowing her brow. "I know you dislike me, but we are only in our second year. Even if you harbor animosity, you will still share this house and dormitory with me for the next 5 years. Continuing this animosity benefits neither of us. Your discomfort is my discomfort." Taking a deep breath, Louise shot back, "What do you want? Are you planning to tell the headmaster about me eavesdropping on your letter? You have no proof." "I have no intention of doing so," Candice said, feeling a slight headache. "As I have stated, I do not wish to remain at odds with you. We can be friends, just as we were when we first entered Hogwarts." Louise scoffed, unyielding. Candice, bewildered, inquired, "Why do you detest me so? Is it because I scolded you for pushing Anita last time?" Louise, exasperated, gripped her nightgown and exclaimed, "Do you really need to ask why I despise you? You can effortlessly obtain everything I desire. I have never faced such disdain and ostracism from classmates or professors. All because of you." Candice was taken aback, unaware of her own influence. After observing the agitated Louise for a moment, she softened her tone. "Do you truly wish to continue being ostracized and despised?" Louise stiffened, speechless. "If you do not wish for that, change must happen now." Candice pried Louise's hand from her nightgown and clasped it instead, causing Louise to make a face reminiscent of someone swallowing a slug. "Let us be friends starting tomorrow, leaving past grievances behind." Candice was undeterred by her expression and spoke earnestly. "You're genuinely that benevolent? After everything I've done, you still want to be friends?" Louise exclaimed incredulously. "We are both Gryffindors," Candice replied. "I believe you merely acted foolishly and have made mistakes, as have I. I hope that if you find fault in my actions, you will point them out directly. I will strive to improve. You cannot keep your grievances and sorrows bottled up. Otherwise, others will remain oblivious to your pain." "Yes, pain," Louise murmured, her eyes reddening as tears began to flow. She had indeed been hurt. Throughout the summer, her parents had inquired with concern about her well-being, yet she had been too ashamed to reveal her humiliations. She had lied, claiming that classmates and teachers adored her, while the reality was starkly different. She never imagined that the first person to notice her suffering would be her arch-nemesis, Candice Bell. Candice, observing the tear-streaked face of Louise, pursed her lips, expressing regret. I am truly sorry for only now saying this. I hope we can coexist harmoniously in the future. I will work on my flaws. And I hope you can work on your temper. In truth, Anita and Mia genuinely wish to befriend you. It is you who has chosen to ignore them. We are dormitory mates. We should be closer than anyone else. As Louise absorbed Candice's words, her heart inexplicably softened, and she collapsed into Candice's embrace, sobbing. Candice sighed, wrapping her arm around Louise's shoulders and whispering comforting words. Thus, the conflict between the two girls began to dissolve on that fateful night. Euphemia and Anita were astonished to discover that after the Halloween of their second year, Louise, who had previously held herself aloof from them, had undergone a significant transformation. She began to wait for them to dine together, attended classes alongside them, and even accompanied them to the library. During Candice's Quidditch practice, she would come to watch. Although she could not yet cheer for Candice loudly, she was at least making an effort to change. Both Anita and Euphemia were deeply touched, and Candice, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of happiness, as one of her worries had finally been alleviated, allowing her to focus on her remaining troubles. One concern was Professor Dumbledore's demeanor, and the other arose as Candice soared through the air on her broom, casting a glance at the Slytherin stands. Tom Riddle sat there, flanked by Malfoy and Lestrange, with a throng of girls peering at him from behind. Despite being present at the match, he appeared uninterested in the Quidditch practice, engrossed in a book amidst such noise. Could he truly concentrate? Candice stared at him in confusion, just as a rogue bludger nearly collided with her. Hey Candice, what are you daydreaming about? Focus, barked Kona's Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Candice immediately redirected her attention to the training. Meanwhile, Riddle, though seemingly absorbed in his book, did not miss Kona's Wood's shout. He calmly turned a page, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Abraxas and Francis Lestrange exchanged a glance, the latter leaning in to whisper into Abraxas's ear. Indeed, he appears to be in much better spirits. Chapter 12. As Christmas approached, Candice resolved to take the initiative to visit Dumbledore. She stood outside the door of the Transfiguration Professor's office, raising her hand several times to knock, only to withdraw it hesitantly. This was quite uncharacteristic of her. Reflecting on the ease she felt as a child when meeting with professors, Candice couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Is this what it means to grow up? With each passing year, the complexities of contradiction and emotion multiplied, to the extent that she sometimes struggled to recall her former self. Eventually, the door to the office swung open, revealing Professor Dumbledore, who stepped aside silently to invite her in. Candice entered with her head bowed. A touch of nervousness gripped her as she took a seat on the sofa at the professor's gesture, clutching her wand for reassurance. Dumbledore observed her discreetly for a moment before gently waving his wand, causing a box of sweets to materialize before her. This is the latest creation from Honeydukes, which I just acquired. Would you care to sample one? He asked with a warm smile. Candice's attention was momentarily diverted, her demeanor lightening as she gazed at the box of candies for a while before hesitantly selecting one. How starkly different she was from her former self. In days gone by, she would have eagerly taken one and cheerfully discussed its flavor with him. Growing up, with its own burdens and secrets, inevitably stripped away some of her innocence. Dumbledore could understand, yet a hint of regret lingered. Is it to your liking? He inquired, settling across from Candice, and taking a sip of a sweet beverage. Had any other students witnessed this, they would surely have frowned at the overly saccharine scent wafting from the drink, but Candice did not. She cast a longing glance at Dumbledore's drink, nodding in affirmation. It's delightful. True to Honeydukes' reputation, the filled candy was as delectable as ever, revealing 3 layers of filling. The first was apple, the second vanilla, and the third. Candice's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Dumbledore. Professor, what is that? That would be butterbeer, Dumbledore replied with a wink. The third layer is butterbeer, a perfect combination, wouldn't you agree? Candice blushed, but I'm not of legal drinking age. Dumbledore raised his wand and whispered. Then this shall be a little secret between us. Unable to suppress a smile, Candice felt herself relax considerably. As she did, an unexpected sensation arose in her throat, prompting her to burp, and suddenly, a heart emerged from her mouth, hovering momentarily before vanishing into thin air. Candice gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment and glancing anxiously at Dumbledore, who chuckled and casually popped a candy into his mouth. Shortly after, he too burped and expelled a heart. Candice's blue eyes widened in fascination. What a novel design, isn't it? I've eaten 7 or 8 of them since I got them. It's quite amusing, Dumbledore remarked gently, recalling the image of the professor repeatedly burping and producing hearts. Candice's smile grew wider and more genuine. Dumbledore gazed at her and asked softly, "Do you feel better now?" Candice hesitated for a moment before nodding slowly. Dumbledore continued gently, "Then perhaps you might share with me what caused you to linger outside my office for so long." Candice clasped her hands together, took a deep breath, and poured out her feelings. "Professor Dumbledore, on Halloween night. You knew I was in the room of requirement on the 8th floor, did you not?" Dumbledore hadn't anticipated her to broach this matter so directly. He had assumed she would ease into it. Yet, it appeared this young lady still trusted him implicitly, and was both forthright and courageous. The slight regret that had previously formed in his heart began to dissipate. "Yes, I was aware," he replied straightforwardly. Candice turned her head slightly. "Then you also know who I was with, correct?" Dumbledore nodded, his expression kind and devoid of displeasure. Candice's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she confessed. "I'm so sorry, Professor. Why apologize?" Dumbledore interjected. "You have done nothing wrong, Candice. There is no need for you to apologize to me. But I have let you down. I still kept in touch with Tom, while no one else saw." Still, Dumbledore rose from his seat and moved to sit beside her, reassuringly stroking her hair. "We have already discussed this during the summer, have we not? I'm glad you decided to cease your interactions with Mr. Riddle at school for my sake, but truly, I do not require you to do that." Candice gazed at him, troubled, as Dumbledore softly continued, "Mr. Riddle is a remarkable boy. Despite his humble beginnings, he is a diligent student. And I would venture to say that all the professors at Hogwarts hold him in high regard." "And do you hold him in high regard, Professor?" Candice asked quietly. Dumbledore paused for a moment before responding. "I cannot provide you with a definitive answer, my dear. Whether I think well of him depends on how he treats you." Candice was taken aback. "Last semester, due to his negligence, you were harmed, which has left me with a rather unfavorable impression of him," Dumbledore admitted candidly. "Yet he is merely 13, soon to turn 14 next month. For a child, I shouldn't expect too much. I have also said some rather harsh words to him." He chose not to elaborate further on that matter. Shifting his tone, he said, "I believe that aside from his somewhat reclusive nature, Mr. Riddle possesses no glaring faults. Perhaps if you were to befriend him, his character might improve." Candice stared at her hands. "You're just trying to comfort me, Professor." Dumbledore smiled gently. "I am not merely comforting you, Candice. I speak with sincerity. I am your professor, and also your headmaster. If you acknowledge my abilities, then I am quite a capable wizard. Your associations, regardless of their house, bear little significance to me." Dumbledore spoke earnestly. "To me, they are merely words. And they do not trouble me in the least. Would you forfeit your connection with a boy you hold in high regard?" He paused subtly, causing Candice to blush. After a moment, he added, "Your willingness to do so has deeply moved me, even left me feeling somewhat guilty. You could certainly place your faith in me, Candice. I am not as fragile as you may believe. I am nearly 60 years old. Surely, I can handle these matters?" He chuckled lightly, as though amused by the notion that she might perceive him as someone easily distressed by mere gossip. Candice, feeling somewhat at a loss, attempted to explain. "I do believe in you, Professor. It's just that you simply do not wish to disappoint me." "I understand," Dumbledore completed her thought. Candice gazed at him, and after a moment's contemplation, she sheepishly raked her fingers through her hair. "I seem to have taken this matter far too seriously, Professor. I apologize for underestimating your strength." Covering her face, she furtively glanced at Dumbledore in embarrassment. Dumbledore quietly gazed back at her, finding it difficult to articulate the emotions swirling within him at that moment. Candice bore an uncanny resemblance to Ariana, yet undeniably she was different. His sister would never trust him as she did, relying on him and choosing to pursue fewer troubles for his sake. Even distancing herself from boys who no longer held affection for her, she would feel guilt merely for exchanging a few words with Riddle. Her unreserved respect and commitment to him made it even harder for Dumbledore to impose any burden upon her. The conversation of that day seemed to have unraveled Candice's inner turmoil. With Christmas approaching, she resolved to take action to mend her relationship with Riddle. It was as if Merlin had heard her silent plea, guiding her to encounter the very person she wished to meet while on her way to Charms class. Riddle and Abraxas strolled towards her, presumably just having finished class, their hands laden with Charms textbooks. Abraxas's striking platinum hair was hard to miss. Candice glanced at his hair, then down at her own golden locks, thinking, "Oh dear, why are the colors so similar?" Abraxas also noticed the girl standing in the corridor, surrounded by a few Gryffindor students, one of whom was mixed blood, Louise. Abraxas frowned in displeasure, recoiling slightly, as if Louise's presence would tarnish him. Candice shot him a glance, positioning herself protectively in front of Louise, whose pallor improved a fraction. Abraxas observed Candice with a bemused expression, akin to a hen guarding its chicks, his pace involuntarily slowing. A fact not lost on Riddle by his side. The young man's dark eyes slowly fell upon Candice, a half-smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the alert Freeman behind her. Freeman shot him a glare. Had it not been for Euphemia and Anita holding him back, he might have rushed forward. The atmosphere felt oddly tense, charged with an undercurrent of hostility. Riddle raised an eyebrow, lingering for several seconds before finally stepping away. Abraxas initially inclined to speak but fell silent, following suit. Candice turned her gaze toward the hasty retreating figures of the two, tossing her bag to Louise before dashing after them. Freeman widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Candice is chasing after Riddle?" Euphemia replied with a complex expression. "You're not mistaken, Freeman, she indeed is." Anita patted Freeman's sagging shoulder, saying, "Don't be so surprised, Freeman. It's not the first time you've seen her seek him out." Freeman, on the verge of tears, lamented, "But they haven't interacted since the start of the year. I thought they had severed ties." Louise discreetly blinked, contemplating that perhaps they had indeed come close to ending their friendship. Yet it appeared they had reconciled, didn't he it? She quickly glanced at Candice, who had successfully caught up with Riddle, her arm extending to block his path, inexplicably finding her somewhat impressive. "Wait," Candice gasped, obstructing Riddle, ignoring Malfoy's peculiar gaze, and smiling as she said, "Tom, I have something to discuss with you. Shall we talk over there?" She gestured towards a secluded corner. Abraxas snorted, remarking, "Why is Miss Bell gracing us Slytherins with her presence again? Did you not disdain such company after the school year began?" Riddle's dark eyes momentarily faltered, casting a subtle glance at Abraxas. The latter pressed his lips together, realizing he had likely misspoken. However, words once spoken cannot be taken back, and he needed to amend his habit of speaking without thought. After all, those he often associated with were not to be trifled with. Candice, however, thought little of this, glancing at Abraxas as she replied, "I merely wish to speak with Tom. This has nothing to do with you, Malfoy." Indeed, it had no bearing on him. Yet it irked him. After being so provocatively challenged last time, Abraxas felt the urge to retort, but Riddle had already begun walking towards the corner, prompting Candice to chase after him. The biting sarcasm that had risen in his throat went unvoiced, leaving his pale, sharp face flushed with frustration. "You'd better be quick about it," Riddle remarked, glancing at his watch with effortless grace. "Our next class is Transfiguration, and your esteemed Professor Dumbledore is the instructor. Surely, you wouldn't want me to be late to his class?" Candice was momentarily taken aback. "Can we not mention that?" Riddle fixed his gaze upon her, stating, "Whether we mention it or not depends on your choice." Candice fell silent for a moment before asserting, "I thought my stopping you just now represented my choice." Riddle remained silent this time, merely observing her with an intense gaze that sent shivers down Candice's spine. "I sought you out to discuss something else." She quickly scanned their surroundings and added, "What are your plans for Christmas?" Riddle clasped his hands behind his back, remaining silent for a while before responding, "No plans." Why, Merlin above, he did have plans. He intended to evade Mrs. Cole during the Christmas holidays and seek out the whereabouts of the Gaunt family, which was crucial for him. Yet he replied to Candice with a simple no plans. He frowned slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Candice, perplexed by his sudden demeanor shift, nevertheless mustered the courage to continue. "I'd like to invite you to my home." She exerted all her courage to utter this, feeling as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest once the words were out, her smile and demeanor lightening considerably. "To the Bell residence?" Riddle's dark eyes glinted with intrigue as he spoke slowly. "Are we to sneak in like the first time you visited my home?" Candice instantly recalled that day on his 11th birthday when she had stealthily taken her father's broom to bring him back from the orphanage, celebrating his birthday in her room. He had been much easier to handle back then. She found herself somewhat nostalgic. "Not like that." Her hands clenched into fists at her sides as she resolutely stated, "This is a formal invitation. I wish for you to come to my home as a guest, and I will host you alongside my father." Indeed, it was a formal invitation. Candice wished to introduce Riddle to her father properly. Although she had seemed reluctant for her father to engage with Riddle when they had crossed paths at the Leaky Cauldron before the school year, it was because she understood her father and feared that Mr. Bell's attitude might affect Riddle. Coming from a humble background, Riddle was emotionally sensitive and a Slytherin student. She genuinely worried that he might overthink it, not only forming a poor impression of her father, but also causing her father to view him unfavorably. This was why she had hurriedly pulled her father away. Yet, she could not indefinitely prevent her father from formally meeting the boy she liked. She longed for the two most important people in her life to accept and appreciate one another. She hoped they could coexist harmoniously, thus deeming Christmas a splendid opportunity for their introduction. Before his arrival, she would prepare her father adequately, and during the formal visit, Riddle's impeccable manners and inherent excellence would surely alter Mr. Bell's prejudices. This plan was nothing short of perfect, and Candice found herself silently applauding her own cleverness as the thoughts unfolded. However, Riddle did not promptly acquiesce to her request. He stood there in silence, seemingly in no rush to attend his class. Malfoy lingered nearby, casting impatient glances at his watch and occasionally shooting Candice a disdainful look. Unyielding, Candice glared back, prompting Malfoy to raise his fist in an attempt to intimidate her. Yet, in the next moment, Riddle shifted to obstruct Malfoy's line of sight, rendering both invisible to one another. Abrocasis, feeling somewhat disheartened, leaned casually against the wall, continuing to wait. Riddle unexpectedly shielded Candice from view, leaving her somewhat astonished. She nervously scrutinized his expression, only to be met with the disheartening reality of his blank demeanor. After a brief pause, Candice hesitantly inquired, "Are you unwilling?" Unwilling? Indeed. He was somewhat reluctant. Her invitation had disrupted his original plans. Clearly, locating the Gunter family took precedence over visiting a member of Gryffindor. Missing the Christmas holidays would mean he would have to wait until after his third-year graduation to seize the summer to search for them. Time was of the essence for him at that moment, as his aspirations soared far above his current circumstances. After a moment, Riddle parted his thin lips and, looking down at Candice, declared, "I shall go." How had he agreed? He had intended to decline. The words of refusal had been poised on the tip of his tongue, yet somehow they morphed into an affirmative statement. As he furrowed his brow, clenching his fist in irritation at his own uncharacteristic behavior, Candice joyfully leapt and impulsively embraced him. Then, with a cheerful promise of preparation, she waved her hand, tossing her golden locks as she skipped into the charms classroom. Abrocasis once again checked his watch with a resigned sigh and proceeded to say, "We are late." Riddle shot him a glance and retrieved his time-turner. Abrocasis raised an eyebrow, revealing a mischievous grin. How should one put it? His slate-blue eyes and platinum hair bore an uncanny resemblance to Candice Bell. Riddle felt a surge of annoyance. Consequently, Abrocasis felt the hood of his school robe being placed over his head by none other than the Slytherin heir who had stepped forward. With Christmas approaching, the students eager for the holiday buzzed with gossip, discussing the budding interactions between the flower of Gryffindor and the school's heartthrob, Tom Riddle. After her heart-to-heart with Dumbledore, Candice no longer paid heed to the chatter of others. During breakfast, she received a letter from her father, expecting it to address her invitation for classmates to visit during the Christmas holiday. Instead, she was met with another piece of news. Mr. Bell would be traveling for work over Christmas, attending a gala, and thus would not be home to host her classmates. She would be remaining at school for the holiday. Staring at the contents of the letter, Candice rubbed her eyes vigorously, confirming the message multiple times before collapsing in despair onto the table. Fremont nearly spat out his pumpkin juice from her sudden movement, swallowing hard before wiping his mouth and asking, "What's wrong?" Candice, still resting her head on the table, replied, "My father is going to the Ministry of Magic in America for a business trip over Christmas." Euphemia exclaimed in surprise. "So you'll be staying at school again this Christmas?" Candice lamented with her face buried in her hands. "Yes, indeed, I will be staying at school again." Staying at school was secondary. The crux of the matter was that her plans had been utterly derailed. Why hadn't her father informed her of this sooner? It was only after she had invited Riddle that he chose to tell her, catching her completely off guard. She cast a glance towards the Slytherin table. In stark contrast to the raucous Gryffindor side, the Slytherins were remarkably serene. All the students consumed their meals quietly and elegantly, their conversations markedly different from Gryffindor's. Were it not for the knowledge that they were in a school setting, one might easily believe they were engaged in discourse at some noble ball. Gradually, Candice's gaze drifted towards Riddle. Spotting him was effortless. Despite his dark hair and eyes, he shone far brighter than the ever-present Malfoy by his side. He sat in silence, partaking of his meal with remarkable decorum. Were it not for the fact that he had noticed her gaze, she might have continued to watch him eat, her hunger growing in the process. Grasping her stomach, she met Riddle's dark eyes, their exchange rekindling the flames of gossip among the onlookers. While no one dared to approach Riddle from the Slytherin side, there were those among the Gryffindors who felt emboldened to question her. Candice, Louise leaned in and whispered, "Are you truly in a relationship with Riddle?" Though she had previously insinuated their connection multiple times, it had merely been an attempt to undermine Candice. While she held suspicions, she could not be certain. She had made those statements with intention, To assert absolute certainty, she required confirmation from the source itself. Fremont held his breath, pressing his hands to his chest, ready to administer self-rescue at any moment. Candice straightened up, contemplating her response before stating, no. They had not explicitly agreed to be together. That much was clear. Although she had confessed her feelings for Riddle, he had yet to reciprocate. She thought that perhaps a little trial would reveal the truth. Casting a resentful glance across the long table, she happened to lock eyes with Riddle, who seemed to have been staring at her the entire time without averting his gaze. Candice felt her cheeks flush, and promptly returned her head to the table. Fremont, relieved by Candice's denial of a romantic involvement with Riddle, also leaned onto the table. Merlin knew the turmoil those rumors had caused him. He had even resorted to confronting several boys from their house, all of whom were notorious gossipmongers. After all, just because Candice had chased after Riddle in the corridor recently did not imply they were dating. They had exchanged mere words, hadn't they? Regardless, he refused to believe it, absolutely refused. He spent more time with Candice than anyone, and thus had the most authority to speak. However, Fremont's resolute conviction was soon shaken. It wasn't long before they encountered Riddle again. This time, he was devoid of the insufferable Malfoy, but accompanied by a young lady from the Black family. Walburga walked alongside him through the castle. While she typically exuded an air of haughty indifference towards others, her demeanor softened in Riddle's presence. Occasionally, he would lower his head to converse with her, and their exchanges radiated an unspoken intimacy. Candice froze, her legs feeling as if they were encased in lead, rendering her immobile. Fremont, irate, tugged at her forcefully, causing her to stumble slightly, nearly losing her balance. Euphemia intervened, disapprovingly blocking Fremont's path. Stop it, Fremont. You might hurt her. Fremont regained his composure, anxiously checking Candice's hand. He rolled up her sleeve, his caramel-colored eyes reflecting concern. I really did pull too hard. I'm sorry, Candice, Candice shook her head. It's fine. She lowered her sleeve just as Riddle and Walburga approached them. He cast a fleeting glance at Fremont's concern for her wrist, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Walburga shot a disdainful look at the Gryffindors, hastening her pace and unconsciously tugging at Riddle's sleeve. Riddle paused momentarily, unable to be pulled along by her, and thus came to a standstill. What's the matter? Miss Black inquired, perplexed. Riddle smiled. You should head back. I have a few other matters to attend to. His voice was neither loud nor soft, deep and resonant with a magnetic quality, clear enough for Candice and the others, who had yet to depart, to hear distinctly. Candice cast a fleeting glance at him, while Euphemia and Anita also looked on with evident surprise. To them, Miss Blake seemed far more suited to walk alongside Riddle than Candice did. They were both Slytherins, and their temperaments appeared to align more closely. Candice felt as though she and Riddle were at completely opposite extremes. Walburga, unfazed, cast a meaningful sidelong glance at Candice and smiled knowingly, as if she had come to a realization. See you in the common room then. With that, she floated away, leaving Candice uncomfortable under her gaze. A lump lodged in her throat, neither swallowable nor expellable. Shall we go? Louise ventured tentatively, glancing between Candice and Riddle, who stood alone, his gaze fixed on Candice, who, as expected, shook her head. You go ahead, she stated, remaining rooted in place. Riddle cast a disdainful look at Fremont, grasped Candice's hand, and led her away. It seemed they were indeed in a romantic entanglement. Euphemia watched the scene in astonishment. Although Riddle was undeniably handsome and exceptional, she couldn't shake the feeling that Candice was stepping into a den of danger. You're not alone in that sentiment, Anita shivered in agreement. Is it really that terrifying? Louise touched her face, questioning. Is Slytherin that dreadful? Being a half-blood. Louise's mother had only begun to enlighten her about the magical world upon receiving her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, and her understanding remained largely reliant on her 2 years of education there. Euphemia sighed. It's not Slytherin that's frightening, Louise. It's the combination of Slytherin with Gryffindor. Anita nodded in deep agreement, but couldn't help whispering, though Riddle is indeed quite handsome. If it were me, I might be swayed too. Fremont, feeling exasperated, exclaimed. Could you not treat me like air? Is it really necessary to sing that guy's praises in front of me? He widened his eyes. He's handsome. Am I not handsome too? Euphemia blushed and laughed. Of course you are, Fremont. Anita added with a teasing glance at Euphemia. Yes. You're the most handsome boy in Gryffindor, Fremont. Despite the praise from the two beauties, Fremont felt no joy. He anxiously watched Candice and Riddle's departing figures, wishing he could sneak into the Slytherin common room invisibly and give Riddle a good beating. Yet, he had the nagging feeling that it would be he who ended up on the receiving end of the blows. Kicking a stone knight furiously, Fremont stormed off. In truth, Candice and Riddle had not wandered far. They found a relatively quiet spot, gazing out the window where the Black Lake was visible. The sight of the lake reminded Candice of the events that transpired between them last Valentine's Day. Shaking her head, she spoke first. I owe you an apology. She tugged at her robe sleeve. During the Christmas holiday, my father will be attending a banquet at the American Ministry of Magic, so he won't be home. Perhaps I could invite you over in the summer? Hadn't she already encroached upon his Christmas holiday? Now she intended to encroach upon his summer as well? Riddle's expression fluctuated, a brooding nobility increasingly apparent in him as he matured. Candice struggled to articulate the feeling. She had never encountered someone of his ilk before. This was her first experience. Riddle remained silent after she finished speaking, offering no reply. Candice grew anxious, fearing his displeasure. After all, she had initiated the invitation, and now she was retracting it, truly inconsiderate. Approaching him, she tilted her head to study his face. Why are you silent? Riddle glanced at her sideways. What do you want me to say? Anything will do. After a moment of contemplation, Riddle responded, So, what are your plans for the Christmas holiday? Candice had not anticipated his sudden inquiry, and she paused before replying. I will stay at school. Riddle withdrew his gaze from her, furrowing his brow as he peered out at the Black Lake. A gentle breeze stirred his dark hair. His demeanor slightly agitated. Had it been anyone else from Slytherin, they would likely distance themselves to avoid incurring his wrath. Yet Candice remained oblivious to his plans or true identity. To her, he was simply the one she admired, hence she stood close, undeterred. The breeze carried her sweet scent towards Riddle, and his previously clear thoughts became muddled. He had intended to revamp his plans for the Christmas holiday to search for the Gaunt family, yet he found himself inexplicably asking, What about your friends? Will they be staying? Candice leaned against the window and shook her head. No, Fleamont is going home for Christmas. Aunt Potter won't allow him to stay. I wasn't just inquiring about Mr. Potter. I was asking about your female classmates. Riddle's tone dripped with a certain coldness. Candice turned slightly. You mean Mia and the others? Of course, they will be going home. It is Christmas after all. If my father were home, I would be going back too. Yet you didn't go home last year. Riddle replied coolly. Candice bit her lip. Well, that was because of you. Riddle paused, taken aback, and fell silent. Silence enveloped them. The December air in Hogwarts had turned wintry. The temperature had dropped. Candice's golden red scarf kept her warm, wrapping around half her face, and leaving only her exquisitely beautiful eyes visible. Riddle cast a glance at her and said, I will accompany you. Candice froze, incredulously staring at him. What did you say? Riddle wondered if he had taken a wrong turn today. Yet perhaps, for him, embarrassing Dumbledore was indeed more pressing than locating the Gaunt family. If achieving that goal presented such a splendid opportunity, why not seize it? With a reason to convince himself. He felt more at ease as he continued speaking. In the winter breeze, Riddle leaned slightly closer to Candice, whispering in her ear, I said, I will accompany you to stay at school. Do you understand now? Candice's eyes widened in astonishment, her blue irises shimmering with clarity, allowing Riddle to discern his reflection within them. Whether it was the wind from outside or something else, he even perceived glimmering patterns in her eyes. So beautiful. Weren't you the one insisting I make up for my past wrongs? Riddle's lips curled into a smile, a cold handsomeness radiating from his brow and eyes. Under his gaze, she should have felt fear and chill. Yet she felt warmth enveloping her instead. That was merely an excuse to avoid you reporting my late-night escapades with Fleamont, Candice mumbled. Riddle, with his hands tucked in his pockets, stood there, clad in Slytherin robes that seemed to suit him perfectly. His tall, slender figure was impeccably presented, the silver-green tie complementing him so well that even a Gryffindor like Candice found the color oddly appealing. Let us consider it a compensatory gesture for not being able to wait for my birthday last year at the Astronomy Tower. Tom Riddle gazed out the window, the gentle breeze tousling his hair and robe as he spoke softly. Candice, feeling a slight chill, tightened her scarf and after a moment's contemplation, tentatively reached for his hand, which was tucked into his trouser pocket. Riddle lowered his head, observing her subtle gesture. She hesitated for a fraction of a second, but did not withdraw. Thus, he found his hand drawn from his pocket and clasped within hers. Her hand, though diminutive, radiated warmth, in stark contrast to his slender, elegantly shaped fingers, which were striking yet icy to the touch. As Candice held his hand, she secretly resolved to knit him a scarf. Albeit a silver-green one might seem rather peculiar in Gryffindor's common room. But wait, what had he just mentioned? Candice suddenly realized with surprise. Did you say the Astronomy Tower birthday? Riddle's voice was deep, imbued with a raspy, languid tone. What? Are you afraid? He tightened his grip on her hand, leaning a fraction closer. as if mocking her. Candice. A true Gryffindor may have had her fears, but she would never show weakness, especially not before him. I am not afraid, she declared resolutely. I will go to the astronomy tower, and I shall arrive on time. How brave of you. Truly worthy of a Gryffindor flower, Riddle remarked, casting her a glance before returning his gaze to the window, their hands slipping back into his pocket. Candice gradually felt her own hand, which had begun to chill in his grasp, slowly warm up. You're in your 3rd year now. You can visit Hogsmeade, can't you? She found herself asking softly amidst the wind. What do you want? He asked directly. Conversations with intelligent individuals are effortless yet fraught with tension. After a moment's pause, Candice replied, I tasted the latest product from Honeydukes at Professor Dumbledore's. I want that. At the mere mention of Dumbledore, Riddle's demeanor cooled considerably. You can ask him for it. Candice pressed her lips together. But I want you to buy it for me. Miss Bell, I have no money. You should know that better than anyone. Riddle remained indifferent. Candice tightened her grip on their joined hands. I know you've been assisting Professor Slughorn with potions since 1st year. He surely wouldn't shortchange you. After all, you are his favorite student. Riddle regarded the young girl beside him, remarking coolly, you know all this. I know much more. How much? So very much. Ah, how terrifying. I want that candy. Candice insisted once more. Riddle furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the darkening sky, and impatiently replied, understood. Candice beamed with satisfaction, thinking that when she obtained the candy, the first piece would be for him. She longed to see his reaction as he tasted it. It would surely be spectacular. Decades later, the Death Eaters would never suspect that their Dark Lord, in his 3rd year, had used the money he earned from Slughorn merely to buy a box of sweets from Honeydukes for a girl. He indeed harbored his own inscrutable schemes. Yet, one could not deny how charming he appeared while enacting these plans, cloaked in feigned sincerity. Candice Bell would eventually find herself cast aside by him. In those moments, she would undoubtedly harbor a profound hatred for him, wishing she could obliterate him. Yet, that would also mark the moment she loved him the most in her life. After all, only by abandoning her in her most profound moment of love, could he truly inflict upon her an agony that felt worse than death. Only then could the destined rival, who would prove difficult to vanquish, be genuinely tormented. Riddle looked once more at the girl beside him, who was smiling and speaking animatedly. The sky grew progressively darker as Candice stood by the window, half of her figure cloaked in shadows while the other half basked in the glow of the Hogwarts torches. He raised his free hand, gently brushing it over the top of her head, and she blinked her blue eyes, her smile sweet and her gaze innocent. Do you like me, Tom? She asked hesitantly as they parted ways. Riddle chuckled softly, replying, You'll know in due time. Chapter 13. Candice signed her name on the list of students staying at school for Christmas. She realized that this year, there were only 2 students remaining in Gryffindor, herself included. The other was Rubeus Hagrid. She turned to glance at the half-blood giant not far behind her, who sat in a corner of the common room. Though he occupied a corner, he still appeared quite large. Candice's height barely reached his waist, and he was only 11 years old. Under the gaze of the Gryffindor flower, it was impossible for Hagrid not to notice. He quickly looked up, meeting Candice's smiling blue eyes, his heart skipping a beat. Hagrid, you're staying for Christmas break? Candice approached and sat beside him. Hagrid fumbled with his words. Why, yes, I am. In truth, he would likely remain at school every Christmas henceforth, as his home could scarcely be called a home anymore. Candice sensed his melancholic mood and smiled, saying, I'm staying too. We can keep each other company. Hagrid looked at her in surprise. You are staying too, Miss Bell? Just call me Candice. Yes, I will stay this year. My father has to go on a business trip and won't be back. I'd rather spend Christmas here with everyone than alone at home. She stood up, adding, I'll prepare a Christmas gift for you. Hagrid, who had just begun his schooling and had been rather solitary since his arrival, had found no friends, and even his roommates were rather disdainful of him. Of course, they had their reasons for their disdain, as he privately raised forbidden creatures. Perhaps only those animals were his companions. Candice was the first student to extend a friendly gesture toward Hagrid, the most delightful girl in Gryffindor, illuminating every space she entered. In that moment, she brightened his dark, lonely corner. With red-rimmed eyes, Hagrid replied, I will prepare a gift for you too, Candice. He awkwardly uttered her first name. And Candice smiled before turning to leave, heading off to join Freeman and the others for their homework. Freeman was biting his quill in distress, lamenting, One day, I shall perish under the weight of my potions essay. Candice sat down, asking what's wrong. Isn't this potions essay quite simple? Freeman widened his eyes in disbelief. Simple? Candice paused, rummaging through her bag to check her completed homework, and upon confirming she hadn't misremembered the assignment, she queried, Not simple? Euphemia couldn't help but smirk, watching Freeman as he groaned, complaining about the disparity between high achievers and underachievers. She adored watching Freeman in such a state. He was so endearing, so genuine, even in his complaints and antics, exuding a certain charm. Candice exchanged glances with Anita, stood up, and walked over to Euphemia, whispering in her ear to switch seats, then gently nudged her beside Freeman. Euphemia looked a bit dazed. After all, this was Candice's designated seat as per Freeman's arrangement. Candice winked at her, signaling that this was the limit of her assistance as a good roommate. Euphemia suddenly understood, blushing as she turned to Freeman, who huffed and, glaring at Candice, muttered, "Off to whisper with Anita again? I truly don't understand how you girls always have so many secrets to share. Fleamont Potter, you truly lack a sense of awareness." Candice shot him a glare before retrieving her spellwork assignments to commence writing. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was one of harmonious camaraderie, in stark contrast to that of the Slytherin quarters. "Are you staying at school for Christmas?" Draco leaned against Riddle, adding, "Why not come to Malfoy Manor for a few days instead? I assure you, you will find it quite to your liking." There was a hint of smugness in his tone as he uttered the latter. Riddle did not swiftly decline. He pondered the proposition. The Malfoy family was a pureblood lineage, holding an extraordinary status within the wizarding world, and their study was a promising locale that might house tomes detailing the residences of existing ancient pureblood families. Perhaps even the Gaunt family. However, "No need," Riddle replied slowly, putting away his quill with nonchalance. "I have other matters to attend to during my stay." Walburga and Lucius sat together. While not far from them was Alfred Black, Walburga's brother, though their relationship was not particularly close, seemingly marred by differing views on certain matters. But such familial affairs were none of anyone else's concern. They were merely bystanders. "I heard that 2 individuals from Gryffindor have also signed the stay-at-school list," Lucius remarked, idly toying with the ring on her finger. "One is that half-blood giant, and the other is Candice Bell." Abraxas raised an eyebrow, discreetly scrutinizing Riddle. Recalling the incident when Candice had intercepted Riddle the other day, they had been a considerable distance away, and he had initially intended to eavesdrop. A simple charm would suffice. Yet Riddle's protective spell had rebuffed him. A bit embarrassing, but losing to the heir of Slytherin doesn't seem too unbearable, he mused. But did Belle approach him merely to discuss Christmas? The atmosphere in the common room abruptly grew peculiar as Riddle gradually rose from his chair, tossing the books into his bag. With a subtle smile, he declared, "Merry Christmas to you all. We shall reconvene after the holidays." His dark eyes swept across the room, making everyone squirm under his seemingly amused gaze, including Lucius, who had broached the sensitive subject. "Merry Christmas, Tom," Walburga replied with a smile. Riddle nodded and turned to return to his dormitory, while Abraxas rubbed his chin, also gathering his belongings to leave. The anticipated holiday arrived, and as the students boarded the train home, the castle fell into a hushed stillness. Nevertheless, the professors hosted a grand Christmas feast for the students remaining on campus. With only a handful of students staying, they were all seated at a long table alongside the professors for the evening's repast. To Candice's left sat Hagrid from Gryffindor, while to her right, she discreetly glanced at the green lining of his robe. Supporting her chin with one hand and gently tapping her spoon with the other, she sought to mask her nervousness. "Bless you, dear children. May you have a Merry Christmas," Principal Dippet exclaimed, waving his wand as magical fireworks illuminated the enchanted ceiling, mimicking the weather outside. Candice watched in excitement, her lips curling into a broad smile. The hall was resplendent, adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood proudly in each corner, some decorated with shimmering icicles, others twinkling with hundreds of candles. This splendid arrangement, despite the sparse attendance, imbued the hall with a vibrant festive spirit. Following Principal Dippet's speech, a sumptuous Christmas feast appeared upon the long table, with Hogwarts house elves showcasing their culinary prowess. A plethora of plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, plates piled high with delectable sausages, and bowls brimming with buttered peas laid before them, all utterly scrumptious. Candice's appetite was piqued by the enticing aroma of the food. As she tore off a leg from the roast chicken, she suddenly realized that the individual seated beside her was not the familiar Fleamont, but rather. She belatedly turned to her right, finding Riddle sitting there, facing her, his dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, the chicken leg seemed far less appetizing. Candice weakly placed the leg back onto her plate, clearing her throat as she attempted to elegantly slice the chicken, though it proved quite inconvenient. Blast it, she truly wished to eat with her hands. Just look at that perfectly roasted, crispy skin and tender meat. The sound of her stomach growling was unmistakable. She glared at Riddle, who was propped up on one hand, appearing utterly unfazed, but she could not dwell on that for long and began to devour the chicken leg. Riddle was not particularly hungry, or rather, after so many years of not having a fulfilling meal, he had learned to savor hunger. He merely observed Candice as she relished her food. Everything she consumed seemed to be bursting with flavor, her enjoyment evident as she smeared grease all over her face and hands, entirely devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum. He casually retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, kneaded it for a moment, and then slowly offered it to her. "Wipe your face, you're covered in grease," he remarked with slight disdain. Candice blinked in surprise, accepting the handkerchief and quietly murmuring, "Really?" She leaned closer to him for confirmation, their heads nearly touching. This was her first opportunity to sit beside him unabashedly, and the sensation felt incredibly liberating. They were from different years and houses, and typically, they could not share a seat during classes or meals. Candice was particularly eager to experience what it would be like to attend classes alongside Riddle. She had heard that Professor Slughorn had once awarded him a staggering 70 points in a single lesson. Truly a point-accumulating wizard, wasn't he? As Candice unconsciously leaned closer to Riddle, Hagrid, sitting to her left, felt somewhat neglected. He endeavored to focus his attention on the food, his favorite being the braised meats, which he usually devoured in large quantities. However, today, seeing Candice so close to a Slytherin and not beside him, the Gryffindor, left him feeling rejected, disheartened. He set down his knife and fork, and as his thoughts spiraled, Candice turned to him. "Hagrid, you must try that roast turkey. It's simply divine, infinitely better than what my father makes." Since his mother's passing, her father had taken to cooking for himself after liberating their house elf. Candice had tasted her father's numerous culinary failures, and throughout his gradual improvement, she had played a substantial role. Thus, she was quite adept at discerning the flavors of food. Hagrid followed her gaze and tore off the other turkey leg, finishing it within a few bites. Candice stared in astonishment, her eyes wide, her expression comically surprised. The sight elicited an involuntary smile from Dumbledore, who observed from the staff table. Riddle's attention shifted from Candice and Hagrid to Dumbledore, who was always dressed festively during the holidays. Today was no exception. Adorned with a wizard's hat embellished with flowers, he appeared somewhat absurd. Riddle curled his lip in disdain. But that unfriendly smirk soon transformed into a more genuine smile, as Dumbledore turned his gaze toward him. Their eyes met, blue into black, and after a brief moment, they both nodded in acknowledgement. Once the Christmas feast concluded, a more engaging event awaited. The wizarding firecracker display. Candice unwrapped a firecracker, which erupted with a deafening bang akin to cannon fire, enveloping her in a cloud of pink smoke. Riddle stood beside her, equally ensnared, his entire being shrouded in the vibrant haze. He exerted all his composure and rationality to resist the urge to flee the hall and escape the dreadful, garish Christmas banquet. "Have you had your fill of fun?" he said with restraint. Candice emerged from the smoke, her face alight with a smile, exclaiming, "Look, Tom, it's a hair ribbon." Riddle glanced impatiently at the pink ribbon resting in her palm. Rather attractive and decidedly feminine, suiting Candice well. Yet he found the color decidedly displeasing, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm for the festivities, Candice could not help but tug at him, urging him to join her in igniting another firecracker. Riddle firmly declined, but Candice took his hand, assisting him in unwrapping it. Gray smoke erupted, engulfing Riddle, whose expression turned ashen. At the teacher's table, Dumbledore beamed with delight, engaging in light banter with Professor Flitwick, who shared a joke that only heightened Dumbledore's merriment. As the gray haze dissipated, Riddle discovered a small candy nestled in his palm. The diminutive sweet was encased in gray paper, a rarity he seldom encountered. Candice, intrigued, reached for it, but Riddle, still irked by her earlier insistence, closed his hand to deny her access. Candice looked at him in surprise, wrinkling her nose. "How stingy." "I'm merely curious, not intending to eat it." Riddle stuffed the candy into his pocket. Though he harbored no fondness for such sugary treats, he relished the notion of thwarting her. Observing his displeasure, Candice leaned closer as others chatted and played with firecrackers, whispering in his ear, "Are you upset?" "Don't be. I merely wanted to have fun with you." Riddle leaned against the table, one hand in his pocket, replying, "Are you attempting to deceive me for candy? Your methods are rather lacking." Candice tugged at his sleeve. "I'm not trying to trick you. You owe me a whole box of sweets. Would I stoop so low for just this one?" She huffed defiantly. Riddle was tempted to retort, questioning why he should give her an entire box of candy, or simply assert that he hadn't purchased one at all. In truth, that box of sweets had long been quietly nestled in his drawer, inaccessible to anyone. With an irritated loosening of his tie, he cast a glance at Candice, who was nearly leaning against him. and caught sight of a gaze directed their way. His expression hardened as he met the eyes of the half-giant Hagrid. Startled at being noticed, Hagrid instinctively shrank back. But Riddle found amusement in observing him for a moment, before wrapping an arm around Candice's waist. At that moment, as everyone else reveled in the firecrackers and smoke billowed around them, only Hagrid, standing in close proximity, could witness their intimate display. Hagrid's eyes widened, seemingly grasping why Candice had been so attentive to a Slytherin. Could it be that they were lovers? The angelic girl was, in fact, romantically involved with a Slytherin? As a first-year-and-a-half giant, Hagrid had undoubtedly faced his share of bullying and disdain from Slytherin since his arrival, and thus his impression of the house was thoroughly abysmal. Seeing Candice nestled in Riddle's embrace, smiling at the handsome boy, Hagrid felt as if the angel he revered had been sullied, and likely would be hurt. It must be said that, in a certain sense, he was indeed correct. Christmas concluded amidst a mix of joy and sorrow. As December 31st approached, Candice returned to the astronomy tower, a place that had once caused her great distress. During astronomy class, she still ventured here, but then she was accompanied by others, surrounded by many students, ensuring she would not feel isolated. Despite her boldness, she could not entirely escape the shadows of her past. When she came alone, that shadow loomed larger. Tightening her robes around her, Candice ascended the final steps, and all her worries vanished upon seeing Riddle, who was leaning against the stone railing with his back to her. The night breeze tousled the hem of his robe, his arms resting on the stone as he gazed down at the scenery below. Candice approached him slowly. He sensed her arrival without turning. "You're right on time," he remarked, still fixated on the distant view. "Have you been waiting long?" Candice inquired, joining him in observing the horizon. Riddle glanced sideways at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Not at all, I just arrived." Candice nodded, as if convinced. Yet, in reality, he had been there for roughly 3 or 4 hours. Even he could not decipher why he had arrived early, or what he had been worried about. Was he afraid she might be scared? Or concerned she might encounter trouble again? No one could articulate it, not even he. He stood there, fixated on the view for hours, seemingly never tiring of it. Candice, however, did not join him in the chill of the wind. She soon turned her back to the stone railing, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Not content to sit alone, she tugged at Riddle's robe, urging him to join her. Riddle frowned at her, seemingly displeased by her casualness, but Candice looked up. "As long as it's clean, it'll be fine. Come on, let us sit down. Don't be so picky. We should eat cake." Riddle replied, his expression blank. "It's not just dirty." Annoyed, he withdrew his wand and cast a warming charm on her. Candice felt warmth envelop her, smiling brightly. "Thank you." Riddle coldly dismissed her gratitude, glancing down at the ground, ultimately mirroring her and sitting. In truth, there was little to fuss over. As someone raised in an orphanage, he had seen his fair share of dirt, and was hardly bothered by sitting on the ground. He simply recognized that the floor would surely be cold in this season. "I made this myself." Sneaking into the kitchen, Candice began rummaging through her robe, which resembled a bottomless bag, producing a cake box that had been shrunk, along with candles. With her white wand in hand, she earnestly recited an enlarging spell, causing the cake to expand dramatically, nearly colliding with Riddle's face. "Sorry," Candice exclaimed, attempting to rectify the situation, but it was Riddle's stoic expression that transformed the cake back to an appropriate size. "Thank you," Candice said, tucking her hair behind her ear, picking up 2 candles. "This one represents you, and this one represents me. We'll celebrate together this year," blowing out one each. Immature. He had no desire to celebrate his birthday. Each passing year only served as a reminder of his cowardly mother. Riddle's expression soured, and as Candice focused on inserting the candles, she remained oblivious to his change in demeanor. When she finally looked up, he wore an inscrutable expression. "You light them," she suggested, pointing her wand at the candles. "What if I make the flames too large?" Riddle tightened his grip on the purplewood wand, his dark eyes narrowing as he mockingly replied, "How did you manage to score an O in last year's charms exam? Did Flitwick sigh beside your desk like Melis?" Despite his sarcastic remarks, he followed her instructions. The 2 candles flickered to life, illuminating their faces, and Candice smiled. "No, Professor Flitwick said I was quite intelligent. The most talented student he has seen besides you." Riddle scoffed slightly. Didn't he realize he was so charitable?" Candice wrinkled her nose and remarked, "Why do you think flattering me equates to charity? In truth, I excel at spells. What happened earlier was merely an accident, a mere mishap." Merlin understood the reason behind her constant faltering in front of Riddle. Despite her effortless command of spells in normal circumstances, she would invariably falter before him, as if she craved his derision. Riddle, thoroughly vexed, brushed the dirt off his robes and resolved to abandon the topic. It was exceedingly tedious and devoid of purpose. Candice then urged him to make a wish. A memory from that year surged to the forefront of his mind. Back in Candice's bedroom, he had been similarly pressed to make a wish, and that familiar sensation washed over him, soothing his previously agitated heart. What wish had he made that year? Yes, he had wished for her dreams to come true. This year, however, the moment had arrived. Riddle closed his eyes and swiftly reopened them, extinguishing the candle, leaving Candice momentarily stunned. So soon? Riddle smirked. Now it's your turn. Candice, filled with a mix of skepticism and hope, began to articulate her own wish. With her hands clasped reverently, she earnestly focused on her candle, and after a considerable pause, she opened her eyes and blew it out. Once the flame flickered out, they could only gaze at each other's faces illuminated by the moonlight. Riddle inquired, "What did you wish for? You said once that speaking a wish aloud renders it ineffective. Didn't you? Did I not also mention that was merely a ruse to deceive you?" "Well then," she said, "I wish for my father's health," and she paused subtly, fixing her gaze upon him. "I also hope, regardless of your future plans, that all your dreams may come to fruition." Riddle was momentarily taken aback, his dark eyes studying her, glimmering softly in the moonlight. "And what about you? What is your wish?" Candice inquired with curiosity. Riddle remained silent for a moment before responding. "Curiously enough, my wish is for your dreams to come true as well." Candice was momentarily speechless, a blush creeping onto her delicate cheeks, rendering her even more endearing. "Let us exchange gifts," she proposed. Lowering her head, she hastily retrieved a gift box from her robe pocket, and this time, she successfully performed the enlargement charm without error. Riddle glanced at her large box, then nonchalantly produced a plain black notebook from his robe's side pocket. The notebook appeared unremarkable, and Candice's expression turned slightly vacant. "Do you find this gift rather meager?" Riddle inquired casually, tossing the black notebook to her. Candice caught it swiftly, casting a quick glance at him before lowering her gaze to tenderly caress the cover of the notebook, which was entirely black, devoid of any words, save for the name of a newsagent printed on the back from Vauxhall Road in London. "You bought this from a muggle?" Candice exclaimed, intrigued as she flipped it open, revealing blank white pages without any lines. "Try writing a line on it," Riddle suggested, handing her a quill. Candice regarded him with puzzlement, but despite her uncertainty she complied. She inscribed her name on the first page, and to her astonishment, as she lifted the quill, the letters began to fade, eventually disappearing. "How incredible!" Candice gasped, staring incredulously at Riddle. "My writing transferred to your notebook?" "Indeed," Riddle replied, his expression neutral. "You are not mistaken. It has indeed made its way here. In the future, should you have anything to convey, you may write it in this book, and I shall see it." Candice's face lit up with delight. Two students from different houses, and not even in the same year, maintaining contact with Riddle was somewhat challenging. Apart from encountering him in the corridors or seeking him out directly, there were few alternatives. Now with the notebook he had gifted her, she could reach out to him anytime, writing down things she couldn't say in front of others. "Where did you acquire this?" Candice asked, hugging the notebook as if it were a treasure. It was evident that the notebook had been enchanted with sophisticated magic. Was the newsagent in the Muggle world actually a concealed wizard? Riddle maintained a composed demeanor, casually delivering the astounding revelation. No. I crafted it myself." "You made it yourself?" Candice gazed at him, noticing the absence of even a hint of pride on his face, as if it were an entirely commonplace feat. A complexity flickered in her eyes. She suddenly felt disinclined to chase after his accomplishments. She realized that no matter how hard she tried, it would be futile. He was simply too formidable. Not just in grades but in the innovation and application of magic. "You truly are remarkable, Tom," Candice said, unconsciously leaning closer to him, feeling the warmth of his presence as the warming charm began to wear off. She felt a chill but, in her naivety, did not think to renew it. Instinctively drawing nearer to him for warmth, Riddle glanced at her shoulder brushing against him. She felt cold. It was a poor decision to come to the astronomy tower to celebrate her birthday at the year's end. They could have gone to the room of requirement, where it would at least be warmer. As he pondered this irritably, he unconsciously cast another warming charm on her. The foolish girl continued to speak. "It's as if this is a two-way mirror. Aside from the inability to see each other, there is no difference. Except," she hesitated as she looked at him, "we are so close that you can clearly feel my breath, warm and familiar. But is it only for leaving messages? What if you aren't here and don't see what is written in the notebook? Will it give a prompt?" Her question seemed devoid of significance, and Riddle smirked slightly, responding nonchalantly, "I check it every night." He tightened his grip on his own black notebook, and as Candice began to entertain thoughts that he checked it for her sake, He cruelly unveiled the truth. Because this is my diary. He smiled, watching as the expression on her face shifted from shyness to disappointment, a perverse pleasure rising within him. Oh, Candice felt momentarily let down but quickly tucked the notebook into her pocket, raising her head to say, "Your gift is so wonderful that I feel embarrassed to present mine." Riddle regarded the large box with a cool demeanor, stating, "If it's a toy, you needn't bother opening it." Candice shook her head. "No, it's not." "What is it then?" "You'll find out when you look for yourself." She pushed the box toward him directly. Riddle accepted it and casually opened the box, revealing its contents. It was not a toy, but a scarf. He paused, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected gift. Candice retrieved the silver-green scarf from within, murmuring, "I may not have knitted it particularly well due to time constraints. So bear with it for now. I'll make you a new one next winter." She leaned in to tie the scarf around his neck. It was the first time in his life that a girl had made him a scarf. In truth, he could have had many girls willing to do so if he desired, but only Candice had taken the initiative to craft something with her own hands. When he first arrived at Hogwarts, he had seen other students' scarves, all exquisitely knitted by their mothers, often adorned with their initials in the corners. Tom Riddle was born to a mother who perished in childbirth, leaving him bereft of maternal warmth. Consequently, there was no one to craft a scarf for him. He held a palpable disdain for the notion of that woman returning from the dead to knit him a scarf. His gaze gradually descended, landing on the corner of the scarf, where he discerned the understated initials T.R. embroidered in black thread. Tom Riddle, the name he loathed. A legacy tied to his Muggle father. At that moment, his emotions swirled in a tumultuous mix of resentment, jealousy, malice, intertwined with warmth, complexity, and a flutter of affection. He found himself unable to compose his thoughts, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Candice, who after fastening his scarf, lingered close beside him, half of her body nestled against his. The wintry breeze swept through, prompting Candice to softly murmur, "I'm cold, Tom." Riddle held his breath slightly, instinctively drawing her into his embrace. As she leaned against him, her gaze met his smooth, pale chin. "Still cold?" he inquired with a hint of indifference. Candice responded with a soft mm. In the next moment, Riddle unfastened the clasp of his robe's collar, and enveloped her petite frame within the thick fabric. Hidden beneath his robe, Candice tilted her head slightly upward, finding his face lowered toward hers. In the darkness, his bright black eyes locked onto her clear blue ones, their gentle hue seemingly capable of washing away all sins and debts of affection. Riddle closed his eyes momentarily, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. This was not a fleeting peck akin to a first kiss. Rather, his icy lips pressed firmly against her soft, warm ones. She held her breath in anxious anticipation as he gently moved, caressing her lips with his own. Candice felt as if struck by lightning, rendered numb and unresponsive. As the moon ascended higher in the night sky, the constellations sparkled brilliantly at the year's end. Nestled in Riddle's arms, Candice felt that love was truly beautiful. So beautiful that it could fill the void of every disaster and pain in her life. Little did she know, the very love that brought her such ecstasy in that moment would, in the years to come, bring forth even greater calamities and suffering. Chapter 14. Although she had received a notebook for private correspondence as a Christmas gift, Candice had not forgotten about the box of sweets she longed for. On the way back, she incessantly chattered about her desired candy, and surprisingly, Riddle did not display any signs of annoyance, allowing her to ramble on while maintaining a steady and swift pace. His expression unwavering, an exceedingly rare occurrence. In the past, a mere 2 or 3 sentences from Candice would have elicited his impatience, leading him to either acquiesce or refuse decisively. The fact that he could endure her chatter for so long was nothing short of miraculous. Candice herself was taken aback, finding her words faltering. Eventually, they arrived at Gryffindor Tower. The fat lady in the portrait stared at them with wide eyes, and after a moment, her expression soured as she said, "Are you coming in or not?" Her gaze shifted to Riddle with annoyance, as if to say it was not her fault for not opening the door, but rather Miss Belle's reluctance to enter. Riddle offered a polite smile, which would have seemed more sincere had he managed to stow away his wand first. "My candy." Candice tugged at his sleeve, urging him to hurry. Riddle turned his head to look at her, his dark eyes revealing a flicker of unspoken confusion. "Have you never considered that although I promised you, I may not have actually followed through?" Candice widened her eyes and quickly replied, "How could you? You must have bought it ages ago, last Sunday." She glanced back at the open door of the common room and whispered, "Stop teasing, Tom. Just give it to me. It's late, and I need to return to my dormitory." The fat lady in the portrait rolled her eyes, seemingly aware that it was indeed late. However, she was far from anxious upon witnessing the boy who often thwarted her meet his match. Rather, she found it quite entertaining. Riddle leaned against the door of the Gryffindor common room, casting a glance inside before finally retrieving the coveted sweets Candice had yearned for. Merlin, he thought. What on earth am I doing? The childish antics he engaged in for a particular purpose seemed increasingly inexplicable. It was worth noting that the latest confection Candice desired contained a filling, with the third layer being butterbeer. As he was only in his 3rd year, he was not of legal drinking age, and could not procure the sweets himself. This implied that if he were to buy them for Candice, he would have to enlist someone else as help. Recalling the horrified and bizarre expression on Frank Nott's face when he went to buy the candy on his behalf, Riddle's demeanor soured. He irritably tapped the candy box with his wand, returning it to its original size. Here, I'm leaving, he declared, turning to depart, intending to find a place to practice dark magic and regain his composure. Yet, that insatiable girl tugged at his sleeve once more. Riddle stood stoically, fixated ahead, resembling a statue of ice, refusing to turn. Candice approached him, cradling the candy box, and smiled. Try one before you go, Tom. Perhaps the phrase pushing one's luck was coined for someone like her. Riddle turned to respond with an unfriendly retort, but his thin lips parted, unable to produce sound. His wide black eyes gazed in astonishment at the girl beside him, who had, unbeknownst to him, unwrapped the candy and, as he turned, promptly placed it into his mouth. Her delicate fingers inadvertently brushed against his lips, and he found himself consuming the candy without forewarning. The Duke of Honey's confections were generally pleasant, provided they weren't overly sweet. Riddle despised sweets, primarily because the Dumbledore he loathed had an affinity for them. Yet Candice relished them, often insisting he partake. This was not the first time. The candy, with its 3 layers of filling, melted in his mouth, and as the final essence of butterbeer mingled with his taste buds, even the castle's breeze seemed to carry a hint of intoxication. How is it? Candice inquired, her azure eyes sparkling. Is it good? She cautiously tucked her hand behind her back, secretly caressing the fingers that had brushed his lips. His lips were so soft, so cool, that it made her recall the kiss atop the astronomy tower, causing her to blush once more. Riddle maintained a stoic expression, attempting to speak, but once again, he could not utter a sound. A heart seemed to leap from his chest. His brows knitted together, and his demeanor suddenly turned cold. I knew it. Your insistence on that box of candy must hide some ulterior motive, he stated icily, sending shivers down Candice's spine. It was merely a piece of candy he had consumed, yet he appeared genuinely angry. Surely, the minor repercussions of the candy did not warrant such ire? Candice had anticipated that his reaction to her feeding him would be amusing, but now she found it neither entertaining nor pleasant. It was somewhat terrifying. As Riddle matured, he instilled in Candice a profound sense of reverence. At that moment, the feeling was particularly intense. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she instinctively sought to flee, clutching the candy box as she dashed into the common room. Riddle watched her retreating figure disappear through the door, and with a flick of his wand, he cast the summoning charm. Thus, halfway through her escape, she discovered that the candy box had returned to its rightful owner. Candice halted in her tracks and glanced back, witnessing Riddle cradling the box of sweets in his hand, which he then ignited with a fierce incantation. The sweet box blazed violently under his spell, leaving not even a trace of ash. Candice widened her clear eyes, unsure if her discomfort stemmed from the shock that rendered her unable to blink, resulting in a stinging sensation. Yet she felt as though her cheeks were damp. A sudden wave of profound sorrow washed over her. She pressed her lips together, locking eyes with Riddle, who maintained a stoic expression for a brief moment before she averted her gaze, turning away towards the dormitory without a backward glance. The door to the Gryffindor common room closed behind her. The fat lady leaned against her frame and remarked, Mr. Riddle, if I may be so bold, treating a girl in such a manner will inevitably drive her away. She yawned languidly, continuing, what sense is there in returning a gift? And to burn it before her very eyes? Merlin, you must be unaware of how sought-after Miss Bell is in Gryffindor. Riddle remained silent, staring at the fat lady. After a few seconds of mutual scrutiny, she huffed and fell silent. Only then did Riddle withdraw his gaze and depart the Gryffindor tower. The Slytherin dormitory resided in the depths of the castle, a considerable distance below Gryffindor Tower. Fortunately, Hogwarts was on break, and curfews were non-existent. Nonetheless, even if they were in place, it would hold little significance for someone of Riddle's privileged status. As he made his way to the dungeon, the fat lady's words echoed in his mind. His dark eyes glinted with inscrutable thoughts, and his hand, hanging at his side, clenched tightly around his wand. In truth, he should have acted long ago, should he not? Constantly yielding only served to embolden Candice Bell's audacity, allowing her to believe she could act with impunity. He ought not to indulge her with such illusions. She should tremble before him like the others, respect him, even fear him. He was destined to become a wizard greater than Dumbledore, compelling all to grovel at his feet, to gaze up at him in reverence, to submit to him, so much so that they would scarcely dare to utter his name. Candice Bell. He should not afford her further opportunities to test his limits. Even if he harbored ulterior motives, this was verging on excessive. It was unjust. He had done nothing wrong. Not in the slightest. Yet. Why was he so troubled, lying in bed, unable to concentrate even on his book? Riddle irritably tossed the book aside, seized his wand, and hastily exited the castle, setting his sights on the Forbidden Forest. That night, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest suffered greatly. Thus, the Christmas holiday drew to a close. Once the students returned to Hogwarts, life resumed its vibrant pace. Candice remained preoccupied with Riddle's incendiary act concerning the sweets, which had begun as merely a jest. Following that evening, she felt disinclined to converse with him. During meals in the Great Hall, she refrained from glancing at the long table across from her, hastily departing for classes once she finished eating. She was perpetually accompanied by a throng of friends, including Freeman, which rendered it nearly impossible for Riddle to approach her. Even the somewhat oblivious Freeman had noticed the shift in their dynamic. He whispered excitedly to Candice during class, "Candice, have you finally recognized Riddle's true nature? Are you truly severing ties with him?" Candice paused her writing with her quill, pondering before responding. "What true nature? Why, the insidious and treacherous one, of course," Freeman retorted, as if it were self-evident. Candice could not help but chuckle. "He isn't as terrible as you claim." Freeman, exasperated, replied, "You're blinded by your feelings. I, as an observer, see clearly that he harbors ill intentions. Your decision to cut ties with him is exceedingly wise." "We haven't severed ties," Candice sighed, setting down her quill. "I've merely been quite busy lately, with little time to communicate with him." Freeman let out a disappointed "oh," before eventually saying, "Well, I hope you remain busy." Candice, exasperated, pressed her forehead in frustration, and gestured to Euphemia sitting beside Freeman, who hesitated to engage with him. Candice felt a pang of urgency. When would Freeman finally come to his senses? In truth, Candice was not entirely dishonest. The lingering thoughts of the sweets were one reason, but she had indeed been quite occupied. Upon the resumption of classes, Gryffindor and Slytherin were set to face off in a Quidditch final in early February. Should they win, it would mark a triumphant third consecutive victory for Gryffindor, significantly boosting their house points and surpassing Slytherin. With some effort, they might even accrue enough points in the March and May matches to contend for the House Cup, a tantalizing prospect given Slytherin's long-standing dominance. Naturally, Gryffindor was determined to fight for it. Whenever Candice found a moment, she was whisked away for training, and Freeman was among the players, acutely aware of the situation. The weather today was rather dreary, having just rained lightly, leaving the pitch in disarray. Nonetheless, Captain Wood insisted they all attend for practice. "Come on, everyone. For Gryffindor. For our honor. A little cold and rain is nothing to fret about." "Hey, you there, Freeman. Focus on what I'm saying and quit whispering." Wood glared at Freeman from atop his broom, forcing him to abandon his murmurs with Candice and obediently settle on his broomstick. Candice shot him a playful glance, soaring a little higher to listen to Wood's detailed explanation of new tactics. Being the Seeker, Candice's role was particularly sensitive. Once she caught the Golden Snitch, it would signify the end of the match. If the score between Gryffindor and Slytherin was tight at that moment, victory would be assured for Gryffindor. Given the significant boost in strength Candice and Freeman brought to the team since joining, Slytherin's team had not overlooked their training today. After casting a protective charm to prevent Slytherin in the stands from eavesdropping, Would address Freeman, saying, "Since you enjoy playing the gallant protector, I'll grant you an opportunity, Freeman." Freeman looked up. "How so?" "You will protect Candice, attempting to divert any interference during the match. Slytherin's tactics can be quite brutal, as you experienced in November's match. Candice is a girl, and I fear they may resort to underhanded tactics," Wood stated with a serious expression. Before Freeman could respond, another boy, Longbottom, raised his voice. "Can Freeman handle it alone? Slytherin has several upperclassmen this year. We suffered because of this last time, barely managing second place. Perhaps we need two people to safeguard our Seeker?" Candice regarded him with surprise, and Longbottom, blushing slightly, looked back at her, only for Freeman to step protectively between them. "One person is sufficient. We have only 7 players, one of whom is a keeper. If we assign 2 to protect her, what will happen to the chasers and beaters? It would be tantamount to signaling to Slytherin, 'Hey, come shoot at our goal.'" Wood mimicked, his tone exaggerated. Longbottom appeared dejected but ultimately acquiesced to the captain's decision. Candice glanced up at the sky. Dark clouds were rolling in, suggesting impending heavy rain. She exhaled, her breath visible in the chill, then dissipated slowly. Candice cast a few warming charms upon herself, but still felt somewhat cold, suddenly feeling a prickling sensation along her spine. Candice turned her head to find herself locking eyes with someone from the Slytherin stands, their gaze as dark as night. Her heart raced, and she quickly averted her gaze, shifting her broom to change direction and turning her back entirely on him. Riddle stood in the stands, Abraxas beside him, who had wrapped his robes tightly around himself, muttering under his breath about the dismal weather. If it weren't for the chance to observe their tactics, I certainly wouldn't be here. Isn't it a coincidence? The Slytherin Seeker was none other than Mr. Malfoy. Abraxas, being fiercely protective of the honor of his house, was not one to take matters lightly. Despite their victory in the finals last November, he had witnessed the formidable abilities of Potter and Bell, the new additions to the Gryffindor team, and he was acutely aware that with a little more cohesion, they could become a formidable force. He had no desire to lose to them. As soon as Abraxas settled into his seat, his intense gaze fixated on Candice, whose slender figure twirled gracefully in the air. Her golden hair, tied back in a ponytail, shimmered like a radiant ribbon, glinting even under the overcast sky. She was indeed an exceptional flyer, surpassing many upperclassmen with experience. However, if it weren't for the glaring gold and crimson of her robes, he might have found himself begrudgingly admiring her. Wait, admire her? What nonsense was this? He was no fool like Lestrange, such thoughts were beneath him. Abraxas turned to glance at Riddle, who was leaning casually against the railing, quietly observing the sky. After a few moments, Riddle turned and walked away. Puzzled, Abraxas called out, "Where are you going?" but received no response. Weighing his options between the Gryffindor team and Riddle's retreating figure, Abraxas concluded that the House Cup took precedence. It seemed Riddle was not keen on having him tag along, so he decided against making a scene. Thus, when Candice glanced back at the Slytherin stands, all she could see was a golden head, Malfoy. With Riddle gone, it was just him and a few other Slytherin Quidditch players. That fellow's hair was strikingly similar to Candice's, which irritated her, prompting her to avert her gaze and feign a few movements before catching the Golden Snitch, thereby concluding their round of practice. Just as they were about to commence the next round, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously, followed by a torrential downpour that pelted the students still in the air, causing sharp stings. Wood looked ashen as he gazed at the sky, clearly tempted to utter a curse. Ultimately, due to the unexpected deluge, today's practice was reluctantly declared over by Captain Wood. Regardless, everyone was drenched. As Candice dismounted her broom, she hastily cast drying charms and waterproof spells on herself, occasionally directing one at Freeman, but the rain was so heavy that the spells barely had any effect. By the time they finally returned to the castle, the hems of their robes were caked in mud, and their hair was completely soaked. Candice's face was pale, leaving water trails with each step, and she couldn't help but sneeze. Ah, the flower of Gryffindor reduced to a drowned rat. What a sight to behold. Malfoy's long, languid voice floated over to her, and Candice furrowed her brow as she looked up. He sauntered alone, hands in pockets, unperturbed by their Gryffindor group, and teasingly asked, "Need a senior to help you with a drying charm?" Candice huffed, too weary to engage, and attempted to walk past him. Abraxas, tall and long-legged, swiftly stepped in her path. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. A simple thank you wouldn't hurt, would it? Your father is the head of the ministry. After all, surely he has taught you the basic courtesies of social interaction?" Abraxas gripped his wand, having participated in the match himself. Yet he appeared impeccably composed, exuding an air of elegance. Was it truly her spell that was lacking? Candice attempted to cast another drying charm on herself. Now that they were indoors and free from the rain, it worked a bit better, but she was still dripping wet. Malfoy caught sight of her predicament and burst into laughter, as if she had just uttered the most ridiculous joke. Candice shot him a vexed glance. Freeman, who had been lagging behind, finally caught up and immediately positioned himself in front of her. "Mr. Potter," Abraxas remarked, hands still in his pockets. "No need for the girl to protect you this time. Can you face me on your own?" Freeman frowned and retorted, "Shut your mouth and step aside, Malfoy, or I'll go fetch Professor Dumbledore." Abraxas scoffed, "You can only go looking for the professor, Potter. Is that all you can muster?" Freeman met his derision with a cold smirk. Abraxas glanced at Candice, who stood behind Freeman, amusement dancing in her eyes, and felt inexplicably insulted. He wanted to say more, but Wood had already stepped forward with the others, clearly intending to overwhelm them with numbers. The timing was off. Nevertheless, he remained adaptable. Abraxas shot Freeman a disdainful look and, with a flick of his wand, warned, "Make sure you never find yourself alone, Potter, or you'll regret it." Having delivered his customary verbal threat, he turned with a flourish, his platinum hair trailing behind him as he vanished down the corridor. Once he had completely disappeared, Freeman turned to check on Candice. She had not been idle. With the larger group present, she felt no concern for Malfoy's intentions towards Freeman, and had allowed him to take the lead, standing behind him to cast drying charms. She absolutely did not view him as a practice target. Most certainly not. Thank you, Candice, Freeman said, grinning as he admired his mostly dry clothes. Why didn't you cast one on yourself? Candice touched her cheek and replied, I just finished using it on you. I thought I'd take a break. That excuse was rather feeble. Just as she finished speaking, preparing to dry her own attire, she felt a hand grasp her other arm. She looked up, stunned, to find Riddle, his expression inscrutable and his presence commanding. Ignoring everyone else, he pulled her away. Hey. Candice attempted to protest, but he offered no opportunity for her words. The Gryffindor team exchanged glances at the scene, while Freeman moved to intervene. However, Riddle merely waved his wand, and a flash of white light struck the ground in front of Freeman, creating a sizable crater. Freeman's face turned pale. Candice frowned as well. Though it seemed merely a warning and had not truly harmed Freeman, Riddle's behavior, using magic to intimidate a fellow student, was unsettling. Was this a common practice among Slytherin students? Hadn't Malfoy threatened Freeman as he left? Was this what they referred to as the interhouse divide? As Candice's mind raced with thoughts, she was drawn into a corner. Once they halted, she intended to discuss Riddle's intimidation of Freeman, but found herself momentarily stunned by his next move. Riddle waved his wand without uttering a spell, and suddenly, Candice felt refreshed from head to toe. His spell was infinitely more effective than hers. Yet he required no gratitude. Having completed the task, he simply turned and walked away. Candice stared at him with wide eyes, incredulous that he did not find it at all excessive to reclaim the gift he had given her and subsequently incinerate it. Rather, he had chosen to engage in a cold war with her over her slight awkwardness. Her face turned a shade of green at the realization. Was her behavior truly so outrageous? She had merely offered him a piece of candy, albeit one with a hint of mischief, merely a jest. Even if they had not officially become a couple, they ought to be considered friends at the very least. Had this incident occurred between her and Fleamon, or any other friend, it would not have posed an issue. Perhaps Riddle was simply different from the rest. Candice's spirits sank as she cast her gaze downward, remaining stationary for an extended period before finally taking her leave. Their relationship remained in a state of stalemate. There was no communication on Valentine's Day, and this silence persisted until the arrival of the Quidditch finals. The weather on this day was considerably more favorable than during their previous training sessions. At the very least, there were no ominous clouds, and the sun shone brightly. The referee for today's match was Professor Flitwick, the esteemed head of Ravenclaw, known for his impartiality. Candice donned her team uniform as she stepped onto the field, greeted by exuberant cheers from the Gryffindor stands. She and her teammates glanced up to see Euphemia and Anita displaying a banner, while Louise waved magical streamers, creating an atmosphere of celebration as if victory were already assured. This naturally incited the ire of the Slytherins. Students clad in silver and green scarves cast disdainful glances toward the opposite stands, neither side willing to yield. Even before the match commenced, tensions ran high, nearly escalating into a conflict. Riddle stood at the center of a sea of silver and green, flanked by Walburga and Lestrange, with Royer and Avery positioned behind them. As the core of their house, they maintained an air of elegance, refraining from engaging with the younger students in their taunts against Gryffindor, though their expressions betrayed their displeasure. Among them, Riddle appeared the most aloof and composed. His interest in Quidditch, a rather barbaric sport in his eyes, was virtually non-existent. He could hardly muster the energy to watch the flying brooms. The notion of soaring through the skies atop a broom struck him as utterly foolish. He could not fathom why those around him were so enamored with such an activity. As he observed the players from both houses ascending into the sky, Riddle's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself that one day, he would soar without the aid of any implements. This was not Candice's first encounter with Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch, yet it was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking. No one anticipated that Gryffindor's Quidditch team would achieve such commendable results this year, and expectations for today's match were high. Mounted on her broom, Candice prepared herself as Professor Flitwick, riding his specially crafted broom, took to the air and blew the whistle to signal the beginning of the match. Candice focused intently, her eyes fixed on the unfolding events. As a seeker, she understood that in the early stages of the match, she posed little threat. Typically, players concentrated more on dodging the bludgers and pursuing the quaffle. However, Slytherin's tactics today were decidedly unorthodox. They had devised an extraordinary strategy. To prevent Gryffindor from surpassing their score, they resorted to ruthless measures. Indeed, ruthless in the most literal sense. Mulciber, mounted on his broom, dove toward Candice with no intention of slowing down, a malicious grin playing on his lips as he aimed to knock her off her broom. Candice swiftly altered her course, darting in the opposite direction, but Mulciber mirrored her movements, relentlessly pursuing her. A glance back revealed that he was indeed a formidable adversary, flying exceptionally well. Meanwhile, their teammate Fleamon, assigned to protect her, was engaged in a struggle with another Slytherin player, Dolohov. This was dire. Candice's heart sank as she quickened her pace, executing a feint just in time to narrowly evade Mulciber's onslaught. The boy was utterly deranged. Her heart raced, at such high speeds and altitudes. A fall from her broom could result in serious injury. She could not afford to lose. She could not afford to fall. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the broomstick and plunged into the fray among her teammates vying for the quaffle. Mulciber cursed under his breath, but refused to abandon his pursuit of Candice. Finally, would recognize the abnormality of the situation and personally intervene to assist Fleamon in evading the troublesome Dolohov, allowing Fleamon to race to Candice's aid. As Fleamon approached, Candice felt a slight sense of relief, but in that very moment, a bludger, directed by Slytherin's female player Naomi Gall, hurtled toward her. Gall dodged just in time. But Candice spotted her first, only to realize too late that the bludger was now barreling toward her, obscured by Gall's imposing figure. A collective gasp resonated through the stands as Candice barely managed to ascend, the bludger grazing her cheek and leaving a streak of blood. A far better fate than being knocked off her broom. Wouldn't you agree? But alas, she had been injured. Damn it. How could they stoop so low? Below in the stands, Anita shouted in fury, "Vicious Slytherins! This is a foul! A foul!" The Gryffindor commentators echoed their discontent, vocally questioning the play, yet Professor Flitwick did not penalize Slytherin. After all, the bludger had not been deliberately struck at Candice by a Slytherin player. It was inherently aggressive, seeking out the nearest player to knock them off their broom. Theoretically, the actions of the Slytherin female player were defensible. Dumbledore sat in the teacher's box, his blue eyes fixed intently on Candice, clearly concerned for her well-being. Fortunately, she had yet to fall. She had merely sustained a wound on her face that was bleeding, but she paid it no mind, not even bothering to wipe it away as she rejoined the fray. The Gryffindor players were incensed, adopting Slytherin's tactics to hinder their opponent as Seeker. Abraxas, who had been leisurely searching for the Golden Snitch, suddenly became a target. While evading Fleamon and Wood's pursuit, he furrowed his brow, contemplating whether Candice possessed an innate talent for spotting the elusive snitch, for she was the first to see it. Abraxas soared toward Candice at top speed, and spectators in the stands caught sight of the Golden Snitch, erupting into a cacophony of anxious cheers, the volume so intense it nearly rendered one deaf. Riddle's gaze remained fixed on Candice, whose face was marred by blood. She had endured numerous injuries, for Slytherin's Quidditch was indeed brutal. They employed every tactic to dislodge her from her broom, forcing her into perilous maneuvers, flips and dives. On multiple occasions she had come dangerously close to plummeting. Her body was likely covered in bruises. Yet the Slytherin players expertly gauged their aggression, leaving Professor Flitwick in a state of frustration, unable to declare any fouls. It was infuriating. Oh, of course, it should be Gryffindor that was angry. Yet among the Slytherin stands, there was one who was not entirely at ease. Riddle's hand, previously hanging at his side, slowly formed a fist. As the Golden Snitch appeared, Abraxas entangled himself with Candice, their heights fluctuating as they flew at breakneck speed. With both possessing golden hair, it was challenging for onlookers to discern who was who amidst their rapid movements, were it not for the differing uniforms. "You're done for, Candice Bell." Malfoy sneered from midair. "The snitch is mine. Clear out, or you'll face the consequences." Candice did not spare him a glance, entirely unfazed by his presence. As she darted through a wall towards the Golden Snitch, Abraxas realized the gravity of the situation. Discarding all notions of decorum and grace, and brazenly interfered with Candice. The two of them practically engaged in a brawl atop their brooms. "Has Malfoy lost his mind?" Louise exclaimed in anger. "What on earth is he doing? How could he act in such a manner?" "Candice is injured." Euphemia watched in distress as she saw Candice being kicked away by Morsaber just as she was about to seize the snitch, with Malfoy ruthlessly pushing her aside. Candice spun several times on her broom, before barely managing to stabilize herself. Yet she could not afford to halt. She had to capture the snitch, for even a moment's delay would allow Malfoy to outpace her. Taking a deep breath, Candice charged towards the snitch, seemingly reckless, completely disregarding Morsaber and Dolohov. As she neared Malfoy, she did not resort to kicking him like the Slytherin players. Instead, she collided fiercely with him, knocking Malfoy unconscious. This was a self-destructive maneuver, as her stamina was waning. Fremont was still defending her from others, though he bore injuries of his own. Candice could not place all her hopes on him. She had to seize the Golden Snitch while Malfoy was dazed. Gripping her broom tightly, a fierce light ignited in Candice's cerulean eyes as she executed a terrifying flying maneuver, evading the Slytherin players in a serpentine pattern, dangerously close to crashing into the barriers before finally grasping the Golden Snitch. Professor Flitwick, trembling with anxiety, blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, declaring loudly, "Candice Bell has captured the Golden Snitch. 320 to 197, Gryffindor wins." All the Gryffindors erupted in jubilant celebration, their excitement threatening to bring down the stands. However, their elation was premature. Although Candice had indeed caught the Golden Snitch, an unforeseen event transpired just a second before Professor Flitwick announced the conclusion of the match. A bludger, lured over by Slytherin's Naomi Gall, struck Candice just as she secured the snitch, sending her plummeting to the ground. No one had anticipated such a turn of events, not even Dumbledore. After the initial excitement, the crowd witnessed Candice falling straight towards the earth, crashing heavily to the ground. Candice felt excruciating pain coursing through her body, her grip loosening, yet she still clung on. Weakly lying on the ground, she raised her hand in agony, signaling to everyone that the snitch remained in her possession, ensuring Gryffindor's undeniable victory. Dumbledore cast a cold glance at Naomi Gall, who was grinning maniacally atop her broom, and swiftly rushed onto the field. Riddle stood among the silent Slytherins, fixated on the golden-haired girl sprawled on the ground, surrounded by Gryffindor players, while he narrowed his eyes towards Naomi Gall. Gall shivered at the unsettling direction of his gaze, but saw nothing. The Slytherin stands were now nearly empty, their occupants having gone to witness the spectacle. Or more accurately, the farce. Gryffindor had triumphed, claiming the top spot on the Quidditch leaderboard, yet Candice Bell had fallen from her broom, and they would have loved to commend Naomi Gall for her efforts. However, observing the fallen Gryffindor flower, who was now being cradled by Dumbledore, her face marred by injuries, and bruises adorning her neck, it was evident that her condition was grave. Riddle's perception exceeded that of anyone else. What others could see, he could undoubtedly discern as well. He remained at the back of the crowd, and the Slytherin students instinctively parted to create a path for him. Yet he did not advance. He stood there, watching as Dumbledore carried Candice away hastily towards the hospital wing. The last image he could capture was of her limp hand, still stubbornly gripping the Golden Snitch. Foolish girl. He furrowed his brow in irritation, loosening his tie. Chapter 15. Candice was admitted to the hospital wing. She had fractured several ribs and injured her arm, which were quite severe, while lighter injuries peppered her body, all remnants of the Slytherin players' assaults. Candice lay on the bed, softly crying out in pain, as Madame Hooch applied ointment to her back, remarking helplessly, "I have always said that girls should not play Quidditch. Merlin knows why you girls are so enamored with such a sport." Candice, amidst her pain, managed to smile, her cheek pressed against the bed, her expression somewhat contorted. "Quidditch is an immensely captivating sport, Madame Hooch. Achieving a 3-match winning streak for Gryffindor after so many years is worth this minor injury, don't you think?" Madame Hooch replied, "Is that so? Well, I hope you can still find joy when your bones are growing back tonight." Candice wailed. "Isn't there any more of that bone regrowing potion we had last time?" Madame Hooch paused in silence for a moment before responding, "That was a special brew, dear. It's not something we have on hand all the time." After the potion was administered, Candice turned over to gaze at the ceiling, lamenting, "What a pity." Madame Hooch shrugged and turned to leave. In truth, Candice could have taken a less painful bone regrowing potion, but Dumbledore was currently preoccupied with other matters. Believing that Slytherin's Naomi Gall had committed a foul during the match and should be disqualified from future competitions, and was thus engaged in discussions with several professors regarding this issue. Slughorn, with his suave demeanor, chuckled, "Oh Albus, you seem a bit too tense regarding your student. I believe Miss Gall did not commit a foul. That was merely a feigned action before Professor Flitwick announced the end of the match, was it not? We all know the properties of a bludger. Miss Bell's injuries can only be attributed to her momentary lapse in attention. What a coincidence that it just happened to be in that very second that a bludger was drawn over." Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Slughorn, responding coolly, "You should know better than I, Horace. As the head of Slytherin, you ought to have kept a vigilant eye on your players and their exchanges, or any clandestine discussions before the match. You wouldn't claim to be entirely unaware, would you?" Slughorn's expression darkened slightly, and after a moment he replied, "Dumbledore, I hope you have evidence to support such accusations, otherwise Oh, of course, Professor Slughorn, I certainly do have evidence." Dumbledore smiled softly, his blue eyes glinting. "I never make accusations without proof, as you should know." Slughorn, of course, was aware. which only served to further darken his countenance. A student could testify that prior to the match, Miss Gall had conspired with several other Slytherin players to ensure that should they find themselves on the verge of defeat, they would resort to any means necessary to inflict suffering upon the Gryffindor players. Dumbledore spoke casually, as if discussing the weather, yet the implications of his words were profound. Since it was an internal Slytherin discussion, the student who could testify must surely belong to Slytherin House. They had a traitor among them. Slughorn furrowed his brow tightly upon hearing Dumbledore continue nonchalantly. If anyone doubts this, we can move to my office, where you may view the verifiable memory in the pensive. Principal Dippet rose to his feet upon hearing this. If there is indeed credible evidence of malicious intent to harm a fellow student during the match, then such a student is unequivocally unfit to serve as a player again, as it contravenes the spirit of sportsmanship. He took a few steps forward and added, I shall accompany you to investigate, Albus. Dumbledore subtly shifted to create space, casting a fleeting glance at Slughorn, who awkwardly averted his gaze, his expression betraying an unspoken guilt. It became apparent that Dumbledore never engaged in battles he was uncertain of winning. The memory he presented to Principal Dippet vividly demonstrated that Naomi Gold had orchestrated the incident just a moment before the conclusion of the match. Also implicated were Mulciber and Dolohov. Upon returning to his office, Principal Dippet announced his decision with a stern countenance. I believe Miss Gold is indeed unsuitable for participation in Quidditch, Horace. Effective immediately, her player status is revoked. As for the other participants, considering they did not directly cause the incident at the end of the match, they shall receive a warning with point deductions. Do you have any objections, Horace? Slughorn pursed his lips and inquired, May I know which student provided that incriminating memory? Dippet turned to Dumbledore, who, with a smile, replied, I regret, Horace, but in order to ensure that student's safety, I cannot disclose that information. Ensuring safety, one might say, was tantamount to informing all the professors present that once Slytherin discovered who had betrayed Gold, they would surely unite against that individual. In truth, it would not deviate far from that reality. Left without a retort, Slughorn stormed off in a huff. Dumbledore suppressed his smile, exchanged a few pleasantries with the others, and took his leave. As he traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, students greeted him, and he responded with gentle nods until he encountered Tom Riddle. Riddle approached, clutching his satchel, alone and unreservedly locking eyes with Dumbledore. The latter offered a smile, a first of its kind. Riddle felt an odd twist within, yet maintained his composure as he greeted Dumbledore coolly before departing. Dumbledore glanced back at Riddle's retreating figure. Little did anyone expect that the memory proving Naomi Gold's breach of sportsmanship and premeditated retaliation against a fellow student originated from this seemingly quintessential Slytherin youth. Night descended. Candice lay on her hospital bed, furrowing her brow as the bone regrowth potion took effect. Madame Pomfrey had initially intended for her to take a sleeping draught, allowing her to escape the pain in slumber, but Candice declined. During the day, Freeman and the others attempted to visit her, but were turned away by Madame Pomfrey, as Candice needed her rest. She knew Freeman too well. If he could not see her during the day, he would surely come at midnight. So she refrained from the sleeping draught, unwilling to leave her dear friend disappointed. After curfew, the infirmary fell into complete silence. Candice lay on her side, enduring excruciating pain when she noticed the curtain beside her bed stir. Squinting through the discomfort, she murmured, Freeman? Is that you? A ripple of light passed, the invisibility cloak billowing as Freeman stepped out, anxiously asking, Are you feeling any better, Candice? She forced a smile and replied, Much improved. The surface wounds have healed, but regrowing bones is rather taxing. Freeman approached and sat at the edge of her bed, his caramel-colored eyes filled with concern as he watched her intently, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her pain. Candice gritted her teeth, her pallid complexion revealing her suffering, and admonished, It's late. You shouldn't take such risks. After a moment of silence, Freeman spoke, Isn't it customary to take a sleeping potion for regrowing bones? Did you refrain because you guessed I would come? His rare insight surprised Candice. Observing her expression, Freeman frowned and retorted, I'm not an idiot. I simply process things more slowly. No, you are not slow in all matters. You exhibit remarkable talent in Quidditch and theatrics, Candice defended him. Freeman scoffed lightly, Originally, Mia and the others were supposed to join me, but I thought it would be too crowded, and you might already be asleep, so I came alone. Candice nodded, You're right. If they had come, your invisibility cloak would have been quite cramped. It would fit, just awkwardly, he added, but I'm a boy, and they are 3 girls. It wouldn't be appropriate. Candice couldn't suppress a laugh. It seems our Mr. Potter has finally matured and recognizes the differences between genders. When I used the cloak with you before, you were oblivious to such distinctions. Freeman quickly responded, his demeanor turning serious. You're different from them. Candice paused, then replied, well, we are best friends. She smiled. Freeman frowned slightly, murmuring, it's not solely because of that. Candice opened her mouth, yet no sound emerged. Freeman continued, you needn't be anxious, Candice. I understand your feelings. And I know you do not reciprocate my affections in that sense. We can remain the best of friends, but I want you to remember that no matter when, if you need me, I will always be by your side. This was the most composed and restrained declaration Freeman could muster. Having spoken, he quickly stood to leave, but paused at the curtain, guilt creeping into his voice as he said, I will become strong quickly, Candice. I will ensure I can protect you. And what happened today during the match will never occur again. With that final statement, Freeman donned the invisibility cloak and vanished. Candice lay on her bed, watching the direction of his departure, feeling the pain of her regrowing bones fade into insignificance. More than one Gryffindor had mentioned Freeman's affection for her, yet she had never taken it seriously, believing it to be a misunderstanding. She leaned towards the notion that he was simply too familiar with her. Hence his closeness and concern. Once he mingled with more girls upon returning to school, he would likely divert such surplus feelings. Yet that did not happen. Euphemia was gentle and beautiful, yet Freeman continued to regard her as a friend. Candice reclined on her bed, a twinge of pain from her ribs causing her to groan softly. Freeman's words today prompted her to realize what she had overlooked. She needed to contemplate how to navigate this relationship. She did not wish to lose Freeman as a friend and hoped for his happiness, which meant she must extinguish that notion he harbored. But how could she dissuade him from such thoughts? Candice curled into a ball on her bed, troubled by this very tangible dilemma. Before long, a voice emerged from behind her, startling her and nearly causing her to choke. I thought you weren't in pain. It was a somewhat cold yet familiar voice. Struggling to turn, Candice beheld Riddle standing expressionlessly by the window, wand in hand, silently having arrived without her notice. She widened her blue eyes, silently observing him without uttering a word. Riddle took a few steps forward, a smirk curling his lips, his handsome face adorned with a mocking smile. So much to say to Mr. Potter, yet nothing for me? Have you been here all along? I perhaps should not be here. I might be better off resting in my dormitory. Who knows? Riddle spoke, as always, in a manner that was both aimless and incomprehensible, laced with mockery and sarcasm, leaving Candice feeling utterly uncomfortable. Why do you appear here? How do you manage to do so without our notice? Candice propped herself up, her brow furrowed tightly in pain, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Riddle regarded her with an icy gaze. It may be somewhat difficult for you to comprehend. But Miss Bell, it can be achieved with merely a disillusionment charm and a confundus charm. Candice was rendered speechless. Supporting herself with one hand on the bed and clutching her ribs with the other, she winced in agony. Riddle observed her in silence for a long while, before finally moving closer, sitting at the edge of the bed to steady her precarious form. Remarkably, he lacked the usual chill that surrounded him, likely due to the warmth of the infirmary, and perhaps because he had indeed been there for quite some time. Recalling her conversation with Fleamon, and the words he had uttered before his departure, a sense of unease washed over Candice. Leaning against Riddle's arm, she managed to sit upright, and his indifferent voice whispered in her ear, if you feel pain, then you should lie down. Are you deliberately sitting up to elicit sympathy from others due to your suffering? Candice shot him an irritated look. Could you refrain from speaking like that? Riddle pressed his lips together and fell silent. Your visit implies, can I interpret this as you being concerned for me? Candice inquired, locking her gaze onto his eyes. Riddle smirked coldly. If such thoughts bring you joy, you may certainly entertain them. What do you mean by that? Candice frowned. You are clearly worried about me. You arrived long before this. You heard my conversation with Fleamon, did you not? Indeed, regrettably, I heard every word verbatim. Would you like me to extract those memories for safekeeping? Riddle replied with a detached tone. Quite by chance, I overheard Mr. Potter's confession to Miss Bell. Perhaps you do not believe it, but I was far more embarrassed than either of you at the time. Candice pressed her hand against her ribs, stifling her response. Can you speak properly? What has caused you to change so suddenly? You were not like this before. How was I before? Riddle leaned closer, nearly brushing lips with hers. Do you truly think what you have seen of me previously is the real me? Candice was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Perhaps the version you see now is the genuine me, Candice Bell. Riddle's gaze was a strange mix of coldness and something more tender. Did you not say you had feelings for me? Do you wish to truly be with me? Truly be with you? To truly become a couple? Riddle's tone was soft yet carried a weight. Do you desire that? Desire that? The question felt utterly trivial. How could Candice not wish for it? Biting her lip, She held his gaze. Even in silence, he understood the answer. If you wish, then your opportunity has arrived. He slowly withdrew the arm that had been supporting her back, causing Candice to suddenly lose her balance and fall back onto the bed, pain shooting through her, making her break out in a cold sweat. I shall reveal to you the true me. He spoke softly under her bewildered gaze. I did not present myself as well as I appeared before you. That was merely a fade to maintain our friendship. You know I am a Slytherin. Do Gryffindors not always consider Slytherins to be inherently malevolent? I never thought that. Candice gasped, denying it. Of course, you have always been remarkably just in a rather absurd way. This is me, Candice. Riddle adopted a slightly gentler tone. Looking down at her, I now offer you an opportunity to truly become my woman. Candice's eyes widened in astonishment. You will witness parts of my true self. Perhaps like in this moment, possessing all that you deem to be vile, cold, and twisted. Yet, this is not the worst of it. He leaned in, closing the distance between them. Under the moonlight, she could not discern any expression on his face, silhouetted against the light. If you are willing to accept me as I am, if you can stand beside me without reservation, then I shall gradually reveal all of myself to you. His hand rose gently, caressing Candice's face, causing her to shiver. He raised the hand that held his wand, and for a fleeting moment, Candice feared he might harm her. His gaze was terrifying, utterly unlike that of a 14-year-old boy. Yet it was undeniably his gaze. Riddle stared at her unblinkingly, the tip of his wand resting against her heart, his thin lips parting to utter a complex and melodious ancient healing spell. Candice soon felt the pain in her bones dissipate. Good night. I look forward to your response. After completing his actions, he straightened, offering her a polite, gentlemanly smile before departing without a backward glance. Candice propped her arms on the bed, breathlessly watching the direction he had vanished, feeling the pain had subsided. Yet cold sweat continued to pour from her. Candice remained in the infirmary for a few more days before being discharged. She returned to class, burdened with thoughts. Hearing of Naomi Gall's expulsion from the Slytherin Quidditch team. No wonder the gaze of Slytherins towards me has been so terrifying lately. Candice rubbed her arm, glancing at Malfoy approaching from across the room, followed closely by Rosier and Nott, all staring intently at her. Fleamon expressionlessly blocked Abraxas's line of sight. Remarkably, Abraxas did not retaliate with sarcasm, but merely passed by them with an indifferent expression, an occurrence that was previously unimaginable. Unable to resist, Candice glanced back, only to find Abraxas had turned to look at her as well. It must be said, for the heir of the Malfoy family, his appearance was extraordinarily handsome. From his platinum blonde hair to his finely chiseled features, all impeccably perfect. Abraxas frowned, scrutinizing her, before curling the corners of his mouth into an ambiguous smile, and quickening his pace to depart. Something is amiss. Very much so. It was not only Candice who felt this way. Others shared her sentiments. Fleamon furrowed his brow and remarked, Malfoy did not initiate any provocations? I was fully prepared for a fight. Euphemia, still shaken, added, yes, when I saw him approach. I had already planned which route I could take to find Professor Dumbledore swiftly. Anita's lips twitched slightly as she said, it wasn't that terrifying, was it? Malfoy is indeed acting strangely, but that look he gave was far more pleasant than before. Louise concurred, yes. At least this time he didn't look at me as though I were filth. Candice exchanged a thoughtful glance with Fleamon as they proceeded to class. This peculiar atmosphere persisted all the way to the final exams. After learning of Gall's expulsion from the team, Candice had assumed she would be targeted by Slytherin. Perhaps even cornered. After all, this matter was not unrelated to her. She was well aware that Gall's expulsion had been orchestrated entirely by Professor Dumbledore. Yet nothing transpired. While most Slytherins regarded her with hostility, none truly acted against her. Candice felt a tension building within her, relieved yet not, remaining on guard. And her study preparations were in disarray. In order to preserve her academic standing, Candice began to frequent the library with increasing regularity. This, of course, meant that she was likely to encounter the library's regular patron, Tom Riddle. Indeed, she did see him. One day, after completing her studies, she prepared to leave. And as she inadvertently raised her gaze, she beheld that familiar silhouette. Riddle had grown taller. He now appeared to be on the brink of manhood. At that moment, he was leaning against the bookshelf in the restricted section, casually perusing a book. The soft light illuminated his handsome profile, and he truly embodied the archetypal heartthrob of Hogwarts. His visage was undeniably captivating, and it was likely that no girl from any of the four houses could resist his allure. Before long he noticed Candice, slightly lifting his gaze while maintaining his position, and offered her a faint smile. Candice hesitated for a moment before stepping toward him. Riddle seemed taken aback. He closed the book he was holding, but unlike usual, he did not turn the cover away from her, allowing Candice to see the title, Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. Candice halted in her tracks, startled. "You're reading a book about dark magic?" Riddle replied nonchalantly. "Is Miss Bell here to lecture me?" Candice glanced behind her to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered her voice, saying, "You are violating school rules. Hogwarts prohibits the study of dark magic." Riddle chuckled dismissively. "Prohibiting study? Are you going to report me?" Candice frowned, appearing somewhat irked. Riddle continued, devoid of any emotion. "Who decides what is black and white in magic? Dark magic is still a form of magic. You cannot deny that, can you, Miss Bell? Since it is a type of magic, why should a wizard endowed with magical abilities not be allowed to learn dark magic?" Candice, with a troubled expression, retorted, "Dark magic is malevolent, Tom. Not just at Hogwarts, but throughout the entire magical world. It is forbidden." Forbidden indeed. Of course, it is outlawed in the British magical community. But do you truly believe that a mere nonsensical prohibition can prevent everyone from using dark magic? He held the book in one hand, inching closer to her. Moreover, the ban on dark magic is a foolish endeavor driven by fear of its formidable power. Those weak and inept individuals, unable to wield dark magic, label it as an embodiment of evil. In this regard, the Germans are far more confident than the British. Durmstrang offers specialized courses in dark magic, as you well know. Candice stiffly replied, "I am aware, but while dark magic may grant power, it inevitably harms the wizard wielding it. Besides, it is not the only means to attain strength. Conventional magic can achieve that as well." "Conventional magic?" Riddle smirked. "Do you consider dark magic to be unconventional?" Candice was rendered speechless, and Riddle continued, "Then according to your definition of conventional magic, do you believe it can also confer strength?" Candice nodded. "Yes, I believe it can." "I do not." Riddle abruptly straightened, coldly stating, "Look at those foolish and arrogant individuals in the magical community. How many possess true power?" Without hesitation, Candice replied, "Professor Dumbledore does. He doesn't use dark magic, yet he is incredibly powerful." Riddle's expression grew colder at her example, and he bluntly stated, "Discussing this matter with a Gryffindor is foolish of me. Are you planning to report me to your esteemed Professor Dumbledore?" He drew out his wand, his expression impassive, as though addressing a stranger. "If that is the case, I apologize, but I may have to employ a obliviate on you." Candice gazed at him in shock, utterly unprepared for him to speak such words to her one day. Riddle stared at her unflinchingly, seemingly oblivious to the potential harm his words and actions could inflict. After a prolonged silence, Candice finally managed to say, her voice slightly hoarse, "I want to report you." To her surprise, Riddle's reaction was not one of relief, but rather a frown. "I thought you understood. My reluctance for you to study dark magic is not due to any prohibition." Candice tightened her grip on her robe sleeves, stating, "I just don't want you to get hurt. Dark magic is dangerous. Even if you don't agree that it is evil, you cannot deny its peril." She turned her head away, stubbornly refusing to look at him, whispering, "I simply don't want you to come to harm." After speaking, she turned to leave, feeling suffocated by the oppressive emotions that tightened around her throat. She had intended to resolve their issues during the summer break, but it seemed she lacked the ability to do so. Riddle watched her attempt to depart, and before she could take another step, he grasped her collar, pulling her back as if she were a mere chick. Candice struggled fiercely, "Let go of me. Don't tug at my hood." Riddle abruptly released her, and Candice stumbled slightly, almost falling, but he caught her, and she found herself collapsing into his embrace. She wanted to speak but found herself at a loss when confronted with Riddle's dark eyes. "Is it not because I have violated school rules that you wish to prevent my study of dark magic?" he inquired, his tone considerably gentler than before. Candice felt as if they had returned to a time long past, and a pang of bittersweetness filled her heart. Sniffling, she replied, "I am neither a professor nor a school administrator. Your violation of school rules is of no concern to me." Listening to her stubborn tone, it was evident she was angry. Riddle gazed at her, gradually softening his voice. "You simply do not wish for me to be harmed? Must you reiterate what I have already said?" "It is not obligatory, merely a desire to hear it once more." Candice was rendered speechless, held in his embrace. They leaned against the towering bookshelf. Candice found the atmosphere of the restricted section oppressive and fraught with danger, much like the book he still clutched. Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic. Frustrated, she fixed her gaze on that book, asking him, "Must you read such things? I fail to see the purpose." "Aren't you already strong enough?" Riddle replied, "Not enough. Not nearly enough." His voice, hoarse yet filled with an indescribable fervor, conveyed, "I am far from my goal. I shall grow stronger." He wisely refrained from sharing his final thought about surpassing Dumbledore with Dumbledore's favorite. Candice looked up at him, and he gazed down at her. Their eyes met, and after a moment, she asked, "Is it possible not to read it?" Riddle smiled no. "Is this how all Slytherins are?" she questioned, perplexed. Riddle pondered for a moment before responding yes. Candice took a deep breath, stating, "Even if I were to ignore you from this point onward, you would not abandon these pursuits?" Riddle did not answer this time. He remained silent, merely observing her. Yet silence can often serve as an answer. Candice disentangled herself from his embrace, standing before him as she adjusted her robe. "Can you not accept this version of me?" Riddle asked, devoid of curiosity. Candice glared at him in anger. "You are playing with fire." "You should know this, Candice," Riddle said patiently. "If I wished, I could easily keep such matters from you, just as I did before." Candice paused, taken aback. "You never noticed what books I was reading, did you?" he casually inquired, softly articulating the truth. "That as long as I wished, I could perpetually conceal this from you. Yet, I chose to reveal it. You comprehend the significance of this, as I have previously conveyed to you." He broached the subject once more, that matter within the medical wing, emphasizing that it constitutes merely a fragment of my being. "Should you find even this degree intolerable, you ought not to harbor hopes of me offering you anything distinct from what I provide to others." He spoke with a calmness that bordered on cruelty, declaring that whether or not you regard me in the future matters little to him. Candice stood rigidly. Ultimately it was Riddle who departed first. The hem of his Slytherin robe slowly vanished at the end of the bookshelf, while Candice leaned against it, grappling with the weight of his earlier words. Dark magic, an enigma she had never dared to approach, loomed before her. Yet, the students of Slytherin seemed to revel in its study. Many who had followed the Dark Lord Grindelwald hailed from Slytherin as well. Riddle, a Slytherin himself, perhaps had no alternative in such an environment? No, how absurd. A person of his ilk would hardly lack choices. He likely possessed an ardor for dark magic that surpassed all others. Candice was consumed by irritation, and abandoning her studies in the library, borrowed books to peruse in her dormitory. As exams approached, Gryffindor was enveloped in an atmosphere of dread. Students who had indulged throughout the academic year were filled with trepidation regarding the impending examinations, while only Candice eagerly anticipated their arrival. Once the exams concluded, she could return home. Back home, she would no longer have to fret about accidentally encountering Riddle at school, which would inevitably rekindle the conversation they had shared in the library. Dark magic, cursed dark magic. Having penned the final letter, Candice submitted her exam paper to the proctor, and was the first to exit the examination hall. Must one truly delve into dark magic? Is dark magic truly so alluring? Candice walked along the edge of the black lake, skipping stones across its surface. The giant squid surfaced in the daylight, appearing in good spirits. Yet Candice refrained from touching its tentacles. A stone she tossed inadvertently struck it, eliciting a displeased response as it waved its tentacles in her direction, prompting Candice to flee, playfully making a face at it. As she completed her jest, she caught sight of Riddle passing by the castle corridor, casually smiling, accompanied by a Slytherin girl. Candice recognized her, as they were of the same year, and she was renowned for her beauty, Granger. Candice halted momentarily, while Riddle glanced outside the window, seemingly oblivious to her presence, continuing his gentle conversation with Granger, who laughed like a splendid tulip, exuding beauty. Candice felt as though her heart had been pierced by a needle. At that moment, the giant squid's tentacle fell, splashing a considerable amount of water, drenching her as she stood there. Granger, noticing the commotion from within the castle, caught sight of her soaked figure and laughed alluringly, as if Candice were a comical jester. Riddle cast her a cursory glance, uttering something that made Granger laugh even harder. Candice could endure no longer. She clenched her fists and dashed away, tears welling in her eyes. Lost in thought, she failed to watch where she was going and collided with a tall boy upon entering the castle. He cried out in pain, and Candice hastily looked up to meet Malfoy's pale visage. "Are you a sandbag, Candice Bell?" Abraxas questioned with evident displeasure. Aware of her fault, Candice promptly apologized. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Abraxas surveyed the lake water that now stained his robes, inhaling sharply. "You are positively filthy. Did you just crawl out of the black lake? A water ghost?" Candice's lips twitched. "I merely got splashed by the giant squid's tentacle." "Then can't you clean yourself up?" Abraxas incredulously retorted, swiftly removing the stains from his robes. Observing his expensive garments restored to cleanliness, his expression softened slightly. For reasons unknown to him, he then cast a cleaning spell in her direction as well. Candice gazed at him in astonishment, while Abraxas frowned, as if finding the act peculiar, though it was hardly odd. The most bizarre incident had been during the Quidditch match when she had been injured because of him, ultimately being struck to the ground by a bludger attracted by Goyle, igniting an inexplicable sense of guilt and concern within him. Truly, it was absurd. Abraxas's complexion grew pale, and he brusquely pushed past Candice, departing hastily. Candice, bewildered, cast a glance at his retreating figure before returning to the Gryffindor Tower. As summer vacation commenced, the Hogwarts Express departed punctually, ferrying all students away from the school. Candice sat in the Gryffindor compartment, resting her head on the table, her emotions in turmoil as she inquired of those nearby, "What do you think of dark magic?" Before she could finish, Euphemia gasped in shock. "What are you saying, Candice?" Euphemia exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Dark magic?" Freeman leaned in. "What? Dark magic?" Candice pursed her lips. After a moment she replied, "It's nothing, you misheard." Euphemia sighed in relief, while Anita remarked, "It seems you didn't miss here. You mentioned dark magic?" Louise regarded her thoughtfully, remaining silent. Candice shook her head, insisting, "You truly misheard." "Very well then," Anita pouted. Freeman scrutinized them for a moment, and as the others began to doze off, he slid a note across the table to Candice. She glanced down to see it read, "Do you want to study dark magic?" Candice felt as though the note was a hot potato, promptly tossing it back with a frown and a serious shake of her head. Freeman contemplated before writing again. "But you did mention dark magic." Candice, determined to clarify, wrote back, "I only thought of it while reading and wanted to discuss it. But seeing how frightened you all were, I decided against bringing it up." Freeman received the note, and after reading it he penned, "Dark magic is perilous, often harming both the wielder and others. You mustn't attempt it alone. If you genuinely wish to learn, include me." Candice chose not to respond this time. How could she even entertain trying it? She merely admired someone who was. Candice, feeling perturbed, once again laid her head on the table. Throughout the entire holiday, she found herself in the company of Mr. Bell. As the new term approached, she would ascend to the third year and begin selecting courses. Mr. Bell offered suggestions. Yet Candice preferred to observe what Freeman and the others chose at school first. The 3-month vacation, neither excessively long nor short, culminated on the final day when she accompanied her father to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the new term. Having grown taller, she acquired a new robe. Exiting the robe shop, she spotted a familiar figure, Riddle. He donned a plain black wizarding robe, striding swiftly with a fixed gaze. Entering a lane far more perilous and sullied than Diagon Alley, Candice recognized it immediately as Nocturne Alley, a place fraught with danger and teeming with shops selling dark magical artifacts. Once again, she recalled their previous conversation. His words haunted her like a spell throughout the entire break, rendering her unable to escape their grasp. It was only upon boarding the Hogwarts Express once more that she began to regain her composure. The term narrow road encounters aptly encapsulates the current situation. As she boarded the train, Riddle had just stepped on, their timing almost synchronous, resulting in an unexpected meeting. Riddle, now in his 4th year, had grown increasingly handsome, effortlessly embodying a picturesque presence. Candice, burdened with a heavy suitcase, caught his indifferent glance before he turned away. They appeared to be mere strangers. Candice bit her lip, dragging her suitcase in the opposite direction, consumed by a profound loathing for him. She despised his calm demeanor, which seemed entirely unaffected by their encounter. A part of her yearned to retaliate, to confront him in a decidedly Muggle manner. But was the object of her disdain truly impervious to the situation? Within the Slytherin compartment, Riddle sat among his peers, engaged in discussions about the summer's festivities. His gaze drifted toward the landscape blurring past the train's window, though his thoughts were repeatedly interrupted by memories of the girl he had encountered upon boarding. After a summer apart, she had grown taller, her baby fat vanished. Her chin sharper, skin fairer, and features more refined, rendering her even more beautiful than the previous year. The intensity of her gaze seemed to suggest a desire to consume him, to drain him of his very essence, a clear manifestation of her hatred. Yet, if one does not harbor love, how can one truly hate? Riddle idly toyed with the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans handed to him, only to pause in surprise when he detected a hint of Candice's sweetness among the flavors. Chapter 16. With the arrival of a new semester, a fresh batch of first years was about to enter Hogwarts. Candice sat at the long table, her boredom palpable as she watched the sorting ceremony unfold. The last student to be sorted was a girl named Myrtle Warren, with her hair in twin pigtails and glasses perched on her nose. She trembled as she took her seat on the wooden stool, eventually being sorted into Ravenclaw. As the sorting concluded, Candice straightened in her seat, directing her gaze toward the staff table. Headmaster Dipet commenced his address, and her attention shifted to Professor Dumbledore, who happened to glance her way. Their blue eyes met. and an involuntary thought of Riddle studying dark magic flickered in her mind, prompting her to lower her gaze in sudden guilt. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before resuming his meal after Headmaster Dipet finished speaking. As Candice entered her 3rd year, she looked forward to choosing her classes and visiting Hogsmeade. Having secured the top score in her end-of-term exams last semester, Mr. Bell awarded her a substantial scholarship, heightening her anticipation for her first trip to Hogsmeade. Yet amidst her excitement, her thoughts were inevitably drawn to the box of sweets that Riddle had taken back and even destroyed, souring her mood. In the first potions class of the new term, Candice arrived early, sitting beside Freeman, who animatedly recounted his summer adventures accompanying the Potters to America, where he visited Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Although it was established in the 17th century and could not compare to Hogwarts in terms of history, it appeared to be quite modern. Freeman enthusiastically suggested that Candice should visit, offering to be her guide, as he had fully grasped the school's details, located atop Mount Greylock in western Massachusetts, protected by powerful enchantments that rendered it invisible to non-magical individuals. As Freeman was in the midst of his spirited narrative, he abruptly fell silent. Confused, Candice inquired, "Why did you stop?" Euphemia and Anita, seated behind them, were equally intrigued, echoing his sentiments. The response came not from Freeman, but from a voice Candice recognized all too well. "I believe Mr. Potter can continue his monologue later." Riddle strolled in, wand in hand. Due to Professor Slughorn's prior commitments, he was temporarily assuming the role of substitute for this potions class. He approached the podium, his dark eyes scanning the students before him. Today, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students shared the class, and Riddle's words sparked excitement among the Slytherins, who shot malevolent glances toward the Gryffindors. Candice furrowed her brow as she sat there, while Freeman's face oscillated between shades of green and white, feeling the pressure of a rival capable of stepping in for the professor. "If there are no objections, let us commence with the lesson," Riddle stated politely, a smile gracing his lips as he raised his wand. Without turning, the chalk began to write the day's lesson on the blackboard. "We shall be concocting the Amortentia potion." Candice was taken aback, her surprise evident as she looked toward him. He did not meet her gaze, instead casually addressing a girl in the front row. "Miss Greengrass, do you have any questions?" Greengrass, yes, she was in the same year as Candice, now also in her 3rd year. Candice twitched her lips as she heard Greengrass timidly ask, "Riddle, isn't Amortentia a potion typically studied in 6th year?" Riddle responded with a remarkably gentle smile, "Indeed. You are correct, Miss Greengrass. However, our topic for today remains the Amortentia potion. It is not as challenging as you might presume, and I believe it is prudent for you budding 3rd years to familiarize yourselves with it early, to avoid unintentionally consuming it under misguided pretenses." His glance, laden with meaning, flitted toward Freeman, as if insinuating that Freeman might concoct Amortentia to be administered to others. Freeman's face flushed crimson, eager to retort, but Riddle had already shifted his focus, delving into the potion's preparation. "As you can see, the recipe is displayed on the blackboard. The Amortentia potion does not create genuine love. It merely induces an overwhelming sense of infatuation. Other love potions share this trait." He spoke with an air of indifference, even disdain, asserting that utilizing Amortentia to manipulate others was a despicable and insecure tactic. "I trust none of you would wish to resort to such methods, which are the last refuge of the self-doubting and unsuccessful." A knowing glance at Freeman conveyed his message clearly to the Slytherins, who began to mock Freeman, their derision evident. Infuriated, Freeman stood up, declaring, "Riddle, since you're here to substitute, just teach the class properly. If you wish to fight, let us take it outside after class. What kind of skill is it to resort to veiled insults?" Riddle's lips curved into a smirk, his handsomeness striking in its perfection. "Veiled insults? Why does Mr. Potter harbor such a misunderstanding?" He feigned innocence, adding, "A fight? Oh no, how could I ever bully younger students?" His smile, enigmatic yet charming, captivated many girls' attention, including Louise and Anita, who gazed at him with infatuation. Only Candice and Euphemia remained acutely aware, watching Freeman being ridiculed before the entire class. Euphemia, visibly upset, her eyes reddening, boldly glared at Riddle, a rare display of defiance from her usually gentle demeanor. Candice cast a fleeting glance at him. No one understood the reason behind Riddle's mockery of Freeman better than she did. He had overheard Freeman's words to her that night in the infirmary, and his derision was aimed not solely at Freeman, but at her as well. To be precise, the individual he truly sought to provoke at that moment was not just Freeman, but her. Thus, she rose to her feet, steadied Freeman's shoulder, and gently pressed him back into his seat. Freeman looked at her with a hint of dissatisfaction, and she reassuringly patted his shoulder before addressing Riddle, who stood at the podium. Whether you admit it or not, Riddle, your veiled illusions and subtle jibes are evident to all. We do not wish to stir any trouble in class, and if you also wish to avoid disrupting Professor Slughorn's lesson, it would be wise to focus on teaching rather than occasionally making the students uncomfortable with your glances and words. Candice's words were reasonable and convincing. She defended Freeman before so many witnesses, unhesitatingly confronting Riddle. The latter, standing at the podium, could no longer exude the same arrogant malice he had moments ago. He fixed his gaze upon her and remarked, "Ah, Professor Dumbledore's pet, Miss Bell, ever so eloquent as always." He raised his chin slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You make a valid point. I certainly cannot disrupt Professor Slughorn's class, can I? Therefore, I kindly ask Miss Bell to take her seat and complete today's potion with your partner." Candice, her expression unreadable, sat down and immediately began to prepare her cauldron. Freeman watched her with a complex expression. She had stood up for him against Riddle, and no one understood better than he what that signified. "Candice, you needn't worry about what Freeman wishes to say, but is interrupted," he thought. "I will not sit idly by while you are bullied by him, Freeman. Let us not dwell on the earlier incident. I dare say if we fail to concoct the amortentia, he will utter even more disparaging remarks." Candice kept her head down, focused on her task. Freeman pressed his lips together, silent for a moment, before earnestly preparing the ingredients. Riddle leaned against the podium, observing the two Gryffindor students below with a detached gaze. So this was how she conducted herself in class. So she excelled in potion making. The amortentia, usually tackled in the 6th year, was being brewed by her with remarkable composure in her 3rd year. Riddle's brow slowly furrowed. He glanced down at the cauldron, noting that Gringlass was also producing a commendable amortentia, which soon began to emit a captivating aroma. She looked up at him with a smile, softly inquiring, "I smell the scent of books, the fragrance of ice cream, and your own scent as well." She hesitated to voice the latter and instead asked, "What do you smell, Riddle?" She truly should not have posed that question. Riddle turned away, his expression cold as he moved to the other side of the podium. It was only after distancing himself from the potion being brewed by the students that the fragrance of Candice finally dissipated. His hands, clenched tightly at his sides, betrayed his rising agitation as he cast another glance at Candice, who was engrossed in a critical phase of her brewing, oblivious to his gaze. The final 5 minutes before class ended saw Candice successfully complete her amortentia. She bottled the potion without sparing a glance at Freeman, whose cheeks were flushed. Earlier, Anita had asked him what scent he detected in the amortentia, and he had stammered something about Quidditch and broomsticks, casting her a strange look that even a fool could decipher. Candice stole a glance at Euphemia, who appeared lost in thought, seated in silence. Upon noticing Candice's gaze, Euphemia looked up, offering a faint smile tinged with sadness. Witnessing her smile stirred a sense of irritation within Candice, prompting her to silently resolve to expedite Freeman's disillusionment. However, she did not anticipate that the opportunity would arrive so swiftly. Candice's first visit to Hogsmeade was soon upon her. She and her fellow Gryffindors formed an orderly line, presenting their signed permission slips to the administrator, Apollyon Pringle, for inspection. Pringle meticulously scrutinized their applications, wary of any potential rule breakers attempting to slip through unnoticed. Candice patiently awaited her turn, and when it arrived, Pringle's inspection was less stringent, allowing her to pass with a mere glance. Surprised, she offered her thanks, to which Pringle responded with a haughty sniff, returning to his task. "That fellow treats me like a thief when he examines my application," Freeman remarked. "That's because you constantly break school rules, Freeman," Candice replied casually. Freeman widened his eyes, feigning indignation. "When have I ever?" "Just recently you were out at night with Longbottom, which cost Gryffindor 10 points, Anita reminded him. Freeman ruffled his messy hair. "Oh, enough, Anita. Stop bringing that up. It was ages ago. How long has school been in session?" "It was merely a few days ago," Louise interjected, exasperated. Freeman retorted. "That was because Candice refused to join me on the nocturnal escapade. Otherwise, we would have been perfectly synchronized and wouldn't have been caught by that fellow." Euphemia, listening to Freeman's ramblings, began to lose her smile. Candice glanced at her with a hint of sympathy before hastily leading the 3 girls toward Hogsmeade. Renowned for its snowy climate, Hogsmeade was already experiencing snowfall in this month. Candice, clad in her school robe, had not changed her attire. The thick, oversized robe kept her warm enough. Her eyes immediately fell upon Honeydukes, and with a swift glance, she turned back to the slightly lagging Louise and Anita, saying, "You two should head to another place first." "Why?" Louise asked, puzzled. Candice lowered her voice. "We need to create an opportunity for Mia and Freeman." Anita's eyes lit up in understanding. "What about you?" "I can slip away quietly later," Candice dismissed. Anita agreed, and with no reason for Louise to object. The two quickly concocted an excuse to separate from the boys. We agreed to stick together. Why are they suddenly leaving? Euphemia murmured, still processing the change. Candice chuckled softly. Hey, look over there at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. It seems quite charming inside. Freeman followed her gaze. It does seem appealing. Do you want to check it out? He asked Candice. Candice smiled. Mia appears interested. I plan to buy some sweets at Honeyduke's. You accompany Mia to explore, and we can meet later at Zonko's joke shop. As she spoke, she gently nudged the two into the shop. Euphemia gazed at her in surprise, and Candice winked at her. Realization dawned on Euphemia, and she blushed as she glanced at Freeman. Freeman, bewildered, seemed ready to leave, but Euphemia took a deep breath and proactively grasped the sleeve of his robe. Would you accompany me for a stroll? We can meet up with Candice later, Euphemia stammered, her voice trembling. Seeing her pale complexion, Freeman assumed she was unwell and suggested, all right, then you should sit down and rest for a bit. Candice observed as Freeman and Euphemia entered the tea shop, finding a seat for herself, and finally felt a semblance of relaxation. She was aware that her actions were rather unfair. Freeman likely had feelings for her, and by pushing him toward someone else, she was being unjust. Yet she was destined to be unable to reciprocate his feelings. Rather than allow him to squander more time on her, it would be better to encourage him to divert his attention elsewhere. Perhaps fostering his interactions with Euphemia would yield little effect. But it was certainly preferable to them remaining entangled together day after day, until she could devise a means of dissuading Freeman, without jeopardizing their friendship. She could only temporarily resort to a roundabout strategy. In truth, Candice found the situation rather vexing. She was ill-equipped to navigate such emotional entanglements and could not truly satisfy everyone, especially since her own feelings were in disarray. At times, she longed to retreat into solitude. Once everyone had departed, Candice found herself alone. She stepped into the Honeyduke, oblivious to the group of Slytherin-clad figures lingering at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks. Snowflakes settled upon Riddle's shoulder, melting and seeping into his robes, gradually penetrating his suit jacket and making contact with his skin, sending a chill coursing through him. He stood there without casting a warming spell, his dark eyes fixed on the direction of the Honeyduke, not even blinking once. Malfoy, cloaked in a hood that somewhat concealed his signature golden hair, cast a curious glance at the Honeyduke and remarked, "Do you wish to go there?" He expressed mild disdain, noting the crowd and the filth. Riddle had no desire to go. He would never set foot in the Honeyduke again. Yet he had seen Candice enter. Frowning, his dark hair had grown longer, brushing against his ears and partially obscuring his brow, which did nothing to diminish his striking handsomeness. His features were of an unparalleled perfection, exuding an innate nobility, as if destined for extraordinary achievements from birth. Let us take a moment in the Three Broomsticks. Although we cannot yet indulge in butterbeer, it is surely preferable to jostling in the Honeyduke, Abraxas lazily suggested, to which Lestrange and the others chuckled in agreement. Riddle stepped forward toward the Three Broomsticks, but as the others followed, he suddenly laughed lightly and said, "You all go ahead." Malfoy looked at him in confusion. "Where are you going?" "I have matters to attend to," he replied coldly, offering no further explanation. Abraxas paused slightly, refraining from pressing the issue. He even nodded amiably before joining the others in the Three Broomsticks. Once he confirmed their entry, Riddle turned and swiftly melded into the throng of people. The Honeyduke was indeed overwhelmingly crowded. Upon entering, Candice found herself unable to choose what she wanted, forced instead to be swept along with the tide of people. She struggled in vain, repeatedly pleading for space, but no one heeded her. Before long, her meticulously styled ponytail came undone, cascading her golden locks over her shoulders. With traces of confusion and helplessness emerging in her blue eyes, she yearned to brandish her wand and command everyone to clear a path, but reality offered no such allowance. The sheer volume of people rendered any attempts at evasion futile. Everyone was equally ensnared in the chaos. It was a veritable quagmire. The Honeyduke was certainly thriving financially. As Candice pondered this, she imagined the candies around her transforming into a bounty of galleons. Ensnared by the allure of gold, she was pushed to the very back row of shelves in the Honeyduke, nearly colliding with the sharp edge of a shelf. A pair of hands reached over from behind the shelf, pulling her away just in time to spare her from harm. Candice, still shaken, cast a wary glance at the shelf's edge, before turning to express her gratitude to her savior, only to be met with a pair of dark eyes that rendered her momentarily speechless. Perhaps the lack of new products in this back row accounted for the disinterest of the crowd? Or perhaps, more realistically, Riddle had employed a confundus charm here, causing others to unconsciously steer clear of this section, oblivious to their presence. However, This did not mean that Candice could comfortably remain nestled in his embrace amidst their unresolved tensions. She wriggled free, and Riddle glanced at his empty arms, pursing his lips as he lowered his hands. What a coincidence, Candice awkwardly remarked, preparing to leave. Riddle, nearly consumed by simmering anger, reached for her again, this time forcefully ensnaring her in his arms, forbidding her escape. Candice gazed at him in terror, and upon detecting the flicker of the very fear he once hoped to evoke, he felt a pang of disappointment. His dark eyes bore into hers, striving to suppress the unwarranted emotions, and he lowered his voice. Do you have nothing to say to me? Candice, flustered, replied no. Riddle grasped her chin. Can I take that to mean you are retreating? Candice struggled fiercely, unwilling to engage in conversation with him in such a manner, but his strength was overwhelming, and she could not withstand it. After several attempts, her chin turned red, and her body ached. Yet he continued to hold her firmly. Tears welled in Candice's eyes as she stared at him, exasperated. Interpret it however you wish. Riddle paused, seemingly taken aback by her response. He had always held an unwavering confidence in his visage, well aware of its power, and though he despised the possibility that it bore the taint of his filthy Muggle father, he did not believe it would lose its efficacy. Yet Candice was indeed rejecting him. She was a canvas painted with refusal, ceaselessly striving to break free. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of impotence wash over him. He had elicited her fear, yet it left him feeling hollow. He had received her answer, only to find it a denial. He expressed his indignation. If that is the case, you should never have provoked me from the very start. He gripped Candice's chin tightly, and she felt as if he might draw blood. Yet he showed no inclination to ease his hold. You think you can provoke me and then simply escape? Riddle's expression twisted into something fearsome. Have I been too gentlemanly in your presence, leading you to believe I am easily manageable? This was perhaps the first time Riddle revealed such a terrifying side of himself to Candice. While he had previously hinted at it, facing it so directly was a novel experience. Candice felt a pang of sorrow. Her eyes reddened as she asked, "What do you want?" Riddle smiled dangerously, gazing at her with unnerving gentleness. "Do not cry. I will not wipe your tears." Candice stubbornly sniffed. "I don't need you to wipe my tears." Riddle, enraged yet amused, tilted his chin. "Are you not afraid I might kill you with such provocation, Candice?" To think he addressed her by name while uttering such a threat. Candice was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as they locked gazes. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks, and he remained fixated upon her. Then, in a surge of irritation, he raised his hand to wipe away her tears. "Enough," he declared brusquely, shoving her away. Candice stumbled against the wall, but the other patrons in the shop remained oblivious. As she painfully righted herself amidst the scattered sweets, she thought he might finally relent, but that was not the case. He seized her wrist once more, and with no hope of escape, she was forcibly pulled out of the Honeyduke. He grasped her hand tightly as they navigated through the bustling streets towards the heart of Hogsmeade, drawing astonished gazes from passers-by. Yet he appeared utterly indifferent, dragging her further inward until the crowd gradually thinned and ultimately vanished. It was only at this moment that Riddle released Candice's wrist, causing her to stumble into the snow, cold flakes seeping into her collar, sending a shiver through her body. "Your affection is truly worthless," he remarked, observing her shivering form with a detached coldness that seemed to amplify his delight at her discomfort. "Is this what you call affection? Merely because I exhibit a hint of peculiarity, you recoil in terror?" He stepped closer, malicious intent glimmering in his eyes. "What of your tolerance? Your indulgence? You are nothing but a deceiver, Candice Bell. Any girl would possess more sincerity than you. You are nothing but a damn fraud." Candice, clutching her collar, lifted her head and cried out in exasperation. "I just don't want you to use dark magic." Riddle paused, taken aback by her defiance. Rising from the snow, she pushed him angrily, yet he stood firm, unwavering. Enraged, she raised her hand and struck his face with such force that he turned, 5 distinct finger marks rapidly forming on his cheek. Riddle, now with his face turned, lowered his gaze to the white snow beneath him. Since realizing the extraordinary power he possessed, unlike that of Muggles, no one had ever dared to strike him. Not once, let alone slap him. He slowly lifted his eyes to meet the still breathless Candice, who glared defiantly at him. Despite his frigid demeanor, she showed no signs of retreat. "What are you staring at? I hit you, go ahead and kill me," she exclaimed, unaware of how this man would transform in the years to come. At this moment, he was merely an infuriating fellow, and she had no intention of holding back. Riddle's lips pressed into a thin line, his dark eyes fixated on her. Candice's voice was laced with indignation. "How dare you call me a fraud? You are the deceiver. A fraud of emotions." She pushed him again in frustration. and this time he staggered back a few steps. I told you I liked you, and I meant it. Unlike you, who can't even admit your feelings. You're always entangled with those Slytherin girls. One day it's black, the next it's green grass. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she continued. You truly are quite popular. Riddle frowned, attempting to respond, but Candice would not grant him the opportunity. Shut your mouth, she shouted furiously. You know nothing of my troubles. My dilemmas. You only know how to pressure me. You expect me to accommodate and tolerate you, yet you can't extend the same courtesy to me? Candice, on the verge of tears, implored, can't you refrain from using dark magic? What good does it bring? If you truly believe yourself so powerful, and think Professor Dumbledore's abilities are trivial, then emulate him. Use white magic to enhance your abilities. Defeat him with white magic. Riddle stared at her in astonishment, utterly unprepared for her outburst. Candice wiped away her tears, her nose and cheeks flushed from the cold. Her eyes red yet somehow making her appear even more beautiful. She resembled a delicate fairy capable of piercing hearts, leaving Riddle unable to muster a strong rebuttal against her accusations. Can't you do without dark magic? Candice stepped forward, crouched down to form a snowball, and hurled it at him. He frowned, enduring the impact as she angrily demanded, Is it so hard to refrain from using dark magic? Tom Riddle, I'm asking you a question. Now you can speak. Why are you silent again? Feeling overwhelmed, she added, You know I'm a Gryffindor. I can't possibly understand Slytherin thoughts, that essay given. If you must use it, must you keep it hidden from me? Out of sight, out of mind. Why tell me everything? While I'm struggling and tense, you're off with other girls, and you still have the audacity to call me a fraud. You're nothing but scum. I loathe you. After expressing her feelings, Candice turned to flee, but Riddle swiftly caught her arm. She shot him an angry glare, and he, with an impassive expression, asked, Have you begun to hate me? His voice was numb. Candice snorted, Not quite hate. But if you were to fall into the Black Lake, and I just happened to be able to swim, I would watch you drown. When a woman is angry, her words can cut deeper than any blade. Riddle, who prided himself on his resilient heart, found himself pierced by her words. He inhaled sharply, turning his head away as he asked, You wish to sever all ties then? Candice replied flatly, Yes. From this moment on, let me go, and we shall live our lives without interference. I don't wish to hear any more about you or anything related to you. Riddle tightened his grip on her hand, causing tears to well up in her eyes once more, snowflakes continuously falling upon her. She resembled a weeping snowman, and when he turned to gaze at her again, she was sobbing uncontrollably, struggling to breathe. He felt his cold, rigid heart twitch painfully. It was hard to believe that after she had hurled so many hurtful and insulting words at him, he still raised his hand to soothe her quivering back. You needn't concern yourself with me, she insisted stubbornly, pushing him away and turning her face to avoid his gaze. Riddle remained silent, stepping closer until she had no choice but to look at him. Her eyes, red and filled with defiance, met his unyielding gaze. After a moment, Candice took a deep breath and, when she had regained some composure, hoarsely asked, Can't you do without dark magic? Riddle stood frozen in the snow, staring into her pure, unblemished blue eyes. His lips moved, I can. Candice, taken aback, incredulously asked, Really? Watching her absent-mindedly forget to wipe her tears. Riddle distinctly heard him repeat, I can. Candice stood there, expression blank, seemingly unsure of how to respond. In that moment, all the tumultuous, conflicting emotions within Riddle vanished. He enveloped her in an embrace, producing his grotesque purple wand to clear the snow from her, and even cast a warming charm. Candice felt her frigid body gradually warming, murmuring, You just said you would kill me. Riddle's hands rested at her waist as he frowned. You remember all my words except for those I've said before? Because that one hurt the most. Candice's voice trembled. I will not kill you. But you said so. I also said I wouldn't kill you. I was merely venting my frustration. Must I state it so plainly? Riddle replied irritably. Candice, held tightly in his embrace, lost herself momentarily, then murmured, If one day you truly wish to kill me, I would have no strength to resist. She bit her lip. I cannot defeat you. Riddle found himself speechless, tightening his grip around her, pressing her against him, before finally stating coldly, Many cannot defeat me. You are not the only one. You should not have said that to me, Candice lamented, her expression turning sorrowful as she seemed on the verge of tears once more. Riddle distanced himself from her, gazing intently for a moment before uttering, Perhaps you could interpret those words differently. Candice looked at him in confusion. You may understand it as your life belongs to me. Unless I wish to end your existence, neither illness nor suffering can take your life, he stated resolutely. Candice stared at him, taken aback, as he hoarsely reiterated, "Unless I take action myself, you shall never perish." He emphasized that unless he intervened, she would remain immortal. Yet he had previously asserted that he would not kill her. What assurance did that provide? Was it a guarantee of her eternal life? Candice found this notion utterly absurd, bordering on the ludicrous. Standing there, her eyes still glistening with tears, a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Observing her, Riddle felt a gentle stirring in his heart. He lowered his head and captured her tear-stained lips in a kiss. Candice stood there, astonished, her hands hanging limply at her sides, tightly clutching the sleeves of her robe. "Haven't you learned how to kiss?" he teased, connecting their lips while mocking her inability to respond. Candice felt a flicker of anger, and was about to speak when Riddle swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her back into his embrace. "Allow me to teach you," he murmured almost to himself, deepening the kiss. Amidst the flurries of snow, in a secluded corner of Hogsmeade, Candice tilted her head to receive his kiss. A kiss both tender and laden with extraordinary significance. After their heated argument, he made a compromise she could hardly fathom. Even if he might falter later, his current promise was a rarity. As snowflakes continued to fall, Candice found herself chilled enough to close her eyes, slightly parting her lips. He pressed in closer, and in that moment, she thought she had finally learned how to kiss. Not far away. Unable to locate Candice at the entrance of the joke shop, Freeman and Euphemia anxiously searched for her. Anita and Louise trailed behind. As it was late and time to return to the castle, the four of them never anticipated that when they discovered Candice deep within Hogsmeade, they would witness such a scene. A young man in Slytherin robes held tightly to a girl clad in Gryffindor garb. Her arms wrapped around his neck, as they shared the most intimate exchange. Freeman stood frozen, the items in his hands tumbling to the ground. His reaction was mirrored by the other girls, who blushed furiously and hurriedly fled. Seeing Freeman still dazed, Anita rushed to grab him and pulled him away. Freeman remained fixated on the moment when Candice and Riddle kissed, his caramel-colored eyes reflecting despair and heartache. This was perhaps the moment that shattered any lingering hopes. Chapter 17. The girls' dormitory. Candice sat at the table, her arms propped up as she stared at the invitation from the Slug Club. She glanced around at the other three girls in the dormitory, seemingly the only one to have received it. This left her somewhat perplexed. The Slug Club, hosted by Potions Professor Slughorn, gathered many of his favorite students. Candice was astonished that she had received an invitation, having assumed it was exclusive to Slytherin students. But should she attend the club's event? The invitation specified that it would take place this Friday evening in the Potions Professor's office. Since she was the only one in the dormitory to receive an invitation, would she have to go alone? A bit troubled, she tucked the invitation into a drawer, deciding to contemplate it further on Friday. After discussing course selections with her friends for their third year, Candice chose Care of Magical Creatures, Ancient Runes, and Divination. She was particularly looking forward to Care of Magical Creatures, taught by Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, a very enthusiastic individual, albeit occasionally a bit reckless and careless. In their first Care of Magical Creatures class, Professor Kettleburn did not immediately allow students to interact with magical creatures, but instead conducted a theoretical lesson. With his leg in a brace, he leaned against a support as he explained the course's guidelines. Freeman observed him for a moment before quietly informing Candice, "I heard that Professor Kettleburn's injuries are from raising many dangerous magical creatures." Candice widened her eyes in surprise, whispering, "Will we encounter those dangerous creatures in the future?" Anita chimed in, "I doubt it for now. Perhaps in the upper years? You could ask Riddle. Isn't he in 4th year? What are they studying in their Care of Magical Creatures class?" Freeman grimaced at the suggestion, his expression darkening. "Why would I want to ask that guy?" Louise quipped, smirking. "Because he is Candice's boyfriend. Isn't it normal to ask him?" Candice awkwardly tugged at Louise's sleeve. Ever since returning from Hogsmeade, they had all tacitly accepted Riddle as her boyfriend, which, while not universally known, was not entirely inaccurate. Recalling Riddle, Candice murmured, "He didn't choose Care of Magical Creatures. He selected every course except for that and Muggle Studies." Euphemia gasped, "He chose so many? Is he able to handle it? I mean, the difficulty of the compulsory courses is already substantial." Freeman's expression grew increasingly sour. He turned away, disengaging from their conversation. Candice shook her head at Euphemia, who immediately understood, and began discussing other unrelated topics. By the time class ended, Freeman's mood remained foul. He had just begun to emerge from the shadows of that day in Hogsmeade, only to be starkly reminded of Candice's official relationship with Riddle. Despite his efforts to appear nonchalant, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. If he were true to his usual self, he would have incessantly sought out Riddle, hoping to expose the true villainous nature of that Slytherin. No one dared to confront him, even within their own house. There was something amiss. Yet, he found himself lacking the capacity to confront Riddle. The latter was simply too formidable. Even as a Gryffindor, he had heard the warnings. To this day, Charles Potter still advised him in their correspondence to steer clear of Riddle, as it would only invite trouble. Damn it! Freeman kicked the wall violently, his toe throbbing painfully from the impact, prompting a cry of distress. Candice and the others turned to look at him, although he feigned indifference. He caught a glimpse of her expression filled with concern. "You ought to be more careful, Freeman," Euphemia gently admonished, crouching down to inspect his foot. Freeman grasped his robe to conceal his leg, scowling as he replied, "I'm really fine. It was just a bump." Euphemia, unconvinced, persisted in wanting to help him. While Freeman appeared somewhat embarrassed, stepping back and blushing profusely, Candice stood there for a moment, her attention swiftly drawn elsewhere. Not far off, Riddle and Malfoy were approaching. Seemingly just having finished class, Malfoy was animatedly discussing something, but upon noticing Candice, he promptly fell silent. Abraxas sauntered behind Riddle, making his way towards Candice and her companions. Just as he was about to speak, Riddle interjected, "You all go ahead." Abraxas choked slightly, "Aren't you coming with us?" Riddle cast a faint glance his way with his dark eyes. No. His response was succinct, his tone lacking warmth, yet the ever-proud Malfoy appeared unperturbed. He merely frowned at Candice and her group before departing with Lestrange and Rosier. After they had taken a few steps, Abraxas glanced back and saw Riddle smiling as he greeted Candice. That smile was far more amiable than when directed at them. Abraxas felt a twinge of annoyance, while Lestrange, perplexed, lowered his voice to ask, does this mean Tom has completely won over the Gryffindor flower?" Abraxas snorted disdainfully. "You see it with your own eyes. Why ask me?" Lestrange chuckled lightly. "I told you, no one can resist his charm. And what of the Gryffindor flower? She's just as easily plucked. I can hardly wait to see her expression when she's cast aside. It must be quite a spectacle." Eddie Rosier chimed in with a low laugh. "I'm not so eager for her reaction. I'm more curious about the old bee's expression." The thought of Dumbledore's sour face brought amusement to Rosier and Lestrange. While Abraxas cast them an irritated sidelong glance, his brow furrowed as he seemed lost in thought. Candice, oblivious to what awaited her, felt lighthearted as she bid farewell to Euphemia and departed with Riddle. Flement stood in the corner, observing their retreating figures when Riddle suddenly turned back, his dark eyes peering through his long fringe. Upon making eye contact, Riddle smiled, a grin that appeared polite yet bore an unmistakable hint of provocation, which Flement sensed keenly as a member of the same sex. Consequently, his ire intensified. "You must be a member of the Slug Club," Candice remarked, walking alongside Riddle up the stairs of Hogwarts, cheerfully noting, "You are Professor Slughorn's favorite student. He wouldn't dream of excluding you from his club." Riddle walked briskly, and Candice found herself exerting effort to keep pace with him, his robes billowing elegantly as he answered her question with an air of casual indifference. "You are quite astute, Miss Bell. I indeed joined that club on a special exception during my first year." As he spoke, he turned a corner, ascending the moving staircase. Candice lagged slightly, her anxiety heightening as the stairs shifted beneath her. Riddle glanced back, extending his hand towards her. She grasped it without hesitation and under his watchful gaze, nimbly leaped across. "Thank you," she expressed before sharing her thoughts. "I received an invitation from the Slug Club as well, but it seems I'm the only one in the dormitory who did. So, you wish to accompany me?" Riddle asked, his stride momentarily pausing, feigning nonchalance. Candice nodded. "Yes, I find it quite odd to go alone. Would you mind taking me with you?" She appeared utterly confident he would not decline her. Riddle stood in silence for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Very well." With this promise, Candice relaxed, unaware of the reason behind Riddle's prior silence until Friday evening arrived. This marked Candice's inaugural attendance at a Slug Club event. It was also an unusual occasion for her to visit the potions professor's office without a specific purpose. As October descended, a chill permeated the dungeon, prompting Candice to wrap her robes tighter around herself, as she lightly exhaled a puff of breath. Riddle's footsteps echoed behind her, and she felt his embrace. Turning to look, she found Riddle leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead before drawing his wand and casting a warming charm that soon enveloped her in warmth. "You ought to learn to use the warming charm yourself, Miss Bell," he stated politely, as if he had not just been the one to kiss her. Candice murmured softly, "I can't, but isn't it better with you around?" Riddle's brow furrowed slightly, and he calmly recited the office's password, ushering her inside. The usually distinctive potions professor's office appeared even more exquisite today. Upon entering, Candice was immediately captivated by the opulent atmosphere. Standing at the door as she surveyed the specially adorned space, The floor beneath her feet was covered in newly laid carpets, and house elves busily prepared desserts and drinks for the club members. Professor Slughorn stood among a cluster of students clad in Slytherin robes, gradually turning his gaze towards them. It was then that Candice understood Riddle's momentary silence when he had agreed to accompany her. Professor Slughorn looked at them with surprise. It was not just him, but the students in green-lined robes beside him also regarded them with curious expressions. The gathering included not only Slytherin students but also some older Gryffindors and a few third-year Ravenclaws. Notably absent were any Hufflepuffs. After a moment of contemplation, Candice gradually joined Riddle, trailing behind him. "Oh, welcome, Miss Bell," Professor Slughorn exclaimed, snapping back to reality, his face beaming with a smile. "I am delighted you chose to join my club. It means a great deal to me." Riddle stepped aside, presenting Candice fully to the others. Abraxas, amidst the crowd, irritably sipped from his goblet. "Thank you for the invitation, Professor," Candice replied respectfully, which pleased Slughorn immensely. Despite Dumbledore having humiliated him recently, his students were far more perceptive. However, Slughorn's gaze darted back and forth between Candice and Riddle, casually inquiring, "Did Miss Bell come with Tom? Did you meet at the door?" Candice opened her mouth to respond, but Riddle interjected, "Yes, Professor." Slughorn's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he cheerfully declared, "Now that we are all here, let the gathering begin." Candice glanced sideways at Riddle, who stood there, engaged in whispered conversations with various Slytherin students. Their voices were low and hushed, and even in close proximity, she struggled to catch the content of their discussions. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she averted her gaze, choosing not to ponder why he had answered Slughorn that way, and stepped away from him, mingling with the other Gryffindors. Riddle cast a fleeting look in her direction, and as he withdrew his gaze, it met Walburga's gray eyes. "It seems the fish has taken the bait," Walburga remarked, approaching Riddle and speaking in a low voice laced with mirth. Riddle's expression revealed no discernible change as he leaned casually against the edge of the table, accepting a wine glass handed to him by another, yet he merely set it aside without partaking. "Is Miss Black growing impatient?" he remarked nonchalantly, lifting a glass of red wine to his lips and savoring a slow sip. Here, even though some students had yet to reach the legal drinking age, an unspoken understanding prevailed amongst them. After all, even Slughorn, the head of Slytherin and host of this gathering, had not uttered a word of disapproval, had he? From a distance, Candice spotted Walburga standing intimately close to Riddle, nearly whispering in his ear, while he brazenly indulged in wine, prompting her to reconsider her decision to attend this soiree. "Hey Candice, the Quidditch month is just around the corner. Have you begun training yet?" a Gryffindor upperclassman inquired, drawing her attention back to him. "Not yet, but it should commence soon." "Definitely before Halloween," Candice replied, stating what she knew. The upperclassman smiled, a hint of blush coloring his cheeks. He opened his mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by another pressing into the conversation. Candice turned, startled to find Abraxas suddenly in her presence, her instincts kicking into high gear. "What do you want, Malfoy?" she asked, taking a step back and eyeing him warily. Abraxas swirled the wine in his glass, casting a glance at Riddle, who was still engaged in conversation with Walburga, before leaning closer and whispering, "I came to offer you a word of caution, hopelessly naive Miss Bell." Candice replied indifferently, "I see no reason to seek advice from Mr. Malfoy." Abraxas chuckled lightly. "You do. There are many things I know far better than you do. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment, little girl." "I am not a little girl. I am merely a year younger than you," Candice retorted, annoyance creeping into her voice. Abraxas's patience was wearing thin, and with little time to spare, he leaned in closer, his breath laced with the scent of alcohol, causing Candice to scrunch her nose in distaste. "Do not place too much trust in Riddle. That is all I can tell you." His gray-blue eyes focused intently on his rival, he murmured, "Otherwise, you will find yourself in a world of pain." With that, he spun on his heel and vanished into the crowd as if he had never been there. Candice stood frozen, incredulity etched on her face as she watched him disappear, until a hand rested on her arm. Turning slowly, she found Riddle returning from his conversation with Miss Black. Whether it was due to his recent proximity to Walburga or Malfoy's cryptic warning, Candice instinctively distanced herself from him. Riddle's gaze fell upon her arm that had slipped from his grasp, his long fingers curling into a fist. He casually glanced at Abraxas within the throng, who was laughing jovially with Lestrange, seemingly unperturbed, as if he had merely come to provoke her. "Are you unwell?" Riddle inquired, his tall frame overshadowing her completely. The moment he arrived, the Gryffindors dispersed, leaving Candice feeling uneasy. "No," she replied, furrowing her brow as she picked at a slice of cake. Riddle watched her consume the strawberries atop it, and after a pause he remarked, "You are upset." Candice hesitated, shaking her head in denial. "No." Riddle turned his face slightly away, his dark hair brushing against his ear, and softly asked, "Is it because of my conversation with Walburga?" Candice, feeling irked, replied, "Who you speak to or how close you stand to them is none of my concern." A smile tugged at Riddle's lips as he leaned closer. "If it does not concern you, then who does it concern?" He intertwined his arm with hers, making it difficult for her to continue enjoying her cake, and she shot him a resentful glare. "You are my girlfriend," Riddle stated with a raised brow. "If you dislike me being close to other girls, you need only tell me directly. Sulking here is unnecessary." Candice inhaled deeply, scrutinizing him for a moment before conceding, "I do not prohibit you from associating with other girls. I merely believe it unnecessary to stand so close when conversing." Upon hearing this, Riddle's smile became more genuine. He truly was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura that transcended mere physical attractiveness. Every gesture, every inflection of his voice, radiated a unique charm that was utterly incomparable. "I shall be more mindful in the future," Riddle promised softly, and when Candice seemed to lighten, he casually inquired, "What did Abraxas say to you just now?" Candice faltered, her mouth opening but no words emerging, as Riddle continued to scrutinize her. "Did he say something he should not have?" Candice lowered her gaze, biting her lip and shaking her head. "No." "That is good," he replied with a knowing smile. "If he uttered anything inappropriate, you must inform me." Candice regarded him with a puzzlement she could not quite articulate, yet a chill ran down her spine at his words. After the soiree of the Slug Club concluded, Halloween swiftly approached. The festive atmosphere somewhat alleviated the unease Candice had been feeling lately. The news of her relationship with Riddle had spread throughout the school, stirring quite the commotion within Gryffindor. Many began to worry whether Candice Bell, now romantically involved with a Slytherin, would still give her all as a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Scanning the common room, she spotted MacDonald, who was subtly probing for information, and raised her voice. "I can assure you, MacDonald, do not assume that Tom has any interest in Quidditch. Even if he were the Slytherin chaser, my opponent, I would show him no mercy." Candice spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving no room for doubt, and her peers seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Candice herself grew increasingly irritable. Her recent feelings of unease were not solely attributed to Malfoy's cryptic warning, but rather to Slytherin's demeanor towards her. Since she had officially begun dating Riddle, the Slytherins had ceased their provocations. Even when encountering Malfoy and his associates again, they merely exchanged impatient glances before swiftly departing. It was not that she relished being bullied. Rather, she found the peculiar stares disconcerting. The boys were tolerable, but the girls' gazes were far too strange. Just like at this very moment, Naomi Gaunt walked behind the Black sisters, while Greengrass lingered on the other side. As Candice emerged from potions class, she unexpectedly crossed paths with them. Heading back to the common room, Candice stepped aside to let them pass, and Walburga offered her a smirk, causing a sudden shift in Candice's expression. It was not that she failed to recognize goodwill. Rather, the condescension in Miss Black's greeting was laced with a pitying gaze, as though she were a pitiful creature fated for misfortune. Goyle and Greengrass gazed at her in a manner akin to Candice's own, making her feel somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. Fremont emerged from the classroom, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Why does your complexion appear so pallid?" Hastily, Candice replied that she was fine and departed with her friends. By the time the Quidditch match commenced in November, her spirits had nearly returned to normal. Soaring through the sky on her broomstick was a truly invigorating experience. Dressed in her uniform, Candice darted across the field, participating in the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. The commentator exuberantly narrated the unfolding events, while Candice occasionally tilted her head in search of the elusive Golden Snitch. From the Slytherin stands, her gaze would occasionally meet that of Riddle, who consistently regarded her with a smile, his attention unwavering. The sensation of being constantly observed was rather delightful. His gaze evoked memories of their initial acquaintance, a time when Riddle was quite different, surrounded by a throng of bullies, and she had swooped down on her broom to assist him, engaging in conversations about the magical realm. That had been their most fortuitous encounter. Candice's heart fluttered as she gradually swept away her recent anxieties and conflicts. After all, she was a Gryffindor, possessing the courage to confront any trouble. What was there to fear? The troubles that had yet to reveal themselves had not sought her out, had they? So why not embrace joy and not squander the precious moments of happiness? Candice relaxed, her face alight with joy as she soared through the sky, deftly evading bludgers and effortlessly seizing the Golden Snitch amidst the despairing gaze of Hufflepuff's Seeker. Candice Bell has caught the Golden Snitch. 410-72, Gryffindor triumphs. Cheers erupted as Candice, exhilarated, clutched the Golden Snitch tightly. Upon noticing that Riddle was the sole figure in a sea of green applauding her, a surge of excitement coursed through her, prompting her to perform an astonishing act that left everyone astounded. The girl with flowing golden hair flew to the Slytherin stands and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, presented the snitch, a symbol of glory, to the only person who had clapped for her, Tom Riddle. Dumbledore observed this scene from a distance. Although he smiled, the warmth of his expression did not reach his eyes, hinting at an undeniable sorrow. Even Riddle himself could scarcely have anticipated such an occurrence. He stood there, momentarily stunned, clutching the snitch that Candice had thrust upon him, its wings fluttering gracefully, reminiscent of her golden hair billowing in the wind. Riddle squinted as he gazed toward the now airborne Candice, who glanced back at him beneath the azure sky, her golden locks cascading behind her. Clad in her crimson and gold Quidditch uniform, which appeared to be the most splendid attire in existence, accentuating her vibrant and captivating presence. Riddle etched this moment deeply into his memory, certain that he would never forget this day, this scene, even if it brought him nothing but trouble. He cast a glance at the teacher's table, not missing the expressions on Dumbledore and Slughorn's faces. Riddle couldn't help but tilt his head slightly, acknowledging the undeniable presence of troubles ahead. Chapter 18. Prior to Candice presenting the Golden Snitch to Riddle, perhaps only within Gryffindor did some know of their romantic involvement. Others from different houses remained largely unaware, or only half convinced. However, after her bold act, the entire school was informed. Following the Quidditch match, Slughorn, departing with Dumbledore, wore a peculiar expression, stealing glances at the Slytherin stands. Had Dumbledore not engaged him in conversation, he might have approached someone directly. Horace. This month's Quidditch final may very well be Gryffindor versus Slytherin, Dumbledore remarked casually, smiling as he amiably acknowledged the greetings of students. Slughorn reluctantly diverted his gaze, puffing out his round belly as he replied, I believe Slytherin's players have discovered a method to counter Gryffindor, making this match even more thrilling. Dumbledore gently reminded him, as long as there are no acts as savage as last year's, whoever wins or loses is worthy of celebration. Slughorn paused momentarily, then replied, Of course not. You need not worry, Albus. I shall not permit any student to emulate Miss Goyle. However, he elongated his tone, observing Dumbledore's expression before seemingly casually inquiring, I have always been curious. Who from Slytherin provided you with that memory? It has been quite some time. Perhaps you could share now? Dumbledore, with a mysterious wink, responded, I apologize, Horace. I would love to tell you, but I have made an oath to never disclose any information about that student. Slughorn adjusted his hat, chuckling lightly. Is that so? Truly a meticulous student. Indeed, this might exemplify the distinction between Slytherin and Gryffindor. A Gryffindor student would likely never contravene the spirit of sportsmanship. Receiving Dumbledore's subtle jab, Slughorn pursed his lips slightly, asserting, In truth, I am not overly concerned with the outcome of Quidditch. Even if last year's final did not yield victory, the House Cup still belongs to Slytherin. Dumbledore appeared indifferent to this, smiling congenially, as if deliberately yielding to Slughorn, which only served to further irk him. With a scowl, he returned to the cellar, and mere moments after sitting down, he waved his wand, casting the Patronus charm to send a message. The recipient was Riddle, who had just reached the cellar door. He handed his bag to Abraxas and murmured, The headmaster seeks me, you all may return. Abraxas nodded without further comment, watching him depart with the others. Once Riddle had distanced himself, the gossiping instigator Lestrange began. Shall we place a wager? Lestrange eagerly proposed, while Berga leaned against Lucius, smiling as she remarked, What shall we bet on, Francis? Are you planning to offer us more galleons? Despite your history of losses? Lestrange retorted, This time I might not lose. Let us wager on when Tom will abandon Candice Bell, utterly ruining Gryffindor's flower, and giving Dumbledore something to ponder. Eddie Rosier stepped forward, stating, I reckon the time is nigh. I bet 20 galleons he will cast her aside before Christmas. Avery pushed through, asserting, I disagree. They have only just begun, and the depth of their feelings is uncertain. If he were to jettison her now, it wouldn't he cause her much sorrow. I believe Tom will wait a while longer before discarding her. Perhaps until the end of this term. He tossed 10 galleons to Lestrange, declaring, I wager 10. While Berga, seeing their merriment, joined in, I'll bet 10 as well. Like Avery, for the end of this term. Lucius, smiling, added, I shall differ from you all. Excitedly, she exclaimed, I remember Belle's birthday is around Christmas. I shall wager on her birthday. With that, she tossed another 10 galleons to Lestrange, clutching a handful of gold coins. Lestrange inquired with a satisfied tone to the perpetually silent Abraxas, And what about you, Up? When will you place your bet? Without a word, Abraxas produced a handful of galleons and threw them in Lestrange's face, menacingly declaring, "I bet on the moment of your demise." Having made his statement, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. Lestrange, lifting his face from the galleons, let out a horrified, derisive laugh, truly befitting of an heir of the Malfoy legacy, such generosity. However, he pondered what exactly did he mean by when to place the bet. Mulsaber approached from behind, languidly stating, "He said he bets on the moment you die." Lestrange froze momentarily, a shadow crossing his face. In the potions professor's office, when Riddle uttered the password to enter, Slughorn was seated, diligently grading assignments, coincidentally working on riddles. He walked slowly to the desk and observed Slughorn marking his paper with an O. "An exceptionally flawless essay, Tom. You always manage to surprise me," Slughorn remarked with unabashed admiration. Riddle, modestly lowering his gaze, adopted the demeanor of a dutiful student. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Slughorn smiled and said, "Do not be so stiff, Tom. This is not your first visit, do take a seat." Obediently, Riddle sat down, slightly raising his head to inquire, "Professor, did you summon me for something specific?" His tone bore no trace of uncertainty, leaving Slughorn momentarily unable to ascertain the validity of his somewhat fanciful suspicion. After all, it was indeed a far-fetched notion, was it not? The traitor among Slytherins could not possibly be Riddle. Yet recalling the candidates mentioned by Naomi Gall, the only one who could be linked to Candice Bell was indeed Riddle. During the last meeting of the Slug Club, he had been somewhat surprised. Although he had heard rumors regarding Riddle and Candice Bell, he had never considered them credible. After all, a student like Riddle was inherently alluring to girls, and the number of young ladies rumored to have been involved with him was not small, most likely a product of their own imaginations. Within Slytherin alone, numerous girls fantasized about a potential romance with Riddle. Had it not been for the Quidditch match, where Bell had presented him with the Golden Snitch, and Riddle had accepted it, Slughorn would have had no doubts whatsoever. "I believe you can guess the reason I called you here, Tom," Slughorn began, rising and moving around the desk, leaning slightly beside Riddle. "Regarding the incident during the Quidditch match, may I inquire about the exact nature of your relationship with Miss Bell?" Slughorn did not directly ask if they were dating, affording Riddle a dignified opportunity to refute. Yet, the reality was that Riddle did not hesitate. After the question was posed, he calmly replied, "As you can see, Professor, we are indeed in a romantic relationship." At this, Slughorn's expression soured. His face stiffened as he gradually retreated to his desk, softly murmuring, "Miss Bell is a Gryffindor, Tom." Riddle looked at him in surprise. "Is it forbidden to date a Gryffindor student, Professor?" Slughorn struggled before responding, No, I certainly did not mean that. I merely find it unexpected. I thought with so many girls available in Slytherin, you would prioritize choosing from among your own house." Riddle smiled slightly, politely retorting, "I appreciate your consideration, Professor. In truth, while those girls seem quite enamored with me, my humble beginnings limit my options for developing meaningful relationships." This was indeed true. Although those aristocratic young ladies were fervent in their affections, who could truly marry a student from an orphanage? His lineage might not even be pure, as those pureblood families would never allow such uncertainty to exist. Slughorn was entirely unaware of Riddle's status as a Parseltongue, thus finding no grounds to counter his reasoning. After a protracted silence, Slughorn finally spoke vaguely, "Do you think Miss Bell would?" He paused. "I have had a few encounters with her father, Mr. Bell is a prominent official at the Ministry of Magic, and he is quite protective of his only daughter." Listening to this, it was evident that even if Slughorn appeared to favor him, when it came to matters of lineage, he regarded him with disdain. Riddle concealed his inner disgust and impatience. Responding with polite indifference, "Candice invited me to visit the Bell household last year, but due to Mr. Bell's business trip, it was postponed. I believe this year will present a fine opportunity to formally meet Mr. Bell." At this, Slughorn fell silent. He realized he could no longer meander around the subject, and needed to address the matter at hand. He hesitated for a considerable time, before attempting to pose a question. Yet before he could begin, Riddle stood, proactively broaching the delicate topic. "As you suggested, Professor, I am well aware of the reason you summoned me today." The tall youth stood before the desk, his black and white eyes sparkling with restrained gentlemanly humor, slightly lifting the corners of his lips as he spoke slowly and courteously. "I feel quite regretful about Miss Gall's situation. I trust you have been searching for the Slytherin student who betrayed her. In this matter, I can offer you some assistance." Slughorn stared at him in astonishment. "You know who it is?" Riddle smiled. "I have long harbored suspicions, though I was unable to confirm them with absolute certainty until now. However, I currently possess sufficient evidence." "Who is it?" Riddle calmly uttered a name, even providing several corroborative names of students from pureblood families. Such an impeccable candidate, along with irrefutable testimonies, would swiftly exonerate Riddle from suspicion. Slughorn's expression gradually relaxed, his gaze towards Riddle imbued with affection and admiration, seemingly sincere and earnest, yet ultimately illusory and fleeting. Candice remained oblivious to the tribulations Riddle faced. As for the individual who had presented him with the Golden Snitch, she felt no remorse. However, as time passed, the incessant discussions surrounding her and Riddle began to waver her steadfastness. It was not solely the gossip of others. It was also the reactions of those around her, particularly Freeman's demeanor. Freeman had been perpetually despondent, previously waiting for her to partake in activities together. Yet since that Quidditch match, he had been intentionally avoiding her. Candice understood what troubled him, yet she did not perceive it as a negative development. If it could prompt him to awaken from his infatuation and relinquish his feelings for her, then perhaps a period of distance would be beneficial. As long as they did not sever ties entirely, it would suffice. Nevertheless, Candice had underestimated Freeman's feelings for her. Everything about Freeman was affected, including his performance in Quidditch. During the match against Ravenclaw, Gryffindor unexpectedly lost, due to Freeman's blunder. He soared through the air on his broom, paled by the sight of Ravenclaw's Seeker, narrowly capturing the Golden Snitch before Candice could, hindered by the exceptional interference from Ravenclaw, while Freeman remained frozen in place. Candice turned to glance at Freeman, who pressed his lips together, gazing at her for a moment before slowly averting his gaze. Candice refrained from saying anything, merely feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, Captain Wood's disappointment was far more pronounced. He furiously berated Fleamont before storming off the pitch with his broomstick in hand. Candice gently descended to the ground, her heart heavy with the realization that they no longer had the chance to compete against Slytherin this month due to Fleamont's blunder, a fact for which she could not entirely absolve him. Candice felt a sense of complicity in the matter. She approached Fleamont in an attempt to speak with him, but he with reddened eyes hurriedly fled the scene. As the crowd gradually dispersed from the Quidditch pitch, it soon became desolate, leaving her in solitude. She gazed upwards at the sky, where the sun hung gloriously, radiating warmth. Yet she felt no trace of its comfort. Rubbing her arms, she walked pensively through the corridor, and just as she stepped outside, she spotted Riddle waiting for her. He must have been there for some time, with a few fallen leaves resting on his shoulders. Silently, Candice approached and brushed the leaves off. Riddle lifted his gaze to her and uttered a simple, "Thank you." Candice shook her head, walking forward in silence, but Riddle suddenly reached out to her. Taken aback, she looked at him in confusion. The young man, towering over her, furrowed his brow slightly and directly took the broomstick from her grasp. Candice blinked in surprise, murmuring a soft thank you. Riddle smirked slightly, standing in the sunlight as he addressed her. "Considering our relationship, it seems unnecessary to be so formal." Candice remained silent, lost in thought. Riddle continued in a gentle tone, "I will not thank you again in the future." Still preoccupied with Fleamont, Candice felt a bit dazed. Her gaze fell upon Riddle's hand, which held her broomstick. His wrist, exposed from beneath the robe's sleeve, bore the hand-woven bracelet she had gifted him at 12. Time had passed, he had grown taller, and his wrist had thickened, making the bracelet fit rather snugly now. Candice smiled faintly, reaching out to touch the bracelet. "I'll find an opportunity to make you a new one. It seems a bit small now." In response, Riddle casually swept his wrist, muttering a spell, and the bracelet adjusted to a suitable length. "No need for trouble, a simple spell suffices." Candice stared at the bracelet, now perfectly sized, and squinted up at him, saying, "At this rate, you can wear it for a lifetime." Riddle studied her for a moment before shifting his tone, asking, "Feeling a bit better?" Candice was taken aback. Nodding slowly, Riddle said nothing further. With one hand holding the broom and the other drawing his wand, he uttered an incantation, causing the broom to soar away, destined for its rightful place. "As for you," he grasped her hand, guiding her towards a nearby grand tree. "Come with me." Candice followed him passively to the sturdy tree, where they settled against the trunk, the gentle breeze brushing their cheeks. After the intense exertion, she felt a refreshing coolness. "You seem troubled not solely by the loss of the match." Riddle sat beside her, his perfectly sculpted profile facing her, causing Candice to momentarily lose her train of thought. "I suspect this may also pertain to Mr. Potter?" Although he presented it as mere speculation, he held no doubts about its validity. Candice's recent worries surged back into her mind, and she diverted her gaze from Riddle's face, anxiously tugging at her Quidditch uniform, remaining silent. Riddle observed her golden hair. Her head bowed, unable to confront him. She was unaware that in moments of distress, she habitually avoided his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Riddle spoke again. Our relationship has distanced Mr. Potter from you. With the truth laid bare, Candice had little to conceal, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed into the distance. You are correct. He has not been himself lately. He made a significant error in today's match, and Captain Wood must be furious. Fleamont must be feeling quite low as well. Oh, won't you go and console him? Riddle remarked casually. Candice closed her eyes briefly, responding, I won tea. She grasped a fallen leaf, fiddling with it as she continued. My presence would only serve to aggravate him further, making things more uncomfortable. Furrowing her brow, she added. You were there in the infirmary that day. You should understand that I ought to keep my distance, lest we become even more entangled. Riddle remained silent. Yet the curve of his lips revealed his disdain for Fleamont and Potter, who seemed incapable of winning a girl's heart, and instead stumbled over trivial matters. Candice, unwilling to dwell on her own troubles, turned her attention to Riddle, who had already composed himself into a nonchalant demeanor, before she had even shifted her gaze. She found his apparent ease with life irritating, prompting her to say, Let us talk about you. About me? Riddle raised an eyebrow, as if questioning the significance of discussing his affairs. Candice scrutinized him for a while before responding coolly, Have you forgotten? I certainly have not. She poked his shoulder, recalling, at the Slug Club gathering, how did you respond to Professor Slughorn? Do you remember? Leaning against the tree, a breeze tousled his hair as he replied in a low voice, That was quite some time ago. Why do you ask now? If I were to forget, would you be angry again? His words implied she was being unreasonable. Candice shot him a glare, exasperatedly saying, Why didn't you admit that you went with me? Her frown indicated her distress over the matter. That she had managed to hold on to her frustration until now was quite a feat, perhaps due to this rarity. Riddle patiently explained his reasoning. Do you remember the Slytherin team member who was expelled, Gaul? I do. What of it? That was last year. Can you guess why she was expelled? Riddle's sideways glance was filled with intrigue. Candice hesitated, uncertain of the full details. Like most others, only aware that Professor Dumbledore had orchestrated the event, yet unclear on the specifics. Why? She asked, honest in her curiosity. Riddle, however, seemed reluctant to divulge the answer directly. As his penchant for indirectness resurfaced, Candice pressed her hand on his shoulder, urgency in her voice. Just tell me already. Her eagerness was evident in her expression and eyes. Riddle, amused by her insistence, finally relented, saying, Because someone reported Gaul. Candice widened her eyes in astonishment. What? Riddle smiled. A charming and cultured grin tinged with a hint of melancholy, exuding a decay that spoke of noble beauty. A Slytherin student delivered a memory to Dumbledore, revealing that Gaul had conspired with other players before the match, planning to ensure that if victory was unattainable, they would make the Gryffindor players suffer, especially you. His gaze was intense as he continued. Headmaster Dippet deemed her actions contrary to the spirit of sportsmanship, thus expelling her. Is it truly so? Candice stood in shock, her mind racing as she finally managed to ask stiffly, Did a Slytherin student hand this memory over to Professor Dumbledore? She gazed at him in bewilderment, wondering who it could be. It was incomprehensible to her why a student from Slytherin would give such a memory to Dumbledore, allowing him to undermine the players of their own house. Wasn't that a betrayal of their own college? They were Slytherins, not Gryffindors. Someone like Goyle would likely revel in such deceit rather than report it afterward. Riddle slowly retracted his smile, his gaze settling quietly on her for a moment before he replied, What do you think? Candice, gradually grasping the implications, clutched his hand tightly. Is it you? Riddle turned his head away, a hint of irritation flickering across his face, as if he too were surprised that it was him, although he had already found a scapegoat. The memory of his actions lingered. What madness had compelled him to act thus? Was it witnessing her truly being manipulated by Goyle, falling from her broom and sustaining injuries? Why did he care about her wounds? And why did he detect her scent in the potion? There were numerous questions, likely beyond his own understanding, and undoubtedly beyond Dumbledore's as well. This was why he had initially doubted the authenticity of the situation, suspecting ulterior motives. So that's why you responded that way to Slughorn. You didn't want him to know about our connection. Candice inhaled sharply, tightly gripping Riddle's cold hand, her expression torn. He must have been searching for the student who leaked that information, and she realized he was worried that Dumbledore would discover it was him. Riddle offered no comment, yet it mattered little. Candice was acutely aware that she was correct. She looked at him with complex emotions, guilt washing over her as she switched from holding his hand to tugging at his sleeve, prompting a chuckle from him. Have I ruined your plans? Candice asked anxiously. I gave you the Golden Snitch in front of so many people. He must know about our relationship now. Frustration coursed through her as she ran her fingers through her golden hair, I'm such a fool. Have I brought you trouble? He must have approached you, right? Are you going to be okay? Her barrage of questions oddly brought a strange calm to Riddle, who had been troubled by the matter. He regarded her quietly for a long moment before calmly saying, "It's fine." Fine? Candice gazed into his deep blue eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow at his nonchalant response. He must be under considerable strain, she thought. Before she presented him with the Golden Snitch, there may have been mere rumors of their romance circulating in the school, but now, she had ruined everything. While she felt liberated, he was now mired in complications, likely divulging Goyle's actions to Professor Dumbledore due to her injury. He had done it all for her, but what had she brought him? Trouble. Intractable trouble. Candice looked at Riddle, her heart racing as he met her gaze, his dark eyes studying her troubled expression. Finally, as tears threatened to spill, he spoke, "It's all resolved." Candice froze. Resolved? Yes. He suddenly loosened his tie, retrieving the Golden Snitch from around his neck, waving it before her. "On the very day you gave it to me, the headmaster called me in for a discussion. I've managed to placate him. He won't suspect me any longer." Candice stared intently at the snitch he held, its wings fluttering restlessly until it returned to his neck, signaling its importance to him. He cherished her gift, choosing to wear it rather than stow it away, demonstrating its value in his eyes. Candice felt warmth rising in her eyes. She understood why her feelings for Riddle had been distinct from the start, while she had only ever regarded Fleamont as a friend. It wasn't merely the timing of Riddle's appearance. He was an entirely different type. He seemed capable of anything, never flinching even when faced with 5 adversaries at the tender age of 10. Even when he had acted against Slytherin's internal affairs, he managed to navigate the risks of being discovered by the headmaster with finesse. Each time she learned of troubles, he had usually resolved them well in advance. This was Riddle. Strength was indeed the finest adornment for a man. Contemplating that he would even betray the secrets of his own house for her sake filled Candice with an indescribable joy. Although he had never explicitly declared his affection, his actions spoke volumes. Unable to restrain herself, she leaped into his embrace, causing Riddle to lean heavily against the tree trunk, a cascade of fallen leaves showering over them. He wrapped his arms around her, and she tilted her head upwards, planting a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a playful dance of light upon her face, her gentle and beautiful smile radiating an irresistible charm. If such a kiss, such a smile were the rewards of acting against one's true nature, perhaps there was little that was truly unacceptable. Riddle's dark eyes fixated on Candice's beaming face as she nestled against him, whispering into his ear, "Thank you, Tom. This is the last time I'll thank you. I won't be so formal in the future." Riddle stared at her, lost in thought, his silence lingering as he pondered something profound. Candice wrapped her arms around his neck, batting her eyelashes playfully as she invited, "My father won't be traveling this Christmas. Come visit my home." Now that she was his girlfriend, the invitation lacked the tentative tone of the previous year, rendering it difficult for him to refuse. Internally, Riddle wrestled with tumultuous emotions, yet his exterior remained composed, almost disingenuous. His gaze held a possessive intensity as he finally leaned forward, affectionately brushing his forehead against hers and murmured, "All right." Candice couldn't help but laugh, her smile stretching wide enough to reach her ears. Her laughter was enchanting, far more captivating than any melodious tune. Riddle, a man of restrained emotions who had never truly laughed heartily, found himself unable to suppress a smile amidst the sound of her joyful laughter and the sight of her face, which he had adored for years without ever growing weary of it. Their laughter intertwined beneath the dense foliage, while in the distance, Abraxas frowned upon this scene, the couple leaning against the tree appearing perfectly matched, as if they were destined to be together. Yet he understood Riddle better than anyone. In the not-too-distant future, should Candice's presence begin to encroach upon his interests, it would no longer matter whether he intended to use her against Dumbledore. They were both Slytherins. Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, would undoubtedly make choices that aligned with the pressures mounting within the house to expedite his plans. Abraxas needed not to ponder deeply to foresee this. Poor Candice Bell. How foolishly naïve you are. Are you still smiling? Is your laughter still as delightful? Then you may as well cry in the future. Ignoring his advice means you are destined to suffer for a lifetime. Abraxas coldly averted his gaze and hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 19. Christmas arrived as anticipated. In the days leading up to this festive occasion, the rapport between Candice and Riddle flourished remarkably. To what extent, you may wonder. Well, it was such that whenever he found a moment, he would wait outside Candice's classroom, and together they would venture to the library to complete their assignments. With a brilliant academic achiever, who consistently topped the school rankings, by her side, Candice's own grade soared, Once plagued by sporadic yes or lower, she now maintained a steady score. Anita and Louise, envious of her good fortune, longed to achieve commendable results in the upcoming finals, and thus attempted to tag along as third wheels, joining them in the library. Due to the previous potions class, Euphemia harbored some disdain for Riddle, and chose to keep her distance, opting not to join them. It must be said that after just one session of study together, Anita and Louise had already turned traitors. Candice, I must say you are truly fortunate, Louise remarked, her eyes sparkling. Riddle is so incredibly clever. He grasped the spell the professor struggled to teach us, after just one explanation. Anita chimed in, and he is undeniably handsome. I used to think those who called him the Hogwarts heartthrob were out of touch, but seeing him up close, Merlin, his character and features are nothing short of perfection. Candice felt her cheeks flush from their compliments and cleared her throat, saying, he is not as remarkable as you make him out to be. Louise shot her an incredulous look, replying, oh please don't be oblivious to your own blessings. If it weren't for the desire not to intrude upon your time together, Anita and I would jump at the chance to study with you every day, even if he didn't teach us. Merely gazing upon that visage would be enough to delight the senses. Anita, still in awe, exclaimed, I've heard that many girls from Slytherin have a crush on him. How did he end up with you, Candice? Candice retorted defiantly, am I not as good as those girls? Anita scrutinized her for a moment, then nodded, indeed, you surpass them. You are both beautiful and approachable, and your academic prowess is impressive. It's no wonder Riddle is drawn to you. Candice beamed with pride, declaring, of course. It is truly his good fortune to have found a girlfriend like me. Louise inquired curiously, but I am quite curious. Who pursued whom? Before Candice could respond, Anita interjected, it's undoubtedly Candice who pursued Riddle. That much is clear. Did you not see the Quidditch match? Candice presented him with the Golden Snitch, and he did not refuse. Candice's face flushed, and she wanted to argue that it was not she who pursued him. Yet upon reflection, it seemed she indeed had. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she soon realized there was no shame in courageously pursuing the boy she fancied. Thus, she squared her shoulders with renewed confidence. As the trio continued their conversation, they fortuitously encountered Euphemia and Freeman. All parties halted, their gazes locking in an awkward moment. Candice felt a twinge of embarrassment, but Louise promptly broke the silence with a friendly greeting. Hi, what a coincidence. Are you heading to class together? Euphemia smiled and nodded in agreement, while Freeman stood silently. His lips pursed. Euphemia tugged at his arm and whispered something in his ear, prompting him to grimace but eventually nod in reluctant agreement, stepping forward. It appeared their relationship was progressing well. Candice was taken aback, feeling a sense of comfort that eased her embarrassment. With the holidays approaching, do you have any plans for Christmas? Euphemia broached the subject as they began walking together. Anita and Louise shared their plans, which mostly mirrored the previous year, spending Christmas at home, and perhaps exploring the surrounding area. When it was Candice's turn, her response was similarly mundane. Upon hearing this, Euphemia quickly glanced at Freeman and cheerfully suggested, you all should come to my house as guests. You can come before the term resumes. I would love to have you over. Both Louise and Anita expressed their surprise and eagerness at the invitation, while Euphemia eagerly turned to Candice, who hesitantly replied, I'm sorry, Maya, I would love to come, but I have guests to entertain during the holidays and want to be able to visit your home. Euphemia's face fell in disappointment, and Freeman, standing beside her, appeared equally disheartened. Undeterred, Euphemia persisted, entertaining guests shouldn't take too long, right? Are they guests of Uncle Bell? You can finish hosting and then come to my house. We can accommodate your schedule. Candice shook her head, clarifying, they are not my father's guests. They are my own. So I must attend to them personally. They are likely to stay at my home for several days. I believe Riddle will have to return to the orphanage during the break, and I truly do not wish for him to go back there. As long as my father agrees, I intend to invite Riddle to stay with us. She was confident that Riddle would earn her father's approval, hence she did not consider this a significant issue. Euphemia, slowly grasping the implications, shifted the subject with a less than pleased expression. Candice sighed in relief, grateful that she had not pressed her invitation further. Anita and Louise exchanged glances, and once Euphemia and Freeman had entered the classroom, they leaned in to whisper to Candice, the guest you're entertaining over the Christmas holiday wouldn't be Riddle, would it? Candice smiled at them, unable to conceal the sweetness on her face. Louise and Anita sighed dramatically, exclaiming, it seems you will be the first among us to marry. Are you all thinking too far ahead? Candice blushed and hurried into the classroom. Freeman watched her retreating figure with a forlorn expression. She no longer partnered with him, having distanced herself first. Now, his partner was Euphemia, while Candice and Louise were together, and Anita was with another girl. It was all his fault. It was his own emotional turmoil that had pushed them further apart. Euphemia was right. He needed to change, to uplift himself. Or he would only drive Candice closer to Riddle. He had to make a change. He must. Regrettably, Freeman's plan for rejuvenation stumbled at its very first step. On the train home, Candice did not even share a compartment with them. When Louise and Anita entered, they said matter-of-factly, "Candice isn't coming." She is with Riddle. Probably discussing plans for the Christmas holiday. Freeman stiffly inquired, "Is the guest Candice is entertaining him?" Louise paused, realizing that this revelation might hurt Freeman, and faltered in her response. However, Anita nudged her to sit down, turning to Freeman to say, "Yes, Freeman, it is him. To be frank, you shouldn't wear such a wounded expression. You push the one you like away. Look where that has gotten you. Candice won't even sit with us on the train home." Freeman bowed his head, his eyes reddening, while Euphemia, feeling sympathy, remarked, "Enough, Anita. Please stop. Freeman is already feeling bad enough." Anita shot Euphemia a glare, frustrated by her excessive gentleness, and sighed deeply. "Freeman, let me be honest. Riddle truly suits Candice better than you do. He is an exceptionally outstanding young man, single-handedly changing my perception of Slytherin. If you could approach him calmly, I believe you would come to appreciate him. I will never like him." Freeman spat bitterly, burying himself in his backpack. Euphemia directly leapt across the table, covering Anita's mouth to silence her, leaving Anita no choice but to comply. On the other side, Candice did not join Riddle in the Slytherin compartment. She had visited that place once during her first year, and had no desire to return. Instead, they occupied a private booth in Hufflepuff. As there were not many students from Hufflepuff returning home for Christmas this year, so sitting there was of little consequence. Candice sat opposite Riddle, who was engrossed in a book, turning the pages with remarkable speed, which astonished her. "Have you finished?" she inquired, pointing to the previous page. Without looking up, Riddle replied, "Yes, but it seems you've barely glanced at it. How can you have finished so quickly?" She slightly lifted the book to glance at the cover and exclaimed, "This is material meant for 7th years." Riddle raised his gaze to meet hers and said, "The curriculum at Hogwarts is inadequate. I believe they underestimate students' capabilities. The 4th-year books are akin to 1st-year level for me." Candice pouted, thinking to herself that it wasn't he the school that underestimated students, but rather Riddle's exceptional aptitude. He, however, remained oblivious to her thoughts and earnestly stated, "If I were to become a professor or headmaster in the future, I would certainly find a way to adjust the difficulty of the textbooks." Candice was taken aback by this declaration, and after a moment, muttered, "I dare say that Hogwarts will see an increasing number of failures." Upon hearing her quiet remark, Riddle's thin lips curved slightly, the upward arc reminiscent of the charming way Anita's black cat mewed. "Even if many fail, you certainly won't be among them," he said, beckoning Candice over. She immediately understood his intent and, with a smile, sat beside him. He gently caressed her porcelain-like cheek, maintaining a casual, relaxed smile, and said, "With you by my side, how could I possibly fail?" Candice felt a warmth spread across her face, not wanting him to notice her blush, and instinctively nestled into his embrace. Riddle chuckled as he held her. Outside the compartment, the scenery gradually receded, and he gazed out with a sense of delight. The beauty of the landscape captivated him just as it had during his first journey to Hogwarts, and now as a 4th year, he found the view even more refreshing. "Look," Riddle said, wrapping his arm around Candice's shoulders, guiding her to lean against him as they both admired the view. It was indeed beautiful. His dark eyes gazed out the window, free from the presence of Slytherin followers and the bothersome gossip, allowing him to momentarily clear his mind in the serene privacy of the compartment. Candice leaned against him, whispering, "Yes, it's beautiful." Riddle slowly turned his head, looking down at the girl nestled in his arms. Her flushed face met his gaze, her blue eyes reflecting his image. In that moment, he realized she truly loved him. A thought that startled him and complicated his simple emotions. They were fundamentally different individuals, inhabiting entirely separate worlds. Initially, Candice appeared as a privileged girl, sitting on a lovely balcony adorned with roses, sipping wine while enjoying the scenic beauty. In contrast, he was a beggar on the streets, desperately seeking coins from the wealthy to survive. In Candice's world, everything was abundant, devoid of troubles or sorrows, while his was barren, filled only with the relentless need to forge ahead against the biting cold in search of shelter. The girl on the balcony, unaware of the world's struggles, might even ask, "Why do you walk so hurriedly? Why not pause to appreciate the beautiful scenery?" Such was the vast chasm that once separated them, until he discovered his true heritage and carved out a place for himself in Slytherin. When the Sorting Hat placed him, it proclaimed that he would achieve great things in Slytherin, And indeed, it proved to be true. He would transform everything about himself. He would render his past a mere whisper, instilling fear in those who dared to speak of it, bridging the gap between him and the girl in his arms. One day, even if he were to trample her underfoot, others would think, she was always meant to be beneath him, for he was not inferior. He was more noble. Driven by a near-obsessive fervor, Riddle fixed his gaze on the girl now asleep in his embrace, listening to her steady, reassuring breaths. After a long while, he suppressed the urge to destroy this moment. There was still ample time. The journey was long. He could take his time. Perhaps until he found the Gaunt family. Shifting his gaze back to the window, Riddle allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. The sky darkened, and the train approached its destination. Mr. Bell had arrived early at platform 9 3/4 to greet his beloved daughter. When he saw Candice walking towards him with a tall, slender young man, he realized that the guest his daughter had wished to invite since last Christmas had finally arrived. Riddle did not confront Mr. Bell directly alongside Candice. Instead, he nodded from a distance and departed the station alone. He was an orphan, after all, with no one to welcome him. This thought caused Mr. Bell to frown in dissatisfaction, and when Candice cautiously glanced at him, he adopted a stern expression to intimidate her. "Daddy, I'm ready," Candice whispered, clutching her father's sleeve. Mr. Bell, observing his daughter's increasing resemblance to her mother, sighed in resignation and took her hand, leading her away with a disapparation spell. Fleamont stood by the Potters, watching Candice depart, wishing fervently to follow her. "We should be heading back," the Potters stated, promptly pulling him away. Candice returned home with her father. The Christmas holiday would last until the beginning of the new year, and she had arranged for Riddle to visit on Christmas Day, even informing her father of his preferences to ensure his approval. She was confident that the charming Riddle, beloved by all the professors, would manage these simple tasks with ease. The responsibility now fell to her father. Upon arriving home, Mr. Bell immediately began preparing dinner. Candice, peeking cautiously from the kitchen doorway, was soon discovered. "Candice, if you have something to say, you can do so directly. There's no need for hesitation." "I am your father," Mr. Bell said with a serious demeanor. Candice clasped her hands behind her back, nervously intertwining her fingers before finally speaking. "Daddy, I believe you already know whom I wish to invite as a guest, don't you?" Mr. Bell huffed lightly. "I wish I didn't know. Perhaps Miss Bell could assist me in this matter?" Candice, feeling conflicted, replied, "Daddy, I know you have concerns about Tom's house, but you should at least give him a chance to prove himself. He is truly exceptional. He has achieved straight O's in his final exams for 3 consecutive years." This was indeed somewhat astonishing. Mr. Bell, while acknowledging that a Gryffindor's academic performance had been decent in his time, had never encountered anyone achieving straight O's for 3 years. He regarded her with skepticism. "Are you sure? Is it not possible he is deceiving you?" Candice twitched her lips. "He has never explicitly told me about his grades. I have only seen them myself." Mr. Bell fell into a moment of silence before turning away to continue slicing the apples. Even if his grades are exemplary, it does not necessarily imply that his character is commendable. Candice wished to defend Riddle, but Mr. Bell interjected. "I can see that you have a fondness for him, Candy. I do not oppose your romantic inclinations, but do you not think it might be premature? You are only in the 3rd grade. Candice pressed her lips together and replied, "But you and Mother were together since 2nd grade. Weren't you?" Mr. Bell, momentarily lost in thought at the mention of his wife, wore a somewhat melancholic expression. Candice was not mistaken. Just like her and Riddle, Mr. Bell and his wife had formed their bond in their early years, becoming engaged in their later years and marrying upon graduation. In the wizarding world, it was customary for most witches and wizards to select their partners during their school years and marry shortly after graduation, with those from established families often inheriting their legacies right after. Many who fail to find a suitable partner during their school years find it challenging to do so afterward, as the more desirable candidates are typically already taken. Candice, now in the 3rd grade, was at an age that could be considered neither too young nor too old. Yet, Mr. Bell set down the fruit knife and turned to her. "But Candy, he is after all a Slytherin. Even Anita has changed her view on Slytherin because of Tom, father." Candice stepped forward with utmost sincerity. "You have always been fair, haven't you? I know you harbor reservations about Slytherin, but you should at least grant Tom a chance. If after getting to know him, you still dislike him, we can revisit this discussion, all right?" This request seemed rather reasonable. Mr. Bell, with a serious demeanor, pondered for a while before finally nodding. Seeing her father's agreement, Candice let out a huge sigh of relief and joyfully rushed forward to embrace him, exclaiming in celebration, "Long live Dad." Before she released him, she carefully reminded, "Moreover, Father, I must urge you, Though you haven't stated it outright, I know you are also quite concerned that Tom is an orphan. Please do not hastily deny it. I know you are not the type to look down on others because of their background. Therefore, I hope you refrain from mentioning this, as it could be rather hurtful. Mr. Bell found it difficult to articulate the emotions that surged within him upon hearing his daughter so thoughtfully consider a boy. Perhaps it felt akin to nurturing a prized cabbage, only to have it ravaged by a pig? Oh well, perhaps he should rephrase that. Maybe the boy wasn't he merely a pig? He realized he needed to meet him to ascertain the truth. Even if he did not favor the lad, he could surely find more reasons to disapprove. Mr. Bell resolved to give that Slytherin boy a stern look. Yet when the day arrived, he discovered that his daughter's judgment was, in fact, quite astute. Remarkably so. Setting aside his initial bias, the young man named Tom Riddle, in terms of demeanor and eloquence, as well as intellect and appearance, astonished and impressed Mr. Bell. Riddle was exceedingly articulate, and possessed knowledge far surpassing that of a typical fourth-year student. He could engage in discussions about topics that many of Mr. Bell's peers had only come to understand in adulthood. He was undeniably a young man of considerable charm. It was no wonder that his daughter had taken notice. If only he were not a Slytherin. Even a Ravenclaw would suffice. As for being an orphan, that was not a significant concern, for the Bell family was not lacking in wealth, and he would ensure that his daughter would not endure hardship after marriage. Yet, it was his affiliation with that house that troubled Mr. Bell, having never harbored a favorable impression of Slytherin, whether from his time at Hogwarts or during his career at the Ministry of Magic. This last vestige of discontent was dispelled when Riddle addressed him while Candice went to fetch them dessert. Mr. Bell, I am aware that you do not hold my house in high regard. Riddle, seated opposite Mr. Bell, exuded an air of elegance that belied his orphan status. With a polite, low tone and a smile gracing his lips, he continued, I completely understand your concerns and never intended to alter your impression of me on our first meeting. I do not wish to change your overall perspective on Slytherin. Mr. Bell stared at him in surprise, his tone laden with complexity. I recognize that opinions about a house are not formed overnight. Many events must have contributed to your established view. And I fully comprehend that, Riddle replied, his demeanor gentle and sincere. I merely hope that you can grant me the opportunity to prove myself as an individual. You need not attempt to alter your views on any house. The person sitting before you is simply a Hogwarts student. I will take excellent care of Candice, ensuring her studies and school life remain tranquil and successful. When she graduates, if you still deem me unworthy of her trust, you may dismiss me without hesitation, and I shall not persist. During this time, I will not oppose Candice forming friendships with other boys, and should she find affection elsewhere, I will graciously extend my blessings, causing her no distress. As Riddle spoke, his smile deepened, revealing a seriousness that only he understood. If anyone dared to threaten him, the consequences would be dire. He had no doubt about that. Yet Mr. Bell remained oblivious to these thoughts. Riddle's outward demeanor was impeccable. His words conveyed an impression that Mr. Bell could effectively trial him for a few years, allowing him to support Candice in her studies and provide a stable life, all while serving as a suitable backup. Then, upon Candice's graduation, Mr. Bell would decide whether or not to permit their union. Even Mr. Bell, a man of unwavering conviction, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat and said no. You need not feel obliged to do so, Mr. Riddle. Just call me Tom. Despite his aversion to the overly mundane Muggle name Mr. Bell fell into silence for a moment before addressing him as Tom. Just then, Candice returned, overhearing this exchange. Understanding her father well, she immediately realized that Riddle had successfully won him over. With a beaming smile, Candice hurriedly rushed over, nearly throwing herself into her father's arms in gratitude, nearly spilling the dessert in her hands. Mr. Bell sighed in exasperation. You should be more careful, Candy. You are already a young lady. Why are you still so reckless? Candice laughed, setting the dessert down and taking a seat beside her father. Father, it is quite late. After dessert, we should rest. She cast a quick glance at Riddle, whose perfect features seemed almost unreal, and suggested softly, how about we let Tom stay with us for a few days? I truly do not wish for him to return to that cold, lonely orphanage. However, this was after all a male classmate who was indeed interested in her. Would it be appropriate for him to stay overnight on his first visit? Mr. Bell, also experiencing the novelty of being a father-in-law, cast a somewhat awkward glance at Riddle, who immediately stood and said no need. Candice turned to him. I happen to have other matters to attend to. It is time for me to leave. Riddle's tone remained calm, and his demeanor composed, appearing unperturbed. Candice observed him for a moment before exhaling in relief. Mr. Bell stood as well, feeling quite pleased with Riddle's decision, finally casting the young man an appreciative glance. Riddle was not at all surprised by this, yet he feigned astonishment, which only served to please Mr. Bell further. Humble individuals often find it easier to earn the admiration of others. Riddle was well versed in the art of endearment. Otherwise, he would not have received such effusive praise from all the professors at Hogwarts. He took his leave from the Bell household. As he approached the orphanage, Candice came running towards him through the swirling snow. Her burgundy robes were speckled with white snowflakes, and under the warm glow of the street lamps, she resembled a charming little Santa Claus. "You haven't tasted the pudding I made for you," Candice exclaimed, thrusting the wrapped pudding into Riddle's hands. She quickly glanced back toward her home and then, on tiptoe, planted a swift kiss on his cheek. "See you at the start of term." Candice's eyes sparkled with joy, reminiscent of crescent moons, as she beamed with genuine happiness. Riddle gazed at her, raising a hand to brush the snow from her golden hair. Hesitating, words caught in his throat. After a prolonged moment, he simply replied, "See you at the start of term." Candice turned away, her beautiful deep red robe swirling gracefully in the wind, her silhouette light and exquisite, her golden hair shimmering in the snowy night as if adorned with diamonds. Riddle continued to watch her, as if witnessing the light-footed girl step further into the abyss he had meticulously crafted. Only after Candice had vanished from sight did Riddle avert his gaze and stride towards the iron gate of the orphanage, returning to his cold, dark world. The somber night, the biting snow-laden wind, the shadowy trees, and the silent buildings surrounded him. Riddle paused before the corridor, turning to glance once more at the Bell residence. Now reduced to ruins under the spell, yet he knew that warmth and laughter thrived within. In that moment, he began to understand why he repeatedly acted against his principles for Candice Bell. He also gradually comprehended why he so fervently sought the favor and approval of Chris Bell. For Candice, he might symbolize an abyss of perdition. Yet for him, Candice was both the vast and embracing water and the fervent and consuming fire. She represented his tender warmth and his fervent, trembling sin. Conscious emotions surged like wildly growing vines, slowly climbing toward his cold, dark heart. Riddle pressed a hand against his chest, as if he had encountered something tangible. Startled, he found a small gift box tucked inside his robe. He recalled how Candice had tiptoed to kiss him. It must have been then that she stealthily slipped it in. He had failed to notice. Riddle stood in a daze for a moment, enlarging the box and unwrapping it. Inside, he discovered a single rose, a magical rose blooming defiantly in the snowy night. Akin to the flower of Gryffindor, Riddle turned the thorny stem of the rose, snowflakes landing on its deep crimson petals. A sight of breathtaking beauty. A note slipped from the petals as he twirled it, which he caught and read. "This is merely a Christmas gift, not a birthday gift. The birthday gift will be given to you at the start of term." Riddle's dark eyes quivered slightly. He shrank the note and the rose together, turning without a backward glance as he stepped into the dilapidated building where he had dwelled for over a decade. On that Christmas night, after a fleeting taste of warmth, his world remained shrouded in endless darkness and solitude. Oh no, perhaps there was also a single flower. Chapter 20. As the Christmas season drew to a close, the new year dawned. Candice, brimming with enthusiasm, boarded the Hogwarts Express, where Anita and Louise mysteriously whisked her away to the Gryffindor compartment. "Spill the beans," Louise insisted, pressing her hands on Candice's shoulders. How did things develop with Riddle over the Christmas holiday? Gossip seemed to be an innate trait among girls. If they were at the center of rumors surrounding the most eligible boys and girls, it would be a dereliction of duty not to dig for details. Anita flashed a mischievous smile. "If you dare to deceive us, beware of us climbing into your bed at night." Candice chuckled at her antics, leaning back against her seat. "We're all girls here. What is so frightening about you climbing into my bed?" Anita paused, then quickly replied with mock seriousness. "Then I'll just sit at the foot of your bed to scare you." Candice recoiled, relieved that Euphemia and Flitwick had not yet arrived. Otherwise, it would have been even more awkward. With a sigh, she admitted, "I can only say the holiday went fairly well. My father has changed his opinion about Tom, and no longer opposes my friendship with him." Her words were spoken with a sense of ease, suggesting she had truly acquired her father's approval. Anita and Louise embraced her with exclamations of admiration, secretly vowing to find a boy as exceptional as Riddle to date before their third year concluded. Yet that was hardly a daunting task. When Euphemia and Flitwick entered the compartment together, the conversation naturally shifted to other topics. After the Christmas break, Flitwick appeared considerably more cheerful. At least he no longer felt awkward around Candice, and even initiated conversations with her. Candice could not articulate her feelings clearly. She simply felt that being able to converse with him as friends again was a long-lost experience. As the new term commenced, February's Quidditch month loomed ahead. Following the unexpected defeat in the last match, Captain Wood had advanced the training schedule, receiving Professor Dumbledore's approval. Thus, shortly after the term began, Candice found herself stripped of all personal time to train for Quidditch. She had initially intended to personally present Riddle with a birthday gift, but now she had no choice but to opt for mailing it. Had she known it would come to this, she would have sent the gift on the 31st. With a deep sigh, after releasing the owl, Candice picked up her broom to catch up with the team. Riddle received her birthday gift while in the library. After Candice became engrossed in training, they had rarely spent time together for their studies, and he no longer associated with others, including Abraxas or Lestrange. Having not granted them permission, he remained alone in the forbidden section of the library, where no one knew what he was researching all day long. Removing the parcel from the snowy owl's talon, Riddle left the unsatisfied owl hungry as he departed the library. He watched the white figure gradually disappear and, with nonchalance, began to unwrap the package. Last year, Candice had gifted him a scarf. At that time, she had mentioned that due to time constraints, it was not very well made, but she would provide him with a better one in the future. Now, she had come to fulfill that promise. This scarf was even thicker and more beautiful than the last, with a subdued and understated color scheme, perfect for wearing in the still cold Hogwarts of January. Though Riddle initially did not wear a scarf and did not feel cold, upon seeing the new one, an inexplicable chill washed over him. Thus, he casually wrapped the scarf around his neck. This feels much better, he mused, pressing his lips together as he redirected his gaze to the tome on dark magic in his hands. Uncertain if it was the psychological effect of the scarf, visions of Candice in the snowy streets of Hogsmeade, desperately questioning him about foregoing the study of dark magic, surfaced in his mind. At that time, he had given her an affirmative answer. He was acutely aware that if he were to deny it at that moment, everything would be irrevocably ruined. However, the truth remained that he had never relinquished his pursuit of dark magic. Clenching the book in his hands, Riddle irritably averted his gaze, contemplating for an extended period before ultimately directing his attention back to the text before him. The information contained within was no longer sufficient to satiate his thirst for knowledge. He sought deeper, more profound insights to fulfill his ambition of conquering death. Abraxas was recently beset by anxiety, for Professor Slughorn had identified him as the one who betrayed Slytherin. I have stated countless times that it was not I. Yet the professor remains convinced of my guilt. What is the meaning of this? How could I possibly have shared that memory with Dumbledore? I would rather see that old fool perish in a fit of rage. Abraxas sat in the common room with a grim expression, while Lestrange and Avery exchanged glances, subtly shifting away as if to evade him. Upon noticing this, Abraxas furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you two hiding from?" Lestrange replied with feigned seriousness, concerned about collateral damage. Abraxas clenched his fist, his steely gray-blue eyes fixed on him as he retorted, "Do you also believe I betrayed Slytherin?" Lestrange chuckled, "Of course not. Abraxas, how could you think such a thing? I merely fear your wrath may be directed at me." Avery shot a sidelong glance at Lestrange, a look of disdain evident on his face. Abraxas cast a fleeting glance at Avery, who sat there with an air of indifference, while not far behind were Moldon and Naomi Gall. Naomi's gaze towards Abraxas was particularly hostile. If Lestrange still afforded him some measure of respect due to his status as Malfoy's heir, the foolish Miss Gall was blatantly harboring resentment towards him. Abraxas narrowed his eyes and pushed past Avery, approaching Moldon and Gall, speaking in a low, measured tone. "It seems Miss Gall has a dissenting opinion?" Naomi glared at him. "Last year after the exams, I saw you embrace with Candice Bell by the Black Lake." Abraxas was taken aback, taking a moment to process. He had merely been knocked down by that careless Bell, resulting in a drenching and considerable pain. How had this incident morphed into an embrace with Candice Bell? Had this woman lost her mind? A sardonic smile crept onto Abraxas's pale face. "Are you blind, Gall? I was simply bumped into. I advise you to think carefully before you speak again. Otherwise, when you return home for the summer, your father may find it necessary to discipline you on my behalf." Gall's expression darkened as she retorted, "Do not abuse your power, Malfoy." "Oh, and what if I do?" Abraxas replied with a dispassionate smile. "You are welcome to try and bully me, a Malfoy. By all means, give it a shot." He drew his wand, his gaze towards Gall dripping with disdain, prompting her to hide behind Moldon, visibly intimidated. Abraxas glanced at Moldon, who shrugged and stepped aside, further heightening Gall's fear. "Remember, there will be no second chances." Abraxas coldly pointed his wand at Gall before turning away, returning to his designated seat. "Where is Tom?" he casually inquired, drawing the peculiar gazes of Avery and Lestrange. "What are you staring at me for?" Abraxas questioned with irritation. Francis Lestrange cleared his throat. "He should be in the library." He seems to have encountered some difficulties and has been spending an inordinate amount of time there, forbidding us from accompanying him. Abraxas furrowed his brow, but chose not to elaborate further. Lestrange and Avery exchanged a relieved glance. They were well aware of why Professor Slughorn suspected Malfoy's betrayal of Slytherin, as they were complicit in the matter. What do you think Tom has been researching lately? Lestrange inquired curiously as they made their way to the library. Avery shook his head. I have no idea. Why are you so curious about everything? My father once told me that an overly inquisitive mind can lead to disaster. Lestrange merely shrugged, falling silent. As they continued walking, they fortuitously encountered Candice and her companions approaching. She was engaged in conversation with Anita, both laughing. Though walking alongside the flower of Gryffindor, Anita did not appear diminished. Smiling beautifully, Lestrange stole a glance at her, and Anita, perceptive as ever, noticed and glanced over, leading her to spot the two young men in Slytherin robes. Anita halted. Nudging Candice, look, it's Lestrange and Avery. She whispered. Weren't they always with Riddle? Why haven't we seen them lately? Candice replied quietly, I don't know. I've been preoccupied with Quidditch practice and Haven T had a proper conversation with Tom. Anita's eyes widened. You can't be serious. With such an impressive boyfriend, how can you prioritize Quidditch over him? Aren't you afraid he might leave? Candice felt a jolt of anxiety at her words. Although she harbored some concern, she stubbornly retorted, if he can leave, then he was never truly mine. It's no great loss. As she spoke, Lestrange and Avery approached, and for reasons unknown, Anita unexpectedly greeted them, startling them both. Hello, Anita said with a smile. Candice was equally taken aback. Francis Lestrange cast a peculiar glance at Anita, and out of courtesy and upbringing, he politely nodded and smiled hello. With that, he and Avery departed, whispering to one another, seemingly deliberating over Anita's sudden greeting. Candice remained puzzled. Did you really just greet them? Candice exclaimed. Aren't you usually quite disdainful of Slytherin? Anita laughed, but Riddle is so wonderful. Surely his friends must be decent too? Candice paused, taken aback by this perspective. Perhaps I had been too narrow-minded before, and now I wish to observe Slytherin more closely. I am filled with curiosity about that house. Anita glanced back, fortuitously locking eyes with Lestrange, both momentarily stunned before quickly averting their gazes. How well do you know Lestrange? Anita instinctively asked Candice. Candice, clutching her book with a conflicted expression, replied, I'm not very familiar with Slytherin students aside from Tom. Anita acknowledged this with a soft "oh," but chose not to pursue the topic further, instead steering the conversation in another direction. Candice watched her anxiously. A sense that something significant was about to occur gnawing at her, leaving her feeling unsettled. This unease prompted Candice to skip Captain Wood's practice in favor of seeking out Riddle. Captain Wood searched the common room for Candice, nearly resorting to invading the girls' dormitory. Does anyone know where she has gone? He exclaimed in exasperation. How could she possibly skip such an important practice? Louise timidly huddled in a corner and murmured. But you train almost every day. Candice is a girl. Surely she cannot endure it. It is only reasonable to seek a place to rest for a while. Is it not? Wood was taken aback, pausing for a moment before responding. Well, she could just tell me directly. I might not refuse her. Fremont interjected, unable to contain himself. You certainly would not allow it. Wood retorted angrily. Silence, Fremont. You have no say in this. We lost the match last year because of you. Fremont, his face flushed, replied, let us not dredge up old grievances, Konas. I promised to bring you back a championship trophy this year. Wood, skeptical, asked, really? Fremont, with unwavering determination, declared, of course. If I am lying, I shall raise flobberworms for Professor Kettleburn. Wood rolled his eyes. You were already supposed to do that. Do you think I haven't taken care of magical creatures classes? Fremont's face turned even redder. Just don't give up this time, brother, Wood said earnestly, patting his shoulder. Fremont clenched his fist, resolutely stating, this time, I absolutely will not. Candice could envision how Wood would react if he were unable to find her. But having resolved to escape training, she could not waver. She stealthily made her way to the library, weaving through rows of bookshelves, until she finally found the person she sought in the restricted section. Riddle was leaning alone against a bookshelf, engrossed in a book, the tall shelves blocking the sunlight, casting a dim light upon him. Candice stood at a distance, unable to see clearly what he was reading. As she approached a little closer, Riddle warily lifted his head, and to her surprise, she noticed a small snake coiled at her feet. Startled, she quickly withdrew her foot. And it was Riddle who removed the snake, not so much as to drive it away, but rather he coaxed it to leave. Candice had not forgotten that Riddle had a penchant for snakes. While she was not surprised by this, She still felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing that raspy voice emanate from him. "What brings you here?" Riddle asked, casually tucking his book into the shelf and guiding Candice out of the restricted section. Candice, not giving it much thought, replied, "I haven't seen you in days. I wanted to come check on you. Don't you have training today?" Riddle surveyed their surroundings, noting the increased number of onlookers outside the restricted section. Candice and Riddle were undoubtedly the most captivating couple at Hogwarts. Upon their appearance, not even the most studious would be inclined to read, let alone pick up a galleon that fell to the floor. "I escaped," Candice admitted, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Wood is undoubtedly searching for me everywhere." Riddle smiled slightly, his long fingers intertwining with hers. "Then I know a place where you can evade him." He led her to the room of requirement. Upon entering, Candice was astonished to find it resembled the Bell family's living room. She turned to look at Riddle, who casually seated himself, saying, "This environment should help you relax." Candice slowly settled beside him, gazing at his handsome, silent profile for a while before softly inquiring, "What kind of person is Francis Lestrange?" Riddle paused, turning to face her, dangerous glimmers flickering in his dark eyes. "What's this, Miss Bell? Are you beginning to think I am not good enough and are seeking other options?" He spoke with a slow, deliberate tone. "If you have an interest in Francis, I might suggest a far superior choice. How about Abraxas? Your hair and eye colors are quite complementary, are they not?" In truth, Riddle had been brooding over the incident when Abraxas conversed with Candice behind his back during the Slug Club meeting. That was why he had dragged him out to take the blame. Had Malfoy not said anything particularly offensive that day, Candice would have reacted as she usually did, expressing her disdain for merely having heard some unpleasant remarks. But she hadn't. Riddle's dark eyes flickered, his lips curving into a faint yet sharp smile. A smile that was strikingly noble and beautiful, causing Candice to feel a chill run down her spine. "Where are your thoughts wandering off to?" she asked helplessly, furrowing her brow as she rubbed her arm through her robes. "I was merely inquiring about him for Anne. It has nothing to do with myself." Her expression soured. "How could you recommend someone else to me, especially that Malfoy fellow? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" She glared at him. "You know very well that I have no rapport with him, so it was merely a matter of inquiring for a friend." Indeed, even if she were to change her affections, she would not be foolish enough to seek information from him. Contemplating this, Riddle found himself momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that he too could have such juvenile and foolish moments. Because of that dark and cold emotion, he had made jealous and petulant remarks, something that was utterly uncharacteristic of him. He turned his head away, his expression dark and brooding. Candice observed him for a moment before extending her tone. "Be honest, Tom. Were you just a bit envious?" Riddle coldly replied without hesitation, "No." Candice chuckled at his response, leaning in closer. "No? Why did you answer so quickly? And why won't you look me in the eye? Is it because you feel guilty?" Riddle turned his face away, forcing himself to meet her gaze. He looked into her blue eyes filled with mirth and impatiently said, "Why would Miss Garcia take an interest in Francis?" He described what seemed to be his friend in a rather scathing manner. Francis was selfish, stupid, and stagnant, his only notable quality being his family lineage and his foolishly amiable demeanor. Candice was taken aback. "Is he really that pathetic? I find him much better than Malfoy." "Is that so?" Riddle's mood lightened considerably at hearing her disparage Abraxas. He pressed his lips together. How could Francis even compare to Abraxas? The Malfoy family is an entity that the Lestranges could never hope to rival. While it was true in terms of lineage, the Lestranges were far more courteous than the Malfoys, and had actively greeted him, and he had reciprocated her greeting. Candice relayed her surprise at this to Riddle. After a moment of silence, Riddle asked, "Do you hope he treats Miss Garcia better?" "I just hope he does not hurt Anne. She is a good girl and quite innocent. She has changed her view of Slytherin because of you, and it seems she has developed an interest in Lestrange, as she often frequents places where he is." Candice said anxiously, "I hope, if Lestrange does not fancy her, he tells her directly, so she does not waste her feelings. If he does like her, he should treat her well and not cause her sorrow." Riddle stared at her in silence for a moment before closing his eyes and saying, "I will advise him on your behalf." Candice curiously inquired, "Will he listen to you?" Riddle replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" Candice gazed into his self-assured black eyes, smiling brightly, "I believe he will." Riddle turned his head away, releasing a subtle smile, as if the trust and admiration from Candice brought him some inner joy. Candice reached out to embrace him, winking as she said, "Shouldn't I thank you?" Riddle, with a composed demeanor, replied, "You came to find me today just for this matter, did you not? If it weren't for this, would you have waited until all the Quidditch matches were over to seek me out?" Candice felt a tinge of embarrassment as she noticed that he seemed quite bothered by the topic, his expression turning decidedly icy. She immediately began to shake him vigorously. How could that be? I only skipped training because I missed you. I wouldn't he come here solely for an matter? Candice insisted, tugging at the sleeve of the young man beside her. Could you please stop overthinking everything, Tom? By the way, where is the birthday gift I got you? I don't see you wearing it. Riddle scoffed. I left it in the dormitory. In truth, he had tucked it away carefully, as he feared it might attract unwanted attention if he wore it. Candice pouted. Don't you like it? She tugged at his robe, looking as though she might burst into tears. Riddle gazed at her for a moment before irritably replying, I do like it. Candice abruptly lifted her head, fixing him with an intense gaze. Really? Riddle maintained his facade of indifference with some effort. Really? Then you should wear it. If you don't, you might miss the chance. The temperature is rising by the day, Candice argued fiercely. Riddle shook her hand off, but when he failed to dislodge her, he conceded, all right. I understand. Candice smiled brightly, and in the next moment, she reached out her hand toward him. Riddle glanced at her quickly, feigning confusion. What's the matter? Candice looked at him with her large eyes filled with accusation. What about my gift? Ah yes, she hadn't received her birthday present yet. It was nearly February, and Valentine's Day was approaching, yet her birthday gift was still unreceived. Wasn't that rather excessive? This boyfriend was rather inadequate. However, considering that her own birthday gift had only recently been sent, she decided not to hold it against him. Candice pushed her palm forward insistently, staring at Riddle with determination. Riddle assumed an exaggeratedly troubled expression, as if pondering how to appease her. Candice, growing frustrated, assumed he hadn't prepared her birthday gift, and in a fit of desperation, she turned to leave, only to be embraced from behind by him. You didn't really think I hadn't prepared anything, did you? He said lightly, tinged with mockery. Candice immediately realized she had been tricked. She spun around abruptly, glaring at the young man who could only be described as a master of the dramatic. You're teasing me again. Do you find it amusing to see me upset? Riddle studied her for a while before responding earnestly. Actually, it's much more enjoyable to see you happy. Candice froze, her face betraying an unmistakable blush. She extended her hand toward him once more, scrunching her nose. So, where's my gift? Riddle smiled faintly. It must be said the school heartthrob was truly captivating when he smiled. Candice thought to herself that if he could smile at her like this for a lifetime, then it wouldn't matter if he didn't give her gifts. Nevertheless, Riddle produced her gift. He twirled his wand, and a beautifully wrapped box appeared in his palm. As the box opened, a ring lay within, shaped like a rose, reminiscent of the enchanted rose Candice had gifted him at Christmas. Candice gazed in astonishment until he slid the ring onto her left middle finger, signifying their romantic bond. She blinked her blue eyes at Riddle as he gently caressed her finger adorned with the ring, raising his gaze to her with a soft smile. For my Gryffindor flower. Many had called Candice the Gryffindor flower, but this was the first time she had heard Riddle say it. She felt her cheeks burning with warmth, and by the time she made her way back to the common room, she was unsure how she had arrived there. Captain Wood sat in the common room, wearing a look that seemed to say, caught you, didn't I? Which jolted Candice back to reality. Kekonas, she stammered, I'm not feeling well. I need to head back to the dormitory. Enjoy yourself. She turned to flee, only to be halted by another matter. This was not due to Quidditch. It pertained to Hagrid. Freeman rushed back into the common room, breathless, and seized Candice. Candice, something has happened. Hagrid has been kicked out of the dormitory again. What? Candice gasped. Didn't he stop keeping forbidden creatures? How could he have been expelled from the dormitory again? Freeman frowned. He deceived us. He is still keeping them, secretly. He added, slightly irate. This time the headmaster caught him, and he has taken him away. I suspect they'll find him a separate accommodation. Candice furrowed her brow in concern and quickly said, we need to go see. Freeman nodded in agreement, and the two hurriedly left the common room. Not too far behind, Freeman watched Candice with her flowing blonde hair, unable to suppress a smile. They could still be friends, and that was quite enough for him. Wasn't that how he originally felt? Why had he suddenly become so greedy later on, causing both of them distress and a rift? How foolish he was. Being her good friend, and helping her keep an eye on Riddle, was what he should focus on now. As for anything else, if Riddle dared to bully Candice or harm her, he would certainly give him a sound thrashing. Even if he couldn't defeat him. And then, perhaps, he would have a chance. With that thought, Freeman felt a surge of excitement as he chased after Candice, while Captain Wood stood in the common room with a dark expression, muttering, so, am I invisible? Sheesh, you lot are utterly useless. Chapter 21. When Candice and Freeman arrived, Dumbledore had already arranged a new residence for Hagrid. It certainly did not look like a place fit for a student, yet Hagrid seemed to be adapting well inside. He spotted Candice and Freeman at the door and immediately shrank back, hiding in a corner. Dumbledore turned to them, speaking softly. "Candice? Mr. Potter?" Candice ascended the steps and stood by the wooden door, saying, "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." Freeman followed suit, greeting him as well. Dumbledore nodded slightly. "Are you here to see Hagrid?" Hagrid stole a furtive glance at them, appearing somewhat ashamed. He refrained from speaking, nervously gripping the sleeves of his oversized robe. Candice observed him for a moment before shaking her head. "I merely wish to know if Hagrid is truly still keeping forbidden creatures." Dumbledore raised his gaze slightly. "I'm afraid he is, Candice. However, Hagrid has promised me that this will be the last time. He will never make the same mistake again." Candice remained silent, merely nodding, while Freeman, visibly upset, said, "Hagrid, how could you deceive us? If it weren't for Candice vouching for you last time, you would have been expelled long ago. Even if you disregard your own reputation, you shouldn't joke with Candice's trust." Hagrid's eyes reddened. He wanted to say something but lacked the courage. Candice grasped Freeman's wrist, saying, "It's all right, Freeman. Since Professor Dumbledore has arranged everything, we should head back." She forced a smile at Dumbledore before saying goodbye. "We'll take our leave now, Professor." Dumbledore smiled in response, and as Candice turned to leave, Hagrid gazed after her, ultimately standing up and calling out, "I didn't mean to deceive you, Candice. Aragog isn't dangerous, you even named it?" Freeman exclaimed incredulously, "What on earth have you been keeping?" Hagrid hesitated, appearing quite troubled, while Dumbledore cast him a knowing glance. It seemed that even in the presence of his fellow students, Mr. Hagrid had no intention of revealing what manner of creature was involved. Dejected, Hagrid sank into a chair, cradling his head in despair. Candice cast him one last glance before falling silent and departing. Philemon, at a loss for words, quickly followed suit. "Hey Candice, why are you walking so fast? We haven't even asked Hagrid what he has been keeping," Philemon exclaimed as he caught up with her. Candice replied as she walked, "If he is keeping secrets from Professor Dumbledore, how could he ever confide in us? But if we don't help him, last time he—" "All right, Philemon. Helping others should not be contingent upon receiving something in return," Candice said, her pace slowing with resignation. Philemon frowned, "But it shouldn't be about being deceived either." Candice bit her lip, feeling hurt by Hagrid's dishonesty. Her irritation propelled her towards the common room, determined to put aside her worries. However, some matters are not so easily forgotten. As Candice exited the potions classroom, clutching her books amidst a throng of friends, she planned to return upstairs for Quidditch practice. Captain Wood had made it clear that attendance was mandatory. He had even threatened to replace anyone who dared to skip again. Though Candice doubted he would truly follow through. As captain, his words carried weight, and for the honor of Gryffindor, she could not afford to fall behind. As she made her way out of the dungeon, Candice remained troubled by the events concerning Hagrid. At that inopportune moment, she unexpectedly encountered Riddle and his entourage, who appeared oblivious to her presence. Flanked by a group of haughty Slytherin boys and girls, Candice deemed it inappropriate to greet them and remained silent. However, Anita was far more exuberant, waving from a distance and cheerfully calling, "Hey, Francis, Riddle." The relationship had evidently progressed rapidly, now casually addressing Lestrange by his first name. Candice frowned and halted, while Louise and Euphemia exchanged startled glances at Anita's enthusiasm. Philemon, impatient, urged them to move on, but Anita paid no heed, quickening her pace to engage with the Slytherins. An inexplicable tension filled the air. Candice's first gaze did not land on Riddle, but rather on Malfoy, who stood beside him, casting a disdainful glance in Louise's direction. The only half-blood among their group, Louise instinctively retreated behind Candice, causing Malfoy's gaze to shift to her instead. Abraxas frowned, impatiently averting his eyes and urging, "We should return to the dormitory. What are you all dawdling for?" Lestrange stood awkwardly, hesitating to respond to Anita, caught between the urge to engage and the discomfort of their peer scrutiny. "Francis, did you just finish class in the 4th year?" Anita cheerfully inquired, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere. Lestrange remained stiff-lipped, not intending to speak, which gradually made Anita feel awkward, her smile faltering. Candice inhaled deeply and stepped forward, linking arms with Anita, which eased her expression slightly. Riddle glanced at Candice, his eyes catching her suggestive look, before casually redirecting his attention to Lestrange, remarking, "Why are you silent, Francis? Lost your voice?" Lestrange blinked in surprise, momentarily unsure of Riddle's intent. After a few seconds of contemplation, he suddenly responded with a smile, "Ah, my apologies. I was lost in thought." Candice's lips twitched. Lost in thought? Who would believe that? It was clear he did not wish to appear overly familiar with a Gryffindor in front of his Slytherin peers, even if they were purebloods. We have matters to attend to. We shan't disturb you further, Candice quickly interjected, pulling Anita away. Philemon stepped in front of them, blocking the Slytherin's gaze, which caused the three young Slytherins, Riddle, Malfoy, and Lestrange, to frown. Anita followed Candice, somewhat distracted, and just as they were about to exit the dungeon, Lestrange called out from a distance, Miss Garcia, I apologize for not responding sooner. I was preoccupied with my thesis. Perhaps we can discuss it next time. Anita paused. Hope rekindled in her eyes, and she turned back to nod emphatically. Candice glanced back as well. Riddle stood beside Lestrange, towering over him, with dark hair and eyes that, amidst a sea of platinum blonde, should have appeared less striking, yet anyone who turned to look could not help but be captivated by him. He possessed an indescribable noble aura, his smile exuding a refined elegance, every contour impeccably balanced. Too much would seem presumptuous, too little would appear haughty. Candice grasped Anita's wrist, mouthing a silent farewell before they departed. Riddle, slightly narrowing his eyes, deciphered her unspoken message before casually stating, let us head back. Lestrange disregarded the teasing scrutiny of his peers as he followed Riddle into the common room. Oh, how sweet it is to hear Garcia call your name, Francis remarked, leaning against the table, his voice low. While Berga's demeanor was far less congenial than Francis's, she appeared cold and furrowed her brow, stating after Riddle, are we to have yet another Slytherin dandy courting a Gryffindor girl? Riddle took his seat, with Abraxas sitting diagonally behind him, casting a disinterested glance at the unfolding drama, clearly exasperated. While Berga's words not only provoked Lestrange but also mentioned Riddle, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension within the common room. While Berga exchanged glances with her peers, prompting an immediate change in tone as she continued. Oh, of course, I harbor no objections to your friendships with Gryffindor girls. I merely think, with utmost caution, that we all understand Riddle's intentions. But Francis, what exactly are you aiming for? Are you emulating Riddle? If that is the case, it doesn't sound too difficult to accept. Indeed, if Lestrange and Anita were growing close, it would not be dissimilar to Riddle's own motives, and thus, not entirely unacceptable. However, Lestrange's expression shifted through various shades of uncertainty, indicating that matters were more complex than they appeared. The others exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged. A Slytherin girl harboring feelings for Lestrange stepped forward. You can't possibly be interested in Garcia, can you, Francis? Lestrange, irritated, retorted. What business is it of yours? Do I need your approval to make friends at school? The girl fell silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lestrange pushed through the crowd, retreating to the dormitory, unwilling to face their disapproving expressions any longer. Riddle sat in his seat, engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Avery, triumphantly winning a round as Lestrange departed. Oh, for heaven's sake. I should not have made that move. Avery lamented, his face etched with regret. Riddle waved his wand with an air of tolerance and responded, I can grant you a second chance. Avery's eyes brightened, and after the chessboard returned to its original state, he made another move. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Riddle triumphed once more. Avery slumped in his seat, conceding defeat. Rosier idly remarked from the side, no matter how you play, you will lose, Augustus. You no longer have any pieces on the safe line. Avery brushed aside his robes and stood up, displeased. I'm done. I'm going to read. Riddle remained silent, leaning back with arms crossed, while others gradually made their way back to their dormitories, though while Berga and her companions lingered, she approached Riddle's side, pulled out a chair and sat down. Speaking with a semblance of gentleness, February is approaching, Tom. Your plans are progressing so smoothly. When do you intend to bring matters to a conclusion? Riddle, indifferent, summoned Morselber to continue their chess game, casting not a glance at Walburga as he spoke. Does Miss Black wish to interfere with my plans? Walburga chuckled lightly. Of course not. I'm merely making a suggestion. I believe the time is ripe. I think it is still too early, Riddle countered. As Riddle began his game with Morselber, the latter exhibited far superior skills compared to Avery, and Abraxas joined to observe, while Berga scanned the gentleman before her, and lowered her voice. So when do you plan to conclude your scheme? Riddle finally glanced at her, placing a piece on the board without regard for the game, and smiled. That is not something you need to know, Walburga. Do not inquire further. I do not wish to embarrass you in front of so many others. Walburga's expression stiffened, her grip on her wand tightening. She appeared somewhat displeased but chose not to voice her feelings. Rising, she cast one last look at Riddle, who seemed deeply engrossed in the game, before departing without a backward glance. Abraxas remarked, observing her retreating figure. You really ought not to speak to her that way. She seems quite upset. And what of it? Riddle replied, annihilating Morselber's pieces with ruthless efficiency, his thin lips parting slightly, compared to my repressed anger. She likely fears my wrath even more. He lifted his face and smiled at the classmates surrounding him. Wouldn't you agree? No one dared to contradict him. In such a setting, silence equated to acquiescence. Satisfied, Riddle returned his focus to the chessboard. As February officially commenced, the Quidditch matches also took flight, with Gryffindor's first encounter against Hufflepuff resulting in an undisputed victory by a substantial margin. It appeared that Captain Wood's fervent training regimen was indeed paying off. Candice waved the Golden Snitch toward the teacher's box, where Dumbledore beamed at her. Their blue eyes met in a joyful exchange, much to the chagrin of Hufflepuff's head of house, Herbert Beasley. Amidst the sea of green on the Slytherin stands, Riddle noted a substantial turnout for the match, as Slytherin was set to face Ravenclaw next. Victory seemed assured, especially following Gryffindor's triumph today, indicating that these two rival houses would clash again this month. From the back of the crowd, Walburga stood, and Lucretia whispered in her ear, "Look, Riddle has been watching that Candice Bell intently. His gaze does not resemble the earlier claims that he only associated with Bell to annoy Dumbledore." Walburga's gray eyes were filled with contemplation. After a moment, she quietly replied, "Since he does not intend to conclude his plans anytime soon, let us enjoy witnessing Dumbledore's dismay. Perhaps we can assist him." Lucretia's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" "No need to articulate it. You understand well enough. I believe many girls would be willing to partake, wouldn't they? Just choose someone. That fool Goyle is too dim-witted for this endeavor, so let us avoid her." Walburga spoke nonchalantly. Lucretia hesitated, "But what if Riddle finds out? Are you afraid?" Walburga's gaze turned icy. Lucretia fell silent. Walburga scoffed. "Has the identity of Slytherin's heir instilled such fear that you no longer trust your own family? Even if he knew we had intervened, what could he possibly do to a member of the Black family?" Walburga continued, "We are the most noble and pure of the Blacks. Even if he is displeased, he would not dare to act against us." Lucretia remained uncertain. Walburga coolly declared, "If you lack the courage, then I shall handle it myself." She cast her gaze toward the distant figure of Greengrass, who was fixedly watching Riddle, and smiled with anticipation. Days later, in the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw, Slytherin also secured an unchallenged victory. Next up was the clash of the two victors, Gryffindor against Slytherin. The outcome would determine the champion house of the February Quidditch tournament, but before that, there was a more eagerly awaited occasion, Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day was perhaps the most anticipated holiday for young lovers. However, this sentiment did not extend to Captain Wood. While others busied themselves writing love letters, arranging dates, and crafting chocolates, he chastised them relentlessly, pursuing them with a broomstick, much to Candice's exasperation. Today was Friday, and the day after tomorrow marked Valentine's Day, coinciding perfectly with Hogsmeade weekend. Everyone was eager to invite their beloveds to Hogsmeade, and Candice was no exception. She had long prepared chocolate for Riddle, using the vanilla she had shamelessly begged from Professor Dumbledore, eagerly anticipating his reaction upon tasting it. Peeking into the common room, she inquired of the students inside. "Wood isn't here, is he?" A classmate nodded. "No, he just chased after Flitwick." Candice sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." Feeling reassured, she entered the common room, and soon spotted Anita emerging from the girls' dormitory. She waved Annie over here. Anita hurried over. "Have you finished your chocolate?" Candice nodded. "What brings you to me?" With a smile, Anita produced a beautifully wrapped letter, undoubtedly a love note. Upon seeing it, Candice immediately understood her intent. "You can't be asking me to deliver that to Lestrange, can you?" she exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Anita blushed. "Of course not. Just have Riddle deliver it for me. They are always together." Candice sighed. "But why don't you just deliver it yourself, Annie? Or use an owl?" Anita replied anxiously. "How could I deliver it myself? If I use an owl, many girls are likely sending him letters that way. What if he doesn't recognize mine and discards it among the others?" Candice's expression became somewhat stiff as Anita vigorously shook her arm. "Please, Candy, I'm begging you. You're about to see Riddle, aren't you? I saw you two coordinating at the exit of the cellar." Candice forced a smile. "You were observant enough to notice my lip movements at that moment?" Anita proudly proclaimed. "Of course. I am the all-seeing eye and the all-hearing ear." How utterly disrespectful. Candice, with a sigh of resignation, accepted the love letter and tucked it into her pocket, saying, "I can only give it a try, but success is not guaranteed. It depends on whether Tom is willing to deliver it for someone else." Anita assured her, "No worries. I believe he will be eager to help. But even if he isn't, I wouldn't dream of coercing you too." Candice, blushing, shot her a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? With a smile, Anita playfully pushed her away. Thus Candice embarked on her solemn mission to the library. Upon her arrival, Riddle was already seated, diligently engaged in his studies. This was not Candice's first encounter with his scholarly pursuits, yet each time she observed him, she couldn't help but marvel at his prodigious talent. His speed in writing was as if he had bypassed the need for contemplation, with fully formed essays seemingly existing in his mind, merely waiting to be transcribed at lightning speed. Setting down her bag, Candice sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, silently watching him for a while without initiating conversation. Riddle continued to write, focusing intently on the parchment, and remarked, "If you have something to discuss, feel free to write to me or leave a note in my notebook. There's no necessity for us to meet face to face." Candice was taken aback, reluctantly responding, "Do you not wish to see me?" Riddle paused, lifting his gaze slightly. "I am considering your best interests. Connerswood has been quite stringent lately. Even I have heard whispers of it within Slytherin." Candice grimaced, "Don't mention it. He seems to have placed a tracking spell on us team members. No matter where we are, he can find us and suddenly appear to give us a fright." Riddle's thin lips pressed together in a slight smile, refraining from commenting further. Candice tilted her head and inquired, "But I am curious, Tom, regarding this month's finals, who would you prefer to win, Gryffindor or Slytherin?" Riddle resumed his writing. And to be honest, he had filled several sheets of parchment already. Candice recalled that the assignment for Charms class hadn't required such length. Why was he writing so much? As she pondered the length of his work, he answered her question nonchalantly, "I have little interest in Quidditch. You shouldn't seek my opinion on such matters." Candice, aware of his disinterest, pressed on, "Yet surely you must have a preference in your heart? Who do you wish to win?" She leaned closer, as if his lack of a definitive answer would prompt her to persist in her inquiries. Riddle glanced at his work, then set his quill down, saying, "If you insist on an answer, then I hope you win." Candice stared at him in disbelief. "You wish for Gryffindor to triumph?" Riddle replied coolly, "I believe Miss Bell's hearing is adequate. What I said was that I hope you win." Candice, confused, responded, "But I am a Gryffindor. If I win, does that not mean Gryffindor wins?" Riddle offered a slight smile, choosing not to entangle himself in the semantics, and continued writing. Candice gazed at him for a long moment before asking, "As a Slytherin student, do you not wish for your own house to succeed?" Without lifting his gaze, Riddle replied, "Quidditch is a brutish and savage sport. The fact that wizards must rely on flying broomsticks to engage in such frivolity seems rather foolish to me. I genuinely hold no interest in the outcome. Whether you win or lose is inconsequential. If your victory brings you joy, then that is commendable." With a complex mix of emotions, Candice regarded him. Riddle cast a quick glance at her, and continued in a measured tone, "As long as I am present, the final score of Quidditch will not affect the House Cup, so who secures the championship truly means little to me." Candice pouted. The initial thrill of his disregard for house loyalty in favor of her victory diminished considerably. Propping her chin in her hand, she remarked with a hint of acidity, "Is Quidditch truly as dreadful as you describe? Is it really so barbaric? Do I appear savage when I compete?" This question momentarily stumped him. Riddle set down his quill once more, studying her for a considerable time before breaking into a faint smile and responding, "Except for you." Meeting his earnest and smiling black gaze, Candice couldn't help but smile back, placing her hands down as she said, "Do you speak so sweetly to all the girls?" Riddle grinned, his lips perfectly shaped and his facial features exquisitely defined, his smile evoking an irresistible urge to join in his mirth. "It has been a long time since I conversed with any other girl. Your inquiries leave me at a loss." He turned slightly, abandoning his studies, simply gazing at her. Candice laughed, her eyes and brows arched in delight. "Really? Haven't you spoken with Blake or Greengrass lately?" Riddle observed her. Candice donned the same school robes as the other girls, yet the gold and red hues that appeared garish on others held a unique charm on her. At 14, she had grown taller since the previous year, her golden hair longer, rendering her even more enchanting. She was so beautiful that, in Riddle's eyes, no other girl could compare. She was one of a kind, uniquely her. When Riddle spoke to Candice, his tone was infused with a softness he had never used with anyone else. He had recently quarreled with Miss Blake over some matter, and sincerely hoped she had forgiven him since. "Have you had a falling out with her?" Candice exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "She could bear to argue with you?" Riddle raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, and chuckled. "Why should she not?" Candice scrutinized his face, and after a moment, her cheeks turned rosy as she admitted, "With looks like yours, I can't stay mad at you for the many wrongs you've committed. It's impressive that she could argue with you at all." Riddle raised an eyebrow, reclining casually against the chair. "Is that so?" Candice averted her gaze but nodded yes. Riddle seemed to lean closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear as he asked, "Are you complimenting my handsome face?" His tone was oddly teasing, but Candice, preoccupied with the presence of others in the library, and concerned they might notice their closeness, failed to perceive his implication. She hurriedly replied, "You are indeed handsome. Everyone agrees that you are the most attractive student at Hogwarts. Is that so?" Riddle asked, his interest waning. "Then to you, how handsome am I?" Candice paused, pondering before answering, "Perhaps just handsome enough to forgive you for everything?" By Merlin, she hadn't intended for it to sound so profound. Yet he seemed to take it to heart. Riddle regarded her thoughtfully, remarking, "Let us hope so. If it is as you say, to a degree that warrants forgiveness for all, then I ought to take good care of this face." Candice scrunched her nose, insisting, "You must indeed protect that face. I believe the ministry should issue you a certificate, insure you, and declare your face a valuable asset in the wizarding world, impermissible to trespass." Her hyperbolic statement managed to dissipate some of the undercurrents swirling in Riddle's eyes, and he smiled, playfully ruffling her hair as she laughed and struggled against him, causing a pink letter to fall from her pocket unexpectedly. Riddle spotted the letter at a glance. With his intelligence, how could he fail to recognize it as a love letter? He seized it before Candice could pick it up, and she widened her eyes in apparent disarray. Riddle scrutinized the letter, leisurely inquiring, "Is this addressed to me?" Candice instinctively shook her head in denial. Riddle narrowed his dark eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Oh, then it must be intended for someone else?" After a moment's contemplation, Candice nodded, confirming that it was indeed a letter from Anita to Lestrange, meant for another. However, her affirmation caused Riddle's expression to turn abruptly cold. He glared at the letter with a brooding intensity, a dangerously playful smile curling at his lips as he declared, "Then it serves no purpose to exist." No sooner had he spoken than the letter ignited, swiftly reducing to ashes. Candice, taken aback, eventually exclaimed, "What are you doing, Tom?" "That was a letter from Anita to Lestrange. She wanted you to help deliver it. Why did you burn it?" Riddle stiffened, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Could you possibly convey your thoughts in one go next time?" Candice, half amused and half exasperated, retorted, "You didn't even ask me." Riddle, with his dark, stormy eyes, glared at the ashes in his hand, muttering a vanishing spell that made them disappear. He then rose, his countenance grave, instructing, "Return and have Garcia compose another letter. Send it to me via owl, and I shall deliver it to Lestrange." With that, he gathered his belongings and departed without a backward glance, leaving Candice seated in resignation, lamenting, "How am I to explain this to her? Should I tell her you burned her love letter out of jealousy? Merlin, when will you ever mature?" As Riddle rounded the corner, he overheard the girl deeming him immature, nearly causing him to stumble. Was there anyone in this world more mature than he? Absolutely not. It was merely a coincidence. Yes, a mere accident. It would never happen again, certainly not in another corner of the library. Gringlass sat alone, her hand shielding half her face with a book, gazing wistfully at Riddle's retreating figure. Once he had vanished from her sight entirely, she turned her attention to Candice, who was tidying up her belongings. After completing her task, Candice quickly departed. She had grown considerably taller, her figure increasingly graceful and slender, her golden locks rivaling even Abraxas. She was a beauty, surpassing her in allure. Gringlass bit her lip, tormenting the book in her grasp.